In 2024, a disaster called Eden descends upon the Earth. By completing 13 dungeons, one can attain immortality. Chi is an actor who enjoys portraying various deaths. Upon entering Eden, he is already a step ahead of everyone else. The game starts with him as an NPC that he thought he could relax, but instead, as an NPC, you must complete NPC tasks. Failure to do so will result in immediate erasure. Chi, just as he finally starts to complete his tasks, the system begins to malfunction. I want to file a complaint against you. I want to file a complaint against you. The system responds. Punishment has been issued. A certain evil god remarks. So you're the one complaining about me? From then on, the two are at odds. You dig a pit. I fill in, you build a wall. I throw MUD. In the end, Chi with a slight advantage of a bowl of poisonous mushroom soup, manages to poison the evil god, turning him into a player. The evil god asks, who am I? Chi replies, you are Friday, and I am your master. Chapter 1. Welcome to Eden. The moment he stepped onto the bus, a chill spread from his feet throughout his body. Chi shivered, but didn't think much of it. Adjusting his coat and sitting in a window seat in the back of the T that moment, a woman in her late 30s sat next to him, holding a 6-year-old child. She slightly tilted her head and whispered, Guin, long time no see. Chi was taken aback. The woman's voice was incredibly clear, unlike that of someone in their 40s, but rather like a teenage girl that Ji-Yuan. The woman smiled strangely and suddenly pulled out a dagger, stabbing it into Chi chest. Chi body stiffened, and he looked up in disbelief, unable to say a word. Ji-Yuan? Who is that? What is his relationship with him to be stabbed in the back like this? The woman pulled out the dagger, which fell to the ground with a thud. This seemed to signal everyone on the bus to start clapping and singing, immersed as if they were the most devout of believers. The woman's eyes turned gray and white, blood trickling down the corners, and her flesh began to rot. Eden is a good place. It brings sweet rain to the earth. It brings hope to the earth. It is the beginning of all things. It is the end of all things. It is a gift from God to humanity. Dear fortunate one, welcome to Eden. 100 years ago, a game called Eden swept across the globe like a virus. People initially thought it was a prank by some, but the number of missing persons increased. They seemed to have evaporated without a trace, with only 3 blood-red words beneath their names. Eden. Screening humanity, reshaping the earth. Complete the 13 trials, and I will grant you immortality. 2 lines of game introduction became a sword hanging over everyone's head. Amidst this cheerful nursery rhyme, blood continued to spray, and Chi vision blurred until he lost all consciousness. He didn't know how long it had been when he opened his eyes again, only to find himself in a pitch-black room with an old television. With a crackle, the television started displaying a message, which was merely a line of blood-red characters. License plate number, Ghost 4.4444. Reason for appearance, none. Location, Death Day Town, Srank Player Gu, and confinement area. Vehicle source, Srank Dungeon Death Station. Warning, dangerous life form detected. Initial assessment indicates this player has a danger index of 5 stars. To avoid any breaches in Gu and confinement, please handle it promptly, evil god. Chi. They didn't even detect him before pulling him in. Who is out of their mind here? And who exactly is Guin? At that moment, a lazy male voice spoke, sorry, extra payment for handling dangerous entities. The blood-red text seemed agitated, taking a while to continue writing. Due to the appearance of the bus, the dungeon's lockdown on Death Day Town has been breached. The dungeon will open in 10 minutes. The person seemed suddenly excited. Even his half-dead voice had fluctuations as he gritted his teeth. Guin, you owe me 8,888 Xiong coins. It's time to pay up. As for this dangerous entity, just give it an NPC identity and toss it into the dungeon to fend for itself. He instinctively reached for his heart, but found no wounds. Not even a drop of blood on his clothes. The earlier murder felt like a nightmare. But the dust mixed with a nauseating smell of blood coiled around the bus like a venomous snake. Passengers lay slumped in their seats, eyes bulging, mouths wide open in terror, but tongues missing. Flesh was tightly adhered to bones, like dried corpses drained of blood. Not normal, extremely not normal. As someone who often plays dead, Chi remained relatively calm. He adjusted his bag and prepared to get off the bus, with only one thought in mind. To run. The old iron floor creaked underfoot, faded metal falling to the ground, stirring up dust. Estimating roughly, this bus had probably been abandoned for about 10 years. Chi instinctively reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and swiped the screen. Caller. Unknown. Location. The sanctuary. After a moment of hesitation, Chi chose to answer. A strange male voice came from the other end. Chi, long time no see. Who are you? Although Chi asked. A name had already appeared in his mind. Gu, and didn't you want to know who I am? But you don't need to dwell on it, because by the time you receive this call, I am already dead. Why are you calling me? Because you will also die in 45 days only by finding the item I left for you, the fate card. Will you have a chance to survive? Where is it? At the deepest part of the auction. After saying this, the call ended with a click, and the phone turned to flames, dripping onto his wrist. A piercing pain immediately surged through him, and when Chi rolled up his sleeve, he was shocked to see a countdown of 45 days. Damn it, Chi cursed, tempted to sprinkle some glutinous rice for good luck and buy a talisman to ward off evil. But at that moment, with a loud rumble, the bus suddenly shook and lurched forward. Chi didn't bother with the talisman anymore, urgently running towards the exit. Because the bus's destination was a pitch-black river, filled with fish with sharp teeth resembling hands and feet, their eyes glowing green as they stared at him. He kicked aside a blocking corpse, leaping over it and landing steadily on the ground. Watching the bus drive into the river, Chi finally sighed in relief, but just as he was about to exclaim about surviving, he turned and unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of violet eyes. Daddy, I'm so hungry, would you give me your flesh? The surge of anger rushed to Chi head, and he grabbed the child's collar and slammed him to the ground. You have the ability to eat fish. The ghost child seemed not to expect such unreasonable behavior, screaming in fright. Daddy, Chi took a deep breath, dragging the ghost child by its clothes toward the river. Intended to throw it in, Daddy. I was wrong, Daddy. I was just too hungry. The ghost child clung to Chi arm, blood tears dripping onto his hand. It looked like a spoiled child, but the ghost child's face was already wrinkled, and now it was even more crumpled together, making it feel more terrifying than cute. Chi disdainfully tossed it to the ground, took out a disinfecting wipe from his backpack, and slowly wiped his hands, saying, "Get lost." The ghost child looked at Chi bag and licked its lips, patting its empty stomach. I want. Chi took out the disinfecting wipe and tossed the backpack to it, turning to walk toward the direction of Dead Day Town. After all, one must love the job they do. Since he was about to become an NPC, he needed to familiarize himself with the work environment. Before he could reach the riverbank, the ghost child had finished the entire backpack, turning into a wisp of blue smoke that wrapped around his fingertips, becoming a ring. On the ring, a line of small text appeared. Congratulations, you have become the host of the ghost child. Current hunger level of the ghost child. 100 note. When the ghost child's hunger level reaches 100, it will attack the host. Chi fiddled with the ring for a moment, saying nothing more, thinking with so many fish, can't he even keep a child alive? Not far away, a slender figure stood in the shadows, stroking his chin. Is it really that hard to kill? He's really lucky. Number 44, a range of bad identity for him. With that, he vanished into the shadows. At that moment, an electronic voice rang out. Welcome to the instance Dead Day Town. As an NPC, please follow the NPC rules. Violating them will result in immediate erasure. Chi recalled what the man had said and instinctively pressed his lips together. In this instance, there was a dangerous player, Guin, locked away, and staying in this instance would only lead to death. Can I become a player? Sign a betting agreement with Eden. Kill the game master, and you will regain your player status. If you fail, you will be erased. The game master is the controller of the instance, responsible for maintaining the instance, handling emergencies, and ensuring its normal operation. Chi raised an eyebrow, looking at the small text. So, I need to create chaos, cause the instance to malfunction, and then meet the game master to kill him? Yes. Hearing the accurate answer, Chi sighed in relief, signing his name cleanly. Finally, there was a path that didn't lead only to death. Contract effective. The instance will open in 5 minutes. Now assigning your role in the instance. After a round of poor sound effects, countless cards flashed across the screen, finally stopping on one card on the blue screen. Congratulations, you have obtained the Identity Fisherman. As an NPC in the instance, you can reasonably request items from the system. However, you must also complete the corresponding tasks of an NPC. Completing the fisherman's tasks will allow you to temporarily exit the fisherman identity and become a player. As the mechanical voice finished, a fishing rod and bucket appeared. Even a hat fell down. Information has been conveyed. Do you have any questions? Chi nodded, took off the hat, and said seriously, this fluorescent green is a bit ugly. Can I change it? Assessment. Invalid. 180 seconds remaining until instance opens. NPC tasks will now be issued. Please accept. Failure to complete will result in immediate erasure. Task 1. As a fisherman, you need to catch 100 fish before noon and bring players into the town. Chapter 2. Fisherman. Chi. Fishing was impossible. What good fish could there be in a place where a whole truck of people could finish off? He glanced at the river and said, I want to request an axe. Reason. As a fisherman, it's normal to need an axe to handle fish, right? Judgment. Unreasonable. Request denied. Chi replied, as a fisherman, isn't it reasonable to use an axe to handle fish with sharp teeth? What's reasonable about this place? Number 44 was silent for a moment. Judgment. Reasonable. As soon as the words fell, a sharp axe appeared in Chi hand. He smiled in satisfaction and immediately ran to the only wooden bridge leading to Dead Day Town, chopping down without hesitation. In the system's merciless final minute countdown, Chi completed the task, panting as he sat on a rock, casually placing the axe in the fish bucket and picking up the fishing rod to start bargaining with the system. As a fisherman, having my own little boat is quite reasonable. Judgment. Unacceptable. Reason. Dead Day Town has a bridge, no need for a boat. I don't see it. Where is it? Chi looked around. Number 44 fell silent again. Only 10 seconds left, they're about to come in. Chi urged, if you don't decide, everyone will die here. Judgment. Reasonable. For some reason, there was a hint of gritted teeth in that mechanical voice. The countdown ended, the bell rang, and the dark red sky cracked open, a beam of light shining down, instantly illuminating the entire town. Welcome players to the instance Dead Day Town. Now introducing the instance background. Players have been cursed by the water goddess for mistakenly consuming her offerings. If the curse is not lifted, they will rot and die. Completion conditions. Lift the curse and escape the town. Instance level. Number of players, 7. Instance time limit, 7 days. As the beam of light faded, 2 women and 4 men walked out. Why are there only 6 people? Could it be? Said a woman in a red dress. Could it be what? Are you saying he didn't die? Said a man in a gray, tight-fitting outfit carrying a knife. Isn't that better? Whoever gets him first gets him. However, he is Slevel, so we should be careful. Let's stick together to avoid total annihilation, said a woman in a pink tracksuit. As that group slowly approached, a familiar blue figure appeared in Chi line of sight. Su Qiao, his manager. But in reality, the Su Qiao Chi knew was a 200-pound fat man, while the one in front of him was so thin that flesh barely covered the bones. Su Qiao seemed to sense something and looked up in that instant. The two locked eyes, fear and numbness intertwining, the hope for survival like a flower blooming in a swamp, wilting away. In just one day, why'd he change so much? What are you talking about? Gu didn't die. What's there to worry about? Said a man in a beige trench coat with his hands in his pockets. Gu and Chi murmured the name. It was him again. Who exactly was he? What was their relationship? But no matter what the relationship was, he was already dead. What's there to fear from a dead person? Chi eyes turned. Since they were here to find Guin, then Guin should be properly welcomed. After all, the more people, the bigger the stage, the better the show. Hello, could you tell me how to get to Dead Day Town? We were cursed by the water goddess and came to seek a way to break it. Do you have any suggestions? Said the woman in the red dress. Chi said, of course, if you offer the water goddess the sacrifices she likes, she will lift the curse on you. The others nodded, just about to ask more, when Chi interrupted, raising a finger and shaking the empty fish bucket. Axe. An axe. The girl in pink sportswear exclaimed, stepping back a few paces and assuming a combat stance. I am a good citizen. I don't chop people. This is for fish. Chi pointed at the fish in the river and said, one fish, one question. After saying that, he ignored the others and began to sing a rhyme. Water goddess, good goddess, at the high platform, self-immolate to offer death source. Good goddess, bad goddess, the silent water conceals death. Conceal and conceal. The heart grows anxious. The sun's organs stabilize the 8 directions. The sun is good. The water goddess is bad. seeking the sun at midnight for water offerings. The group exchanged glances and walked toward the river, the water writhing like a girl's hair. Fish with gashes resembling human limbs broke through the surface, their sharp teeth piercing the cracks, their dead white eyes glinting green, staring at them as if appraising their soon-to meal. Ugh. The girl in pink sportswear vomited on the spot. The others were not much better off. The woman in the red dress stepped back, covering her mouth and nose, looking disdainfully at the river. It stinks. You all go ahead, I'll wait for you, and Zhao Benxin on the shore. The man in the beige trench coat took down the black object he had been carrying on his back, which turned out to be a black umbrella. He opened it and threw it out. The umbrella floated on the river like it had a life of its own, creating a dark space that trapped the fish inside. This water is off. You all need to hurry. The remaining two were quick to act. One took out a knife while the other stripped off his clothes and waded into the river. Only Su Qiao remained, hugging his knees, not even lifting his eyelids, squatting beside a rock like a dead person, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Moen poked him and whispered. Su Qiao didn't speak, just turned his eyes slightly. When did you enter the Garden of Eden? Qi Moen asked. Upon hearing the words Garden of Eden, Su Qiao's body trembled violently, as if having a nightmare, his eyes widening as he looked at Qi Moen. Do you remember Wang Lan? Qi Moen asked again. Guolan was his wife. Su Qiao's body stiffened, the gloom in his eyes dissipating by a third. Wang Lan. Seeing this, Qi Moen asked once more, do you remember when you entered the Garden of Eden? Su Qiao blinked and slowly said, 15 years. It's been 15 years, right? 15? 15 years. Qi Moen was astonished. Damn, this water stinks to high heaven. I even swallowed several mouthfuls. My mouth is full of the taste. Ilungin, did you drink any? The man in gray, called Ilungin, carrying a knife, replied, you think everyone is as stupid as you? When the water comes, it grows a mouth. If you don't drink, who will? Li Feng, you're something else. Don't stand so close to me. It stinks. The woman in the red dress complained. The man named Li Feng shrugged and tossed 5 fish into the bucket, saying, can we ask now? Qi Moen concealed the confusion in his eyes, calmly raised his head, and said, go ahead. Zhao Benxin asked, first question, why is the water goddess called both good and bad? What happened in between? Qi Moen replied, of course it's because she did different things. She brought water to the town and cursed the town. If she's not bad, who is? The woman in the red dress asked, second question, how did her son die? Qi Moen answered, we killed him together. The water turned into dead water, but people still need to live. So, you killed her son? Is that the third question? Qi Moen asked with a smile. Li Feng said, of course, now we're not that heartless. He was killed by his father, Zhao Gongming, Qi Moen said casually. The woman in the red dress shivered violently. Why would he kill his own son? Is that the fourth question? Qi Moen countered. The group exchanged glances. Ilungin gently shook his head, saying no. The fourth question is, at what time does the water goddess visit the town at night? 12 o'clock, Qi Moen replied. Then, the fifth question, what should we prepare as sacrifices to ensure we aren't killed by the water goddess? Ning Yuanfeng asked. Qi Moen fiddled with the fishing rod, the long brim of his hat shadowing his eyes, revealing only a glimmer of black diamond. The sound, without any fluctuations, emerged from under the brim. Heart, liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys. Chapter 3. Arrival at Dead Day Town. 8 gusts of cold wind mixed with the unique stench of the dead water river blew in, scattering those simple 5 words into the air. Everyone, we are heading to Dead Day Town. 5 fish, 1 person. Qi Hian spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, are you done? You're supposed to be fishing, not stocking up. What do you need so many fish for? Can you even eat that much? Zhao Benxin widened his eyes, speechless, scratching his head in disbelief. No NPC behaves like him. QMN stroked his chin, tilting his head, with a hint of surprise in his tone. I think what you said makes sense. After all, it's a seller's market now. I've decided 10 fish per person. The woman in the red dress rolled her eyes to the ceiling and coldly sneered. Why don't you go rob them? Well, it really is no different from robbery, but I am a refined person. QMN slowly took an axe from the fish bucket, gently stroking the sharp edge. His demeanor resembled that of a gentleman holding a ceremonial cannon rather than a thug, every move exuding elegance. Perhaps it was QMN's overly polite tone, or perhaps it was the sharp axe in his hand, but the others did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, killing him and entering Dead Day Town was an absurd notion. Wait, 5 fish. We can agree. Chi Imoen slowly boarded the boat while carrying something. I just mentioned that there are currently 10 fish, and it seems we haven't reached an agreement. There are less than 6 hours until midnight. Good luck to you, dear. He hummed a disjointed tune, shaking off the shouts of a few people behind him, rowing towards the opposite shore. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds rang in his head. Again, a warning. Please note, NPC. You need to complete the NPC task. Which of your eyes saw that I hadn't completed the task? Can you stop being so annoying? Are you that idle? Chi Imoen stepped onto the blood-soaked land with a fish bucket in hand, looking calm. This system reminds you that if the task cannot be completed, you will be immediately erased. Chi Imoen lazily continued. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me dying? Number 44 fell silent again. Chi Imoen scoffed coldly and strode towards the small town. The yellow sun hung in the dark red sky. The foul-smelling scorched earth lay still, but this small town was anything but quiet, with countless people running wildly. Some held up their hearts like a bright red flag. Others waved their intestines like a general wielding his weapon, their faces filled with ecstatic joy. Some even lay on the scorched earth, tears glimmering in their eyes. Raising their hands to the scorched earth, closing their eyes as the dirt fell, allowing the muck to pour into their empty bellies. It was as if this was not a wild celebration born from wasteland and extreme oppression, but a parade celebrating the victory over enemy troops. However, when Chi Imoen took a step into the town, it was as if the entire town had been paused, their blood-red eyes staring at him like passengers on a vehicle. Su Ming, where are the fish? An old man with a white beard stained with a few red spots stepped forward and asked coldly. This was Su Qiangbong, the former mayor of Dead Day Town. Tonight, Chi Imoen said, according to the information from number 44, the fisherman needs to provide 100 fish to the villagers on the first day of each month, which is today. Tonight? Su Qiangbong sneered, punching Chi Imoen in the stomach. You promised 6 o'clock tonight, and it's already over half an hour late. Tell me, should I chop off your head? It shouldn't hurt. After all, you'll crawl out again. Chi Imoen wanted to resist, but he found that the nameless force pressed down on him again, rendering his limbs completely beyond his control, helplessly collapsing to the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As an NPC in the game, he had to abide by the NPC rules. But number 44 had never told him that it needed to be done before 6 o'clock in the evening. Could it be the person he heard while he was unconscious? Did he have to repay the money that Guan owed as well? Ki montak an kost invatli. But this was not the time to dwell on it. After all, if he couldn't pacify these residents tonight, he could go directly to ask Guan himself. Suddenly, a piercing pain exploded in his right hand, and he let out a muffled groan as he saw Su Qiangbong's right foot stepping on his hand while his left hand swung an axe. Su Ming. D. The white blade reflected his desperate yet tranquil expression, like the foul smell of rotting kitchen waste rushing into his nostrils, countless dirty hands pressing against his body, different mouths repeating the same words. Breach of contract. Damn it. Breach of contract. Damn it. Amidst the blazing fire, a death named Justice was continuously approaching. Just as the axe was about to fall, at the critical moment, I saw your corpse in the river. In an instant, silence fell, quiet enough for Chi Imoen to hear his own heavy breathing. What did you say? Su Qiangbong's gloomy face emerged from behind the axe, his blood-red eyes staring unblinkingly at Chi Imoen. 100 years ago, the river goddess made a sacrifice by the riverbank, bringing fresh spring water to the drought-stricken town with her life. But the good times did not last long. 5 years later, the small river was on the verge of drying up again, and this time the sacrifice was her 6-year-old child. The child did not bring fresh spring water. Instead, he brought foul-smelling stagnant water. The crowd, furious, vented their anger by dissecting the child's organs, chopping off his hands and feet, and throwing them into the stagnant water. From then on, things only got worse. Everyone who came into contact with the stagnant water was strangled to death in their homes overnight. And more bizarrely, their bellies were ripped open, their organs missing. But were those who survived really them? Chi Imoen stared directly at Su Qiangbong and repeated, I saw your corpse in the river. Chi Imoen curled his lips There were 6 other people by the river. You could let them go down and take a look. They're not cursed. The residents of Dead Day Town had to consume limb fish to maintain the curse in order to crawl out of the Deadwater River. Su Qiangbong fell silent for a moment, then dropped a line, "If you lie to me, I will definitely twist your head off," and hurriedly left. As the residents departed, blood began to flow again, and the stiff limbs slowly regained sensation. It was only at this moment that he truly felt alive. He reached into his clothes, his fingers gliding over the smooth skin, murmuring, "Why don't you have any wounds?" Every night requires a sacrifice to the water goddess, and the residents of Dead Day Town usually choose to sacrifice their own organs, so they bear many wounds. However, Su Ming had no wounds at all, not even a unique rotten smell of Dead Day Town. Moreover, why was such an important task placed on just one person? Reminder 44. There are 5 hours left until Task 1 ends. Please pay attention to the time. Tip: completing Task 1 will earn you 100 Xiong coins and unlock the NPC shop. NPC shop? What do they sell? Chimon asked. Resurrection point scroll. 100 Xiong coins each. Chimon rubbed his chin, and suddenly a thought struck him. Since he couldn't figure out the riddle, he might as well throw it out there. After all, the stage needs a bit of fun. Why didn't you tell me about the fish delivery at 6 o'clock? Chikimoan asked again. System detection in progress. No anomalies detected. Your feedback has been received and will be processed within 6 hours. 6 hours? Are they coming to collect the body? Chimoan sighed and didn't dwell on it any longer. After all, if he didn't complete the task, there was a good chance he wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. For hours, 95 fish. Chimoan rubbed his chin and thought of a special person, Zhao Gongming. Suddenly, a pair of dirty hands appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his arm. Hey, handsome, how about a fresh heart? Fresh. Just killed. Chapter 4. Offering the person held a dagger and without hesitation plunged it into his chest, making a swift cut. Then, he shoved his hand into the wound, fumbled around for a moment, and pulled out a beating heart. Do you want this fresh heart? Look, it's about to rain. The water goddess is coming. She loves fresh hearts the most. If you give her the heart, she will be very happy. You just need to help me with a little favor. You only need to. Chimoan curled the corner of his mouth into a slight arc. Truly a case of finding what he sought without much effort after a long search. This was Zhao Gongming, the husband of Lady Shui. Zhao Gongming, do you want to die? He asked softly. Of course. I beg you to kill me. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to. Zhao Gongming knelt on the ground, bowing his head to Chimoan, his crimson eyes filled with the devotion of someone who had seen a savior. He was different from everyone else. Lady Shui hated him the most. No matter what he did, he would be devoured by her at night, dying in extreme agony. But when the sun rose again the next day, he would crawl out of the Deadwater River once more. Being reborn in despair was Lady Shui's greatest punishment for him. All right, but you just need to help me with a small favor, Chimoan said with a smile. What? Chimoan held his index finger to his lips, and the next moment he swung his axe, striking Zhao Gongming's neck. Blood blooming like a flamboyant flower on the scorched yellow earth. How disgusting. At this moment, by the Deadwater River, on the broken bridge, a man in a beige trench coat pinched his nose in disgust while looking at the river. Li Feng stood behind him, wrapping his arms around his waist, saying, Ning Yuan Feng, my life is like walking on thin ice. Can we really reach the end together? The man called Ning Yuan Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and elbowed him without hesitation. Get lost. Do you know how it felt to be in the water together last time? I don't want to die with you. It's bad luck. Little Feng Feng, you are breaking my heart. Li Feng exaggeratedly clutched his chest on the verge of tears. You're really enough. Li Feng, you're making me sick, Yu Xiaohe retorted, turning her face away, unwilling to look directly. Hey. It seems someone is coming. There, S.A. Light. Ning Yuanseng Sopted. Light. The remaining 4 quickly gathered around to look at the opposite bank. Does the fisherman have such a big face? Ilungin said, dumbfounded. And he brought so many people to pick us up? Are you stupid? Zhao Bonxin sneered, with his kind of appearance. I feel like he will definitely be beaten to death. I think so too, and looking at their aggressive demeanor, I have a bad feeling, Yu Xiao frowned. At this moment, the people on the opposite bank had already approached. Sorry, everyone. We really didn't expect this bridge to be broken. Su Qiangbong stood at the front, unambiguously instructing the residents to bring down 2 damaged boats. Su Qiangbong's attitude stunned the 4. Perhaps the fishermen had left them with an indelible impression, making them not have a good feeling about Dead Day Town. It was their first time encountering such a dungeon, having spent several hours just catching fish. Without even entering the dungeon's door, the 4 exchanged glances, and Ilungan shook the knife in his hand, making his intentions clear. No matter what tricks he plays, they had to enter Dead Day Town as soon as possible. If that didn't work, they would kill and seize a boat. The remaining 3 subtly nodded. Thus, the 2 teams with their own agendas encountered each other. Su Qiangbong, with 2 others, rowed over from the opposite bank, smiling kindly, making one feel no annoyance at all, and he reached out to shake Ilungan's hand. Su Qiangbong's attitude was both humble and enthusiastic, leaving the 4 at a loss for words. "It's fine, sir. We didn't delay anything. This fish is a gift for you all," Ning Yuanfeng said with a smile. Li Feng carried the unconscious Su Qiao and boarded one boat with Ning Yuanfeng, while the 2 ladies and Ilungan boarded another boat. Su Qiangbong stayed behind with the residents, throwing the fish onto the small boat, letting them leave first. "He is really a good person," Zhao Benxin exclaimed. "That is hard to say, but at least compared to that fisherman, he is a decent person," Yu Xiao has said. The 3 nodded in agreement. Just as they reached the middle of the river, a figure sneaked along the edge of the dead water river in the darkness, pulling out entrails from his pocket and tossing them into the river. Suddenly, the fish in the river seemed to go berserk, baring their sharp teeth and attacking indiscriminately. Some even leaped into the air, biting Ilungan on the butt. "What the hell? Have these fish gone mad?" Ilungan shouted, covering his backside, trying to draw his knife, but there was no opportunity. Who knew? Zhao Benxin took out a dagger from her sleeve and accurately delivered a fatal blow to the fish. "Don't make too much noise. This boat is too old," Yu Xiaohe calmly said, lightly tapping her finger, causing the rose on her thigh to bloom instantly. With countless rose branches spreading from her palm throughout the boat, the beautiful petals becoming deadly weapons. On the other boat, Ning Yuanfeng also took out a black umbrella, opening it with a swoosh, and a black space poured down, protecting the small boat. Li Feng was not to be outdone, his hands moving like the wind, quickly strangling the fish that tried to leap onto them. Seeing that they couldn't harm the 2 boats, the fish desperately swam towards the shore, trying to bite the residents standing on the bank. The residents stood still, holding torches, allowing the fish to tear at their bodies. Until they were covered with countless fish, the residents grinned, their mouths opening to reveal sharp teeth no different from those of the fish, and they threw their hands down, pressing down on the fish, biting them, and bit back. "Damn, it's a seafood buffet. I've learned something," Li Feng remarked. Seizing the opportunity, the few quickly rowed towards the bank. In the dark, the person saw this and curled his lip, flipping over the small stone array he had set up out of boredom. Just as he was about to get up, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a small black cat. The little cat had one blue eye and one green eye, staring at him, extending its fluffy paw to paw at his stone array. Chiamoan was startled and didn't pay attention to the scene anymore. He pinched the little cat's mouth, lifted it by the neck, and bent down to fly away from the crime scene. The little cat didn't meow, but stared at him with its round, big eyes without blinking. "Congratulations, player, for completing the NPC task. Reward, 100 Xiong coins. Task 2 will open in 48 hours. During this time, you can freely choose your identity. But this system reminds you that the identity change cooldown time is 24 hours. Today is a good day. Everything I think can come true, meow. How unpleasant." TSK. Chiamoan was dissatisfied with being interrupted and lightly tapped the little cat's head, humming again. A beautiful song conveyed deep emotions. The moonlight painted tomorrow's day. And the beautiful world is in our hearts. Tomorrow will be another good day. Just when the little black cat couldn't help but struggle, Chiamoan suddenly stopped singing and placed the little black cat on the ground, walking towards the corner of the wall. There, 5 particularly cute mushrooms emitting a faint blue light were quietly growing in the corner, looking adorably clumsy. The little black cat immediately fluffed up its fur, moving as fast as lightning, and pressed its paw down on Chiamoan's hand that was about to pick the mushrooms. "Meow, what are you meowing about?" Go play. Qi Moen casually patted the little cat's head and happily placed the 5 small mushrooms into his pocket, thinking they looked so good, they must be delicious. Meow meow. Meow meow. Poisonous. Idiot. You want to eat? Qi Moen frowned, hesitated for a moment, then took one out of his pocket and placed it in front of the black cat. Here you go, don't be polite. After saying that, Qi Moen ignored the little cat and carried his things towards a small wooden house. Chapter 5. Water Goddess at 10:20. Qi Moen finally arrived at Su Ming's small house after several twists and turns. Looking at the big red Fu character hanging on the door, he leaned in closer to see it was actually upside down. Quite particular. He casually tossed Zhao Gongming's liver into a small basin in front of the house and pushed the door open. With a creak, he entered the house, found the switch, and with a click, the light turned on. He glanced around the room and paused for a moment, hesitating to close the door. Number 44. Are you sure this is Su Ming's home? Confirmed. The player can check in with peace of mind. All right. He walked into the small house, surveying the space. In the corner was a pile of half-dead potted plants, with bright red flowers drooping over the edges of the pots and yellowing leaves covering them. A few large characters were engraved on the flower pots. Flourishing flowers, withering grass, living day by day, dying day by day. Nice name, I approve. Ki Montak nodded. Looking towards the window, Qi Moen's eyes widened in surprise. He held something in his hand. Facial cleanser? Not bad. Working while remembering to rest. Su Ming, truly a talent. He walked into the kitchen and immediately saw a nearly 1.2-meter water tank in the corner. Looking at the full tank of clear water, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, you haven't been cursed, but this place actually has clean water. Suddenly, he wrinkled his nose and looked at a nearby cabinet. It smelled terrible. He opened the cabinet, and a small wooden box about the length of his forearm appeared before him. He took the box out, placed it on the cabinet, and gently opened it. Instantly, hearts, kidneys, a jumble of organs were piled together. The blood congealed on top had turned black, resembling a terrifying scar stuck on it. And beneath that scar was a piece of paper. Qi Moen took down the note and opened it. It read, "When you see this note, it means you've already seen it." Surprised? Unexpected? He flipped the note over, and there was a big drawing of a cat face with 2 round, squinty eyes and a smiling mouth, looking quite pleased with itself. Awesome, Qi Moen scoffed. He had thought it would contain some important information, but instead, it was just a cheeky cat face. He crumpled the note into a ball and stuffed it back into the box. Now he was increasingly curious about Su Ming, wondering what kind of person he was. In a world like this, not only was he not cursed, but he had also become an indispensable part of the curse chain, and he even maintained his sanity. He looked towards the window, his face half lit and half shadowed in the glass, while the dark night outside seemed to become the eyes of that face. It was as if, in an invisible way, Qi Moen was looking at Su Ming, and Su Ming was looking back at him. It seemed like tonight would be a sleepless night. If there was someone in this small town who knew everything and was willing to tell him, it would only be one person, Lady Shui. Qi Moen took the blue mushroom out of his pocket. Just as he was about to cook, he heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qi Moen frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then walked over to open the door. It was Ning Yuanfeng and Yu Xiaohe. Long time no see. Yu Xiaohe smiled slightly at Qi Moen while wrapped in Ning Yuanfeng's coat. What brings you two here? Qi Moen leaned slightly against the door frame, looking at the two with a half-smile. Can I live with you? Ning Yuanfeng said. Qi Moen quietly observed the two, noticing that Ning Yuanfeng's beige trench coat pocket seemed to be carrying something, probably the internal organs of a resident. Suddenly, he smiled, thinking of an interesting game that required 2 more spectators. Sure. Qi Moen cleared a path for the two to come in. You are so kind, Yu Xiaohe said hesitantly. I've always been a good person. Qi Moen innocently blinked and gestured for them to come in. The two exchanged glances and still walked in. Where are your little friends? Qi Moen asked. They got separated, Yu Xiaohe casually replied. Were we sleeping? Qi Moen spread his hands and said, Don't sleep on my carpet and sofa. The rest is up to you. Where do we put the offerings? Ning Yuanfeng suddenly asked. Qi Moen pointed to the small basin outside the door, which contained a liver. Could you tell who put what in it? Ning Yuanfeng frowned. Of course she could. Qi Moen said. The two stared at Qi and Moen suspiciously for a while before slowly nodding and taking the items out of their pockets to place them in a box. Why do you need so many fish? Yu Xiao asked. What else would a fisherman do if not catch fish? Qi and Moen replied, lying on the sofa. It's 11 o'clock. Time to sleep. Otherwise, when Lady Water comes, you won't be able to sleep, and if you see her, definitely don't shout. That would be very bad. Is that dangerous? Ning Yuanfeng asked. No, it will disturb others' rest. One should have a sense of public morality. All right, good night. Qi and Moen turned off the light, curled up on the sofa, and closed her eyes. The darkness instantly flowed in through the window, filling the entire small room. After an unknown amount of time, the rain outside gradually intensified, pattering against the ground, the beams, and the door, like an invisible hand tightly gripping the only lit room, continuously tightening. The sound of the wind rushed through the alley, passing through the rain curtain, like a vengeful spirit passing by, stirring up a wailing sound. Qi Moen opened his eyes, silently sitting up from the sofa and standing by the window. Suddenly, a splash of red and white caught Qi and Moen's attention, continuously extending into the distance like wild grass. The dots of red spread out, becoming the colors in this heavy rain, as if they were conscious, climbing up the window. Qi and Moen finally saw what that thing was. It was hair. The red strands flowed down like blood, resembling a warning left by a vengeful ghost. A piercing laugh suddenly echoed with a flash of lightning. With this little bit of light, Qi and Moen also saw the tragic scene of the alley. A gigantic face filled the entire alley, without a body, with hair as its tentacles, densely occupying the street. Hee. Suddenly, two eyes the size of lanterns appeared on the window, lighting up like two balls of ghost fire. What is your sacrifice tonight? The water goddess rolled her eyes, her hair pinching those three organs, slowly putting them into her mouth. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically, the fire in her eyes burning even more fiercely. Damn, truly damn. With the water goddess's fury, the entire little wooden house trembled. Before he could finish his sentence, Qi and Moen leaped forward and grabbed him by the neck, his eyes red, his entire being filled with extreme madness. It's not us. Our sacrifice is definitely fine. Yu Xiaohua tried to pull Qi and Moen away, but couldn't budge him at all. Qi Hian was like a hungry wolf, biting down hard on the food in front of him. Is there a problem with your offerings? Could there be a problem with mine? Why would I harm myself? Why? I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Let me go. Let him go. As both of them exerted their strength, Qi Hian fell to the ground. Why do you want to harm me? Why do you want to harm me? With a bang, the door opened. Hee, you all deserve to die. Black and red strands of hair wrapped around Qi Hian's body. Adhering to the self-cultivation of an actor, Qi Hian struggled a couple of times and shouted his lines. I won't let you go even in death. After that, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The eyes of the water goddess turned leisurely. You all shall die too. Qi and Moen closed his eyes and quietly slept in the embrace of the water goddess. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound, followed by a series of cries. Then came two shouts, distant wind. I have no nutrients. Xiaohe, stand behind me. Qi and Moen quietly opened his eyes and saw Ning Yuanfeng and Yu Xiaohe standing behind an ice wall. Ning Yuanfeng affectionately wrapped his arms around Yu Xiaohe's waist, saying, Xiaohe, you don't have to be afraid with me here. Yu Xiaohe, holding on to Ning Yuanfeng, spoke with tenderness, but her face was filled with disgust. Once we kill Guan and you get the props, you can definitely become an A-level player. Ning Yuanfeng continued to speak. Qi and Moen's right eyelid twitched violently as he silently repeated the name in his mind. Guan. Why is it Guan again? Who is he? He. That eerie laughter echoed in his mind once more, a feeling of weakness flooding through his limbs like a tide, his eyelids growing heavier, his body becoming more sluggish, as if countless hands were pulling him down into an endless abyss. Come with me to hell. Chapter 6. Nightmare Space. This is a completely enclosed black space, containing only an old television flickering with weak blue light and a black leather sofa. Crackle, crackle. The only sound in the air is that of electricity crackling, and the person on the sofa breathes more rapidly with the sound of the electric current, his eyes tightly shut as if ensnared by a nightmare, unable to break free. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At the same time, an electronic voice sounded. You have died. Welcome to Nightmare Space. Chi Imoen slowly turned to look at the television. Nightmare Space. Wasn't this the horror movie he had starred in? In the film, he played the main villain, staying in a space like this, staring at the protagonist group with a half smile, and then occasionally going out to be killed by the protagonist in various ways, only to be resurrected again and again. Because of this movie, he was even jokingly referred to by the audience as the ultimate invincible cockroach king. Chi Imoen rubbed his brow, and things were getting more complicated, because that line was even his. Ha ha ha, Guin, there was also a time when you fell into the hands of my nightmare king. Hurry up and pay me back. Ki Montakan. The same place, the same task, the same debt. Guin, oh Guin, how much do you owe? I'm not Guin. Guin is already dead. You've got the wrong person. How bold. You dare to question my judgment. The king of nightmares. A dark hand stretched out from the screen, circling around Chi Imoen and poking him from time to time. You have Guin's S-class item. The death countdown. This is something only he has in all of Eden. Do you still want to argue? Pay up. Chi Imoen sighed, rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scarlet 45-day countdown. Are you talking about this? The Nightmare King awkwardly grunted twice, clearly not wanting to admit he had mistaken someone, and hesitantly said, well, since we're here, let's pay him back a bit. Anyway, you look so much alike. The water goddess dragged him and Zhao Gongming into a cave, surrounded by stagnant water, with countless dry corpses floating on the surface. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, some floating on the water while others were submerged. They were like lambs to the slaughter. Their fate to become part of the display was already sealed. Chi Imoen and Zhao Gongming were thrown into the dead water, the stagnant water flooding into his nostrils, a feeling of suffocation washing over him. He felt like a wandering soul trapped in a shell, able to sense but unable to change anything. The water goddess approached the platform surrounded by the dead water, standing behind a headless skeleton, her gaze cold and solemn as she looked at the two. However, it seemed the water goddess did not hear them at all. Her long, dense hair spread out like poisonous snakes, piercing into their bodies. After carving out their organs, it began to frantically consume their flesh and blood. Pain, 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 pain. The hair flowed along the blood into his limbs and bones, voraciously feeding, a strong sense of suffocation enveloping him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chi Imoen clearly sensed that his blood was stopping its flow within his body. His flesh was peeling away from him, and his bones were turning into stagnant water. He had never felt death come so slowly. The sky was anxious, the earth was chaotic, and a mother's heart was restless as her son did not return. I beseech the heavens. I kneel before the gods. Return my son to me. The water goddess waved her hair and chanted spells loudly. But the pile of white bones remained unresponsive. The lantern-like eyes flickering, 2 streams of blood tears flowed down, and in her fury, she threw Chi Imoen and Zhao Gongming away, sobbing as she jumped into the stagnant water. At this point, the scene ended, and Chi Imoen gasped for breath, lying weakly on the sofa. No wonder the residents of Death Day Town went mad. This way of dying was simply too painful. Ha ha ha. Submit to this king's charm. Play it again, Chi Imoen said. Huh? Are you out of your mind? I didn't see how the water goddess came in and left. Since this behavior did not cause any substantial harm, it could be considered a choice. Chi Imoen revealed a pale smile. No, this is the territory of this king. TSK. Chi Imoen took a breath, stood up, positioned himself in front of the television, and moved his wrists and ankles. Are you going to let me go? Or should I smash you? Hurry up, there's no time. Boldly, this king will throw you into the bitter melon pond to drink bitter melon juice. Chi Imoen rubbed his temples. His current mental state was indeed not good. Just as he was about to smash the TV with a punch, suddenly, a light appeared, and a door materialized out of thin air. How bold! What is going on? You're actually trying to snatch someone from me, number 44? You should go drink bitter melon juice too. At that moment, a man wrapped in black cloth stepped out from the darkness. Oh, have you found Guin? He is not Guin. Nightmare. We all know whether he is Guin or not. The man let out a low laugh and vanished back into the darkness. Regardless of whether he is or not, from today onwards, he is a gambler with a luck value of 0. At that moment, just as Qi Moen closed the door, he saw Water Lady tilting her head and looking at him, grinning, "Become my sacrifice." Before he could react, Water Lady's hair shot towards him like a sharp sword. Qi Moen wanted to run away, but it was too late. After just a couple of steps, his hair got tangled around his waist, and he was dragged towards the water goddess. The water goddess had already opened her gaping maw, waiting like a wolf for a sheep to walk into her mouth. Number 44. Hurry, I need to restore my player identity, Qi Moen said quickly. As an NPC, he could not actively attack a player unless the player broke the rules, a rule that Su Ming, as a fisherman, had to follow, and the water goddess, as a boss, naturally had to follow as well. Su Ming had offered her the liver of Zhao Gongming, but Qi Moen had not. The only way to survive was to change his identity. Player panel generation in progress. Please wait approximately 30 seconds. The emotionless voice of number 44 sounded. I'm going to give you a bad review. Qi Moen rolled his eyes in frustration. The lazy evil god has been punished. Please wait for resolution. You all get bad reviews. Under the wash of stagnant water, the stones here were exceptionally smooth, and Qi Moen couldn't hold on for long. At a critical moment, he let go of the stone. "Ha ha, become my sacrifice." The water goddess laughed viciously, her mouth growing wider, almost taking over her entire face. Suddenly, a small red object flew into her mouth, and the water goddess instinctively swallowed it. She frowned, but being as large as she was, she didn't care what it was. Just as she was about to swallow Qi Moen, a cool little hand stopped her mouth, preventing it from closing. "Daddy, I miss you so much, Daddy." The ghost child grinned, and just as they were about to hug Qi Moen, they were scolded again. "Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move." Qi Moen was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The ghost child's tears immediately flowed down. "Daddy, all right, don't cry. Don't cry, just hold on a little longer," Qi Moen said softly, soothingly. "Then Daddy has to make me something delicious." The ghost child smiled brightly. Okay, just don't let go." Qi Moen quickly agreed. Ding! Player identity has been generated. Would you like to restore your player identity? Restore it, hurry up. Qi Moen felt like his waist was about to snap. As soon as he finished speaking, new content appeared on the blue screen. Player identity restored, player panel formed. Next task will be released in 32 hours. Please manage your time accordingly. Player, Qi Moen, player level, F, temporary, player Qion coins, 0, after assessment. You only have 1 Qion coin. Player items, none. This system believes you will achieve something on your own. You will definitely have a glorious tomorrow. Once the player identity was formed, the water goddess's hair loosened, and Qi Moen quickly ran away from her mouth with the ghost child. After a lot of effort, he had turned himself into a no-attribute product. Today was also a beautiful day. Qi Moen shook his head, closed the panel, and looked at the water goddess, wondering how she would disappear. The water goddess looked at Qi Moen with a confused expression, as if her program had malfunctioned, like someone suddenly waking from a nightmare. She blinked, whimpered, and like a gust of wind, jumped into the stagnant river. Qi Moen wanted to catch her, but the speed of the water goddess was just too fast. He didn't even touch a single strand of hair, and could only lie on the shore, watching helplessly as the water goddess transformed into still water and vanished without a trace. What am I even learning? Suddenly, Qi Moen raised his eyes and caught sight of a familiar face. Su Ming. Chapter 7. The Still Water Pool. Qi Moen stared at that face and said slowly, "Su Ming, weren't you not cursed?" His eyes narrowed slightly as he stroked his chin. Originally, his plan was to use Su Ming's identity to drive the residents crazier, making it impossible for the players to follow the storyline, thus causing the instance to malfunction and forcing out the officer. But now the plan had to change. The mysteries surrounding Su Ming were far more than he had imagined, and recklessly throwing it out would not benefit him at all. Qi Moen repeatedly checked the cave several times and confirmed that all the mummies here were the first batch of people who died because of the curse. The Deadwater River did not resurrect them, but created an entirely new version of them. So where did the created Su Ming go? Was he killed or hidden away? How can the clear water and organs in his cabin be explained? Could it be that, between the real Su Ming and Qi Moen, there is another person? He killed Su Ming and replaced him, becoming an NPC in this version. Chiamoan's eyes moved slightly as he bent down to pick up a small stone and held it in his hand. According to the information he had, this dungeon had not been opened for 20 years. Even if there were players surviving here, could he really make it out alive? In such a mad environment, there were only two possible outcomes waiting for him. 1, he would go insane and completely become a resident here. 2, he would be unable to accept it and commit suicide. However, based on the decorations in the cabin, that person not only hadn't died, but was even living quite well. So it could only be him, the S-rank Guan mentioned by the players. He must have mastered all the information about this dungeon to live so comfortably here. What method did you use to completely kill him? Chiamoan played with the stone in his hand, his eyes fixed on Su Ming's face, which was nothing but skin and bones. Suddenly, Chiamoan's eyes brightened. No, there was no need to completely kill him. Those who were resurrected would crawl out of the dead water river again. Chiamoan gazed at the stagnant water, his eyes drifting towards the distance. Su Ming should clearly remember the news of his death at the hands of Chiamoan. In a state of extreme panic, he would reveal everything, and by then, he would become the target of everyone's blame. Whether or not he is Guan, he is Guan. Chiamoan threw the stone to the ground and stomped on it fiercely, producing a sound without any ripples. Oh no, it's over. At this moment, by the dead water river, he is a madman. He is a madman. He is about to kill me. He is about to come to kill me. Please, save me. Su Ming knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, his hands desperately tearing at his hair and clothes. His hair clung wetly to his head, looking less like a living person and more like a vengeful spirit come to collect a life. What's wrong with you? Who wants to kill you? How did you die last night? Ilungan forcefully restrained Su Ming's hands and pulled him to the shore, bombarding him with questions. It's not me. He-S not me. He-S a madman. He killed me and then replaced me. He-S a madman. He-S not me. I am me. You have to believe me. I don't want to be killed by him. Su Ming tightly grasped Ilungan's arm, speaking incoherently. He-S not me. I am me. Zhao Benxin repeated what Su Ming said, unnaturally adding, could be that the fisherman we met yesterday was not the real one. Was he replaced? Upon hearing this, the remaining two changed their expressions. If it wasn't the real one, then in this scenario, the only person capable of that is one, S-level player Chiamoan. Damn, we've even played around. Li Feng sneered, his fingers cracking as he clenched his fists, his face resembling a stormy sky. He grabbed Su Ming and asked, "Where's the person who killed you?" I don't know. Please don't kill me. And please don't let him kill me." Su Ming shrank back in fear. He-S dead. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. The three turned toward the sound. It was Yu Xiaohe and Ning Yuanfeng. Last night, he died, seemingly because there was a problem with the organ he offered, so he was killed by the water goddess. Ning Yuanfeng approached and said. Li Feng released Su Ming and walked over to the two, coldly asking, "The water goddess killed him? How do you know that?" Yu Xiaohe replied gently, "Because we were at his house last night and saw him being killed with our own eyes." Ning Yuanfeng noted. Not only did we find some rotten organs and clean water in his small house, but we also found a small note that we haven't looked at yet. Do you want to look at it together? Saying this, he took out a small note from his pocket. Hearing this, the others crowded over and slowly opened the note under the gaze of several pairs of eyes. It read, "When you see this note, it means you have seen it." Surprised? Unexpected? Damn. Li Feng snutted. Impressive. Ilungan was speechless. The back of the note was drawn with a cute cat head, grinning as if mocking everyone. Wait. Zhao Benxin suddenly said, "I think I recognize this cat head." She held the note, looking seriously. Sister Hui once told me that this kind of black cat with one blue eye and one green eye symbolizes the evil god of the Eden. They exist at a much higher level than the scenario, responsible for maintaining Eden. That said, no one has ever seen such a cat, nor has anyone seen the evil god. At this moment, in the Deadwater Cave, "Daddy, Daddy, save me." Suddenly, a few piercing cries rang out. "What's wrong? Daddy, save me. It's scratching me." The ghost child lying on the ground cried with a mournful face. Blood streaks added to its originally dark and blue face, making it even more terrifying. "It's that cat." Chiamoan walked over, ignoring its gaze, and lifted it by the scruff of its neck. "Little cat, tell brother, how did you get in?" "Meow." The black cat angrily meowed twice, trying to break free, but it was futile. Chi-Imoen chuckled softly, placing it on the ground. Seeing this, the ghost child rushed over and hugged Chi-Imoen's thigh. All right, go fetch Su Qiangbang's body for Dad. Chi-Imoen comforted, patting the ghost child's head gently. Dad, I also want to eat dried small fish. Don't let it eat. The ghost child nodded with tears in their eyes. Okay, don't let it eat. Let you eat, Chi-Imoen replied. The ghost child laughed happily and jumped into the stagnant water with a splash. Why do I feel like you understand human language? Chi-Imoen said, stroking his chin as he half-squatted in front of the black cat. Just as the black cat was about to puff up its chest, Chi-Imoen picked it up again and said, just right, I need a helper. Chi-Imoen pinched its claws and sliced open Su Ming's flesh. He bent 2 fingers and probed into the skin to retrieve the bones. Unlike the bones placed on the stone slab by the water lady, these were black bones, the color not appearing to be stained by stagnant water, but rather as if the bones themselves were this color. At this moment, the ghost child fished out Su Qiangbang's corpse, and Chi-Imoen lifted the black cat, cut open the skin bag, and took out Su Qiangbang's bones as well. Like Su Ming's bones, they shimmered with a black luster. Chi-Imoen squinted his eyes slightly and turned around to call out, Ghost baby. Daddy. The ghost baby quickly ran to his side, obediently lifting its head to look at him. Go, bring Daddy a few more. Chi-Imoen said. Okay, Daddy. The ghost baby happily hopped into the stagnant water with small steps. In no time, 2 corpses were pulled up by the ghost baby, 1 in each hand, and placed at Chi-Imoen's feet. It's too long, I can't understand. Chi-Imoen pinched its claws and cut open the 2 corpses, and sure enough, they both had black bones. Chi-Imoen released the black cat and clapped his hands, and he could basically be sure that those who were cursed would turn into black bones. Chi-Imoen stood up and looked at the pile of white bones, and he had come to a few conclusions in his heart. In the town of Dead Day, there was only one person who was not cursed, Lady Water. Chi-Hien stood up, having a strong intuition that once he found the skull, he could leave this place. Suddenly, Dad, the bodies are moving. They're moving. Boo-hoo. I'm scared. The ghostly child crawled towards him and clung to his leg. Huh. Chi-Hien looked up but saw nothing unusual. Suddenly, a sound of rushing water arose, and an ominous feeling surged within him. He hurried to the edge of the stagnant water. He didn't know when it started, but the water level in the pool was slowly rising. The previously motionless bodies, now filled with water, looked like inflated balloons, and even the expressions on their faces became animated. They smiled at Chi-Hien, making the only living person standing on the stone slab seem less like a living being and more like their sacrificial offering. Oh no. Chapter 8. The Evil God Guyu. Chi-Mon stood on the shore, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. In less than 5 minutes, the stagnant water had already risen to the stone slab. At this rate, in less than 3 hours, he would become one of these corpses instead of a living being. All right, don't be afraid. Why don't you go play with the black cat for a while? Daddy will take a look in the water. He patted the head of the ghost child who was still clinging to his thigh. He really couldn't understand why a ghost would be afraid of a group of bloated corpses. No, there are dirty things in the water. They eat people. The ghost child cried, clutching Chi-Mon's thigh even tighter. Dirty things? Chi-Mon frowned. What dirty things? That eat people? Yes. Not only do they eat people, but they're also ugly, not as good-looking as Daddy. The ghost child sobbed. Meow, meow, meow. Suddenly, the black cat arched its body and pounced, giving the ghost child a swipe. Chi-Imoen watched the rising water level and then glanced at the 2 ancestors still fighting, feeling overwhelmed. He wasn't here to clear a dungeon. He was here to take care of the kids. Clap. If you keep making a fuss, I'll throw you down to feed the fish. Chi-Imoen clapped his hands, looked at the person and cat sitting upright, smiled with satisfaction, and said, wait for me here, before taking off his coat and diving into the water. The stagnant pool was deeper than he had imagined, and even a number of corpses was just the tip of the iceberg. Countless skins swelled and twisted under the water's influence, their contorted limbs rolling like noodles in the stagnant water. Chi-Imoen avoided the floating corpses and swam downstream. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in the dark water. Chi-Imoen pushed aside the floating bodies and swam towards the light. It was a sealed jar containing blue liquid. Inside the jar was a person, with the blue liquid covering every inch of his skin and every strand of hair, emitting a faint glow in the dark, foul-smelling water. Isn't Zhao Xiaoming, the son of the water goddess, only 6 years old? Why is he so big? Can a person grow after death? But aside from Zhao Xiaoming, it seemed that no one else would appear in the dead water. Qi Moen pondered for a moment and decided to swim over to take a look. The person in the jar had pale skin, and long blue hair floated beside him. His eyelids, resembling cicada wings, cast a large shadow over his tightly closed eyes and brows, adding a touch of tenderness and mystique. Upon closer inspection, a small red mole beneath his left eye made him seem even more pitiful. This would be the most perfect collection he had ever gathered. Suddenly, the black cat, unbeknownst to him, had also slipped into the jar. Its blue and green eyes, like soul-sucking gems in the dark environment, quickly stole Qi Moen's rationality. His hands seemed to move uncontrollably, reaching out to touch the jar. In that moment, Qi Moen's heartbeat and breath slowly transferred to the person inside the jar. A glimmer of amusement flashed in the black cat's eyes as it transformed into black smoke and drifted into the person's body. At the same time, with a crack, the jar began to shatter. The person slowly opened his eyes, smirked mischievously, and seriously reached out to pat Qi Moen's head. Then, taking advantage of Qi Moen's moment of distraction, he swam upwards like a fish, leaving Qi Moen with a graceful silhouette. Qi Moen looked at the figure disappearing into the distance, sneering coldly, his chest rising and falling violently, with only 3 words left in his mind. Played. He exerted force with his legs and swam upstream. He had always been the one to play tricks on others. How could anyone play tricks on him? He finally understood why that black cat had appeared out of nowhere. He had thought the little cat had just stumbled in by accident, but it turned out that it was not an accident at all. It had come specifically to use him. Splash! As Qi Moen just emerged from the stagnant water, he saw the man squatting by the shore with a smile on his face. Next to him lay the skull of the water goddess. Hello, dear player. I am the evil god Guyu. I have received your feedback and come to investigate the anomalies. How may I assist you? Qi Moen pushed Guyu's hand away and said irritably, I need you to get out of the way. You're affecting my breathing. Qi Moen rolled his eyes, not wanting to deal with him at all, and picked up the skull of water goddess to examine it closely. Sure enough, he found a tiny scratch on the forehead. Qi Moen is really holding back a lot of anger right now, but since it concerns his life, he can't really ignore it. If I had known, why would I have called you here? All right, so you just appeared out of thin air. Guyu wrote on the paper, appeared out of thin air, a jinx. How long has it been? Guyu asked again. Guyu hummed twice and wrote on the paper, a continuously unlucky jinx. All right, now this evil god provides you with the following situation explanation. Player Qi Moen has experienced a system malfunction, resulting in an identity misjudgment, causing the player to suffer from mental confusion. The current solution is as follows. Eat more tomatoes, hoping your future days will be prosperous. The compensation plan is as follows. 1,000 Qion coins. After saying this, Guyu took a feedback form out of his pocket and handed it to Qi Moen with a smile, saying, I hope you are satisfied with my service. What if I fill it out and say I'm not satisfied? Qi Moen asked. If you fill it out and say you're not satisfied, you will incur the wrath of the evil god. Guyu extended his hand, gesturing at Qi Moen's neck, his tone nonchalant. But his eyes couldn't help but glance at Qi Moen's expression. Wrath? Qi Moen frowned and asked. Yes, there's a high probability of having bad luck, encountering ghosts more often, and a greater chance of death, Guyu said. What if I fill out and say I'm satisfied? Qi Moen asked again. Then you will receive the gratitude of the evil god, which will make it easier for you to clear the dungeon, Guyu said with a smile, trying to be as tempting as possible. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Rip. Before Guyu could finish smiling, he saw Qi Moen indifferently tear the feedback form into pieces, saying, I am extremely dissatisfied. Guyu's upward curving mouth froze awkwardly on his face, his body uncontrollably collapsing. You. Qi Moen. You? He hadn't finished speaking when he uncontrollably stumbled back a few steps, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Who are you trying to fool? I've already complained about you once. Why would I be afraid to complain a second time? Bad luck? If I had good luck, would I encounter this situation? Threatening me? as if no one has ever been an NPC before. And what evil god? Just behave like your little kitty. Chi squatted down, mimicking Gu Yu's way of patting his head, and gently patted his head. His tone is gentle as a spring breeze in March, yet laced with thick sarcasm. Gu Yu's sleeves quickly bulged, and the black cat crawled out from his sleeve, its eyes wide open, angrily meowing at Chimon. Chimon wasn't angry, gently patting the black cat's head. Good boy, tell your brother where the exit is. The black cat turned away, closed its ears, and curled up like an angry coal ball. Although I don't understand the bodily functions of your evil gods, that doesn't stop me from threatening you. If you don't take me out, I will definitely chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Chimon pulled back the coal ball's ears, his tone gentle and kind, but with a hint of subtle provocation. Meow meow. The black cat immediately bristled, standing its ground, baring its teeth, and glaring fiercely at Chimon. If that gaze were directed at a person, it would certainly be intimidating. However, appearing on a cute cat was indeed not very threatening, but rather made one want to give a pet. The black cat huffily jumped into the water, revealing just its little head, shaking it at Chimon before diving underwater. Chimon smiled, lifted Gu Yu's body, and had the ghost child take Xiuming and Su Qiangbong's skin and bones, following the black cat into the water. The exit was not hard to find. It was at the bottom of the dead water pool, and the recent rise in water level had already washed away the stones blocking the exit. Chimon pushed aside the corpse and was about to enter the small path. Suddenly, countless fish with hands and feet swam over, their eyes glowing green as they looked at Chimon, ready to pounce and bite his neck at any moment. Chimon glared at the black cat, which raised an eyebrow and smiled, then scampered away down the path, leaving only an arrogant silhouette for Chimon. Damn it, I fell for it again. Just you wait. Chapter 9. Who is Su Ming anyway? Crack, 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 crack. Just as the fish with limbs was about to pounce, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier, unable to advance, and instead being pushed back. Seeing this, Chimon showed a hint of confusion and forcefully threw Gu Yu's body over. The fish with hands and feet immediately pounced on it, but they didn't dare to bite, only clicking their teeth. Double standards. No wonder Gu Yu wasn't afraid at all with his body in their hands. Even if it was in their hands, they had no way to do anything. If he moved forward a little, the fish with hands and feet would definitely bite his neck off. They didn't dare to enter this cave recklessly, so there must be something affecting them. The only thing in this cave that could influence them was likely the bones of the water lady. Sure enough, under the pressure of the water lady's hand bones, the fish with hands and feet only dared to follow him at a distance, not daring to get too close. Chimon pulled Gu Yu's leg and swam forward. Now his only remaining advantage was the S-level player Gu and a body that could belong to Gu, and Chimon looked at Gu Yu's stunning face. Baby, you have to make me proud. You're all I have. Before long, Chimon saw a light not far away. Just as he was about to use his legs to push himself out with all his might, he felt a strong force pushing him. Before he realized something was wrong, he was already propelled out by that force. Chimon exclaimed in surprise, thinking that the bright light was the dead water river, but who knew it wasn't? The end of that bright light was the water goddess fountain built in the dead sun square, and he had just flown out from the hands of the water goddess. Damn it, Gu Yu, I want to— you bastard. Chimon fell heavily to the ground, while Gu Yu fell onto him. Dad, this is so much fun. Catch me. The ghostly doll spread its arms in midair and came crashing down towards Chimon. Oh no. Chimon coughed violently a few times, feeling like he was about to fall apart. Dad, this is so much fun. Dad, can we play again? The ghost doll clung to the two of them, refusing to let go, and coquettishly grabbed Chimon's clothes. We'll see if there's a chance later, but for now, get off you, Dad. You're going to crush him. Chimon said weakly. It's good that I've regained my identity. If I were still that 50-something fisherman, I would definitely be killed by these two. Good boy. The ghost child obediently climbed off Chimon and casually tossed Gu Yu aside. Good child. Take the things and go play in the town. Chimon stood up, patted the ghost child's head, just a little. You can't eat anything casually. Really, Dad? The ghost child jumped up and pounced on Chimon. Go play. Chimon said, watching the ghost child run off with 2 bags on his back. Chimon curled the corners of his lips. Chimon placed Gu Yu's hand on his neck, returning to his old profession, rolling his eyes back, and died. The stage is set, the actors are in position. All that's left is the audience. Soon, the sound of noisy footsteps accompanied by frantic voices came. Why is he so persistent in wanting to kill you? Why does he want to replace you? Zhao Benxin's puzzled voice came through. Things? What things? Where's that thing? Li Feng's voice rang out. I don't know. I've told you everything I know. You have to protect my safety. I don't want to die. He died last night, killed by the water goddess. No need to. Zhao Benxin's words were not finished. A scream rang out. It's him. He is the one who killed me. It's him. The footsteps drew closer, and Yi Longyan's voice echoed in Chiamoan's ear. Fisherman? How'd he get here? Isn't the resurrection point the dead water river? Hey, wake up. Chiamoan opened his eyes in confusion, grasping Yi Longyan's arm as if seizing the last straw of salvation, panic-stricken as he said, He wants to kill me. Help me. Help me. He? Who is he? And why does he want to kill you? It's quite rare these days for someone to persistently want to kill another. Yi Longyan supported Chiamoan and said with a puzzled expression, I don't know him. I was choked awake by him. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the water goddess, he would have choked me to death. Chiamoan said in a panic, his eyes downcast, with tears welling up in his eyes, looking like a little rabbit that had been greatly frightened. Who else wants to kill me? Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Chiamoan raised his eyes in terror, his whole being resembling a startled bird, as if even the slightest rustle could scare him to death. Suddenly, he jumped up, grabbing Su Ming's clothes and sneering, I know everything. What do you know? Let go first. Yu Xiaohe pulled Chiamoan's hand away from Su Ming, standing between the two, and softly reprimanded. Chiamoan sneered, You are all in cahoots. You and that man first took advantage of my kindness, replaced my sacrifice, and let me die at the hands of the water goddess. Then, fearing that I wouldn't die completely, you had him come to kill me, and finally, replaced me with a fake. Truly, it was done without anyone noticing. If it weren't for my good luck, I would have really died at your hands. Well, since you say that, I want to ask you, why do we do this? Ning Yuanfeng asked. Because you want to manipulate everyone. You not only want to get the props, but you also want to control the situation. You didn't expect that. Actually, I didn't faint that night. I heard everything. Chiamoan said, quite pleased with himself. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if the world had pressed the pause button. Only the stench-laden wind blew past everyone. Ultimately, it was Su Ming's voice that broke the silence of the moment. I don't even know you. Why would I want to harm you? You saw me crawl out of the dead water. I just crawled out of the dead water river. I don't know anything. Ki Montak ansniet, pulling him beside Guyu and questioning. Then why did you appear with him? Is it all just a coincidence? Did I use the wrong offering to kill myself? The offering definitely has no problem. Ning Yuanfeng looked at Li Feng. Don't you remember? Our offerings were all found by the river. And it's our first time in this dungeon. How are we supposed to complete these tasks? Well, you have a point, Li Feng said, awkwardly scratching his head. There's another possibility in this matter. Ning Yuanfeng pointed to Guyu, who was lying on the ground unconscious, and continued, Guan, someone who has survived in this dungeon for many years, is surely more familiar with it than any of us. He is the most likely person to replace the offering and complete this act, with the aim of causing us to turn against each other. Do you all remember the madman we saw last night in Dead Day Town, who had lost 2 organs? He is the husband of Zhao Gongming's water goddess. Yu Xiaohe interjected at the right moment, adding he lost a heart and a liver, and last night, the fishermaness offering was a liver. Chimon's eyes flashed with disbelief. He didn't expect that this matter could be resolved so smoothly. He quickly spoke up. Then, what about his heart? It can't still be hidden somewhere, right? If he wakes up and replaces our sacrifice, then, before Chimon could finish, Li Feng took action and bound Guyu, carrying him on his back and locking him up. They would find out tonight. The others nodded in agreement, just as they were about to confine both Chimon and Su Ming. Hey, is there anyone still flying kites around here? But that kite is really ugly. Li Feng shook his head in disdain. What kite? Everyone looked up. They saw 2 inflated objects twisting their limbs in the sky, resembling the wings and decorations of a kite. As the gentle breeze passed through, their faces puffed up, resembling little smiling figures waving at them. What the hell? Idiot. That's human skin, not a kite. Is that Su Qiangbong and Su Ming? Chapter 10. Human Skin Kite. Qi also squinted his eyes, looking at the kite. He originally thought that he would definitely be the best male lead of the event. Unexpectedly, there was someone even more outstanding. The effect was simply amazing. Now, he could even feel the vibrations from the ground. Qi looked towards the direction of Dead Day Town, unable to suppress a smile as this group of crazy extras was about to bring the play of true and false Su Ming to a close. I. Suddenly, Qi let out a scream. His nose collided heavily with the man's shoulder, his arms resting under his ribs, his whole body feeling heavy-headed and light-footed as he was thrown over someone's shoulder. Run, run, Ilungen shouted. You, slow down, I'm going to vomit. Qi strained to pull his arm out, weakly saying, Big brother, just hang in there, we'll be there soon. Li Feng's honest voice came from behind, carrying Gu Yu and following Ilungen. The remaining few were trailing behind them, and behind these few were a large number of residents, who were even crazier than when they first met. Some were holding knives, slicing open their chests and letting blood flow. Others were wrapping their intestines around their necks. Am I already dead? Am I still alive? Am I still alive? Am I still human? Look at me, look. Someone madly stabbed a knife into their chest, forcibly pulling out their heart, kneeling on the ground and roaring. Look, why am I not dead? Why? Am I already dead? How much longer will this kind of life continue? How long? When can we end this kind of existence? 2 human skins, 2 familiar faces, enough to shatter their fantasy of lifting the curse and becoming human again. What should we do? Zhao Binxin asked anxiously. If they go mad, we will die too. Kill them all. Anyway, they'll crawl out of the river of dead water again tomorrow. Li Feng said, even if they crawl out tomorrow in this mental state, what can we ask? Ning Yuanfeng said, Su Qiangbang, find Su Qiangbang. First, lock them up, don't let them die. Yu Xiao said, panting. All right. Before long, they arrived at a small house, tied up the 3, and threw them inside. Should we find someone to watch over them? Li Feng asked. Watch what? 1 is unconscious, and 2 are madmen. What is there to see? Ning Yuanfeng said. True, let us go. Hearing this, the few nodded and hurriedly ran outside. Who says I'm a madman? Qi pouted in dissatisfaction, adjusted his sitting posture, and leisurely leaned against the wall, clearly the one who was tied up, yet somehow creating the feeling of sitting by the sea, enjoying the sea breeze. You can deceive them. You can't deceive me. You're the one who wants to kill me. It's you. You are the one lying. Su Ming squirmed like a fish on land, moving his body. So, Qi looked at him with a half-smile. I can choose not to expose you, but you can still kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Su Ming shouted in despair. Just like that, Qi tilted his head. Don't you see clearly? What? In the sky. There's another Su Ming, but unfortunately, he has no bones, no flesh, only skin. Qi voice was eerie, as if soaked in ice, each word carrying an irresistible chill and a chilling temptation. Which one are you? Can you tell apart? In an instant, Su Ming's face turned pale. His eyes particularly red, like 2 cherries embedded on a white pancake. He banged his head against the wall, blood flowing down his cheeks like a trapped mouse, using its last bit of strength to squeak. No, it's not. I am Su Ming. The one in the sky is not real. It must be your forgery. I am Su Ming. I am Su Ming. I am Su Ming. Qi retracted the smile on his face and said, Su Ming, let's make a deal. I can help you find your true self. You just need to tell me what happened back then. Tell you what happened back then? Su Ming repeated Qi words, blinking his eyes. Then, he shook his head frantically. If I tell you, they will kill me. They will kill me. I can't die again. This is troublesome. It seems I still have to use my hands. Qi patted his clothes, stood up from the ground, and walked towards Su Ming with a disdainful look, grabbing Su Ming by the neck. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you right now. You. Weren't you tied up? Why? Su Ming struggled, but couldn't escape Qi grip. As a professional villain, isn't it child's play to untie this kind of rope? Qi chuckled dismissively. The last glimmer of light faded from Su Ming's eyes, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. I didn't do anything. I just made a suggestion to them. They accepted my suggestion themselves. What does it have to do with me? This situation wasn't caused by me alone. Clearly, everyone has a responsibility. Did you propose that Lady Shui be sacrificed? Qi asked. I just said it casually, What does it have to do with me? Once the words were out, Su Ming's expression lightened, tears mixed with blood sliding down his face. If we have to talk about responsibility, I save them all. Do you know? If it weren't for me, would you have gotten that woman onto the sacrificial altar? If she hadn't been put on the altar, we would have died of thirst long before today. Just dead. Do you even understand what my fault is? I did nothing wrong. The wrong ones are you. The wrong one is you. Su Ming's emotions became more intense as he spoke, as if he were the savior of this small town, deserving of worship by thousands. What about Zhao Xiaoming and Zhao Gongming? Qi Moen continued to ask. Su Ming laughed instead. Have you heard a saying? What? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I saved so many people. I can't die. I shouldn't die. The person who deserves to live the most in this world is me. So I have to kill Zhao Gongming. Su Ming said, you have to understand. Once the water source is cut off, chaos will ensue, and at that time, Zhao Gongming will definitely not spare us. What we can do is strike first. So you forced Zhao Gongming to sacrifice Zhao Xiaoming, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qi Moen said lightly. Yes, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Aren't you going to kill me and take my identity? Come on, come on. Anyway, they're all crazy. Who knows, they might come and kill you soon. And then we can keep each other company in the Dead Water River. Su Ming said fiercely. Qi Mon released Su Ming, shook his head, stood up, and looked down at Su Ming. Be my companion? You're too ugly, not up to my collection standards. You're talking nonsense. I've saved so many people. I'm a living Buddha, and it's an honor for you to be buried next to me. Su Ming knelt on the ground like a mad dog, wanted to pounce and bite Qi Mon, but was instead kicked away. No, 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 don't. Just kill me now. Kill me, don't make me wait. Don't make me wait. Su Qiangbong, 1 tea, let me go. I beg you. Qi Moen hummed a little tune, following the fisherman's memory as he walked along a secluded path. Turning a corner, he spotted a black cat staring at him languidly, looking just like a vengeful spirit that had gained form, its resentment almost palpable. Meow. Baby, I can't understand you. We're 2 different species, you know? We have no fate together. Qi Moen squatted down and patted the black cat on the head. Meow. The black cat was ungrateful and raised its paw to swipe at Qi Moen. However, the size difference between a cat and a human was too great. Even though the black cat was quick, Qi Moen managed to catch its paw. Good. Here's a mushroom for you. Go play, he said, placing a mushroom on the cat's head that he had picked from the roadside. Suddenly, a black figure darted out from the entrance, leaping onto Qi Moen's thigh and rubbing its head against his hand. Fresh red blood dripped from the ghost child's eye sockets. It sniffled and said coquettishly, Daddy, they're so fierce. They took the gift they sent you away. All I have left are these few bones, woo. The black cat glared resentfully at Qi Moen and the ghost child's retreating figures, thinking that human expressions were impossible to conceal. It rolled its eyes and turned to run off in the opposite direction. Chapter 11. Midnight Judgment. 1. Qi Hian was busy in the kitchen for nearly an hour before bringing his masterpiece to the table. I love Daddy the most. The little ghost's saliva was almost dripping onto the floor, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. It's time to eat. Pass me the chopsticks. Qi Hian lifted the lid. The soup base was a bluish oil, with a few green onions floating on top. The chili peppers swayed with the soup, flipping together with the mushrooms, creating a beautiful blend of blue, green, and red. Qi Hian even adorned the dish with a small yellow flower beside the soup. The little ghost paused while reaching for the chopsticks, and even his smile froze on his face. He hesitantly asked, Daddy, is this really edible? Qi Moen raised his eyes, which were filled with a stubbornness and anticipation that the ghost child had never seen before, and even a hint of excitement. Of course you can eat, Qi Moen said as he picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a mushroom, and sent it to his mouth. It looks good and tastes okay. Seeing this, the ghost child took a deep breath, grabbed a mushroom with his own chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and said with some confusion, It doesn't have any flavor, Dad. It's quite tasty, Qi Moen said, puzzled. Dad, Dad, the ghost child exclaimed, Dad, you've turned red. Turned red? Qi Moen touched his face and realized it too late, saying, Never mind that. Let's eat first. The ghost child's eyes widened. He was starving, but this person seemed to be even hungrier, looking even worse than him. The ghost child wanted to snatch the chopsticks from Chi-Moen's hand, but as soon as he walked over, Chi-Moen rolled his eyes, his hand went limp, and the chopsticks fell to the ground. He fell down along with the chopsticks. "Whoa, Dad, don't die. Dad, what should I do if you leave me all alone in this world?" The ghost child cried out and knelt beside Chi-Moen. The purplish-blue little hand contrasting sharply with Chi-Moen's blood-red one. Shoo! Suddenly, Chi-Moen sprang up like a spring, covered the corner of the ghost child's mouth, and said mysteriously, "Be good. We villains have style. Don't cry, remember? You must wake Dad up at 9:50. By then, this world will be ours. Ha ha ha." Chi-Moen laughed twice and then let out a ah before fainting. The ghost child looked at Chi-Moen in a bit of a daze, not knowing where to put his small hands, feeling at a loss whether to cry or not. Oh, did he really poison himself to the point of fainting? Ha! Suddenly, a voice filled with a hint of gloating came from outside the window. "Guyu!" The ghost child shuddered all over and jumped onto the beam with a whoosh. Why you? Don't come over." Just as the ghost child let out a sigh of relief, he heard Guyu say, "As long as you help me with a little task." What task?" The ghost child stammered. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Guyu's eyes as he crouched down beside Chi-Moen, his blue hair just brushing against Chi-Moen's nose. Chi-Moen seemed dissatisfied and snorted twice, turning over. Seeing this, the ghost child shouted, "Don't eat my dad. He's poisonous. If you eat him, you'll definitely be poisoned too." Guyu sighed, stood up, and with a light flick of his fingers, an unnamed force lifted the ghost child's collar, bringing him closer. He said softly, finding an opportunity to kill him, "Isn't that simple?" The ghost child froze for a moment and repeated, "Kill him? Yes, don't worry. When I need you, I'll give you a signal. Once he's dead, I'll remove your name from the wanted list," Guyu said. The ghost child looked at Chi-Moen, his gaze gradually turning cold, and he nodded heavily. "Okay, I can help you, but you can't lie to me. I never lie to children." Guyu replied with a satisfied smile, ruffling the ghost child's hair before turning to leave. The ghost child quietly said sorry to Chi-Moen, then transformed into a swirl of black mist that wrapped around his fingers. Time passed quickly, and as soon as it hit 11 o'clock, Chi-Moen sprang up as if programmed. The redness on his face faded significantly, leaving only a little under his eyes, making him look as if he were drunk. "Dad?" The ghost child tentatively called out. Chi-Moen's eyes narrowed slightly as he leaned against the sofa and slowly stood up. His gaze was like the north wind passing through, filled only with desolation and sorrow. His voice was bleak and pained. "They even refused to spare my son. They actually destroyed my son's toys." Chi-Moen's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he grabbed the fluorescent green hat beside him and put on his head. He slung the black bone over his back, picked up the axe, and took the ghost child's hand as he walked outside. His figure merged with the dark night like thick ink, and his tone was as cold as frost. It was dark. It was time to let them accompany your toy to the grave. At 11 o'clock, it was the time for the residents of Death Day Town to prepare offerings for the water goddess. Perhaps the shock of the human skin kite during the day was too great for them, as the residents of Death Day Town were not in their homes, but instead wandering the streets. Chi-Moen walked through the crowd and swung an axe to break open the door of Su Ming's room. "Good evening, everyone. Look quickly. Look, I am really Su Ming. He wants to kill me. Hurry." Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot, filled with extreme madness and a hint of excitement. Who are you really?" Yu Xiaohe asked with a serious expression. Chi-Moen laughed loudly. "What? You don't even recognize your opponent? I am the charming king of nightmares. Even if you catch the traitor, you have no way to deal with me. Surrender willingly." "Nightmare? King?" Li Feng repeated Chi-Moen's words. "Isn't this a dungeon? Has he gone mad? Is he the scourge?" Zhao Benxin asked in a low voice. Ning Yuan Feng shook his head. "Impossible. The scourge only appears when the plot is chaotic. Our plot hasn't collapsed. We just can't proceed. Then there's only one possibility. He is the evil god, and the nightmare space is his tool." Yu Xiaohe stated her guess. "I think so too. Only the evil god could reach this level. Anyway, the evil god can't easily harm players. Let's see what he wants to do," Yilungen said. After hearing this, the others felt it made sense and nodded, making way. "I admit, you do understand the situation quite well. In that case, I can invite you to participate in the judgment of nightmares. Qi Moen said, half covering his face and laughing softly. Su Ming knelt on the ground, looking like a lost dog. You promised me that as long as I told you everything I know, you would protect me. Qi Moen walked in, lifted his leg, and kicked, dragging Su Ming out. Crack! A lightning bolt split the thick clouds, followed by a thunderclap, and the humid air constantly reminded everyone that a greater storm was about to come. The white blade reflected Qi Moen's knife-like face. He raised his slightly red hand, sneering. Is the judgment moment of the Nightmare King finally coming? Chapter 12. Midnight Judgment 2. It was 11:20 p.m. This was supposed to be the most silent time in Dead Day Town. Perhaps the impact of those two human-skin kites on the residents was too great. They weren't preparing offerings in their rooms, but were instead wandering in the streets. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the scene of a nightmare judgment. I am a Nightmare King. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out as two figures stood in front of the Lady Water statue's fountain. The residents of Dead Day Town looked in the direction of the voice, and there were two Su Mings. Two more Su Mings. There was even one in the sky. 3 Su Mings. Which one was the real Su Ming? No matter which one, he was the one who caused us to end up like this. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been cursed, and we wouldn't have become like this. Just as the excited residents were about to rush towards Qi Moen, he kicked one of them down. Qi Moen picked up the axe, the white blade particularly striking in the pitch-black night. What are you all staring at? Does this kind of thing still need me, the great king, to instruct you? Li Feng hesitantly pointed to himself. Us? Yes, becoming my guard is your honor, Qi Moen said matter-of-factly. The few of them exchanged glances, then stepped forward to begin maintaining order at the scene. Qi Miaowen nodded in satisfaction, then pointed at the man with an axe and coldly said, Tonight is the night of the traitor's trial. Do you want to join him? The trial night. He glanced at Qi Miaowen in terror, then averted his gaze, hurriedly stepping back and stammering, What does it have to do with me? Second uncle, doesn't it have anything to do with you? Really has nothing to do with you? Su Ming laughed wildly, his expression frenzied and his eyes bloodshot, yet he seemed incredibly normal. Does it have nothing to do with you all? Am I the only one saying this? Am I the only one? I used my life to let you live for so many more years. Now you can only blame me. Do you need me to repeat what you said before? Boom! Su Ming's voice intertwined with the thunder, as if an invisible giant hammer struck the hearts of all the residents. Silent. Everyone was silent. Only the thunder continued to roll in the boundless sky, like a silent roar denouncing the world's injustice. What was he trying to do? Yu Xiao frowned and said, I don't know, but we can help him out. Isn't this the perfect time to force the CK to come out? Ning Yuan Feng chuckled lightly. Help him out? You mean him? Yu Xiao's gaze shifted slightly, looking toward the end of the street, her finger lightly tapping, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Then let's help them out. The two exchanged glances and laughed in unison, heading toward that dark end. At this moment, Li Feng and others had also sneaked nearby, watching everything with confusion. Is this guy really the evil god? Is the evil god this melodramatic? It should be, right? Who can say for sure? Guin? You actually dare to show up? Ilungin spoke his name, drawing his sword, glaring at him. Good evening, 3 of you. Guyu smiled, his eyes, one brown and one green, resembling a fox with 9 tails, every move exuding innocent calculation. No, he is not Guin. Zhao Benxin spoke up, his eyes one yellow and one green. Hearing this, Li Feng immediately positioned himself in front of Zhao Benxin. What are you going to do? No, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just here to make a deal with the 3 of you. Guyu waved his hand, explaining. What deal? Li Feng asked cautiously. What you have to do is very simple. Just wait for my signal, and then kill him. Guyu pointed to the person on stage who was still passionately giving a speech. What do we gain? Zhao Benxin asked cautiously. The gratitude of the evil god and an B-grade item, Guyu said. Zhao Benxin asked again, why do you want to kill him? Guyu replied, it's simple. He impersonated my identity, and I'm very angry. Can you give us a few days to think about it? Ilungin said tentatively. Of course. Then I will wait for good news. Guyu smiled nonchalantly, transforming into a cloud of black mist and disappearing from the spot. Why not agree to him? Li Feng asked in confusion. Zhao Benxin shook his head, looking at the person still passionately speaking on stage. He is not the evil god. So the only remaining identities are Su Ming and Guan. Which one do you think he will be? I have a hunch that Su Ming's identity will be completely revealed tonight. Boom! The thunder and raindrops accompanied each other. The smell of blood and stench intermingled. At 11:40 p.m., there were still 20 minutes until the arrival of the water goddess. Qi wiped his face and placed the axe against Su Ming's neck. Do you have any last words? Su Ming looked up, letting the cold rain hit his face. His voice was unusually hoarse. Tomorrow will be a new day again. I will crawl out of the river of dead water, then be killed, continue to resurrect, and continue to be killed. Before he could finish his sentence, Qi struck him in the mouth with the axe. I'm asking you for last words, not for you to act profound, idiot. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Qi threw a bone he had been carrying in front of him and said coldly, You have lived, felt pain, died, and flown. Today, you have also fulfilled your last wish. Wish? What more wishes are there? Su Ming looked at Qi feeling somewhat at a loss. You sacrifice others. Today, we will sacrifice you. Qi smiled. A round of applause erupted from the audience, all eyes fixed on the scene. However, if they looked closely at the man-eating hands and feet fish, they would surely find no difference between them. The man-eating fish use their mouths to eat people. And so do they. Good. He is dead. Lady Water will definitely forgive us. This will break our curse. Someone cheered, laughing. Look, I will definitely put in a very good heart at that time. Hee. Then I will be a human. Others also cheered. Heavy rain washed away the mud and blood from their bodies, but it would also leave new marks on them. Raindrops flowed down their faces, resembling the water in their minds. With a gentle shake, one could hear a sound comparable to the surging sea. Are you familiar with this scene? Qi asked softly. Su Ming looked at the crowd cheering below, slowly lowering his head. I'm not the only one who did this. Why blame just me? Why? And Su Qiangbong. He seemed to grasp at the last straw, desperately shouting Su Qiangbong's name. But the cheers were too loud, and those 3 words were too light. There are 5 minutes until midnight. Qi said, I announce that the judgment begins now. As the subject of my nightmarish king, you dare to betray the young master? This world belongs to my nightmarish king. Today, I will represent the moon to eliminate you. Wait. Suddenly, someone interrupted Qi. He looked up displeased, not seeing anyone, only to see Zhao Gongming thrown into the crowd. What do you want to do? Haha, right? There's him too. Su Ming laughed, his tiny eyes sparkling with malice. They say a tiger doesn't eat its young. How does it feel to personally carve out your own son's heart? Su Ming. Zhao Gongming's chaotic eyes gradually became clear. Just as he was about to rush onto the stage, he was kicked off by Qi. Another one? Is my authority as king not enough? Qi shook his head helplessly and turned to command, Tie him up. I want to ask him properly if he participated in betraying my son. Chapter 13, Midnight Judgment 3. Zhao Gongming sneered, What son? I don't know. I advise you to let me go, or I'll smear my liver on your face. It's almost midnight. We all die together. I don't care who you are. Let me go. Qi raised his eyes and kicked forward, boldly exclaiming, How dare you speak to this king like that? What do you think you are? What am I? Zhao Gongming replied, My wife was killed by you. My son also died an untimely death. My wife resents me. My child hates me. So what wrong have I done? He buried his face in the dirt, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, his voice thick with sobs. Bah! Suddenly, Su Ming's second uncle stepped forward and spat at him. Immediately, the residents of Dead Day Town surrounded him, not hitting him, but merely spitting, and some even used their intestines to choke him. Let go of me. What good are you? Let go of me. Let go of me. Zhao Gongming struggled, venomous words pouring out like a stream, venting decades of pent-up frustration. The once submissive and mad Zhao Gongming was completely gone. You spat at Gua Zuilan during the sacrifice. You speak nicely, but what do you say about them behind their backs? Do you need me to remind you? And you, all of you, are you innocent? When Gua Zuilan died, each one of you laughed so happily, even coming to find me at midnight, begging me to hand over Zhao Xiaoming, or else you'd beat me to death. Zhao Gongming recounted their crimes, and before he knew it, blood-like tears streamed down his cheeks. dripping onto the bloody soil. This time, the residents of Dead Day Town did not remain silent like last time. They screamed and rushed forward to beat Zhao Gongming. If you hadn't beaten that madwoman and your foolish son every day, would she have walked the path of sacrifice? Would things have turned out like this today? The second uncle kicked Zhao Gongming hard, spitting on him as he spoke, not stopping even when his mouth became dry. Seeing the chaotic scene, Qi Moen rubbed his forehead, threw his axe, hitting the second uncle in the back. Judgment did not allow for noise. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent, leaving only Qi Moen's cold voice and the second uncle's wails. Qi Moen smiled and stepped forward 2 paces as a dazzling flower made of blood bloomed beneath his feet, laying a unique red carpet for him. He picked up the axe again, his eyes lowered, and took out a tissue to elegantly wipe the blade. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Those who despise me will be reduced to ashes. Crack! Lightning split the heavy dark clouds, and his red-black hair spilled out like a fountain. A pale face slowly emerged from the water, accompanied by a sinister laugh that echoed with the rumble of thunder. Ha ha! Are you waiting for me? Damn! I'm still alive, and the ultimate behind-the-scenes boss has appeared. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Forget it, forget it. I'll die first as a sign of respect. Qi Moen kicked Su Ming in front of the water goddess, closed his eyes, and his body went limp, dying instantly. Suddenly, time froze, and even the raindrops stopped falling. A person in a black uniform, holding a black umbrella, walked over and stood in front of the water goddess. He crushed a blue glass ball in his hand, and a cloud of blue smoke floated into the water goddess's body. After a couple of painful howls, a hint of clarity appeared in her numb and pained eyes. Ms. Gutsuelan, good evening. The water goddess's form changed dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a 25-year-old woman, her brows carrying a hint of sorrow. Who are you? Guyu smiled and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Guyu from the Evil God Affairs office. I've received feedback from the Sakeo office regarding this instance that a death bus full of players appeared out of nowhere, causing some chaos in the instance. Have you noticed anything unusual? The water goddess nodded, raised a strand of hair, and pointed to Qi Moen, hesitantly asking, does he count? I ate him on the first night, and then I don't know why he came back to life, and now it seems he's gone mad again. Also, it seems he got off that bus. I see, Guyu nodded. Please continue with your work. I won't disturb you any longer. The water goddess cautiously observed Guyu's expression and asked, Evil God, may I ask you a question? Please go ahead, Guyu replied with a smile. How much longer do I have on my NPC gambling agreement? Gutsuelan asked. Guyu opened the system and checked, then said, there are 5 days left. This will be your last instance. Gutsuelan's gaze drifted to the distant Deadwater River, and a barely perceptible sigh dissipated in the rainy night. Can I make a deal with you? Oh. Guyu closed the system and looked at Gutsuelan with interest. Please go ahead. I can give you my soul. In return, please give my child a chance to leave here. Gutsuelan tightened her grip on her clothes, her eyes filled with pleading. This price? Guyu smiled faintly and pulled up a new contract from the system, placing it in front of Gutsuelan. I can accept this. Let us sign the contract. She didn't expect Guyu to agree so readily, quickly wiped her hands, and signed her name, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, because she knew very well that her soul was hardly worth anything. Guyu lowered his gaze, intentionally or unintentionally looking at Qi Moen, and said loudly, all right, my work is done. I shall take my leave. As he finished speaking, his figure gradually became transparent and finally turned into raindrops, falling onto Qi Moen's face. Qi Moen's body shuddered, and he completely fainted. At the same time, the black umbrella in his hand fell, landing steadily with a thud as Gutsuelan's figure dissipated, transforming back into the form of the water goddess. The black and red snake-like hair wrapped around Su Ming's body, and at the moment it touched that black bone, her body stiffened as she looked at the bone in disbelief. She swallowed the bone along with the person, her form turning into a flash of lightning as she dashed away into the distance. After she left, 3 people stealthily emerged from behind the house. Damn, we caught 3 people, and we don't even know their identities, and now we're being played around, fishing and acting as security guards. When did I, a B-level player, ever suffer such humiliation? Li Feng was about to punch Qi Moen when he was stopped by Yi Lungin. I think we can cooperate with him, Yi Lungin said. Cooperate? Act as security for him? Li Feng scratched his head. Zhao Benxin shot him an annoyed glare. Don't you find Zhao Gongming's appearance suspicious? It must have been that bitch and that stupid guy who caused this. They stopped the wind just to mess with these things? It's a bit suspicious. But didn't we agree to kill that evil god? Li Feng asked again. Zhao Benxin couldn't take it anymore and punched Li Feng on the head. Useless fool. It's not like we're going to kill him now. Gu In, an S-level player, could help us clear the level, right? Oh. Li Feng chuckled awkwardly. All right, let's take him to the Deadwater River. Zhao Benxin clapped his hands. Huh, didn't we say we wouldn't kill him? Li Feng was puzzled again. Yi Lungin face-bombed in disbelief, saying, You fool, how did you even become a B-level? Li Feng, chastised, dared not retort, carrying Qi Moen towards the riverbank. I rely on strength. A cold light flashed in Zhao Benxin's eyes. He must have some secret. Judging by his appearance, his memory and mental state should be quite severely damaged. Isn't it a good opportunity to become his savior? After all, even as security, one should have the dream of becoming a villa security guard. Chapter 14. Task 2. Qi Mon opened his eyes again in a small dark room that resembled a prison. When his companion Guyu saw him open his eyes, his tone slightly lifted as he warned, Player Qi Mon's identity token is dead, causing the instance to operate normally. Deducting 100 Xiong coins. Qi Maoan was directly amused by the anger. Isn't signing the NPC agreement exactly like this? Guyu shrugged and said, Your task is to kill the CK, not to ruin the plot. You're making the dungeon unplayable. Shouldn't there be some punishment for you? Qi Moen narrowed his eyes and said straightforwardly, Just say it. Is this your doing? Guyu smiled, leisurely cleaning the identity cards and placing them in front of Qi Moen one by one. How could it be? Our evil god has principles. Even your fine was paid by me, so please be polite to your creditor. Now you can make your choice. Ki Montak an Sneat Koutli. Really want to slap these cards on that smiling face of his. He casually flipped over a card, and the moment he saw the content, he was petrified, uncertainly saying, Zhao Xiaoming, the son of water goddess? Guyu's smile grew deeper. Congratulations, kid, you've drawn a gold card. Well, good night. Qi Moen was about to say something, but his consciousness became heavier and heavier. The only words left on his lips were two. You give. King. Without you, how am I supposed to live? How could those people leave you here? King. You finally woke up, boo-hoo, king. Our nightmare kingdom has fallen. Wah. Li Feng grabbed Qi Moen and shook him vigorously. Qi Moen could no longer bear it and slapped Li Feng on the head. I'll show you. For some reason, his whole body ached intensely, as if he had been beaten up, especially his head, which felt like it had been damaged and hastily reassembled, with the wiring broken. For a moment, he couldn't understand what Li Feng was talking about. Li Feng chuckled awkwardly, released Qi Moen, took a tissue from his pocket, wiped his tears, and said seriously, Your Majesty, last night a crazy woman ate all our subjects, and our nightmare kingdom has been destroyed. Wow, what? Qi Moen frowned, but his brain was triggered by key words, and yesterday's memories surged in like a tide. Last night's quotes played in his mind like 3D surround sound, and his last shred of rationality was like a small boat on the sea, accidentally capsizing, leaving only a field of embarrassment slowly blowing on the surface of the water. Your Majesty, traitors have appeared in our nightmare kingdom. They not only kidnapped that child's father, but also left you in such a dangerous place. You must punish them severely. Li Feng knelt halfway in front of Qi Moen, his eyes sincere and seemingly genuine, even clenching his fists in excitement. Qi Moen glanced at Li Feng as if it were nothing. You Xiaohe and Ning Yuanfeng traitors? Traitors? In the past few days, he had also seen through the situation of these people. They wanted to enjoy the benefits while making it difficult to take down the other party. Did they think he was a big fool to be deceived like this? Qi Moen scanned the area. Being left here might have been the doing of those three people. If he really went, he wouldn't be the king of cockroaches anymore, but rather the star clown act of circus. And now he had to help them find bones. Find an egg. He wasn't a player. Once the players left, what would he play with? Play with an egg? Just as Qi Moen was about to trick Li Feng into not worrying, the cold voice of number 44 rang out. Task 2. As an evil NPC, you need to find Zhao Xiaoming's bones and hide them in the statue of Water Lady within 48 hours. Li Feng nodded excitedly and led Qi Imoen into the town. As soon as they stepped into Dead Day Town, Qi Imoen sensed something was off. The entire town was eerily silent. Even though they hadn't prepared a sacrifice for themselves, the curse still lingered, preventing them from truly dying. Yet the empty streets, the blood-soaked ground, and the organs scattered everywhere displayed the desolation and absurdity of this town. Su Ming, have you seen Su Ming? Qi Imoen asked. Li Feng thought for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, I was wondering why it felt like something was missing today. I haven't seen that guy Su Ming shouting for me to protect him. Could he have been killed again? Qi Imoen's eyes flashed with understanding. Just as he had anticipated, the black bone was the source of his evil. Once it was sacrificed to the water goddess, it meant that the curse between them would come to an end. Suddenly, a bad premonition surged in his heart. Although his head had felt like it was kicked in last night, the final outcome was not bad. No, it was close. Zhao Gongming's appearance was something he had not anticipated. The human skin kite shattered the delusions of Death Day Town, and they could no longer fall into the fantasy of being normal people. The midnight judgment crushed their last collective will to survive, and Zhao Gongming and Su Ming's words forced them to confront their crimes. Run, run. Su Qiangbong is going to die. Qi Imoen started to run, but saw Li Feng still frozen in place. What are you standing there for? He's dead. We're all done for. Oh. Li Feng came to his senses, quickly took a few steps, and threw Qi Imoen onto his back, running towards the place where Su Qiangbong was. Wow, you're really an excellent mode of transportation. Qi Imoen covered his mouth, feeling a bit carsick for the first time in his life. Hold on, my king. We're almost there, Li Feng said. Just run. Qi Imoen weakly replied, raising his eyes to see around the corner. That black cat looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, even extending its paw to greet him. Good luck, dear. A familiar male voice echoed in his mind, the tone rising with a hint of mockery, reminiscent of a tempting little place in a brothel. Unfortunately, Qi Gongzi not only failed to appreciate the sentiment, but also rolled his eyes at it. Before long, the two arrived near Su Qiangbong's house. All the residents of Death Day Town were crowded at the door, and even though the door and walls were covered in thorny roses, they showed no signs of retreat, continuously banging on the door and shouting, Su Qiangbong, please come out. We have to survive. Li Feng set Qi Imoen down and said worriedly, what should we do? My king, I feel like we're doomed. Qi Imoen clapped his hands and said, it's not over yet, come and shout. Shout what? Li Feng was a bit confused. Chapter 15. Xiao Ming's body arrives. King, Xiao Ming has arrived. All bystanders step aside. Li Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look. They saw Qi Imoen smiling and greeting them. Hello everyone, long time no see. Suddenly, a dirty figure sprang out from the corner, rushing toward the two of them while shouting, Son, Dad misses you so much, son. Qi Imoen was taken aback and stepped back several paces, inadvertently pushing Li Feng forward. Li Feng looked at Zhao Gongming with disdain and kicked him out, saying, damn it, you just spat on me. And with that attitude of yours, you must have dug up someone's ancestral grave in your past life to have a child, right? Otherwise, only someone with a sick mind would want to be your son. Stop making a fuss. Can you afford to compensate if you scare our king? Qi Imoen is being criticized, right? Is that so? It should be. I didn't call you. Zhao Gongming isn't angry either. He gets up, stands in front of Qi Imoen, and reaches out to touch Qi Imoen's face, but is frightened away by his disdainful gaze. He awkwardly says, this is my son. We haven't seen each other for so many years. You've grown taller. I'm sorry, son. Dita Wong? Li Feng looks at Zhao Gongming in disbelief, and then at Qi Imoen. Qi Imoen coldly sized up Zhao Gongming and sarcastically said, if you feel sorry for me, just go die. Don't know how to live properly. And you don't know how to die either? Zhao Gongming shuddered all over, wanting to say something more. But he was interrupted by a creaking sound. The door opened, and a scream echoed as a pink figure flew out from the doorway, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, she was holding a black object in her arms. Delicious, delicious, more and more delicious. Accompanied by a series of splashing sounds, the swollen, pale face of Lady Water squeezed into the doorway, her lantern-like eyes sizing up the crowd like prey. She opened her mouth and bit down on the long knife, crunching it like a cookie until there were no crumbs left. Lady Water wiped her mouth, her eyes spinning wildly, and leaped out. The sunlight burned her skin, but she seemed to feel no pain, still chuckling away. "What are you standing there for? Run!" Qi Montakan shouted. Just as he was about to flee, he saw Li Feng run towards the pink figure like a marionette, stiffly. "Benxin, Benxin, how are you, Benxin?" He embraced Zhao Benxin, but when he turned her over, he found himself unable to say a word. Zhao Benxin's once delicate face now resembled a weedy field. Her black and red hair sprouting like wild grass from the wounds on her face, densely covering her features. She shoved the black bone into Li Feng's hands, slightly turning her face away. She then stood up with Li Feng's strength, took out the severely damaged camera, and pressed the shutter. The scene before them instantly seemed to be captured in a photo, frozen in that moment. "I'll keep it short. I can't leave," Zhao Benxin quickly said. "First, Yu Xiaohe and Ning Yuanfeng deceived us. Su Qiangbong is not here, and I suspect they have hidden him. Second, they lured us here and destroyed Zhao Xiaoming's bones. Lady Water has gone mad. We must not let them find Zhao Xiaoming's organs. We suspect they might be at Su Ming's house. Third, we must protect this black bone. It is our last hope of getting out." Li Feng seemed to know what Zhao Benxin was about to do, tears streaming down his face, and with a plop, one dropped onto Zhao Benxin's hand. "Don't cry. Remember the deal with the evil god. This is your last chance to survive." "I'm sorry, I have to break my promise." Zhao Benxin cupped Li Feng's face and whispered in his ear, "I can't last long. Before I die, I will buy you the last bit of time." Zhao Benxin turned and walked towards Lady Water, taking out the colorless camera once more. With a click, time began to flow again. But both Lady Water and Zhao Benxin disappeared, leaving only the old camera slowly oozing blood. Li Feng's knees buckled, and with a thud, he knelt before the camera. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and he could only choke out two words, "Benxin," struggling to support himself with his hands. Trembling all over, he stood up, picked up the black bone, and walked towards Qi Moen. His throat felt as if it had been sliced by a blade. Hoarse and severe, "Go, go." In just a moment, he seemed to age a decade. Qi nodded, but just as the two were about to leave, a hunched old woman suddenly dashed out like a bolt of lightning, kneeling in front of them with a loud thud, almost pleadingly saying, "Xiao Ming, I am your third grandmother. I held you when you were little. Please give us a way to live." As she pulled at them, the previously hidden residents of the Dead Day town gathered around, surrounding the two in silence. Qi Hian could see the sincerity and desperation in their eyes. The time left for them was not much once they were entangled with the residents, not to mention Zhao Xiaoming's internal organs. Just dealing with Water Goddess alone would be enough to give them a hard time. Qi Moen stopped Li Feng, who was about to make a move, crouched down, and asked gently, "Third grandma, where's my body?" The old woman trembled slightly and hesitated before saying, "Your body? Aren't you a living person? How can a living person have a body?" "Third grandma, do you have a bad memory? I'm not a living person. Who survives after having their heart and liver dug out?" A layer of cold ice formed in Qi Moen's eyes, his tone as gentle as ever, but his words carried a sharp edge. The old woman stiffened. "Xiao Ming, we genuinely know we were wrong and want your forgiveness." Qi Moen raised his hand to interrupt the old woman's words and said gently, "Do you remember those two people in short skirts and trench coats?" "Yes." The old woman was startled by Qi Moen's appearance and took 2 steps back. "Xiao Ming." Qi Moen smiled gently, as if teasing a puppy, patted the old woman's head, and said, "Catch them and bring them to me, remember?" The old woman's eyes sparkled with hope as she repeated Qi Moen's words. "Find them and bring them to you." She stood up and, along with the residents of Dead Day Town, left in a grand procession. Qi Moen breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "Let's go." The two of them rushed towards Su Ming's house, thinking they would encounter Yu Xiao and the others. However, when they opened the door, they only saw Zhao Gongming, who had no time to hide. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Ming. Chapter 16. Kidnapping. Qi Moen didn't want to listen to him talk so much nonsense. He stepped forward and punched Zhao Gongming in the left eye, saying, "I advise you to say something useful." Zhao Gongming covered his eye, cried out in pain, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes filled with fierce light. Xiao Ming, after all, I am your father. So what if I made a mistake? I gave birth to you. You belong to me. Nonsense. Qi Moen coldly uttered 2 words, then kicked him to the ground, stepping on his hand. With his gaze lowered, he asked faintly, where are my organs? Where did you throw them? Let go of your father. I gave birth to you, raised you. What's wrong with using your life to repay mine? Xiao Ming, if you survive, I should strangle you. I should strangle you. Zhao Gongming struggled, continuously cursing, making it seem as if Qi Moen owed him 8 million. My lord, why not just kill him directly? Li Feng frowned and said, no need. Go find a rope, tie him up, and throw him out. Qi Moen said gently, guess how they will treat you? The residents of Dead Day Town were in a frenzy, willing to go to any lengths to survive. Years ago, it was Zhao Gongming who personally dug out Xiao Ming's organs. They wouldn't let him go. These people could do anything, and rather than punish him, it would be better to hand him over to those who knew him better. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Gongming's eyes, and taking advantage of Li Feng turning around, he suddenly broke free. Qi Moen stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. He steadied himself by gripping the sofa, just in time to see Zhao Gongming smirk fiercely and pull out a pouch of powder, scattering it towards him. Die Zhao Xiaoming. A wave of dizziness hit him, and the scene before him began to spin. His head felt heavier and heavier. In his blurred vision, he saw Li Feng rushing towards him, but he couldn't call out in time before he fell heavily onto the sofa and lost consciousness. He didn't know how long it had been when Li Feng woke him up again. Your Majesty, wake up quickly, think of a way. We are really going to lose our country. Now, he and Li Feng were tied back to back and thrown to the bank of the Deadwater River, surrounded by countless pairs of glowing green eyes of fish, staring at them as if they were already dismembered and being devoured. You're awake. Yu Xiao's voice came through. She lit a cigarette, and the smoke swirled around her face, obscuring her expression. Guan, as long as you tell me where your props are hidden, I can let you go. I already know where Zhao Xiaoming's organs are hidden. As long as we offer them to the water goddess tonight, we can leave this damn place. Yu Xiaoha, Ning Yuanfeng, I will kill you. I will kill you. Li Feng looked at them with bloodshot eyes, his muscles taut, resembling a wolf king ready to pounce. We have no choice. Someone has to win. We just don't want to lose. Ning Yuanfeng's voice remained gentle as always, though his beige trench coat was now stained red with blood. As long as I tell you, you will let us go? Qi Moen asked. Before long, Ning Yuanfeng came over holding a box. What a surprise. How are you so sure that this is Zhao Xiaoming's organs? Qi Moen asked again. The water goddess can sense where Zhao Xiaoming's bones and blood are placed, but due to the curse, she cannot act and can only wait for the sacrifice in the dead town. We can wait until tonight to offer it to the water goddess and see. Ning Yuanfeng seemed to have endless patience for the two, explaining every word carefully. Of course, you may not have that opportunity. The organs are with us. The water goddess won't touch us, but that doesn't mean she won't touch you. Qi Moen thought for a moment before saying, I can tell you where my props are hidden, but whether you can get them depends on your own abilities. Are you crazy? If you tell them, we'll have even less chance of survival. Moreover, your props will only drop upon your death. Do you understand? Li Feng whispered. It would be better to let them throw us into the Deadwater River. My skin is tough, and I'm not afraid of being bitten. Qi Moen ignored Li Feng and quietly took something out of his pocket and stuffed it into Li Feng's hand. What are you doing? Ning Yuanfeng, with sharp eyes, noticed this and was about to walk over when he heard Qi Moen lazily say, Of course, it's self-rescue, you fool. You want to run? But where can you run to here? Do you really think the residents of Dead Day Town will help you? Ning Yuanfeng stopped in his tracks and mocked. Of course there is a place to run. Qi Moen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Where? Into the river, right? You can't possibly run down to chase me. Qi Moen's lips curled up, his eyes filled with amusement. He leaned back slightly and said to Li Feng, Did you hear that? Run to the river. Ning Yuanfeng let out a cold laugh, naive. Qi Moen raised his face, smiled at him, and said, Innocent. Ning Yuanfeng looked at Qi Moen with disdain, then tied him up again. This time, to prevent him from untangling the ropes, he wrapped several loops around him and specifically tied his hands and feet together. Let's see how you can escape this time. Qi Moen sighed helplessly. I didn't plan to run anyway. You don't dare to kill me. Slap. Yu Xiao slapped Qi Mon's face, stepped forward, and grabbed his throat. Where are the props? Guan, if it really doesn't work, I'll take you out. Our rose garden has plenty of ways to deal with stubborn people like you. Qi Mon coughed up a mouthful of blood and raised his head to smile, saying, There's no need for that. I never said I wouldn't tell you. Yu Xiaohe furrowed his brows in confusion. You want to tell us? Yuan Feng. Let him go. Where is it? In the fountain statue of Lady Water, Qi Mon replied. If you're lying to us. Sigh. What reason do I have to deceive you? Now I'm the only one left. What can I do? I can't do anything at all. Qi Mon quickly responded. And given my current state, my life and death are just a word from you. Don't we have an old saying that those who know the times are the true heroes? Ning Yuanfeng let go of Qi Mon and mocked. You indeed know the times. He turned to Yu Xiaohe and said, Let's go, take him to find it. The three of them arrived in front of the fountain statue of Lady Water. Ning Yuanfeng circled the statue 3 times and looked up and down several times, but found no entrance, feeling increasingly annoyed. He pulled Qi Mon in front of him and coldly asked, Where do we get in? Qi Mon smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, my mind was a bit off yesterday. I can't remember a lot of things. Ning Yuanfeng wanted to beat Qi Mon up, but was held back by Yu Xiaohe. You've been in this instance for so long. It's normal for your memory to fade. Don't rush, think it through. After all, your life is still in our hands. Getting out together is the right path, right? Qi Mon nodded in agreement and said, I only remember it was a stupid cat that got me into this. Ning Yuanfeng frowned and asked, A black cat? Chapter 17. Mr. Wolf is an evil god. Yu Xiaohe uttered those 2 words. But the evil god cannot interfere with the normal dungeons of players. Otherwise, he would face severe punishment, ranging from demotion to annihilation. Ning Yuanfeng added. That's him. I originally planned to hide the items at home. But that night, my sacrifice went wrong. If it weren't for you guys, it could only be the evil god, Qi Mon said seriously, a hint of tears glimmering in his eyes as he vividly portrayed the pain and fear of a victim. Why did he do this? Ning Yuanfeng asked. No wonder. Ning Yuanfeng nodded. Then why didn't you die? Qi Mon frowned slightly, looked affectionately at Ning Yuanfeng, and then said softly, You just said that he can't interfere with my normal instance. He just wants to scare me a little. If he really kills me, it won't be good for him either. So do you know how to get in here? Yu Xiaohe asked. I have a little trick to get in. But you have to listen to me, Qi Mon said mysteriously, signaling the 2 to lean in and listen. A bad premonition suddenly surged in Ning Yuanfeng's heart. This person had been toying with them since they entered the instance, and he seriously suspected that this person's heart was dark. What exactly do you want to do? Qi Mon sighed, smiled helplessly, and retorted, What can I do now? My hands and feet are tied, and I've already pushed Leaf Foam into the Deadwater River. Besides you all, who else can get me out of here? I don't want to die here. Yu Xiaohe nodded slightly, listening to her. 15 minutes later, a cool breeze blew by, and Ning Yuanfeng suddenly stood up, shouting, The risk is too great. If we're not careful, we could all die. If you want to get my props, you can only do it this way. Qi Mon lifted her eyes. Although she was tied up and sitting on the ground, her momentum was not inferior to Ning Yuanfeng's. The residents of Dead Day Town would do anything to survive. With Su Qiangbang's black bones on you, why not let them go a bit crazier? Lure out the Sakeo, kill him, and when the instance collapses, perfect. You act as the Sakeo, she takes the props, and I escape. Xiaohua. Ning Yuanfeng gently called out Yu Xiaohua's name. Ever since they arrived at the sculpture, she had been staring at the box containing Zhao Xiaoming's organs. Saying nothing, she lowered her head, rubbing the box in her hands, and coldly said, As for him, let's lock him up first and let him out tonight. We still need a test subject to see what consequences this sacrifice will bring. Qi Mon rolled his eyes in silence. Ning Yuanfeng, however, cheerfully agreed and lifted Qi Mon, heading towards a small town. Wait a minute. Yu Xiaohe suddenly called out to Ning Yuanfeng. Yu Xiaohe crouched down, placing his palm on the ground, sensing something. At that moment, the residents rushed out of the small town, charging towards the 2. Qi Mon tilted his head and smiled. There's no helping it. My intuition tells me that you are unreliable. My life follows 6 words. Strike first for strength. Zhao Xiaoming's 3rd grandmother charged ahead. Her hunched back did not hinder her movement. She was like an arrow released from a bow. Xiaoming, don't be afraid. Grandma is here. Yu Xiaohe raised her hand, and rose vines spilled out from her palm, wrapping around the old woman's waist, trying to throw her aside. But it was futile. The other residents of Dead Day Town rushed in and bit through the vines. Drop him, let's run, Yu Xiaohe said calmly. Okay. Ning Yuanfeng was equally resolute, dropping Qi Imo into the ground, and the two of them took off running, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiaoming, Grandma is late. Did you get hurt? The old woman helped Qi Imo up from the ground, untying the ropes around him. It's fine, no need to chase them. Thank you all for your hard work. Qi Imo watched the two leave, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Although the process of this incident wasn't great, at least the outcome was good. So, the old woman held Qi Imo's hand, hesitating as she spoke. She sighed, released his hand, and led the people of Dead Day Town back towards the town. Before long, the large area was left with only Qi Imo. Yu Xiaohe and Ning Yuanfeng wanted to obtain Gu An's props, while the people of Dead Day Town sought true rebirth. The two groups had their own goals and calculations. Yet in the end, they unexpectedly helped Qi Imo, and the outcome was quite good. Applause sounded from behind him. Impressive. Your ability to shift blame and deceive is top-notch. At that moment, Guyu had changed into a new outfit, his blue hair tied back, and a well-tailored white suit accentuating his tall figure. Even more striking was the noticeable gold chain glasses resting on his nose, adding a touch of innocence to his appearance. Fortunately, dealing with a difficult client requires some extra effort. So, that child in my mind is laughing. Do you have any clues? Of course. Guyu nodded. It's called Yuan Sheng, formed from the accumulated resentment on the bus, surviving by feeding on flesh and blood. How we get rid of it? Qi Imo asked. You just need to resolve its resentment, but the current problem is that we can't figure out where the bus you took came from. Guyu smiled helplessly. The only clue we have right now is that it might come from the subcopy Red Sun Kindergarten. Qi Imo nodded, indicating that he understood, and turned to leave. Hey, I've been so attentive to you. Aren't you going to give me a good review? Guyu was not angry, quickly taking a few steps to stand side by side, with Qi Imo smiling as he asked him. Qi Imo rolled his eyes and said, Do you know what you look like right now? What? Like a deceitful, big bad wolf, and unfortunately, I am that poor little white rabbit, Qi Imo replied. Guyu chuckled and said, You manipulated Yu Xiao and the others to complete the task for you, deceive the residents of Shiri Town. And even Li Feng's destination is the Deadwater Pool. I see that you never intended to let them go, huh? Mr. Big Bad Wolf. Chapter 18, The Truth of the Curse. A hint of a smile flashed in Qi Imo's eyes, and he decided to stop pretending. Lord Evil God, you should take care of yourself. Who knows, you might end up with 2 more bad reviews. Upon hearing the words bad reviews, Guyu's expression changed, and his tone was no longer as casual as before. Are you talking bad about me again? How could that be? The smile on Qi Imo's face grew wider. I'm the most honest person. How could I do something like talking behind someone's back? After saying that, Qi Imo waved his hand at him and turned to walk towards a small town. He didn't notice the flash of ruthlessness and amusement on Guyu's face. Número 44. Do we have any news? A light screen appeared in front of him, and an electronic voice said, Lord Evil God. There is currently no information connecting him to Gu in preliminary conclusion. 90 certainty, he is not Guin. Guyu frowned slightly, playing with the ring on his finger. If he isn't Guin, then who is he? Although their appearances are different, their auras are the same. No matter who he is, please eliminate him within the limits of the rules. Understood. Guyu softly repeated the 2 words, lowering his gaze as he stroked the 2 letters QG engraved on the ring. Strands of hair fell over his forehead, obscuring his eyes. After a long while, the wind stopped, and a sigh, so soft it could barely be heard, along with the white hem of his clothes, dissipated in the breeze. A trace of doubt flashed in Qi Imo's eyes, although he had never seen Guin just by looking at the decorations in this small wooden house. It was clear that the person was someone with very high standards for quality of life. Such individuals often tend to be a bit of perfectionists. They do not easily allow small flaws to appear in important matters. In this dead-end town, the most important things are nothing more than Zhao Xiaoming's bones and organs. If he was the one who brought them in, there would definitely not be such small mistakes. Zhao Gongming, Su Ming, Su Qiangbong, which one of you could it be? Ki Montak on Mom Ulet. Zhao Xiaoming's organs and bones formed this curse, and now that the flesh and blood have been destroyed, logically speaking, the power of the curse should have weakened. Then, the embodiment of the curse, Lady Water's abilities, should also have weakened, but instead, Lady Water's condition seemed to have improved. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. What maintained this curse was not these two things at all. Qi raised his eyes and slowly uttered 3 words, hand-foot fish. The hand-foot fish came into existence because after the river water turned into stagnant water, the residents of Dead Day Town, in a fit of anger, chopped off his hands and feet and threw them into the river. In other words, they are the embodiment of Zhao Xiaoming. Just as Qi was pondering this, a knock sounded at the door. Guan, are you there? I have something to tell you. Ning Yuanfeng hunched his body and stealthily walked in, cradling a black bone in his arms. What's going on? Qi looked at him in confusion. How about we team up? Ning Yuanfeng squatted beside Qi and leaned closer to his ear. Team up for what? I'll give you something to help you escape. And you help me kill you, Xiao. Half of Ning Yuanfeng's face was hidden in the shadows, and his tone was not as gentle as usual, but rather sharp and ruthless. Oh, Qi looked at Ning Yuanfeng with some surprise. Why should I help you? Why not help me? That woman Yu Xiao has no intention of letting us go. Ning Yuanfeng said, You don't need to worry. My goal is to become the boss and kill her, which is good for both of us. How should I help you? In a place where Ning Yuanfeng couldn't see, Qi lips curled slightly, as if looking at a young lamb. Tonight, she plans to publicly judge Water Goddess using Zhao Xiaoming's organs. She not only wants to topple the Water Goddess statue and retrieve the props, but also intends to use the Water Goddess to kill all the cursed individuals, including the 2 of us. That's her way to clear the level, Ning Yuanfeng said gloomily. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Qi Moen's eyes. Once the statue was toppled, the white bones of the Water Goddess would be completely exposed to the sunlight. At that time, nothing could stop the fish of limbs from charging toward Dead Day Town. By then, the dead water would drown the entire Dead Day Town, and no one would be able to escape. So, you plan to use Su Qiangbong as the breakthrough? Ning Yuanfeng turned his head and looked at Qi Moen seriously, saying word by word, He is the one who knows everything. Only he knows the truth of the curse from back then. I will hold you Xiao back. You go find Su Qiangbong. All right. Qi Moen nodded and reached out to take the black bone. Where's Su Qiangbong? I don't know. But Su Qiao is with Su Qiangbong. If there's a chance, kill Su Qiao, Ning Yuanfeng said. Why kill Su Qiao? Qi Moen asked. Yu Xiao's tool is called Rose Vines, which needs nutrients, and Su Qiao is her nutrient. Once Su Qiao dies, her tool will be greatly limited, Ning Yuanfeng explained. Ning Yuanfeng nodded and then left the cabin. Qi Moen placed Xiao Hua on the table and walked straight to San Grandma's house, recounting what had happened and asking her to bring people to search. Soon, with the help of the entire Dead Day Town, they quickly found Su Qiangbong and Su Qiao. They were locked in a cellar, a place that was extremely hidden, without the help of the locals. It was likely that no one would have been able to find them. Qi Moen looked at Su Qiangbong, whose mouth was stuffed with stinky socks, with some disdain. He found a wooden stick and poked hard at him to finally get the stinky socks out of his mouth. They want to kill me. They want to kill me. They want to kill me. Su Qiangbong said excitedly, his eyes wide open. Having been tied up for a long time, his whole body ached, and with one forceful movement, he fell into the dog poop. Qi Moen half squatted in front of him, throwing his black bones at his feet, saying, Only I can save you now, do you understand? I know. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Su Qiangbong hurriedly said. Qi Moen asked, What is the truth of the curse? When this question was posed, Su Qiangbong, who had been extremely agitated, suddenly fell silent. His crimson eyes revealed a deathly stillness for the first time. His voice was hoarse as he said, The nursery rhyme is wrong. The Water Goddess doesn't exist at all because the one we cursed is not the Water Goddess, but you. Chapter 19. The Sacrificial Ceremony. 1. Water Goddess, Good Goddess, on the high platform, self-immolation to sacrifice the source of death. Good Goddess, Bad Goddess. The silent water hides the dead water. Hiding and hiding, the heart grows anxious. The child has 5 organs stabilize the 8 directions. The child is good. The Water Goddess is bad, searching for the child at midnight, seeking water for the sacrifice. That night, Su Qiangbong sang this nursery rhyme loudly. Unconsciously, his tears mingled with the bloody land. In truth, everyone knew about this matter, but no one spoke of it, because no one could bear the hatred of a child under 6 years old. So, you created a water goddess. Qi Moen's tone was indifferent, laced with subtle mockery, using her to bear your hatred and your malice. Su Qiangbong gave a bitter smile. Yes, you must have been inside the water goddess statue, right? I have been. Qi Moen stood up silently, not knowing when all the residents of Dead Day Town had gathered around him. They were silent, yet held kitchen knives in their hands. Their eyes cold, faces expressionless, and their withered skin clung to their bones like corpses just crawled out of graves. In the blink of an eye, Granny San appeared before him, her aged hand seemingly containing boundless strength as it gripped Qi Moen's arm tightly. Xiaoming, what did he say to you? He didn't say anything, he told me. Qi Moen tried to pull his arm away, but it was futile. Granny San suddenly smiled, the wrinkles on her face spreading out. She interrupted Qi Moen, saying, "It's all right. No matter what you become, you will always be my good grandson." She placed her other hand over Qi Moen's eyes, her tone gentle, like a kind grandmother soothing a child to sleep, but the words she spoke were terrifying. "Be good. Xiaoming, it won't hurt. Tonight, Granny San will take you to see the sacrificial ceremony, okay?" Qi Moen's heart skipped a beat and suddenly felt cold. He instinctively wanted to release the ghost doll. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a dagger struck towards Grandma San's arm, and her hand fell to the ground. Qi Moen looked at the person. It was Su Qiao, who had been unconscious all this time. Qi Moen kicked Sen Nai's body and turned to Su Qiao, shouting, "Run." The two of them ran forward together. "How come you're awake?" Qi Moen asked. "I wasn't unconscious. I just couldn't open my eyes," Su Qiao replied with a smile. After running just a few steps, he was breathing heavily. He handed the dagger to Qi Moen and said, "You should run. I can't survive." Qi Hian took the dagger and swiftly struck it down on the arm of the person who was about to grab the two of them, kicking another one away. "No problem. Let's run together." Looking back at the residents who fell like dominoes, Qi Hian took the opportunity to carry Su Qiao on his back and ran forward. Su Qiao coughed a couple of times, lying on Qi Hian's back, and whispered a thank you. "Did you really come here 15 years ago?" Qi Hian asked. "Yes. When I first arrived, it happened to be the anniversary of my first year of marriage with my wife. I remember it very clearly," Su Qiao replied. "But 15 years ago, Qi Hian was only 9 years old. Have you seen me in the real world?" Qi Hian asked again. "No." Su Qiao's simple 2 words instantly made Qi Hian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Then who was the Su Qiao he met? Just before he entered Eden, he was still on the phone with Su Qiao. If this person on his back was Su Qiao, then who was the person he encountered in the real world? "What do you do in the real world?" Qi Hian asked. "Me? I'm just an assistant to celebrities. Actually, I initially wanted to be a manager." Su Qiao sighed and continued, but it didn't work out. With a loud bang, Qi Hian felt like his head was about to explode. Why did it not match his reality? Why? Could it be that the reality he was in was not the real world? What's wrong? Su Qiao noticed something was off with Qi Hian and asked. "It's nothing." Qi Hian shook his head. "Is my wife doing well?" Su Qiao asked again. Su Qiao became anxious. Was she not doing well? "It was all my fault. I couldn't be by her side. She's doing very well," Qi Hian said softly, lowering his gaze. "That's good." Su Qiao nodded, lying on Qi Hian's back, his breath getting heavier but his voice growing softer. "I've been in this place for 15 years, a full 15 years. I'm finally about to be free. I hope I can see my wife again in another world just one more time." "You will see her," Qi Hian said gently. "Thanks for your kind words. I'll give you the dagger. This is a D-level item I obtained on my own." Su Qiao patted Qi Hian's shoulder and said slowly, "You don't have to worry about Yu Xiaohua. She only brought me this time as a nutrient. I'm about to die, so remember to destroy my body. That way she won't be able to use the item, and it will be a way for me to vent my frustrations. Remember that. You will also leave," Qi Hian said. "As for me, Su Qiao smiled and whispered, "I will also leave." After saying that, his arm fell limp, and his chest no longer rose and fell. Fortunately, they were not far from the Deadwater River, and the residents of Dead Day Town did not dare to pursue them any further due to the river. With Su Qiao's death, The rose mark on his arm began to slowly fade away. Qi Moen placed Su Qiao against the stone and sat beside him, silently watching him. Su Qiao was 178 meters tall and weighed 200 pounds. Although he had a bad temper, he was a decent person. This was the Su Qiao that Qi Moen knew. However, there was a 15-year gap between the Su Qiao he knew and the current Su Qiao. Rest assured, I will do everything I can to ensure your wife's safety. He had fully understood the secrets of Dead Day Town, figured out how to force out the strategist, and Yu Xiaohe was no longer a threat. There was no need to sacrifice his body anymore. Qi Moen stood up, fastening the dagger to his waist, and walked towards the statue of the water goddess. Number 44. I request a bone knife. Reason for request. My name is Zhao Xiaoming, and I am standing here. That's the reason. Qi Moen's tone was indifferent, filled with a strong, killing intent. The moment he chose the NPC's identity, this deception began. He was like the programmer of this quest, patching up the bugs, resulting in no possibility of survival. Su Ming made Qi Moen stand for the perspective of the residents, uncovering the source of evil and the truth of death. Her existence was not only due to malice and hatred, but also love. No bones would remain hidden forever. No evil would grow indefinitely. With 3 hours left until midnight, it was time to fuel the judgment for tonight. Chapter 20. Sacrificial Ceremony 2. Li Feng sat panting on the stone slab, watching the corpses rising and falling around him, his head spinning. Where have I ended up? They're all corpses, but who are the people outside? Damn, it's like a ghost hitting a wall. Li Feng paced on the stone slab, pulling at his hair in frustration, feeling as if the standard answer was right in front of him. But he had no idea how to copy it. Good evening, friend. Suddenly, a clear male voice rang out, about my proposal. I wonder how you have been thinking? Zhao Benxin's words echoed in his mind. Cooperating with the evil god was his only chance to survive, but he tightened the finger bone in his hand, as Qi Moen had also offered him a way out. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed, the kind that only a dagger striking against stone would make. Have you made up your mind? Guyu asked again. Li Feng clenched his fists, raised his eyes, and said coldly, I have made up my mind. At that moment, Yu Xiaohe and Ning Yuanfeng were squatting on top of the water goddess statue. Yu Xiaohe pointed at the person below who was smashing the water goddess statue with a bone knife and asked in confusion, is he crazy? Ning Yuanfeng also had a dark expression. His eyesight was excellent, and even through the darkness, he could see that Qi Moen was not carrying the black bone at all. And even Su Qiangbong was missing. Could Guan be setting me up? Yuanfeng, it seems your teammate is not very reliable, Yu Xiaohe said, her tone colder than the night in Dead Day Town, her red nail-polished fingers poking Ning Yuanfeng's face. Xiaohe, you are my only teammate. Ning Yuanfeng quickly forced a smile. I know you gave Su Qiangbong's black bone to him, Yu Xiaohe said softly. Do you know? Su Qiao is dead. He found Su Qiangbong, but didn't bring him over. Ning Yuanfeng suddenly became alert. He stared intently at the person below who was still chipping away at the wall, his expression gradually turning cold. He had already been told that Su Qiangbong was their only breakthrough, yet he still hadn't brought him over. This person had no intention of cooperating with him at all. Suddenly, Yu Xiaohe's hand was on Ning Yuanfeng's throat, tightening abruptly. That's enough, Yuanfeng. Help me with one last thing. Xiaohe, Yu Xiaohe handed the box containing Zhao Xiaoming's organs to Ning Yuanfeng, her gaze so gentle it could drip water. As long as you help me, I can let you go. Ning Yuanfeng suppressed the excitement in his eyes. What do you need help with? Yu Xiaohe smiled, suddenly exerting force with her palm, pushing Ning Yuanfeng down. Become my sacrifice. What? Ning Yuanfeng didn't have time to react, even as he adjusted his body in midair. The 6-meter-high water goddess statue made him feel numb all over as he crashed down, his chest aching intensely. Damn! Looking at Qi Moen's innocent expression, Ning Yuanfeng was instantly filled with rage. Ignoring the pain, he stood up abruptly. Guan, you tricked me. Seeing his intention exposed, Ning Yuanfeng stopped pretending. His gloomy expression cleared, revealing the fierce look in his eyes. That's right. Guan, you truly deserve to be an S-level player. Not a single word was wrong. Although I don't know how you transformed into Zhao Xiaoming. Are you ready to die? Qi Moen let out a light laugh and stabbed a knife into Ning Yuanfeng's throat. Are you ready? Because my goal is also to kill the Sima. Blood gushed out from Ning Yuanfeng, and his mouth trembled continuously, trying to say something. However, his trachea had already been severed by Qi Emoan, and his body gradually became limp. He could only stare with unwilling eyes before ultimately collapsing helplessly on the ground. Qi Emoan flicked the blood off the dagger, picked up the internal organs, and threw them into the stagnant water. Using the fountain, he sent them into the interior of the water goddess statue. Congratulations, you have completed all NPC tasks. Reward: 200 Qiong coins, and you can restore your player identity. Wish you a pleasant game. Qi Emoan opened the NPC shop and purchased 2 resurrection scrolls. As the words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning split the clouds, faintly illuminating the dark land. A red figure appeared not far away. The sound of high heels clicking echoed, and I announced, "The judgment begins." At some point, the residents of Death Day Town had silently gathered near the water goddess statue. Some held axes, others wielded kitchen knives, and cold rain dripped from the sharp blades to the ground. They stood there wordlessly, like statues, letting the cold rain pelt their faces. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the rain seemed to intensify. Could it be that she knows we are judging Zhao Xiaoming? So, if she isn't coming, then, do we not need to continue the sacrifices? Are we liberated? The residents of Death Day Town cheered at this scene. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. "What are you doing? Get away. Don't harm my son." It was Zhao Gongming. He held a knife to Su Qiangbong and approached, saying, "Su Qiangbong, make them stop." Su Qiangbong forced a bitter smile. "They won't listen to me. They don't want to hear anything. It's useless. We are really going to die, Zhao Gongming." "Shut up." Yu Xiaoa hissed, unleashing the vines in her hands, which directly strangled Zhao Gongming and Su Qiangbong. Looking at the scattered residents of Death Day Town, she gritted her teeth and said, "Guan, what good deed have you done this time?" "Nothing much." Qi Emoan stretched lazily. "I think we can cooperate for a short while. What are you planning?" Qi Emoan shrugged and said, "Why do you all think I'm the bad guy? From the beginning to the end, I only wanted to do one thing, which is to kill the CK. Right now, you can't kill me, nor can you escape. So why not cooperate? You help me kill the CK, and I'll help you clear the dungeon. How about that?" Yu Xiaohe cried out in desperation. "Do you even know what the CK means to the dungeon? He can never appear. He only shows up because the dungeon has collapsed. This only holds true in theory. You know, he'll come out soon. You just need to tell me if you agree," Qi Emoan asked. Yu Xiaohe looked at Qi Emoan's confident demeanor, helplessly nodded. Qi Emoan threw the bone knife in front of her and casually instructed, "Then you can tie them all up." Yu Xiaohe picked up the dagger and walked down the stage. Meanwhile, Qi Emoan shouted loudly, "Li Feng, bring them out." Chapter 21. Gathering together. No, bring them out? Who am I supposed to bring out? How do I bring them out? Can you be clear about it? Hey, don't just focus on showing off. Li Feng was running around the stagnant water pool like a monkey, anxiously looking outside. Hearing the voices of Qi Emoan and Yu Xiaohe, he roughly guessed where he was. But, damn it, don't eat me. Please, I'm an idiot. The water lady stood not far away, watching Li Feng with a fierce gaze. Seeing him slightly distracted, she dove in, overturning several floating corpses, and came to him, "Give me back my child." Li Feng Sidastapat, looking at the water lady as if he had discovered a new world, recalling what Qi Emoan had said, and ran towards the water. Thinking of this, Li Feng no longer hesitated, picked up the white skeleton, and plunged into the water, taunting the water lady with a smile. "Come here. If you come here, I'll take you to find your child." Seeing this, the water lady also no longer hesitated and followed Li Feng into the water. However, once in the water lady seemed to move even faster, her hair spreading out in the water like a spider weaving a web, with countless floating corpses dotting the spider web. Slowly sinking towards Li Feng. The water lady's sinister laughter exploded in Li Feng's ears like thunder, startling him so much that he shivered all over. Gritting his teeth, he dove down, thinking that since getting back to shore was no longer possible, he might as well fight downwards. Suddenly, the water began to surge, as if an invisible giant hand was manipulating the winds and clouds, playing with him in its palm. "Damn it, Guan, I'm going to curse your ancestors." Li Feng cursed inwardly, his body being swept by the current in a certain direction. At this moment, Yu Xiaohe wiped the blood off the dagger, and leaned against the sculpture, speechless as she looked at Qi Moen. Was she out of her mind to cooperate with this person? Ever since he shouted, there had been no sound at all. Originally, there were some clattering noises inside the sculpture, but now there was nothing, not even the water lady who usually appeared on time. Hey, did your brain get stuck in stagnant water? What exactly do you want to do? Can you give me a clear answer? Qi Moen sat cross-legged on the ground and said casually, "Guess." Yu Xiaohua rolled her eyes widely and replied, "Guan, your S rank must have been obtained through the back door, right?" Mo was fiddling with the playing cards in his pocket, or at least he thought so. As soon as he spoke, a scream cut through the rainy night. Damn it. Damn it. Guan, I miss you so much, Guan." The two looked up and saw Li Feng descending from the sky with a skeleton frame on his back. Hey, Guan, catch me. Ki Montag angestattet. And without a moment's hesitation, he turned over and sat up, reminding Li Feng not to break the skeleton. Li Feng fell to the ground, silently nursing the places that hurt from the fall. Damn it, Guan. Before Feng could finish, a spray erupted like a fountain. Countless floating corpses falling to the ground like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, releasing a nauseating stench of stagnant water. What exactly do you want to do? Once the residents of Dead Day town go crazy, we won't be able to survive. Yu Xiaohua shouted, stepping forward 2 paces, wanting to slap Qi Moen awake. But Qi Moen easily restrained her wrist. Don't be anxious, there's more. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted, and a huge, swollen face appeared. Have you seen my child? She stood atop the sculpture, which was clearly hers, yet bore no resemblance to her at all. Do you intend to make everyone a sacrifice? Yu Xiaohua pulled her hand free, trembling as she asked, if all the residents of Dead Day Town are sacrificed, how will we get out? When the sun rises tomorrow, we will be the new residents. Guan, what are you thinking? Qi Moen slightly curled his lips in the darkness, his expression unclear, but he spoke in a calm tone that seemed to hold an uncontrollable excitement. Don't rush, there's more. This good show still lacks one important person. Yu Xiaohua's body stiffened. The most important person? She looked again at the fountain's mouth, Xiaoming. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of clicking sounds echoed, the noise of teeth clashing, sending chills down her spine. Countless fish-like limbs shot out from the fountain, landing on the ground with a thud, their glowing green eyes surveying the crowd. Warning, the instance is experiencing chaos. The plot cannot proceed normally. The Game Master has been notified to fix the instance. Please cooperate with the Game Master to restore the instance. Finally, we wish everyone a pleasant gaming experience. Guan, which one is the Game Master? Hurry. Yu Xiaohua tightened her grip on the dagger, her body tense like a bowstring ready to snap. All right, let me ask, Qi Moen said, naturally stepping to the center, raising an arm and loudly asking, which one of you is the Game Master? Yu Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, Guan, damn, it's so hot, so hot. Li Feng suddenly shota, quickly placing the skeleton on the ground and running to Qi Moen's side, carefully observing that skeleton. Suddenly, the cry of a child rang out, and a tiny skeleton appeared from Gu Zuolan's frame, clutching Gu Zuolan's arm, its little face waxy but clean. Countless fish-like limbs surged towards it, and in the blink of an eye, the tiny baby, it's fine, it's about to end. Qi Moen smiled, casually comforting Li Feng, gripping his dagger and walking towards the skeleton. Li Feng nodded, his voice hoarse, it's about to end. In the next second, poof. Qi Moen felt a chill in his abdomen, fresh blood gushing out, spilling from the corner of his mouth. He instinctively wanted to wipe away the blood, but the intense pain in his abdomen and the loss of blood left him unable to lift his hand. Crack! The bone-cutting knife fell from his hand to the ground. His body weakened, and he collapsed heavily, unwillingly looking at Li Feng. I'm sorry, Guan, I'm sorry. I have to live and get out of here. I have to take Panxin with me. I have to take her away. Li Feng knelt partially on the ground, repeatedly apologizing to Qi Moen. Li Feng, he is coming back to life. Hurry, finish him off. Yu Xiaohua shouted, kicking Li Feng, who was still hesitating and stabbing a knife into Qi Moen's neck, then stabbing again into the baby's abdomen, blood staining her delicate face as she cracked a smile. This is what you call an end. Li Feng, Gu An's tool. You too, I take 8. Li Feng said, without tools, there is nothing. Attention, The CK is dead. The dungeon is about to collapse. As the mechanical voice fell, a beam of light dispersed the gloom and fell onto this blood-soaked land. The residents of Dead Day town completely vanished in the sunlight, and the swollen face of water lady gradually disappeared, revealing a gentle face. She jogged over, holding her child in her arms, feeling the last warmth in the final moments. "Mommy, it's so cold here. I can't find you. I want to find you. They 1T let me see you. Mommy's hug will make it warm. From now on, we 1T be apart again." As the holy light faded, the mechanical voice sounded again. "The dungeon Dead Day town has completely dissipated. Players, please escape as soon as possible." A door appeared in the beam of light. "Barry Benchine and Lungen with you." Li Feng punched Yu Xiaohe in the abdomen, picked up a dagger, and stabbed it in her belly before leaving through the door. No, Yu Xiaohe wanted to crawl over, but she had lost too much blood and had no strength, only able to watch helplessly as the door slowly closed. "No." Suddenly, a clear male voice rang out, "It seems the big bad wolf has played himself to death. What a fool." Guyu held a blue burlap sack, swiftly putting Qi Moen inside. He also complained, saying, "I have to clean up after you again. Now you owe me a favor." Evil God Lord, evil God Lord. Yu Xiaohe saw Guyu, her eyes bursting with hope, enduring the pain, crawling over, grabbing Guyu's clothes, anxiously saying, "I helped you kill Guin, but I didn't get his tool. You breached the contract." Guyu wore a slightly organized smile, gently brushing away Yu Xiaohe's hand. It's quite normal for a new F-level player to have no tools. "Isnt it, newbie? He. Isnt he Guin? I don't think I ever said he was Guin, did I? His name is Qi Moen, a clever little F-level player." Chapter 22. At this moment, Qi Moen was in a room similar to a small dark room. In front of him was only a game screen glowing blue. "Congratulations, player, for completing the betting agreement. Your player identity will be restored immediately, and you will receive an S-level tool draw opportunity." Several cards flashing with golden light appeared on the game screen. Qi Moen lightly tapped the screen, and after a burst of dazzling sound effects, he obtained a pot. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained an S-level item. Pot. Item explanation. There is no world that cannot be resolved with a meal. If there is, then it takes 2 meals. Food storage, unlimited Yulon mushroom, 3 pieces, Qi Moen. It's not too bad, at least I won't starve. Your player panel has been generated. Player name, Qi Moen, player level, F level. Please keep working hard. Xiong coins, -1, 500, 000. Item zone, 2. Tomorrow is another beautiful day. Please keep up the good work. Ki Montak An. After 4 days of effort, he ended up with 2 useless items and a debt of up to 7 figures, along with 2 exclusive life countdowns. He couldn't help but laugh at himself in frustration. Please note, you must repay the debt within 45 days. If overdue, it will be immediately erased. He rolled up his sleeve, and the number on it had changed to 42. Qi Moen cursed a couple of times and exited the game space. As he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of ink-black eyes. "Oh, you're awake? Then get up and get to work." Qi Moen subconsciously wanted to hit back, but was easily restrained by someone. Oh, not a big person, but quite a temper. Qi Moen coughed a few times, and for a moment, he couldn't recover, lacking the strength to resist. However, he didn't want to show Guyu a good face, so he could only roll his eyes to express his dissatisfaction. "Oh, rolling your eyes, huh? Do you know? I'm not only your creditor now, but also your lifesaver. For you, I've even received 2 penalty warnings and have to take responsibility for the high-level player ball. It's so annoying." Guyu stood up, huffily saying, "High-level player ball?" Qi Moen's ears perked up immediately. This looked like a great opportunity to make money. "Well, don't get your hopes up. There's no chance. The invitations are at least for C-level players, and the high-level auction is only open to A-level players." Guyu disdainfully looked Qi Moen up and down. You wouldn't even qualify to sweep the floor. "All right." Qi Moen sighed. It seemed he would have to find another way to sneak in. "But if you beg me, your lifesaver, I can generously give you a chance to bribe me." Guyu leaned in, speaking mysteriously. "I heard your conversation with Yu Xiaohe." Qi Moen bluntly exposed him. "Bribe you? I think you'd rather see me dead outside." Qi Moen couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "What? You want me to repay your life-saving grace by offering myself to you?" Guyu let out a cold snort, disdainfully sizing up Qi Moen and turning his face away in a haughty manner. You called it a complaint out of hatred, you know? With someone like you, I wouldn't even want you for free. With this time, you might as well cook me a couple of dishes. Qi Moen turned over and sat up, only to find that his clothes had already been changed and his wounds had been treated. He touched his stomach and realized he was hungry, remembering that there were still 3 small mushrooms left, which he could try again. So he asked, "Where's the kitchen?" Guyu raised his hand and pointed in a direction, indicating that Qi Moen should find it himself. Qi Hian nodded and walked downstairs, quickly finding the kitchen. Looking at the beautifully decorated and fully equipped kitchen, he smiled with satisfaction. He first steamed some rice, then took out his seemingly useless, but actually somewhat useful S-level tool, from which he extracted small mushrooms to start cooking. Learning from his previous failure, Qi Hian did not choose to make mushroom soup again this time. Instead, he carefully studied the Yulon mushroom and prepared a set of cooking methods based on the mushroom's characteristics. He first cut the mushrooms into small pieces, then coated them in flour and fried them until golden brown. He then boiled a pot of soup, added cilantro, and mixed in some seasonings. Soon, a dish of fried mushroom soup was ready. The aroma wafted out, and Qi Hian nodded in satisfaction, certain that this time it would be successful. He opened a refrigerator and prepared 2 more dishes to serve on the table. At this point, Guyu had already set the table and was sitting by it, waiting for Qi Hian. Finally done. I didn't expect you to be quite skilled at cooking. This soup looks good. Guyu helped arrange the dishes, served himself a bowl of soup, and took a spoonful to taste. Delicious. Can this offset my debt? Qi Hian asked. A week's worth of meals can do that. Guyu replied seriously. Qi Moen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is the purpose of the high-level player ball?" In fact, this kind of ball is divided into 2 parts, high-level and low-level, but the low-level one is generally not very interesting. Guyu explained, simply put, it's just a group of bored people coming together to play some mini-games and use small props to increase player survival rates and enthusiasm for survival. Mini-games? Can you earn Xiong coins from them? Qi Moen asked again. Yes, a lot, but the fastest way to earn Xiong coins is at the casino, Guyu continued. In there, you can even bet your soul, which makes it quite a good place to go. Qi Moen nodded thoughtfully. When does it start? 3 days from now. Guyu sighed, his tone faintly melancholic. In 3 days, I have to go back to work. Ugh, annoying. Let's eat, Qi Moen said. You've asked your questions. Now it's my turn. Guyu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. What? Where did that bus you took come from? Guyu asked. I don't know. Qi Moen lifted his eyes and said seriously, it was just an ordinary day, and then I got on a regular bus and inexplicably entered Eden. Is this your first time entering Eden? Guyu frowned and asked. Yeah, Qi Moen nodded. But my database shows that you have data existing in Eden. You are definitely not entering for the first time, and that bus you took is not an ordinary bus. It comes from the S-Class Dungeon Death Station, which has been sealed off for 15 years, Guyu said, tapping his finger on the table seriously. 15 years ago, again with the 15 years. Qi Moen recalled that phone call, countless questions flooding his mind. He had to figure out that dream. How does it get in? It has been sealed off, and unless there are special circumstances, entry is not allowed. But Guyu deliberately paused, looking at Qi Moen with a half-smile. Spit it out, Qi Moen urged. You have to beg me. Guyu tilted his head, looking at Qi Moen with interest. Are you out of your mind? Qi Moen retorted without hesitation. Alas, I'm so heartbroken, I can't eat anymore, and I can't talk. Guyu clutched his heart, striking a pose like a distressed beauty. But the cattail behind him was swaying back and forth. Qi Moen's fists tightened and then relaxed, then tightened again, gritting his teeth and saying, Please, please, you. Guyu smiled in satisfaction. The death station was sealed because the Sameo had gone missing. Finding the Sameo would allow the instance to reopen. Okay, Ki Montak nodded. Why is your face so red? Guyu, realizing it belatedly, touched his own face and glanced at the soup, suddenly seeming to recall something. Hesitatingly asked, What did you put in it? Little blue mushrooms, they're quite tasty. Guyu could no longer hold back. I've already told you. That thing is poisonous. Poisonous. Before he could finish his sentence, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Are you okay? How about the food? I may be poisonous. Qi Moen touched his own face, but found nothing unusual. He walked over, just about to help Guyu up, when he heard a few knocks on the door. "Sir, there are some matters regarding the senior ball that need your confirmation." Chiamoan looked at the anxious Guyu, trying to wake him up. But Guyu was like a boneless creature, slumped on the ground, and his body was getting redder, even revealing a pair of fluffy cat ears. "Sir, are you threatened by that player's threat? I will report to the main system in 1 minute." The person outside shouted anxiously. Chiamoan took a deep breath, removed the mask from Guyu's waist, and put it on his face. Then, he quickly threw Guyu into the bathroom, cleared his throat to adjust his tone, and said, "Come in." Chapter 23. Cat Teasing Diary. A person wrapped in a black robe, with only their eyes visible, walked in holding a small booklet. "Sir, this is the list of players participating in this ball. Please take a look." Chiamoan quietly observed the person, unsure if it was his imagination. But when the person raised their eyes to see the mask, their body seemed to tremble slightly. Chiamoan took the booklet and began to read it carefully. Indeed, as Guyu had said, those attending the high-level ball were at least C level, and the Jion coins on them generally started at 6 figures. This made Chiamoan, who was quite poor, very envious. "Sir, this is the game's scheduling and reward mechanism." The man in the black robe handed over another booklet. Chiamoan pretended to be profound and nodded, taking the booklet and opening it carefully. When he saw the numbers at the back, he was startled again. All the Jion coins won from participating in the game would automatically double in the main system. Not only that, but half of the Jion coins lost would be covered by the system. He rubbed the game catalog in his hands, and a bold plan slowly took shape in his mind. "Sir, is there anything that needs to be changed?" The man in black asked. The man in black nodded. But just as he was about to turn and leave, a loud thud sounded from the southeast corner. "Who?" The man in black said cautiously, quickly walking in that direction. Chiamoan looked over and immediately became tense. That direction was exactly where Guyu was locked in the toilet. He steadied his mind and said coldly, "You don't need to worry about my room. My lord, I am afraid you might be in danger." The man in black stopped and explained. "A mischievous little cat is not enough to threaten me," Chiamoan said, taking a sip of tea and speaking. "Chimon Dao, a bit mischievous." Bang! The sound of a door slamming echoed, accompanied by a hoarse male voice. "Cough, cough, where is everyone? Let me out. Let me out." Chiamoan's body stiffened for a moment. As he raised his eyes, he locked eyes with the man in the black robe. In that instant, he saw 2 words in the black-robed man's eyes: beast and appreciation. Chiamoan closed his eyes and was about to say something when he heard the figure in the black robe mumble softly. "No wonder the voice of the adult sounds different from usual. It turns out to be like this." Chiamoan lightly coughed, pretending to be impatient as he tapped the table lightly and raised his eyes to ask, "Do you have anything else?" The man in the black robe stepped back in surprise, thinking, how could the master see through this? Truly a remarkable person. No wonder he is the fastest to advance among us. He quickly glanced around, half squatting in front of Chiamoan, and said, "Indeed, I will use my most precious possession as the price to make a deal with you, master." Chiamoan's hand, hidden behind his back, suddenly tightened. Wishing he could slap himself twice on the face. "Shut up. Why ask?" His heart was like a raging wave, but his face imitated Guyu's demeanor. 3 parts smiling and 7 parts distant. "Oh." That person raised his eyes and firmly said, "My lord, I want a chance to die." That person opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something more, but in the end he just said thank you, and, as he was about to turn and leave, he was called back by Chiamoan. "Wait a minute. What happens if you eat the blue mushroom from Dead Day Town?" In the moment of their eye contact, the eyes of the man in the black robe were filled with 2 words, beast. Chiamoan is a meme, feeling a sense of helplessness like a single dog being slandered. "Sir, I can't afford to give anything else." Chiamoan reacted quickly, pressing Guyu's head into his neck, wrapping his arms around his waist, seriously protecting his face, and impatiently asked in a cold voice, "What's wrong?" "This is a gift for the adult." The man in the black robe seemed startled by Chiamoan's overwhelming hostility and placed the small box he was holding on the table. Chiamoan has sharp eyes and noticed the 3 words written on the small box. After a moment of silence, he quickly walked over, threw the item into the trash can, and then headed upstairs with Guyu. Guyu lay on the bed, his dark pupils gradually fading, revealing his mismatched eyes. His small cat ears twitched gently with his movements, feeling so hot. Huh. Chi-Moen frowned and lifted the blanket covering him. There, it's better. Guyu didn't say anything, just stared blankly at Chi-Moen. What are you looking at? Chi-Moen turned his face away, sitting on the sofa and breathing slightly heavily, pondering how this person seemed to have no bones, only knowing how to make him move alone. Not only did he not exert any effort, but he also moved around randomly, really treating him like an ox or horse. Your soul, I have never seen, Guyu said as he sat up. So, to collect your soul. Suddenly, Guyu sat up and lunged towards Chi-Moen. Chi-Moen originally thought he had no strength left, but Guyu actually used his strength. The sofa was knocked down by him, and he tightly held Chi-Moen's wrist, his slightly warm fingers brushing across Chi-Moen's face as he murmured, "Every person's soul has a color. Why doesn't yours? I really want to extract your soul with my own hands." After saying that, Guyu's hand slid down gently and rested on Chi-Moen's neck. "You will be the most valuable soul I collect." The feeling of having the life gate controlled by someone was indeed uncomfortable. Chi-Moen grasped Guyu's wrist, his fingers tightening, the corners of his mouth lifting. Yet his eyes gradually darkened. "I also like your skin, and I look forward to the day I can personally put you in my collection room." "Just you?" Chi-Moen snorted coldly, delivering a chop to Guyu's neck. "You'd better sleep quietly. I'm going to use your identity to run away." Chapter 24. Imprisonment. After Guyu fainted, Chi-Moen pinched Guyu's ear and then let go of him, lifting him from the ground and placing him on the bed. "Bye-bye." As he was leaving, Chi-Moen, with the last bit of his conscience, decided to get him some water to avoid causing his death. The way he looked made it seem like Chi-Moen was going to do something to him. "Ki montak-an. Do you want some water?" Guyu replied expressionlessly. "Are you here to take my heart?" "I'm not interested in your heart," Chi-Moen said coldly. "Come drink some water." "Is this poison?" Guyu asked again. "Yes, what I'm giving you is poison." Chi-Moen looked at the clear water, wondering how one could tell it was poison. "Why do all you evil gods seem to want to die?" A hint of loneliness flashed in Guyu's eyes as he lowered his head. Blue strands of hair falling over his forehead, obscuring most of his face. His lips were tightly pressed together, silent. "Come on, open your mouth." This was quite a challenge for Chi-Moen, as he had never taken care of anyone. In his mind, minor illnesses could be endured, and major ones led to death. Drinking some hot water was the greatest respect he could show to someone who was sick. Guyu turned his face away and coldly said, "I won't drink." Chi-Moen was silent for 3 seconds, wanting to splash the water on Guyu's face, but seeing Guyu's distressed expression, he lowered his voice and said, "It's not poison. I was just kidding. It's water. Drink some water. It will make you feel better." Finally, Guzuzon was willing to engage with Chi-Moen. He turned his head. His eyes seemed to have a layer of mist, but his words remained cold as he replied, "I won't drink anything from a stranger." "We're not strangers." "Then what are we?" "You are Friday, and I am your master. We are here wandering," Chi-Moen said without hesitation. Guyu rolled his eyes at Chi-Moen and snorted lightly. "Do you think I haven't read any books?" All right, you've read them. You're the best," Chi-Moen replied dismissively. But suddenly he exerted force and pinched Guyu's chin, trying to pour it directly into his mouth. "Cough, cough, cough." Guyu coughed a few times, his face turned even redder, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You're here to kill me. How can you take care of someone like this?" "All right, you rest. I'll go out first." Chi-Moen also lost his patience, pulled out a few tissues, wiped Guyu clean, and was about to walk outside. "Wait." Guyu called Chi-Moen again. "Where did you get the earring? Why does it belong to Guin?" Guyu suddenly asked, raising his eyes, his mismatched pupils filled with vigilance and murderous intent. "Where is Guin?" "Guin? I don't know him." Chi-Moen casually took off the earring and played with it. "But he seems to be dead." "I'm not sure." "Dead? Impossible. Our deal isn't complete." Guyu firmly rejected. "What deal?" Chi-Moen asked. "I won't tell you." Guyu lay on the bed, wrapping himself in the blanket. "Remember to close the door." "Okay, got it," Chi-Moen said, placing the water beside him. "Remember to drink." Guyu didn't know if he heard it or not, and he didn't move. Chi-Moen didn't say anything more, casually took Guyu's golden mask and the 2 booklets, and opened Guyu's room door. At the same time, the voice of No. 44 sounded. "Your room number is F250, guiding you now." As the words fell, A red light appeared on the ground, and Qi, wearing the golden mask, walked out openly. Your room number is F520, guiding you now. A red light appeared on the ground, and Qi, wearing the mask, walked out openly. Countless similar villas stood before him, and numerous people wrapped in black robes hurriedly walked along the road with documents in hand. Through their black robes, Qi could even see the resentment on them. Along the way, it seemed that everyone saw him, yet also seemed not to see him, and he smoothly made his way to the entrance. However, when he stepped out of that door, a loud alarm echoed throughout the Evil God Agency. Warning! Warning! Player Qi has entered the Evil God Agency to steal the Evil God mask. Violation of player rules. Imprisonment for 15 days. Deduction of 500 Xiong coins. Qi body stiffened, and his first reaction was to run. However, before he could react, pairs of blood-red eyes opened behind him, and blood-red little hands reached out from those eyes. Suddenly, a chill surged from the depths of his heart to his limbs, rendering him unable to move. The darkness rushed toward him like a tide, engulfing him. Clatter! The golden mask on his face fell to the ground, but Qi had vanished from his spot, as if he had never existed. When he opened his eyes again, Qi found himself locked in a small dark room measuring only 5 square meters, and his clothes had been changed into a prison uniform. Finally, someone has come to keep me company, a surprised voice exclaimed. Qi looked in the direction of the voice and saw the person opposite him staring straight at him through a small window on the door, swaying 2 peanut cakes in his hand. Hey, what's your sentence? Is it particularly lonely in prison? Do you need a little peanut cake? Qi said with a smirk. No thanks, I'm good. All right, do you need some candy? I also have drinks. Everything you could want, of course, as long as you pay up. The person continued to promote their wares energetically. By the way, how did you get in here? Entering the Evil God Agency and even stealing the Evil God's mask. Qi was tidying up the bed and casually replied, What about you? Why did you come in? I'm not as impressive as you. The person pouted, set down what they were holding, and with a proud smile and a hint of arrogance in their tone, replied, Well, I beat up a low-tier evil god. Qi looked at the person with sympathy. How long have you been here? 5 days, I suppose. Actually, it feels like more than 5 days, because time flows particularly slowly in this prison. It should be about 5 months. The person thought for a moment and said, So, is it possible to escape from this place? Or is there any other way to reduce the sentence? I'm quite anxious, Qi replied. Anxious? Is there a reason to be anxious in prison? Are you eager to die? The person scoffed sarcastically. Well, that is indeed quite urgent, Qi nodded, sitting on the bed and contemplating the possibility of Guyu coming to rescue him. At this moment, Guyu was forcibly awakened by the sound of 2 electric currents. He silently stared at the 3 lines of red text in front of him. Warning! Evil God Guyu has privately brought players into the Evil God Affairs office. Warning! Evil God Guyu's golden mask has been lost. Qi, you can help me, right? Chapter 25, Prison breaks suddenly. There was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Guyu opened the door and took the mask from the small evil god who had just delivered the booklet. Thank you. Evil god, is your throat better? Xiaofang asked. My throat? Guyu frowned, wondering what Qi had done while he was out of it. Nothing. I understand. Xiaofang nodded with an expression that said he knew everything. Then I'll leave now. You get back to work. Don't go yet. Bring over the guest list for the high-level ball and the game plan, Guyu instructed. I gave it to you earlier, and besides, the final save was taken by Lord Hanmo's people. Xiaofang's voice trailed off. Guyu was taken aback, quickly realizing that the copy Xiaofang had delivered was likely taken by Qi. As for Hanmo, he looked extremely unfriendly towards him and often treated Guyu's people rudely. Taking a deep breath, Guyu waved his hand, letting Xiaofang leave first. Oh, okay. Xiaofang nodded and ran away. He really must be out of his mind to let Qi cook. He walked toward the kitchen, intending to drink some water to calm down. But when he turned his head, he saw a small box in the trash can, and immediately spit out all the water he had just drunk. Qi, Montak, and tonight, you wait for me. Achoo. Qi touched his nose and muttered. Who is mentioning me? Dude, do you really want to escape? Suddenly, the person opposite him leaned in and whispered. Qi nodded. Do you have a way? A little bit, the person continued. Every night, an in turn evil god comes to bring us food. We can knock him out, and then we can get out. That's not really feasible. If we knock him out, we still can't get out. The main door should automatically recognize our identities, Qi analyzed. Unless someone inside the evil god's organization helps us. I have another idea. The person pressed tightly against the door. I have a copy card that can be used anytime and anywhere. We can use this card to hide in the copy, and once we survive coming out of it, we will automatically refresh in the temple. But there's one downside. This copy is random, and it's easy to die. No worries, dying is not a big deal. If I don't get out of here, I'm bound to die sooner or later, Qi said. How do we use that card? As long as we have physical contact, that's it. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit pumped. My name is Sui, what's yours? Sui said. Qi replied. The two discussed for a while, finalized their plan, and quietly waited for nightfall. Why do you want to escape with me? Qi asked. Me? I see we have a connection. Honestly, I've been unhappy here for a long time. Sui said, you have no idea. I haven't talked to anyone for 5 months. I'm about to suffocate. In this situation, I'd rather be bitten to death by a ghost than suffocate. You have quite the personality, Qi sincerely praised. He likes such quirky things, whether it's people or objects. Night soon fell. The sound of wheels rolling was particularly distinct in the night, and a figure wrapped in a black robe slowly emerged from the darkness. Click! The key turned in the lock, and with a click, the small door on the main door opened. At the same time, a wailing sound erupted. I can't live anymore. I'm gonna die. My hands, my feet, where are you? Where are you? The black-robed figure looked towards the sound, but unexpectedly, a pair of hands reached out from the small door like a ghost and suddenly grabbed the black-robed person's neck. However, the black-robed person reacted quickly, countering and seizing the person's hand, pulling forward. With a clang, another scream echoed. The black-robed person seemed unsatisfied and slammed the person's hand against the iron window several times before stopping, casually placing the food in front of him, and walked towards the other side. Is he dead? A familiar voice sounded, and Qi suddenly opened his eyes to see a pair of familiar eyes looking at him with a half-smile. Oh, still alive? That's not easy, it was Guyu. Oh, just to clear my mind, ended up in jail. Guyu smiled, lowered his head, opened the door, and walked in slowly, taking things out. What things? Qi asked in confusion. List of high-level players in game directory, Guyu said lightly. Qi, make your move. Sui, he shouted, and he kicked towards Guyu's head. The two didn't even see Guyu's movements clearly before Sui. He was kicked out again. Guyu clapped his hands, not even glancing at the person, and simply said, you don't know your limits. Hand over the stuff. Qi slowly reached into his pocket. At this moment, he finally understood that the reason Guyu had not dared to act against him before was simply because of the rules of the instance. He was an evil god and could not easily intervene to stop players from completing the normal instance. But now, Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. He certainly would not easily give that thing to Guyu. After all, without it, he was almost dead. At times like this, one needed to take a risk. He lowered his gaze and exchanged a discreet look with Sui. I can give it to you, but I want to make a deal with you, Qi said. Oh, do you have anything I would be interested in? Guyu seemed somewhat intrigued. My soul. Qi slowly moved closer to Guyu. You seem to like colorless souls. Guyu nodded, rubbing his lips lightly. He said softly, I do like it, but I can obtain it in other ways, for example. By locking you up. If you misbehave, I could break your limbs. Is that so? As long as I have a chance. At this moment, there was only a step left between the two. Qi suddenly lunged forward, pouncing on Guyu. Sui, goodbye, evil god. Qi whispered in Guyu's ear. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I love the dungeon. The dungeon loves me. Dungeon card. 2 beams of golden light flashed and enveloped Qi and Sui, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Guyu. Just as Guyu was about to leave, a faint light flashed again, uncertainly wrapping around Guyu's hand, as if trying to keep him there. He hadn't finished speaking when a whirlwind spun around him. In the distance, he vaguely heard Qi say, finally rid of that annoying guy. Chapter 26, Death Train. Welcome players to the dungeon, Death Train. Now introducing the background of the dungeon. After waking up from a nap, a ghost appeared on your train, killed someone, and hit on the train. In a panic, you gathered in the dining car to discuss countermeasures together. Clearance condition. Find the ghost and kill the ghost. Dungeon level. D rank. Number of players. 10. Dungeon time limit. 5 days. A flash of light passed, and the three of them found themselves on a pitch-black train. Wait, why are there 3 people? Chiamoan and Sui looked at Guyu in terror. Why you? Why are you stuttering? Guyu, feeling somewhat tired, casually pulled over a chair and sat down. It should be that I knocked out that internship evil god, and the prop card couldn't recognize my identity, pulling me in as well. I didn't expect there would be a day when I could be a player too. Were you all players before? Chiamoan asked. Not exactly. Some were, and some weren't. It depends on the specific situation, Guyu replied, interlocking his fingers and looking out the window. Endless darkness swirled around the train, with no light in sight. He took a gentle breath. At this height, I should be able to fall to my death, right? Chiamo had a bad premonition and took 2 steps back to maintain a safe distance from Guyu. Guyu chuckled lightly and didn't say anything more. At that moment, a commotion came from afar. 5 tall, burly men walked in, and with a loud clang, they threw their weapons to the ground. One man in a red shirt suddenly approached the 3, casually draping an arm over Sui's shoulder and playfully patting his chest. Sui, how did you end up in such a bad situation? You're actually with 2 F-rank players. Aren't you afraid of dying? And what about that pretty boy who's always with you? Where's he? Laughter erupted at his words. A flicker of barely concealed disgust flashed in Sui's eyes as he shrugged off the man's hand and coldly replied, Shuaikuan, I'm a B-rank player. What? Shuaikuan seemed not to have heard clearly and asked again. You're just a C-rank. Sui twisted Shuaikuan's arm, using a clever maneuver to slip under it, then added a kick. With a crack, a scream pierced the air. The arm was toyed with as if it were in Sui's hands. Sui, Lu, he is already dead. Is this really amusing to you? Let him go. A man in a black t-shirt stepped forward, glaring angrily. Sui's eyes flashed with disdain. He chuckled and kicked Shuaikuan in the rear. It's really not amusing. You all right? Is this Eden? 2 girls in floral dresses, their voices trembling, walked in from the corridor. One girl in a blue dress, though somewhat composed, said, for you, it might not be. You have to survive here to qualify for entering Eden, explained Wei Lauda. You must be newcomers. Don't be afraid, don't scream, and don't cry. After all, everyone here besides you is an experienced player. Okay, I won't cause trouble. I promise. The 2 girls nodded and introduced themselves. The girl in pink was called Lan Xin, and the girl in blue was called Chumu. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm a train attendant, Xiaohu. A man in a blue uniform walked in, with a few splatters of dark red blood on his yellow curly hair. He dragged in a corpse with only half a head left, its white brain matter and red blood dripping to the floor. His whole body appearing as if it had been torn apart, pieces scattered everywhere. Immediately, a rusty and fishy smell filled the entire carriage. Ugh! Lan Xin clutched her chest and began to vomit, her small face turning pale. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. It's okay, Xin. If we want to survive here, we have to get used to this, Chu Mu said, her face also not looking good, but still comforting Lan Xin. Xiaohu lifted his head, blood streaming down his face, and amidst the blood-red scene, his green eyes stood out. He put down the corpse and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. Ladies, please wait a moment. I'll take care of this. He walked over, opened the window, and though not particularly strong, his thighs even thinner than Wei Lauda's arms, he easily lifted the adult corpse and tossed it out. All right, now that everyone is here, based on the situation on the train, please pay attention to the following matters. 1. Do not turn on lights or make noise at 8 p.m., as it feeds every night and lights and sound will attract it. 2. If you find a corpse, please notify me immediately for handling. 3. Please note that each room can accommodate a maximum of 3 people. 4. Lastly, every morning at 8 a.m., I will serve breakfast, so please be on time. Guyu naturally lay down on the only bed in the room, yawned, and lazily said, I don't really like sharing a bed with others. You 2 can sleep together. This bed is big enough. Sui replied, well, I don't mind the 2 of you. Why make such a fuss? You're a player now, too. Guyu lifted his eyelids and said sympathetically, Kid, let's just do what the one with the stronger fist says. Sui. Chiamoan brushed aside Sui's hand. Smiling apologetically, I also sleep in bed. You. You're not afraid he'll beat you? Sui, he stammered. Not really. If I die, I won't let him off even as a ghost. Chiamoan lay on the bed gracefully, even asking Guyu to move over a bit. Sui, Then can I also get lost? Chiamoan and Guyu said in unison. All right. Sui resignedly laid down on the floor, thinking that tonight only ghosts could sleep with him. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound echoed in the corridor. Quick, turn off the lights. Sui sat up and turned off the light with a snap, and with a bang, the room was plunged into darkness, enveloped in pitch blackness. But it was still useless. The light and sound had attracted the ghost's attention. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knocking sound came from the door, followed by the windows, and suddenly the room shook violently. Then came the sound of knives and forks scraping together, sending chills down one's spine and raising goosebumps. Crack! A white knife blade pierced through the iron door, stabbed inside, and then suddenly pulled out. The light from the corridor flowed in through the gap, faintly illuminating the room. Suddenly, a clump of green, viscous substance was stuck to the door, making strange gurgling noises. Trouble. Guyu rolled out of bed, snatched the dagger from Chiamoan's hand, and smoothly stabbed it into that clump. The thing let out a horrible scream, but what flowed out was not blood, but a pool of green, unknown liquid. And it shrank back as if it were afraid. It ran away? Guyu said, Let me take a look. Sui pressed his eye close to the small hole. There was nothing in the corridor, and this instance wasn't so great after all. Let us sleep. He thought it would be a peaceful night, but by the next day, a bloody human skin was silently hanging in the carriage. The first victim had appeared. Chapter 27. The next day, the first victim, named Luo Xiaoying, was one of Wei Laoda's men. That's strange, Wei Laoda said in confusion. Suddenly, he looked at Chiamoan and the others. Last night, I heard some noise outside your door, followed by a scream. Guyu yawned. Yes, it came looking for us last night, but it didn't succeed and even got stabbed. You heard that ghost scream. Why was it looking for you? Wei Laoda pressed. Just then, Xiaohu appeared, first throwing the human skin off the train. All right, it's time for breakfast. Everyone can vote on yesterday's situation. Those who get more than 5 votes will be thrown off the train. As soon as this was said, the 3 people exchanged glances. Can we abstain? Gu Xinshin raised her hand and asked weakly. After that, he took out some delicious food from behind the bar and smiled. Everyone can enjoy it freely, no charge. As for the voting, you can eat while you choose. Upon hearing that it was free, Sui dashed forward and began to wolf down the food dam. Finally, no more eating prison slop. Seeing someone set a precedent, the others also stepped forward. Suddenly, Chiamoan asked, Xiaohu, aren't you going to eat? Xiaohu unconsciously rubbed his belly and smiled. To better serve our customers, we always eat after everyone else. Chiamoan nodded and said you've worked hard. Then sat down next to Guyu. Who are you going to vote for, babe? Guyu slightly tilted his head towards Chiamoan and asked softly, You wouldn't vote for me, would you? How could that be? I cherish you so much, Chiamoan replied defiantly. As he raised his eyes, he seemed to see Xiaohu licking his lips. Chiamoan then noticed that Xiaohu's lips were an unnatural, pathological red, and his tongue had a greenish hue. After breakfast, Xiaohu said, Everyone can vote now. Lan Xinshin and Chu Mu chose to abstain. Wei Laoda and his group of 4, however, aimed their votes at Chiamoan and his 2 companions. But the votes were simply not enough. No one could eliminate anyone, and in the end, they could only stare at each other. I'm sorry, it seems I've caused you some trouble. Sui, he said shyly after returning to the room. It's fine. It should be us who caused you trouble. After all, we are both F-level players. Guyu comforted Sui. Sui, he raised his eyes to look at Guyu, then silently lowered his head. Well, why don't you 2 go chat with those 2 girls? At this time, you should use whatever means you have. Huh? Qui montac en question en confusion. If all else fails, try a little charm. You 2 are good-looking and have nice figures. It will definitely work. Sui, he said excitedly. Then, 5 minutes later, Sui, he sat on a stool, looking like a little wife, covering his face and not saying a word. Did you notice something off about Xiaohu? Chiamoan asked. I did. Do you suspect he's the ghost? Guyu replied. Chi nodded, but said that drifting him out might have other consequences and they might not necessarily agree. They needed to find a new breakthrough. Guyu nodded, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and said softly, There's another point. There are no holes in Luo Xiaobing's door. How did the ghost get in? This needs to be verified. The first possibility, someone assisted the ghost. Qi Hian said. The second possibility, someone is the ghost. Do you remember the precondition? It was hiding on the train, but we searched the entire train and found no suspicious places. A hint of approval flashed in Gu Yu's eyes as he gently analyzed. The first possibility is hidden on Xiao Hu, while the second possibility is hidden on Su Shua. Qiamoan furrowed his brow and asked, "So what was it that we saw last night? Is it its identity or something else?" Gu Yu looked at Sui Yi, curling his lips into a smile. Sui Yi, right? Should we expect some gratitude from the evil god? Hey, has anyone told you that your smile is particularly creepy? Sui Yi pressed his body tightly against the armchair, watching Gu Yu warily. But this is something only you can do. We have other tasks. Gu Yu advised upon hearing him. What tasks? Sui Yi asked. 10 minutes later. No way. I'm a person who cares about my image. Sui Yi shouted angrily again. Then let us trade. Qiamoan shrugged indifferently. Can you do it? You. Sui Yi looked at Qiamoan with distrust. To be honest, this is what I do in the real world, Qiamoan replied. All right, Sui Yi nodded. I'll go first. Qiamoan pushed the door open and walked out, heading straight for Wei Laoda's room. After a while, Gu Yu and Sui Yi also walked out of the room, heading for the dining car where Xiao Hu was. Boss, I have new intel. Qiamoan cried as soon as he entered, tears streaming down his face like they were free, leaving the other two girls dumbfounded. Wei Laoda also looked a bit confused. What intel? Su Shua, it's that ghost. As long as we throw him out, we'll win. Qiamoan said, embellishing the analysis he had just shared with Gu Yu and even leading them to look at the hole in the door, where there was even some green, unknown substance at the edge. Wei Laoda's expression gradually became serious, his suspicious gaze sweeping over Su Shua. Su Shua, what exactly happened last night? Boss, what I said is true. Su Shua urgently defended. We really didn't hear anything last night. We woke up to this situation, and if a ghost had possessed me, I would definitely be different from usual. Wei Laoda patted his shoulder. It's okay, Su Shua, I believe you. Su Shua smiled, wanting to say something. But he continued, how about tonight you share a room with him? One of you must be telling the truth. Before Su Shua could say anything, Qiamoan readily agreed. I've long wanted to avoid sharing a room with those two useless ones. I will definitely prove myself to you. Hearing Qiamoan say this, Su Shua could only nod. At this moment, the two useless ones had reached the dining car. Xiao Hu was not there, and the two searched the dining car thoroughly, but found nothing. Gu Yu frowned slightly. He is not hiding here? Where else could he hide? Could he have flown out? Chapter 28, the first victim. How about we look for the first death scene? Sui Yi suggested. What is wrong? Sui Yi turned to ask. Luo Xiaobing had a hole opened in his head by the ghost, and was hollowed out spoon by spoon. But the wounds on the first passenger's body look more like those caused by a large wild beast, Gu Yu said, not doubting that the ghost possessed such ability. However, the different methods of death for the two are clearly abnormal. The two searched for a while and finally stopped in front of a locked door that exuded a bloody smell. Locked? Sui Yi frowned at the iron lock hanging on the door. No worries. Gu Yu skillfully took out a wire from his pocket and poked it into the lock. Fiddling with it. You evil gods can do this too? Sui Yi watched in amazement. I'm used to being locked out, Gu Yu casually replied, and with a click, the door opened. Let us go. The two pushed the door open and walked in. The room was a mess, blood sprayed everywhere, and chunks of flesh were strewn about, looking just like a meat chopping scene. Gu Yu picked his way carefully through the mess, half squatting on the ground to examine the flesh chunks. The surface was very clean, not stained with a drop of blood, but the edges were extremely ragged, as if they had been hastily torn off and deliberately placed here. He scanned the area and noticed that the bloodstains in several places were noticeably lighter, as if something had been stuck to them. He suddenly thought of Xiao Hu's Roundbelly and took out a bluish mushroom from his pocket, handing it to Sui Yi and crushing it to apply. What is this? Sui Yi took it, confused but obediently followed suit. Gu Yu spoke gently. It's a poisonous mushroom with hallucinogenic effects. Gu Yu thoughtfully scanned the area, considering the possibility that it was intentional. Intentional? Sui Yi's body stiffened, hesitatingly saying, to attract Xiao Hu? According to the second rule of the train, if a corpse is found, It must be handed over to Xiao Hu for processing. So these meats are left for Xiao Hu by the ghost. Could the ghost be hiding in Xiao Hu? Not necessarily. Maybe it was just to attract our attention. The death last night is still unexplainable. Guyu shook his head. But we should have answers tonight. You go call Xiao Hu. Okay. He nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to go out. Finally found you. Where are you going, huh? Found new clues too, thanks. Shui walked in with two people, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Guyu and Sui. Our boss wants to meet you. Don't be nervous, just a chat. Sui clenched his fists, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. Shui, what are you up to this time? Of course, we're here to throw you off the train. Shui stepped forward defiantly. Sui. Guyu pulled him behind him, his ink-black eyes gently shifting, looking innocent and pure, as if he had come up with a strategy to deal with the ghost. Shui snorted coldly, leaving someone to watch them, and walked forward. He's not a good person. You're still an evil god. Even if you're currently an F-level player, don't be cowardly. Sui whispered urgently in Guyu's ear. Let me tell you, he's ruthless. If he can't find the ghost, he might end up killing himself. And he's an A-level player with quite a few props on him. He's not someone we can fight physically. Guyu nodded. Yeah, I know. Come on, what do you know? Sui was anxious and restless. But Guyu calmly followed Shui into Wei Laoda's room. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Qi Imoen tied up and thrown on the ground. Guyu couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Imoen seemed to sense something and suddenly raised his head, catching Guyu sneaking a laugh. Once caught, Guyu decided not to hide it and laughed openly. Everyone's here. Wei Laoda smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes, revealing a hint of ferocity and eeriness. The current situation is that the one named Qi Imoen said Su Shuo is lying and believes the ghost is hiding in Su Shuo, while Su Shuo thinks Qi Imoen is lying, claiming the ghost is in him, and that the ghost is manipulating his mind to sow discord among us. So, are you here to have us identify the ghost? But we've never seen the ghost, so we can't give an opinion, Lan Xinxin said softly. No worries. I've thought of a brilliant plan, Wei Laoda said. We'll lock them in the same room, turn on the lights to attract the ghost, and whoever survives will be the one telling the truth. Wei Laoda chuckled innocently. Of course I know, but I've thought of a way to distinguish who is correct between the two of them. We can lock them in the same room and see who survives. Whoever is left alive is the one telling the truth. He looked at Guyu and Sui. You two have no objections, right? No objections, Guyu said without hesitation. If the ghost is dead, it's good for all of us. To be honest, I've never liked him. Sui also expressed agreement, lifting his eyelids and cautiously observing Guyu's expression, secretly lamenting that these two were sleeping together just yesterday, and now he finds him unpleasant. What a fickle man. The two ladies also voiced their agreement. Wei Laoda stood up. All right, Shui, please rearrange the rooms. Tonight, we will listen carefully to the ghost's movements. As for you two, let's go take a look at your clues. After saying this, they all walked out together, locking the door behind them. When they arrived at the carriage filled with a meaty smell, Xiao Hu was already cleaning up. Upon seeing everyone, his face instantly turned red, and he hurriedly explained while putting down the mop, I'm so sorry. Due to my negligence, I caused you all a bad experience. It's all right, Xiao Hu, but why is this room like this? Wan Xinxin said gently. Xiao Hu lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. This is where the ghost eats people. I didn't want to clean it, so I just locked it up. And what about the meat chunks? Where did you throw them? Guyu asked. Sui was about to ask something else when he was sharply interrupted by Chu Mu. All right, what else is there to ask? He already said it. Do you still want to keep pestering him? What wrong has he done? Sui frowned. Chu Mu interrupted him sharply. What is there to ask? He's already scared enough. He takes care of your food and drink, even brings drinks, and tells us how to survive, and you repay him with ingratitude. Guyu smiled, but his gaze subtly swept over Xiao Hu's lips and stomach before finally resting on Chu Mu. It's fine, we're just asking. Anyway, the ghost has already been locked in, so everyone should just rest for now. The others nodded and entered the rooms that Shui had prepared. Sui and Guyu still shared a room. Do you think someone will die tonight? Guyu sat on the bed, tilting his head, a calculating light flashing in his eyes. Probably not, right? That thing ate a poisonous mushroom. It shouldn't hurt people anymore, right? You're not worried about Dun, are you? Sui stared at the bed. The floor was so cold. Don? Guyu frowned. Qi Hian? Are you very familiar with him? Yeah. We all fought against the evil god together. It's a bond from the prison break. Sui cautiously moved toward the bed. Really? Your bond is that deep? If you get any closer, you can sleep in the corridor tonight. Guyu said sarcastically, turn off the lights. Sleep. At this moment, Qi Hian had already quickly untied his ropes, lying on the bed, quietly waiting for the ghost's arrival. According to the signal Guyu had given him, it was basically confirmed that the ghost was not on Su Shuo. Could it really be on Xiao Hu? Chiamoan turned over and suddenly locked eyes with a pair of green, glistening eyes. It was that human skin. Chapter 29, The Deathly Conductor. At the same time, a rustling sound echoed in the corridor, followed by the clinking of cutlery. With a crunch, a hole was made in the door, made of iron sheets. Bang, bang, bang. The human skin outside began to move, awkwardly pounding on the window with its limbs. Ah, the ghost is coming. Let me go. Su Shuo also struggled, engulfed in a panic of jealousy. Qi Hian glanced at him, got out of bed, turned off the light, and swiftly knocked Su Shuo unconscious before quietly crouching down like a quail. Suddenly, there was a loud kick against the door from the next room, causing the noodle person outside to stiffen and float forward. However, the noise outside continued. Seeing the noodle person leave, Qi Hian also moved, waiting for the right moment. When that person's dagger was about to stab in again, he grabbed the hilt wrapped in a bedsheet and then thrust the dagger outward. In an instant, a cry of pain rang out, and to Qi Hian's surprise, it wasn't Xiao Hu, but a female voice. However, Qi Hian couldn't tell which girl it was. The person reacted quickly, dropped the dagger, and fled swiftly. Why was it a girl? Bang! Another kick against the door came from next door. Qi Hian loosened his grip. Perhaps because the quality of the bedsheet was too poor. No matter how careful he was, he still ended up cutting his hand on the knife. At that moment, a series of sinister laughs erupted. Ha ha! I don't want to go to work anymore. I hate living people. I already said you can't drink water. If you drink, it's your fault if you die. Go die. Go die. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hu's voice came through, and Chiamoan frowned as he leaned closer to the door. Wanted to hear more clearly. But the next second, that voice abruptly stopped, and the chilling sound of a knife being sharpened echoed again, this time accompanied by the sound of chewing. Chiamoan squatted down and looked through the small hole, seeing the person's face. It wasn't the noodle man, nor was it that green blob. It was Chu Mu. Chu Mu seemed to notice Chiamoan was still looking, and with a grin, he pulled down 2 fingers, which instantly transformed into 2 blobs of green, sticky substance. They merged into one, sprouting an eye, and began to crawl towards the small hole. Chiamoan's mind suddenly came up with 2 words: parasitism. After yesterday's meal, it seemed to have grown stronger. Yesterday, Guyu's dagger could have taken its life. Today, if it stabbed again, the intelligence would split even more. Su Shuo, stop sleeping. Get to work. He slapped Su Shuo awake again, using the dagger to cut the ropes on him. Hurry, block these holes. Su Shuo blinked, quickly reacting. He took a piece of chewing gum out of his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and placed it on the door. Instantly, the gum extended, becoming a transparent. Phew, that was close. What's the situation now? Su Shuo asked, somewhat confused. Chu Mu has been parasitized and turned into a ghost. Qi Mon explained succinctly. Parasitism? Then, if we kill her, can we end the instance? Su Shuo asked. Qi Mon Dao, your friend Luo Xiaobing has also been possessed by a ghost. But Luo Xiaobing is already dead. How can we kill it again? Su Shuo said anxiously. Chiamoan shook his head, saying they would know tomorrow morning. Even with the protection of chewing gum, the 2 dared not sleep, keeping their eyes open until dawn. The next day, in the morning, everyone came out of their rooms. Even Chu Mu rubbed her eyes as she walked out. The first thing they saw was the corpse of Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu, Lan Xin wailed, looking at the skin that was all that remained of Xiao Hu. Tears immediately streaming down her face, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Chu Mu sadly supported Lan Xin. The sorrow in her eyes was genuine. Su Shuo recounted everything that had happened the night before in detail. Immediately, everyone's suspicious gazes focused on Chu Mu. Even Lan Xin struggled to take a few steps back. Me? That's impossible. I was asleep the whole time last night. Chu Mu anxiously explained, grabbing Lan Xinxin's arm. Xinxin, we were both asleep last night. I don't know. I was in a deep sleep. I didn't know. Gu Xinxin shrugged off Chu Mu's hand and hid behind Wei Laoda, watching Chu Mu warily. Then let's vote, Wei Laoda said. In the end, among the 9 people, 7 voted in favor of the decision that Chu Mu was the ghost. Why didn't you vote? Wei Laoda looked suspiciously at Qi Moen and Gu Yu. Gu Yu covered Qi Moen's ear and whispered, I have a question. The conductor is dead. Who else could open the carriage door and throw her out? Also, there was a noodle person last night. Everyone saw it. Can throwing it out really kill it? After these 2 questions, everyone fell silent again. In that case, what do you suggest we do? Wei Laoda asked. If Xiao Hu was parasitized early on, can we trust anything he said? Lan Xinxin spoke up. No, I actually think what he said was correct. Gu Yu shook his head. But Xiao Hu might not be the conductor. His approach was wrong. If he is not the conductor, then who could he be? Shui Kuan asked. It's simple. Dying from drinking water usually only happens in surgeries. So Xiao Hu is likely a doctor, not a conductor, Gu Yu explained. The real conductor should be the first person we met here who was killed. He should know how to handle this. But he is already dead. Gu Xinxin's tears fell again. He's dead. And there's not even a corpse left? Are we trapped here? Chapter 30. The train corpses can also speak, Gu Yu said. Are you saying we should open the carriage door? Wei Laoda asked gruffly, his displeasure towards Qi Moen and Gu Yu evident. But what if a ghost rushes in? We still can't survive, and we don't even know what you were doing. We could have asked Xiao Hu, but now he is dead, and there are no clues left. His skin is still here, Gu Yu reminded. Wei Laoda gave Shui Kuan a look, and Shui Kuan stepped forward, pulling Xiao Hu's clothes apart to reveal a line of blood-written words. It's right beside you. Flipping the skin over, there was another line of blood. Do not leave the carriage. Compared to the previous words, the latter was more orderly and elegant. Gu Yu looked at the words. Isn't this written by one person? Chu Mu. Wei Laoda coldly spoke that name again. Even though he didn't look at Chu Mu, the viciousness in the lines chilled everyone. I really don't know anything. Chu Mu's legs went weak, tears sliding down her cheeks. Xinxin, you have to believe me. Chu Mu, I won't live too. Lan Xinxin trembled as she swatted away Chu Mu's outstretched hand. If not, you should go outside the train. You say you know nothing, but you have to prove it to us. Xinxin, how well I treat you usually. Have you forgotten? Why won't you believe me now? I'm going to die. Chu Mu instantly broke down, crazily swinging a vase and throwing it to the ground. With a loud bang, the vase shattered into pieces. Hearing this, Lan Xinxin immediately ran back into her room, rummaging through things until she found a knife and fork to throw in front of Chu Mu. You go find the conductor's corpse. Gu Yu fixed his gaze on the horrifying scar on Qi Moen's hand, his tone not carrying the usual hint of humor. Go out. You might still have a chance to survive. After all, you might just be controlled like Xiao Hu. Wei Laoda, however, was unwilling to listen to her excuses any longer. Waved his hand and had her thrown out. Opening the window, a foul smell instantly wafted in from outside. At this moment, people realized that outside was not pitch black, but rather a dense mass of green things packed together, wrapping the entire train, forming a closed space. They seemed to sense someone had opened the window, and all opened their eyes, curiously observing everyone. For a moment, it was as if those things were mesmerized, staring intently, without blinking. Don't look, throw her out quickly, Gu Yu shouted. Instantly, everyone snapped back to reality, frantically throwing the person out. Soon, something shocking happened that left everyone agape. The mass of green things surged like caterpillars from all directions, crawling onto Chu Mu. In an instant, it was as if she was being disassembled. Countless little green clumps poured out of her body like caterpillars, and in no time, only a piece of human skin drifted on the train, her face still wearing that look of terror. Why hasn't the system prompted us that we clear the level? Does throwing someone out of the carriage really not solve the problem? Su Shua suddenly spoke up. The ghost is still in the carriage. It can't have jumped onto someone else, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the carriage fell silent again. The situation before them seemed to have reached a deadlock. Everything seemed meaningless. Xiao Hu was dead, Chu Mu was dead, and the initial conductor was also dead. There were no clues left. Lan Xinxin, right? You said Xiao Hu brought you drinks? Ki Montag an Zuden Li Spoke. Huh? Lan Xinxin didn't react at first, Yes, on the first night, we saw it wasn't time yet. So we let him in. Can we take a look at the room you stayed in before? Qi asked. Of course, feel free to look. Lan Xin immediately stood up and walked towards the room. Follow me. Qi raised his eyes and happened to meet Guyu's gaze. Although Guyu's eyes were as dark as ink at that moment, the corners of his lips were slightly raised and his head tilted slightly, looking more like a proud little cat than when he was acting like a wicked god. At the end of the opposing side, Guyu walked in the opposite direction. Qi and Sui followed the group, heading towards Lan Xin's room. Are you okay from last night? Sui asked softly. I'm fine. Just a bit of a headache. Qi still looked a bit unenergetic. You should go check on Lan Xin's room now. Sui nodded, avoiding everyone's gaze, and quietly slipped away. Soon, Qi arrived at Lan Xin's room, which was very tidy, so clean that it didn't seem like anyone had lived there. This is the cup he brought over. I only took a sip from mine, Chu. Chumu drank half of his. Lan Xin pointed to the 2 glass cups on the table. Wei Laoda immediately walked over, picked up Chumu's cup, and examined it carefully. Look, there are green fragments here. She was possessed by a ghost on the first night. Fortunately, I didn't drink any. Lan Xin anxiously picked up the cup and showed it to everyone. Qi looked at the carriage door, which still showed no signs of damage. The reason the ghost chose these 2 people was probably because they were both newcomers and their vigilance was not strong. But what would have happened if they hadn't drunk these 2 cups of beverages? Based on last night's situation, Xiaohu's death was inevitable. If neither of them had consumed the drinks, the ghost would have completely lost control over the passengers. Qi raised her eyes and looked at Lan Xin. Unless it could guarantee that they would definitely drink the beverage. At this moment, Guyu was skillfully rummaging through the carriage and finally pulled out a piece of plastic paper, stained with blood and crumpled up in the corner, as if it had been deliberately made like this. The only legible words on it were, "Leave the carriage. Dangerous handling room. First, please organize passengers to evacuate the carriage immediately." Sui fell silent as he looked at the plastic paper in his hand. Second, please be aware that ghosts can parasitize. Do not come into contact with them. Third, if a ghost is found, please immediately confine it to the dangerous handling room. In total, each point was covered. Chapter 31. Dangerous handling room boss. Look, there's a suitcase. And then a suitcase covered in blood and meat was pulled out. It was locked and couldn't be opened. Wei Laodao walked over, took out a matchbox from his pocket, struck a match, and the flame ignited. He threw the match onto the suitcase, but it immediately went out. Huh, a match that can ignite a ghost can't ignite this? Su Shuo wondered, thinking that the ghost should not be here. Wei Laodao put away the matchbox, looked at Lan Xin, and said coldly, "This explain. This. I really don't know." Lan Xin trembled slightly all over, her expression tense and not pretending. This room was just one we randomly chose. Qi glanced at the minced meat on the suitcase. This should be the train attendant's suitcase. It's fine. Everyone should also check other rooms to see if there are any more. Qi spoke up to ease the situation. As for this, should we put on the dining car first? Let's put on the dining car. Wei Laoda affirmed. You guys go look for other rooms, okay? Laoda. Sui is hiding the rules. Suddenly, Sui was pushed in, and Wei Laoda's 2 subordinates also walked in, handing the rule sheet that Sui found to Wei Laoda. Damn, don't push me, I can walk, and this isn't what I hid. It's something I found in Miss Land's room. Just as Sui got up from the ground, he was pressed down again. Rule sheet? Wei Laoda took the plastic sheet and began to read it carefully. Escape the carriage? Escape the carriage? He montak unquestioned. But what Xiaohu wrote is not to leave the carriage, right? Wei Laoda hummed in agreement. Employee code, this should be correct, right? Let me see. Qi stepped forward to take a look at the rule sheet, but was pushed aside by Shui Kuan, who said, "Who do you think you are? Get out of the way." He scanned the room and said unhappily, "Which one of you is it? Where have you been? Did you go hide in the danger handling room?" "No, I found a rule as well." Guyu walked in with a smile, taking out a plastic sheet. This one only clearly shows 4 words. Leave the carriage, which perfectly matches what Xiaohu has on him. This one says not to leave the carriage. Wei Laoda lifted his head, his cold gaze making people shiver. Shui Kuan, along with several others, directly tied up the 3 with ropes and threw them into the room, locking the door again. "Thank you for the evidence you found. Just wait here to die. I told you all not to trust him. Wei Laoda is ruthless. He's in collusion with the evil god. Sui, he wanted to jump up anxiously, but the ropes bound his hands, forcing him to squirm like a caterpillar. In collusion with the evil god? Do you raise an eyebrow? Which one? I don't know, it's a 2-star evil god. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have had to deliberately get myself imprisoned for refuge. Sui sighed, his little eyes constantly glancing at Guyu with disdain. You've turned into a player now, and you're an F rank, without any combat power. Just like that, you get tied up? Evil god, aren't you embarrassed? Guyu sneered. Say one more word, and I can make you unable to find your face for the rest of your life. Sui. At this moment, Chiamoan easily untied the ropes and stood up. Wait, you really can do it. Sui Yi's eyes widened. Yeah, just a little bit. Chiamoan casually replied, also untangling the ropes from Sui, Yi, and Guyu. But what's the use of untying now? We can't even get out. The next second, bang, the carriage window was smashed open, and Guyu smiled, saying, Now we can go out, let's go. You're going to die, brother. Sui, he wanted to shout loudly, but fearing to be heard, he had to suppress his voice. We won't die. First, we are not parasitized. Guyu shrugged, and second, it's not night yet, and third, the ghosts are on the train. Thinking of this, outside might even be safer. Sui looked at the green little bugs outside, with his eyes wide open, his heart racing like 1,000 horses, and he even spat. Yeah, and the danger handling room should be right outside. Chiamoan supported himself on the window frame and climbed over. It's fine, you can also choose to stay here. Sui quietly wailed, muttering, Forget it. I'll go with you. I'm not one to walk alone. I'm a very sociable person. I'm not afraid. I'm scared of nothing. Maybe. He closed his eyes and flipped over the window frame, only daring to open his eyes when his feet landed on the group of bugs, relieved that he didn't fall. Just as Guyu said, these bugs only dared to watch them secretly with their eyes, but didn't dare to come forward. Do you think these bugs have research value? Chiamoan suddenly said. You can't eat them. Guyu firmly refused, and also, don't think about catching one to take away. Chiamoan sighed and reluctantly hummed in response. Soon, the three of them successfully found a door at the end, above which were 5 large characters. Danger handling room. Sui, he pushed the door twice but couldn't open it, so he had to push Guyu, come on, unlock it. Guyu raised an eyebrow, took out a wire, and tried for a long time but couldn't open it. This thing should require a key, right? If it could be opened like this, then the system would have reached its end. Is it my fault? Who told you not only to want to kill me, but also to want my soul? Chiamoan retorted sharply. Giving you a few warnings is already being lenient. Guyu snorted coldly. There's nothing I can do. Who told you to be a dangerous player? The system has to make me eliminate you. Oh, it's all the system's fault. Chiamoan's tone showed no fluctuation, cold as a robot. Yeah, it's all the system's fault. Guyu looked at Chiamoan's defeated expression, feeling extremely pleased. Hey, what is your relationship exactly? Sui asked curiously. A bond of life and death, I suppose. Guyu pretended to think, but his tone was full of teasing. Hey, open the door. Someone is going to die. Chiamoan suddenly shouted, pounding on the door. Chapter 32, The End, 1, at this time in the dining car. Wei Laoda's face was so gloomy that water could almost drip from it. He had searched the entire train for the so-called danger handling room without success. Moreover, he had tried various methods to open this suitcase, but it remained locked. The only way to open it was to find the key, but that Lan Xin would just cry, unable to provide any useful information. Wait, Gil, I'm sorry. Drink some water to calm down. I'll think about it some more. Lan Xin brought over a glass of water and handed it to Wei Laoda. Are you hungry? I can make something. Wei Laoda's eyes kept scanning Lan Xin's figure up and down. Go ahead. Boss, don't you think she's very suspicious? Shui Kun whispered in Wei Laoda's ear. When you give what she makes to those 3, what will we do? What about us? Shui Kun asked quietly. Besides Su Shua, the others couldn't determine if they were ghosts at all. Let them look for the danger handling room. If it's not in the train, it must be outside. Wei Laoda said casually, as if he were just discussing what to eat for lunch. Okay. Shui Kun stood up and instructed a few people to look for the danger handling room and the key. Suddenly, at that moment, a knocking sound came. Hey, open the door. Someone is going to die. What are they doing? Didn't we tie them up? Shui Kun wondered, and at Wei Laoda's gesture, he approached. What happened? To be honest, We found the conductor's body, Qi Mofin said without changing his expression. He happened to float to our window, and we also saw the information about the danger handling room. The footsteps outside gradually faded away, and Sui-Yi quietly said to Qi Mofin, "Do you think they will believe it? If they don't believe it, let the evil gods smash the door, then take them all down by yourself," Qi Mofin said seriously. "I'm still here," Guyu frowned and reminded them. Qi Mofin hummed softly and said, "Then you come," as he stepped aside to let Guyu stand at the front. "Let me handle the dangerous stuff. Why aren't you coming?" Guyu shot a sideways glance at Qi Mofin, his dissatisfaction almost boiling over. "I'm injured." Qi Mofin made a pitiful expression, raised his palm to show Guyu, "Look, it's this long, it hurts so much." Guyu raised an eyebrow slightly and coldly replied, "Serve you right." Before Qi Mofin could say anything else, the door opened, revealing a sullen face that suddenly startled upon seeing the broken window, stuttering, "You guys." Guyu smiled, and with a swift move, threw the person into the room. Wei Laoda didn't expect Guyu's actions to be so decisive. Nor did he expect an F-level player to take action against him, an A-level player, and ended up thrown to the ground. Sui pulled out a pair of boxing gloves from his pocket, put them on, and rushed forward, landing a punch on Wei Laoda's chin. Wei Laoda let out a muffled grunt, countered by grabbing Sui-Yi's wrist with a cold glare. He took a small box from his pocket, took out a pill, and tossed it into his mouth, instantly bulking up his muscles, which tore through his clothes with a rip. Even his eyes took on a hint of blood red as he said slowly, "You're still too cocky." Guyu and Sui-Yi struggled to subdue the enraged Wei Laoda. Fortunately, the carriage they were in was a bit far from the dining car, and for the moment, no one came to help Wei Laoda. Qi Mofin tidied up his clothes and gracefully walked around the three people, closing the door behind him as he headed towards the dining car. At this moment, only Lan Xinxin and Shuekuan were in the dining car. Not seeing his older brother, Shuekuan immediately stood up and asked sharply, "Where's my brother?" "Don't be anxious. You need to discuss some clues. Boss Wei asked me to come out and assign you a task," Qi Mofin said with a smile. His clean and natural eyes and perfectly controlled tone made people feel incredibly comfortable, causing them to unconsciously relax their guard. "What task?" Although Shuekuan's gaze still couldn't help but glance in that direction, he managed to listen to Qi Mofin upon hearing Boss Wei's name. "Control Lan Xinxin. She's a ghost. And the suitcase contains the corpse of the train attendant," Qi Mofin said softly. With a clatter, the dinner tray in Lan Xinxin's hand fell to the ground, her eyes welling up with tears as she choked out, "Why? I'm not a ghost. I'm not a ghost." "Oh, if you're not a ghost, then why did you hide the key to the suitcase in your room and not take it out?" Qi Mofin's tone still carried a hint of amusement, as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner. With his other hand, he reached into his pocket and began to fumble. Lan Xinxin instinctively reached for her pocket, and when she felt the familiar cold sensation, she suddenly realized she had been tricked. In that moment of hesitation, Shuekuan had already charged in front of her and punched her in the stomach. Instantly, she screamed in pain, unable to stand. Shuekuan took out the key, dragged her by her clothes, and randomly found a carriage to lock her up. "All right, open the suitcase," Qi Mofin reminded, walking over slowly, but his hand in his pocket had already tightened around a dagger, just as they were looking for the danger handling room, ready to finish things. The next second, the dagger pierced into his neck, warm blood splattering out. Perhaps due to his right hand being injured, this stab did not immediately take Shuekuan's life. Boss, run, boss." Shuekuan clutched his bleeding wound and staggered towards Boss Wei's direction, but ultimately exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, blood soaking his clothes. Bang! The carriage door was kicked open, and Boss Wei had several more wounds on him, but still seemed to be okay. Soon after, Guyu and Sui-Yi also came out. Guyu looked relatively fine, but Sui-Yi was bruised and battered, appearing extremely disheveled. "You all." Boss Wei clenched his fists tightly and took out a pill from his pocket. "Stop him," Guyu shouted as he rushed forward. Sui no longer hid anything and threw all his props out. "Sui-Yi, you're the one I brought out. I'm more than clear about your props." Boss Wei didn't even look at him and pulled out a whip from his pocket, smashing it directly. Sui-Yi, disregarding everything, put on his already tattered boxing gloves and charged forward. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a method to create the strengthening potion. A mechanical voice suddenly popped up, startling Qi Imoen, who was hiding in the shadows. Can I make it? Of course, but your current ingredient is only ghostly blue mushroom. And the potion you create will inevitably enhance the properties of the ghostly blue mushroom. Quick! Qi Imoen nodded in agreement, without thinking. Madness is better than death. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a closed space, with only a pot in front of him. With immense care, he tossed the mushroom in. After a series of gurgling sounds, 2 pills appeared at the bottom of the pot. In that instant, Qi Imoen felt a bit like an old witch brewing poison. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 sea-level item-strengthening pills. Duration, 3 minutes. Qi Imoen opened his eyes and seized the opportunity to move closer. Stay away. Guyu frowned. Open your mouth. Chapter 33. The end too. A familiar feeling surged in Guyu's heart, and by the time he realized what it was, the thing had already entered his stomach. What thing? On the other side, he also licked his lips, wondering. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange sensation shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, causing him to shiver. I feel so powerful right now. But in the next second, his eyes turned red, and he began to cry, Lui, Omesori, Lui, Wu, Omesori, Lui. He cried out loud, but his hands didn't slow down at all. After all, Boss Wei was an A-level player. Even though he swallowed the pill, it was only enough to barely hold his ground. Guyu wasn't in much better shape. His ink-colored eyes faded, revealing mismatched irises, and a pair of black ears popped out on his head, adding a touch of wickedness to his appearance. However, with the antibodies in his body, he still seemed to have his wits about him, unlike last time when he couldn't control his actions. He raised his eyes and gritted his teeth. Qi, Montak, and suddenly, his gaze flickered for a moment. Guin, what are you doing here? Where's my heart? Qi Imoen paused with the key in hand, hesitantly looking at Guyu. Guin? You must be mistaken. I am Qi Imoen. Oh. Guyu lowered his head in disappointment, merely repeating, he has gone, and my heart has been lost too. Qi Imo felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness rising in his heart, but he didn't know how to describe this feeling. Like someone who has been slapping you suddenly kicks you. In the end, he could only squeeze out a word through clenched teeth and nerve. He no longer paid attention to Guyu and opened his suitcase. Sure enough, inside was the corpse of the train attendant, and at his waist was the key to the hazardous materials handling room. Once they got the key, the ghost would be found. You guys hurry up, deal with him, and we can leave here. What are you doing, boss? Su Shua's voice came, Kuinge. Qi Imoen played with the dagger in his hand. Now you have 2 choices. 1, escape this instance with us. 2, die here. You found the danger handling room, right? Here's the key. Throw it to Lan Xinshin. Qi Imoen pointed to the locked door and tossed the key to Su Shua. I need to tell you in advance. I'm not sure if there is any danger in the danger handling room. Su Shua tilted his head slightly and looked at the 2 people following him. After getting their consent, he nodded heavily with the key and headed towards the compartment. But when he opened the compartment door, Lan Xinshin was not there. Su Shua shouted anxiously. What should we do? Su Shua whispered. Who among you is parasitized? Qi Imoen asked quietly. The pill's effect only lasts 3 minutes, and there was less than a minute left before it expired. The 3 of them shook their heads. Only 1 person remained who was parasitized. Wei Lauda. The 2 of them, upon hearing this, threw the person out before the drug's effect ended. Instantly, green caterpillars swarmed over and quickly devoured Wei Lauda. I'm so hungry. So hungry. Why did you steal my food? Why? Lan Xinshin floated over, and countless caterpillars surrounded her. But since no one was parasitized by the ghost, the caterpillars had no way to act and could only become stones under their feet. But it was too late. Su Shua had already touched Lan Xinshin's skin, and green spread up his body as the caterpillars crawled toward them. Su Shua's my bitterly. It seems I can't get out of here. Suddenly, he hugged Lan Xinshin and, with the remaining 2, ran towards the danger handling room. Sui, I'm sorry. Lu Yi's life. I'll return it to you today. At this moment, Sui blinked his eyes. His mind had not yet recovered, and he didn't quite understand what Su Shua was saying, but he seemed to realize Su Shua was going to die and ran over. Lu Yi, isn't he right next to me? Su Shua. In the last moment, he pushed Lan Xinshin into the danger handling room. his body completely consumed by the green caterpillars, vanishing into the air. Only a faint sigh lingered in the air. Sui froze, watching su suo dissipate, not even leaving behind flesh and blood. Without memories, there was nothing left in this world that belonged to them. Su shuo. Lu E is right next to me. Congratulations to players Qi Moen, Sui E Guyu. The mechanical voice hesitated for a moment. In the next second, a portal opened. Xiao Cheng ran out from it. My lord, how are you? The high-level player ball is about to start. What the hell? Why is it you again? Qi Moen, what do you want to do? Why is our lord injured again? Qi Moen touched his nose, standing to the side with a wandering gaze. Guyu responded softly that it was nothing, walked in front of Qi Moen, and said, give me the list. I have to go. As he got closer, Qi Moen noticed that Guyu's voice was hoarse, and he looked extremely exhausted. Even his usually smiling eyes were filled with deep fatigue. Guyu smiled politely yet distantly. Since you want to run a bit farther. After all, eliminating dangerous players is my responsibility. After saying this, he left with Xiao Cheng. Watching his back, Qi Moen suddenly felt a sense of loss as if they had settled the score. Congratulations to players Qi Moen, Sui Yi, Wang Xier, and Xiong Tao for clearing the D-level dungeon death train, earning a D-level item parasite and 3,000 Xiong coins. Immediately afterward, a beam of light descended, and the four were transported to the sanctuary to receive healing from the holy light. We have to take this item, or they won't let us off the hook. We can exchange it for Xiong coins, Xiong Tao said, holding the item and almost pleading. Qi Moen's eyes lit up. How much? You name your price. At this moment, in the shadows, two cold and ruthless gazes were locked onto Qi Moen and Sui Yi. One was an F-class player, and the other a wanted criminal. Yet they managed to kill Big Wei. One person in a red outfit said, it's really ridiculous. How do we handle it? The other person in black asked. That F-class player seems to be without a roommate, so let's arrange two for him. As for Sui Yi, the wanted criminal should be handed over to the Evil God Affairs office. Chapter 34. Game Pool No Way. You sold an item of D-class for 100,000 Xiong coins? Sui Yi followed closely behind Qi Moen. Aren't you going to share half with me? Not planning to. We're even now. Qi Moen stored the Xiong coins, and after paying a month's accommodation fee of 1,000 Xiong coins as prompted by the system, he saved the rest. Hey, buddy, let us add each other as friends so we can team up next time. Sui Yi affectionately put his arm around Qi Moen's shoulder. I didn't expect you'd be bad at fighting, but at least you're smart. We're the most badass duo. By the way, why is the tier level changed? Still F-class? TSK. I still have to let this B-class player carry you. Qi Moen didn't push away Sui Yi's hand, allowing him to block his shoulder. A hint of amusement sparkled in his elongated Danfeng eyes. Do you know where the venue for the high-level players' ball is? What do you want? Sui Yi immediately became alert, quickly scanning the surroundings. He leaned closer to Qi Moen and whispered, you have no idea how deep the waters are inside. Many low-star players are colluding with the players. They will secretly help them win, and they will cheat. Is that so? Is there a reward in Xiong coins for reporting them? Qi Moen asked. Qi Moen didn't have many Xiong coins on him. Aside from the free healing of the temple, everything here required Xiong coins. Accommodation, food, items, even water. Without Xiong coins, they would soon starve. So even though Eden never forced players to enter dungeons, doing so was actually the most stable way to earn Xiong coins. We just sold 100,000 Xiong coins, and with the benefits from this month, it should be enough for us. Sui said, confused. Reporting cheating is useless. Winning or losing in the game relies entirely on skill. However, if caught by the evil god, it would lead to a gamble, with a low chance of winning and minimal benefits, making it unnecessary. Cheating? Qi Moen keenly picked up on those two words. According to the properties of the pot, once the usage count of that item reached 2, a recipe would automatically generate. He could sell these items exclusively, bringing in another income. If he had the opportunity to create higher quality items before the auction ended, he would definitely be able to pay off his debts and might even make a significant profit. Sui watched Qi Moen's eyes light up and took 2 steps back. Stammering, what? What are you going to do? Take me to the game pool. You're a B-level player and can take me in, Qi Moen said. The high-level player ball was only open to high-level players. Low-level players could only enter in two ways, either with gold coins or an invitation from high-level player. Why do you have to go? We have money, Sui said, confused. You're not possessed, are you? Don't tell me the reason. I definitely won't let you go to your death. To be honest, I owe the system 1 million. If I can't pay it back within a month, I will be erased, Qi Emoan said calmly. How much? 1 million. Sui's voice unknowingly rose by 8 degrees, drawing the attention of people on the street. He quickly quieted down and grasped Qi Emoan's shoulder. Dude, you didn't tell me you were this impressive. People can't even earn that much money. And you can owe that much. Qi Emoan said helplessly, so you know why I'm anxious. Sui sighed, his brows furrowing together as if he had made some significant decision, and said heavily, I'll take you there. I can't just leave my brother, who has risked his life for me, behind. So the two of them headed towards the gaming pool. If we encounter something off, we won't take the Qiong coins and we'll run immediately, understood? Sui looked at Qi Emoan nervously, looking like an anxious old father. Also about that 1 million, I'll think of a way to help you. Life is important. As long as we can live another day, there will always be hope. Qi Emoan sighed, wondering why he was the one in debt, while Sui was even more anxious than he was. It's fine. Just keep your Qiong coins for yourself. After a while, the two arrived at the entrance of the game pool. It was a huge game screen, displaying all kinds of games. Qi Emoan had already made a choice after looking at the game list. Soon, he found the game 90 for 5 players on the electronic screen and clicked to enter without hesitation. As he entered, a door rose from the game pool out of nowhere. The game rules stated that starting from 1, each player could add either 1 or 2 each round, and whoever made the final number reach 90 would lose. Qi Emoan said, once we go in, watch my gestures and I'll tell you how much to add. Sui was taken aback and said, isn't it true that the rules of the game are only revealed by the evil god after the players are full? How'd you know? You should have said you knew earlier. Qi Mon glanced around warily. You keep your voice down. Let's go in first. If others find out, we won't have good outcomes. Oh, right, let's go in. Sui cautiously looked around before following Qi Mon through the door. As the two approached, 3 purple figures sneaked out from behind the wall, one of whom had a B-level badge hanging from his chest. Boss, Sui and that guy named Qi Mon entered through this door. Let's go. An F-level player who can take down Wei Lauda. We must capture him first to gain more advantage in listening wind. With that, the 3 of them also walked in. At this moment, the game's evil god was lazily lying on a bench, eyes closed, as if asleep. Sui sat nervously in his seat, waiting for the game to start. Sui, why have you become so weak after Lu Yi defected from listening wind? Upon hearing the voice, Sui suddenly raised his head. Wei Guyu, why are you still haunting me? Are you interested in me? Wei Guyu scoffed. You? A brute. If it weren't for Lu Yi, you wouldn't even be able to get a B level. Useless. You. Sui stood up, slamming the table, wanting to punch Wei Guyu in the face. What face do you have to mention Lu Yi? How about this? Qi Mon suddenly stood up, blocking Sui and said gently, since we all find each other unpleasant, why not do this? Let's wager all our Qiong coins and items under our names and have an evil god witness it. How about that? All Qiong coins and items? Wei Guyu hesitated for a moment. Qi Emoan smiled, suddenly taking out a pot and a dagger and placing them on the table, an S-level and a D-level item, along with 100,000 Qiong coins. An S-level item? Wei Guyu's eyes widened in shock, while the other 2 stared intently at the pot. Qi Emoan raised his eyes, and his light-colored pupils clearly reflected a few people. His calm and unhurried voice was like jade beads falling into a plate. So, friends, are you willing to take a gamble? Chapter 35, The Eve. You don't have to go to such lengths for me. Sui looked at Qi Emoan with emotion. Ki Montak-an. There's no need to be too moved. After Wei Guyu and the other 2 exchanged glances, they slowly took out the props and placed them on the table. We agreed. At this moment, the evil god, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. He seemed to be surveying Qi Emoan and Sui with a vague expression, his gaze slowly descending. Suddenly, he chuckled, saying that since everyone wanted to raise the stakes for this game, it had become very important. However, since I have reached the end of my working hours, the game pool will be temporarily closed. To express my apologies to you all, I will bring a brand new game tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. In the meantime, Your props will be kept here. With that, the evil god opened the door and walked out, looking refreshed. Wei Guyu and the other two exchanged provocative smiles with Qi Moen and Sui Yi before leaving as well. Wait, are they really just going to do this in front of us? Sui Yi slammed the table and stood up, causing the chair to creak loudly. Don't worry, we won T lose. Qi Moen remained seated, watching their departing figures, seemingly lost in thought. I never fight a battle without preparation. Kumen Siged, Gy. He wants to kill me, but doesn't have the time, plus he's the head of this high-level player ball. How could he have time to manage us? Then who are you talking about? Su Wai stroked his chin, thinking, that person, you know him too. QMN smiled slightly, stood up, and walked towards the door. L. effing. You know L. effing. Is he the one I know? Su Wai said uncertainly. Why? I finally have a chance to get a good night's sleep, he said, but Su Wai's voice abruptly stopped, due to the fact that he was now a wanted criminal. Even his system had been locked, and he couldn't do anything. There's no way, it's a special time, just bear with it. After saying that, QMN followed the route given to him by 44 and headed towards the accommodation area. Su Wai sighed and helplessly followed QMN. Can I not sleep on the floor? Mochamki no de guy. You're too greedy, aren't you? What's the difference between you and a robber? The voices of the two grew fainter as two familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the game pool. Master, we found out it's them. They placed bets in that idiot XRN's room. They even brought out S-grade items. Ch glared fiercely at the two figures, filled with reluctance. So if they placed bets, why did they have to bring out an S-grade item? Now, my master has to intervene. Can't they just keep it to themselves? Gy leaned half against the doorframe. Has there been any progress on the matter of H&M colluding with players? Yes, but the few people we captured are very tight-lipped. They refuse to say anything, and we don't know what H&M offered them. Ing said resentfully. Oh right, master. H&M will also come tomorrow. Gy chuckled. That's just right. I'll let him see how he loses. Then, should we send someone to watch them, in case they get killed at night? What are you looking at? If they get stabbed at night, it just means they're too stupid. Stupid people don't deserve a clever death. Gy snorted lightly, flicked his sleeve, and walked into the game pool. Did his master just frown for a moment? He shook his head, trying to shake off the messy thoughts. After all, his master was more cunning than a fox. It wasn't something he could comprehend. At this time, QMN and Su Wai found their way to the entrance of F520 after several twists and turns. The peeling door of the mottled walls, and the musty smell permeated the entire corridor, making one feel nauseous for no reason. Wow, I haven't been to the F-level dormitory for a long time, really. It hasn't changed much, still as disgusting as ever. Su Wai carefully pushed the door open. Creak. A very well-behaved, doll-like face peeked out from inside. Are you also living here? You can call me Xing L. I'm Su Wai, and this is QMN. Su Wai was extremely friendly, and seeing the doll-like face was easy to get along with. He quickly started playing with him. Qi Moen didn't say anything, took a set of clothes from the free supply at number 44, and rushed into the bathroom as if escaping. Fortunately, the Eden didn't skimp on the bathing water. Even if it was lukewarm, it was enough for a hasty wash. When the water flowed over him, he finally felt alive. After washing up, Qi Moen laid down on the bed, which had been tidied up very neatly by Sui Yi, and, as he closed his eyes, the fatigue of the past few days washed over him like a tide, allowing him to drift into sleep almost effortlessly. Just when Qi Moen was sleeping soundly, a voice buzzed in his ear. Wake up. Guan, Your Highness. Your Highness. The voice was like a fly buzzing around, and his head swayed left and right. Although he was so tired that he didn't even want to open his eyes, his fists unconsciously clenched, and he instinctively threw a punch. Damn, can you still hit while asleep? Qi Moen struggled to keep his eyes open, and a magnified face suddenly appeared in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't even think of who this person was. TSK, are you stupid? I'm Li Feng. Let's go, hurry up. Li Feng shoved the packed items into Qi Moen's hands. Don't worry about your props. Just one thing, run. I've distracted the person. You need to run now. At this moment, Qi Moen's mind gradually cleared up. Next time, don't choose such a time. There's definitely no way to escape. If you want to help me, Just tell me the truth about the questions I ask. Li Feng said, what do you want to ask? Qi Moen. Is that evil god colluding with you? It's already good, but I have one more question. Who is the person wanted for harming Sui? Li Feng's body suddenly stiffened. It was his own wrongdoing, and related to us. Li Feng looked at Sui, who was sleeping on a small bed, and showed a hint of sympathy. It's Wei Guyu. But the main culprit in this matter is another A-level player named Ding Li. All right, I understand. Thank you. Also, thank you for tonight's incident. We are even now. After saying this, Qi Moen closed his eyes, ready to sleep a little longer. You need to be careful about Xiong Lu. There's another item. The release is inside here, so be cautious. I can only help you this far, my king. Li Feng said one more thing and turned to leave. At the same time, a figure outside the window had already blended into the night. The next day, Sui woke up early and called Qi Moen and Xiong Lu. Today, we will all have good luck. Thank you, Suego. Are you guys going to a dungeon today? Can I join you? Xiong Lu said with an eager expression. That's not possible. Your level is not high enough, and Sui refused. Do you have serious business to attend to? Can I just follow you? I can't stay here either. Being a spectator is fine. Xiong Lu said pitifully. Sui couldn't stand this kind of plea and looked toward Qi Moen for help. Unexpectedly, Qi Moen didn't refuse at all, saying, just come along. Chapter 36. The game begins upon hearing Qi Moen's agreement. Sui didn't oppose anymore. Xiong Lu upped his shield, waving his hand, deciding to treat Qi Moen and Sui to a bun for 1 Xiong coin. The curls in his hair bounced along with his movement, looking extremely cute. So the three of them took advantage of the time and sat in the restaurant, munching on meat buns. The high-level players' ball is about to welcome the first thrilling match between players. In this match, even S-level items appeared. What will the process of this game be like? Follow me, and let me take you into this game. The big screen in the restaurant lit up, showing the betting scene from yesterday. Dear audience friends, don't underestimate that pitch-black pot. This is the S-level item. The game will start at 8 o'clock. Currently, the three from the Listening Wind organization have arrived on site. And according to the information we've found, the remaining two are one newly promoted F-level player, Qi Moen. The other is actually a wanted criminal from the Evil God office. Who will win this game? Let's wait and see. In this game, regardless of whether they can win, they have pushed the two of them to the forefront. An F-level player with an S-level item and a wanted criminal from the Evil God office. Truly an unprecedented combination. Sui looked worriedly at the big screen and sighed heavily, following behind Qi Moen, with Xiong Lu trailing behind Sui. Soon, the three arrive at the game pool, surrounded by a dense crowd, with greedy and unkind gazes filling the entire area. An exaggerated red carpet stretched all the way to the round table deep in the game pool. At that round table, 3 people sat, all cloaked in black robes and wearing golden masks. But Qi Moen immediately recognized that the leader was Guyu. At this moment, the evil god standing at the round table said loudly, Is the extra person your teammate? Sui looked at Xiong Lu with confusion. Say, little Lu, this matter is very dangerous. You could just watch from the side. No, we are already friends now. Xiong Lu argued softly. I want to be with you. All right, then let's fight against evil forces together as brothers. Sui clenched his fist and said seriously, I've already thought of our team's name. Let's call ourselves the Gout Team. Qi Moen is a meme. I originally thought it would be awkward enough if his representative Moon were to eliminate you, but I didn't expect there to be a talented player as well. All right, you all go in later and listen to my instructions. Okay, let's go, Dun. Sui patted Qi Moen's shoulder, as if he were a guard beside the king. Qi Moen nodded and led the 2 people inside, sitting on the bench. As the 3 settled down, the evil god stood aside and began to announce the game rules. Once the game started, everyone would be randomly assigned to 5 rooms, and players would have 5 minutes to solve the puzzles and obtain numbers before coming to the central room. The team that completed the number puzzle first would win. Please note, the rooms will randomly change after 5 minutes, and those who have not answered the puzzles cannot leave their rooms. Now, the game begins. As the words fell, several people pressed the buttons. A beam of light descended, and they disappeared from their original spots, while a large transparent screen lit up. Qi Moen just opened his eyes and saw Wei Guyu's face. Perhaps it was fate for the 2 of them. The probability of 6 people in 5 rooms allowed them to meet. Wei Guyu quickly jumped to the side, exclaiming that it was bad luck. Chiamoan didn't say anything, but walked to the only table in the room and picked up the puzzle card on it, studying it intently. Vei sneered viciously, reached into thin air, and pulled out a bundle of rope, slowly walking towards Chiamoan. In the scene, Wei Guyu, without any hesitation, tied the rope around Chiamoan's neck, then suddenly yanked it, causing Chiamoan to cough violently and fall to the ground. Instinctively, he tried to use a dagger to cut the rope, but he grasped at nothing. All his props were in the game pool, and he had nothing on him, leaving him to passively endure. Wei Guyu tied Chiamoan up from head to toe with the rope, giving him no chance to secretly untie it. He whispered in Chiamoan's ear, "Your props will soon be mine." Chiamoan coughed twice and half leaned on the ground, but his expression remained calm. Even his eyes showed no sign of fluctuation. Li Feng had already informed him about this matter yesterday and provided him with a tool to crack the prop. Wei Guyu no longer paid attention to Chiamoan, but walked over to pick up the clue card, deep in thought, yet couldn't help but furrow his brows, thinking about how many years it had been since he last attended school. There is a family that particularly loves to lie. One noon during a meal, Grandpa sat down first at the round dining table and asked the other 4 people how they would sit. To his surprise, they even had a lie about this. "Mom, I sit next to my daughter. Dad, I sit next to my son. Daughter, Mom is to the left of my brother. Son, then my right side is either mom or sister. Please state the seating arrangement for these people." Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded. 240 seconds remaining. Qi Hin reclined on the ground, observing Wei Guyu's expression, and slowly said, "This family loves to lie, which means none of their words are true. So, isn't the answer quite obvious? You just need to think about it." Wei Guyu glared at Qi Hin and continued to scribble on the ground. But without paper and pen, the thoughts in his mind were like wild horses without reins, trampling recklessly on his brain. As the ticking sound echoed, time passed bit by bit, and the sweat on Wei Guyu's forehead increased. He had been trapped in Eden for many years, pondering how to survive here, rather than dealing with such riddles. However, he didn't want to use the 3-time effect of the truth rope on Qi Hin, so he could only think for himself. "I'll tell you the answer. Let's hurry up and get out. I'm in a bit of a rush," Qi Hin reminded. "There's only 1 minute left." Chapter 37. Lucky one at this moment, in Sui Yi's room. "I'm not that groom. How would I know what day you were getting married? I don't want to get married." Sui Yi sat on the ground in despair, looking at the ceiling. For a moment, he felt like this was the end of his life. He couldn't even answer a riddle, and there were only 3 minutes left. He had never even been to school. How could he possibly know such things? "No, I can't fail." He suddenly thought of Qi Hin's frail appearance. If he couldn't get out, then he would be even more doomed. How could he possibly compete with those scheming people? He couldn't even afford a bun. Thinking of this, he stroked his chin, sat at the table, and began to think seriously, feeling despondent. Since he couldn't think logically about this matter, he might as well start from reality. After all, the person getting married and the person posing the question were both human, right? Since they were both human, their thinking must be similar. "Wednesday," Sui Yi whispered. "Not Wednesday. What a good day." Sui Yi felt like he was about to become a thinker. Then it must be Saturday. Everyone is on holiday, and surely someone wants to eat something delicious. So Saturday. That's not it. Sui Yi sighed heavily, lying on the table. Could it be Sunday? But Sunday has a lot of resentment. Who would like to work on a Sunday? A small stone fell from the ceiling, hitting Sui Yi right on the face. What the hell? Sui Yi didn't even have time to lament his pain and quickly got up to pick up the stone and ran outside. Turning around, he saw Xiong Lu also walking out and warmly put his arm around Xiong Li's shoulders. "Xiaolu, you came out too? What's your number?" "Mine is 1, Sui Gu." Xiong Lu took a stone out of his pocket. "Oh, we all came out. Then should have come out too. Where is he? Have you seen him?" Sui Yi asked. "No, I just came out too. Should we go check out that number game?" Xiong Lu suggested. "Okay, let's go. That guy is so unreliable. We have to rely on each other, right? Is your question difficult?" Sui Yi asked. "Not too difficult. It's manageable," Xiong Lu said. While talking, the two arrived at the central stone platform, which had a phrase written on it. "Please arrange these 10 numbers according to the pattern." There was a small pit in the center, dividing into 4 forks leading to 4 small pits, resembling a little spider lying down. Pattern? Sui said. Could it be related to that 5-minute room change? Sui thought it made a lot of sense and walked into his room with Xiong Lu. As they entered the room, Qi Hin and Wei Guyu just stepped out, having completed the system's 10-second countdown. Wei Guyu's face was not good. This person had been talking and bothering him, making it impossible for him to answer seriously. In the end, he had to use up one chance to barely exit the room. At a critical moment, it still depends on me, Qi Hin instructed naturally. Go check that stone slab over there. Wei Guyu's fists clenched again, wanting to punch him, but he still needed his help to solve the problem. Although he was furious, he couldn't act on it. He lifted Qi Hin and walked towards the center. Qi Hin had already gotten used to this position, and the discomfort had lessened. Wei Guyu placed Qi Hin aside, trying to be sneaky and not let him see. To this, Qi Hin said, "If you don't let me see now, be careful you'll be begging me to look later." "Shut up," Wei Guyu shouted in frustration. "Okay." Qi Hin obediently closed his mouth. At this moment, outside the game pool, Xiao Cheng whispered in Guyu's ear, "These props were prepared in advance last night. But you shouldn't go anywhere last night. He followed the normal process at the evil god office." Guyu lifted his eyelids. "What about Han Mo?" "Lord Han Mo is not at the evil god office," Xiao Cheng said, "but I can't find out where he went. His star level is too high, and I don't have the authority." Check on Xiong Lu. An F-level player shouldn't be carrying a C-level item. Tricking fools, Guyu said lightly. "Yes, sir. And one more thing." Xiao Cheng hesitated. "Just say it," Guyu said casually. "Last night, a B-level player went to Qi Hin's residence, and in his vicinity, I sense an evil goddess aura, which is also quite high. I think it might be related to Han Mo," Xiao Cheng said seriously. Guyu coughed lightly, lowered his head to fiddle with the ring, and awkwardly said, "I know about this. You should first check on Xiong Lu." "Okay, sir." Xiao Cheng agreed and left. After Xiao Cheng left, Guyu raised his head again and looked back at the game space, only to see someone was tricking others again. "Qi Hin," Wei Guyu shouted, "is this your brilliant idea? Now we can't get out." "Yeah." Qi Hin smiled. 5 rooms, 5 empty spots. "No matter how you think about it, it's related, right?" "Haha, it is related." Wei Guyu laughed in anger, but the 5-minute countdown had already begun, and there were only 3 minutes left. Remaining time, 180 seconds. "Well, I don't know." Qi Hin shrugged innocently. "You should focus on solving the problem. Otherwise, if you don't solve this one, the next question will come up, and it won't be good to give up halfway." Wei Guyu took a deep breath, barely suppressing the anger in his chest, and looked at the question. "Question? Mr. Percy Blindexter is a famous after-dinner puzzle expert, and he is trying to solve an ancient riddle about water and wine, but he is now at a loss. The riddle is as follows. There are 2 glass cups, each containing the same amount of liquid. One contains water, and the other contains wine. First, a spoonful of water is taken from the water cup and poured into the wine cup. Then it is stirred evenly. Next, a spoonful of the wine-water mixture is taken and poured back into the water cup. So, is there more wine in the water cup or more water in the wine cup?" Chapter 38. New conditions. The table in this room was very clean, as if it had been specially cleaned. However, 5 minutes ago, he and Wei Guyu had fought here, and there were some scratches on the table. But now there were no marks at all. Could it be more than just changing the question? Qi Hin thought to himself. He originally thought it was to trap players in a room in a riddle format, but it seemed it might not be like that. "Wei Guyu, there's 2 minutes left. You need to hurry up." "I know." Wei Guyu's hands are gesturing in the air, and her face has turned red due to excessive pressure, with beads of sweat dripping from her forehead onto the ground. Assuming both water and wine have a density of 1. If the first volume taken from the water cup is X, then the volume of the water cup becomes 1X, and the volume in the wine cup should be 1X. For the second time, the proportion of wine in the volume taken from the mixed liquid should be. Chiamoan watched as the time reached 1 minute and reminded, it should be XX1. The volume of water should be 1XX 11X1. "Yes, that's right." Wei Guyu said, "The amount of water in the cup should be 1X1X1. How much is that? Without paper and pen, I can't calculate anything." The clever design of these small rooms lies here, turning problems that seem difficult and cannot be intuitively solved into obstacles, compounded by the pressure of time and relying solely on mental calculations, making it impossible for these people who deal with ghosts daily to come up with an answer in a short time. I can tell you the final answer. Qi Moen said, but you have to promise me one request. What? Wei Guyu asked. I want to know the numbers on the 2 stones we get. Qi Moen replied. Remembering the leader's words, his body trembled uncontrollably. But now, if he didn't make this deal with Qi Moen, he might very well be trapped here. Ultimately, he had to rely on Qi Moen, so it was better to make this deal with him, and he couldn't possibly get the stones otherwise. Okay, to show my sincerity, Wei Guyu said, taking a stone from his pocket and waving it in front of Qi Moen. The first one is 8. Qi Moen nodded and said, the answer is the same. As he finished speaking, a stone block fell from the ceiling. Wei Guyu ran over like the wind, grabbed the stone block, and raised it towards Qi Moen, saying, this one is 6. There wasn't much time left, and the room was about to change again. Wei Guyu picked up Qi Moen again and ran out. When he shouted like that, several people looked over, and Qi Moen was awkwardly thrown to the ground, with Wei Guyu's foot even stepping on Qi Moen's hand. Dan, Sui, he shouted anxiously, with worry in his brows and eyes. Sui Gu, don't be impulsive. Xiong Lu, seeing the situation was not right, hurriedly hugged Sui. He felt like a bucket of cold water was splashed on him, calming down. He forced a smile, patted Xiong Li's hand, and signaled him to let go of him. I won't be impulsive. Xiong Lu, let's go. Since these people had already captured Qi Moen, their next target would be him and Xiong Lu. If they were also caught, it would be even less likely for them to walk out of here alive. Wei Guyu and the others stood coldly to the side, silently watching Sui, Yi, and the others, their fists cracking with tension. It seems your teammate has given up on you, Wei Guyu said, kicking Qi Moen with a tone of mockery. Yeah, I see that, Qi Moen replied wearily, lifting his eyelids. Wei Gu, what's wrong with him? He can't really be dying, right? Han Bao asked. He should be affected by the instance. His mind is in a normal state for a newcomer, Wei Guyu said nonchalantly. What are your numbers? Han Bao and Zhang Yu cautiously glanced at Qi Moen and wrote down a number on Wei Guyu's hand. Qi Moen lifted his eyelids. 6 digits? The first time they came out, he hadn't seen these 2 at all, indicating that they hadn't answered the first question at all. He looked at the retreating figures of Xiong Lu and Sui, Yi, secretly sighed, unsure if Sui, Yi could receive his signal, hoping he wouldn't cry too sadly. Although Wei Guyu was deliberately causing trouble, in the end, he still managed to see it. There were a total of 5 stone pits and 5 rooms, with the rooms changing every 5 minutes, and the numbers would change along with them. These rooms were distributed in a fan shape, while the stone pits were arranged in a spider-like pattern, extending 4 points from a central point to the left and right sides. The filling of the numbers must be related to the distribution of the rooms. At this moment, Wei Guyu and the others no longer paid attention to Qi Moen, but instead walked to the stone platform with stones in hand. No, the conditions have changed again, Wei Guyu said. We also need to fill in the numbers displayed in the first room. Hearing this, Han Bao and Zhang Yu's expressions changed, and Zhang Yu instinctively said, didn't you say? The next second, Wei Guyu and Han Bao coldly stared at Zhang Yu. And Wei Guyu said with a half-smile, what did you think of? Zhang Yu seemed to realize he had said something wrong, laughed awkwardly a couple of times. Didn't you say our numbers wouldn't work? Mine and Han Bao's numbers were only obtained in the second room. We couldn't answer the first room at all. And who knows if the answer from the first room will even come out. Wei Guyu nodded with a dark face and instructed. The first room on the left, we already know the numbers from the first 2 times. I'll go in with that person to see what the number is for the 3rd time. You all hurry up and collect the numbers. The few of them nodded and quickly ran towards the empty room. Qi Moen was lifted up again and entered the first room on the left with Wei Guyu. This time was another new puzzle. Chapter 39, Turning Point. Wei Guyu, ignoring Qi Moen, casually tossed him aside and picked up the puzzle card to examine it carefully. Qi Hian let out a pained cry. Why are you so anxious when you can't solve it? At that moment, Wei Guyu didn't even have time to bicker with Qi Hian. Question: there are 3 pairs of couples sitting around a round table, and their seating order must satisfy the following conditions. 1. Men must sit next to women. 2. No man can sit next to his own wife. How many seating arrangements meet the above conditions? Do you know why Ting Feng made this simple game so complicated? Qi Hian adjusted his sitting position and asked. Shut up, Wei Guyu said impatiently. If you have the ability, just kill me. I'm really fragile right now. If you're not careful, I might just break. Qi Hian shrugged indifferently, Having played a corpse so many times, it's rare to play myself. I have to say I'm quite excited. Wei Guyu angrily slammed his fist on the table and coldly asked, "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing. Just wanted to ask if your boss Ting Feng treats you well?" Qi Hian asked. "Of course, very well." Wei Guyu answered without hesitation. "Then why is he making such a big deal out of this? Is he really creating momentum for you and offering you a promotion and raise? Believe me, when the boss gives you such benefits, it means there's a big burden he wants you to carry, kid." Qi Hian lazily leaned against the wall, looking more like someone on vacation than someone who was kidnapped. "It's a trade-off, my friend." Wei Guyu's expression changed, slowly putting down the card in his hand and looking at Qi Hian. "What exactly do you want to say?" "There's someone live streaming right now. Come closer and I'll quietly tell you." Qi Hian smiled. "I really don't know what you're worried about. What threat can I pose to you now?" Wei Guyu was silent for a moment, but still slowly walked over, leaning in at Qi Hian's gesture. "Of course, it's about your collusion with the referee." Qi Hian whispered. "It's obvious the question has changed, which means the Evil God Affairs office already knows about this. Otherwise, why would Guyu come? It's definitely for performance. You guys are living targets. In this game, whether you win or lose, you're all dead." Qi Moen observed Wei Guyu's expression and was now very grateful for the micro-expression analysis taught by his teacher. It wasn't used in acting, but it was quite useful now. Wei Guyu's eyes darted away, indicating he felt guilty. His body slightly leaned back, showing a defensive posture. His brows were tightly furrowed. Even his upper eyelids were raised. Truly deserving of being the leader of Listening Wind, he managed to protect both the props and Listening Wind, and even sent me and Sui Yi, two wanted criminals, into custody. Aside from sacrificing a few unimportant people, everything else was quite perfect. "Wei Guyu, this is a deadlock." Wei Guyu's eyes slightly moved, slowly focusing on Qi Moen's face. After years of honing in Eden, those expressions were just fleeting moments. He calmly stood up, picked up the puzzle card again, and a slightly trembling voice came out. "I don't know what you're talking about." "All right, consider me talking nonsense again, but one should think for themselves." Qi Moen said nonchalantly, "In half a minute, I'll tell you the answer. You tell me the number. I should show you a bit of sincerity, so I can survive in your hands." "All right, let's say I was wrong." Qi Moen said indifferently, "In half a minute, I'll tell you the answer. You tell me the number." Wei Guyu said, "Okay." Qi Moen said, "The answer is 72. A stone fell from the ceiling, and Wei Guyu picked up Qi Moen and walked outside. This time it was the number 5. Han Bao and Zhang Yu had been waiting outside for a long time, each holding 2 stones in their hands. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Wei Gu." However, when Wei Guyu saw the 2 of them, his face turned pale. He knew the difficulty of these questions and was aware of their abilities. He took a deep breath to calm his expression and said softly, "Let's go take a look at the stone tablet." This time, he didn't wait for the 2, but led Qi Moen ahead, whispering, "Anyone can die, but I have to survive." Qi Moen looked at the 2 with sympathy and whispered to Wei Guyu, "So clever. The back door of the evil god isn't open for him. Since he and Wei Guyu are in the same room, it must be a normal difficulty problem. With that, even if he is suspected, there's no evidence. But those 2 are different. Everyone can see their problems." At that moment, in the game pool, "Sir, what do you think Qi Moen is saying?" Xiao Chung asked boredly while munching on sunflower seeds. "I guess he wants to throw dirty water on others again." Guyu elegantly placed his left leg over his right, the silk fabric of his black robe sliding down his wrist, revealing his fair wrist. A gorgeous golden mask covered his face, adding a hint of mystery, like a prince from an ancient kingdom. "Can you be more careful and not get sunflower seed shells on my clothes?" "Sorry, sir, I just can't help it." Xiong Lu is a listener of the wind, a sea-level player, and someone helped him cover his identity. "I figured this all out. I'm already this impressive. Eating a bit of yours isn't too much," Xiao Chung said with confidence, perfectly mimicking Guyu's usual demeanor. Guyu turned his face away in silence, thinking how this child only learns the bad things at a glance. Xiao Chung blinked and pulled out an orange from his pocket, stuffing it into Guyu's hand. "This might take a while. Sir, you should eat something too." Guyu. "Fine." Looking into Xiao Cheng's sincere eyes, he said, "Thank you." Xiao Cheng smiled in satisfaction and continued to crack sunflower seeds. Guyu held the orange and, as he raised his gaze, saw Yushi secretly observing them. Suddenly, their eyes met, and Yushi quickly looked away as if nothing happened. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. Wow, look at Sui. What is he doing? I think he's gone mad. First, he mixes with traders, and now with an F-level player. A B player has fallen to this level. It's really ridiculous. At this moment, the self-paid commentator on-site shouted, Sui actually attacked his own teammate. Qi has been captured, and Sui has gone crazy. This game is already decided. Let's mourn for the combination of a madman and a fool. Chapter 40. The cowardly person Sui. What are you doing? Xionglu struggled continuously, but the dagger in Sui's hand was already pressed against his neck. Sui usually seemed like a smiling golden retriever, enjoying wagging his tail and communicating with people. But now he looked like a heartless machine. You're a listener of the wind? Sui shook his head. I saw you signaling to those two. You told them our numbers. The day Lu died, that is how you passed messages. Sui said calmly, so I learned it specifically later, thinking I wouldn't need it. Seeing the situation exposed, Xionglu didn't want to hide anymore. He simply knelt in front of Sui. I have no choice. I have an elderly parent and young children. Please don't kill me. If you're willing, I could be Xionglu from now on. I still have Qiong coins. I can buy buns to support you and Qi. Seeing that Sui's expression still showed no sign of emotion, Xionglu gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, stared at the blade, crawled forward a couple of steps, hugged Sui's thigh, and tears streamed down his face. Dad, I can also acknowledge you as my dad. As long as you don't kill me, I will be your good son. Sui might have never seen someone kneeling and hugging a thigh while calling dad so smoothly, and he took 2 steps back in shock. Damn it. Realizing he had been played, Sui was furious, but for the sake of winning, he had to pocket the stone first and chased out. Once outside, he saw Xionglu hiding behind Wei Guyu, making faces at the pursuing Sui. Lu will die in front of you, and so will Qi. Sui clenched the stone in his hand, his muscles tensing. What are you saying? I'm saying, what does it matter if you're a B-level player when you're such a coward? It's nothing to you. You can't even handle your own weakness, can you? People like you deserve it, you know? Xionglu repeated carelessly. Sui looked at Qi. His eyesight was exceptional, and with just one glance, he saw that Qi wrist was already chafed by the ropes, just like when Lu died. He was also tied up and casually thrown on the ground, blood even soaking the hemp rope, and he could only run to the safest place Lu had thought of for him. Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed. Qi ropes had already fallen to the ground, and he held a small blade in his hand, which was something Li Feng had given him specifically to unlock this item. Xiong Li's face quickly swelled up, looking at Qi in disbelief. You're not. You deserve it, you know? Qi. He glanced at Wei Guyu. Aren't you going to catch him? Wei Guyu and the others exchanged glances, quickly pulling out ropes to tie up Xionglu. No, what are you doing? We're not. Slap. Another slap landed, and Wei Guyu coldly said, Shut up. Watching this scene, Sui widened his eyes, opened his mouth several times, but nothing came out. Why are you standing there dumbfounded? Hand over the numbers. Qi looked at Sui, who was foolishly standing in place, in confusion. I still have to thank you. Qi said, otherwise I wouldn't be able to find a suitable target for both sides. I helped you? Sui's body trembled continuously, like someone who had been suppressing for a long time finally found an outlet. Nervously asked. Yeah, if it weren't for you, I would have died. After this, we'll have money and buy 2 buns for Xionglu to place at his grave. Qi took Sui's stone and smiled. Your number is all 2, 3 2s. You really have a connection with 2. Sui chuckled, wiped his face, and returned to his usual playful demeanor. Who tells such cold jokes like you? Qi didn't say anything more and was seriously fiddling with the stones. At this moment, the conditions on the stone slab changed again, requiring the second number for the room to be filled in. However, since Xionglu and Sui entered one room, one number was still missing. Currently, arranged in a fan shape from left to right, the first numbers are 821. The second numbers are 6423. The third numbers are 623. Qi first arranged the second set of number stones according to the order of the doors, and then alternately placed the numbers he had in the empty spots. Since there were no restrictions on the numbers for this stone slab, Qi decided to place all possible results one by one. just as he placed the number 2 from the first set into the empty spot. He scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, wondering if there was any pattern in the numbers 6, 4, 2, 2, 3. Chiamoan pointed to the pattern on the stone slab and said, "The sum of the 2 on the left divided by the middle number equals the sum of the 2 on the right. Is it really that simple?" Sui asked. Chiamoan shook his head. "I'm not sure either. But the only pattern that can currently explain these 5 numbers is this one. According to this pattern, the first number can also be filled in, and there are many possibilities." Sui said. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone tablet changed again. Chiamoan suddenly had a bad premonition. He recalled a game he had seen on the game list that was similar to this one, which was designed to confuse players. Once a player has the thought of trying it out, they would fall into a trap. If they filled in the first number, it would prompt them to fill in the first number again, and if they filled in the third number, it would prompt them to fill in the third number again. Sure enough, please fill in the first room's number. What's wrong? Sui asked in a low voice, noticing Chiamoan's bad expression. Nothing. Chiamoan gritted his teeth. Why does it feel like I can't get past Guyu? Did he destroy the galaxy in his last life? And now I run into him in this life. My lord, he seems to have figured out that this game was designed by you. Xiao Cheng flipped his lips and spat out the sunflower seed shell. By the looks of him, he probably wants to take revenge on you. Guyu snorted coldly and said proudly, I designed the game for him. It's his fortune from his last life. You should be grateful. Xiao Cheng. His lord's narcissism seems to be beyond saving. At that moment, Yushi walked over and said in a low voice, My lord, their delay is causing us to be unable to proceed with the next game, and there have already been complaints. Guyu lifted his eyelids and asked, So? Yushi raised his head, his eyes flashing with cold light. I think we can impose a time limit on them. If no one wins within 20 minutes, all players will fail and be immediately eliminated. Chapter 41. Transaction. Now he was bound by the truth rope with no chance to resist. Wei Guyu recalled Chiamoan's words. This live stream is your death warrant, but it's also your opportunity. How will you seize it? Wei Guyu raised his hand and slapped Xiong Lu heavily. I ask you, what is your relationship with Yushi? Xiong Lu's eyes widened, and just before he spoke, he bit down hard on his lower lip, refusing to let go even as blood flowed out. At that moment, a surge of electricity crackled, and a strange male voice echoed. Due to the excessive time wasted by the players, a time limit has now been added. After 20 minutes, if no one completes the game, all will die. Of course, if the game is completed, a reward of 100,000 Xiong coins will be given, along with the gratitude of the evil god. Great! Sui excitedly grabbed Chiamoan's arm. What's up? The gratitude of the evil god can save lives at a critical moment. In case of danger, you can summon that evil god once. It's very powerful. Sui said excitedly, We're going to make a huge profit this time. Chiamoan paused while fiddling with the stone, feeling grateful for the dark god. Wasn't this something Guyu used to scare people? He never expected it to be real. With this thought, Chiamoan stood up and walked towards Wei Guyu. Regardless of whether this thing was useful or not, it had helped him a lot now. I think we can make another deal. Ki Montakan, make a deal with me? Have you been kicked by a donkey? Or is your brain flooded? Guyu crossed his arms and sneered, to be frank. The soul in your hands is really too ugly. I have high aesthetic standards and don't like it. Guyu, my star level is higher than yours. So watch your words. Even with a golden mask on, Hanmo's face was still as dark as a bottom of a pot. Moreover, as a dark god himself, you should know very well that dark gods cannot trade privately. I can report you to the main system at any time, and by then, you won't even be able to keep your 4 stars. Guyu snorted coldly, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders and walking towards the game pool. If you have the ability, go ahead. Guyu, I know Chiamoan is your person. If you don't back off, I guarantee you that in 20 minutes, no living person will come out of the digital game. Han Mo said, Now if you back off, it's good for both of us. After all, if it escalates, the main system 1T let anyone off. Wait, Guyu, I have information about your heart. Han Mo said in a deep voice. As expected, Guyu, who was about to leave, walked back, his eyes squinting with a smile. Now we can have a good talk. I wonder how you all feel about this. Chiamoan said, Are you really going to give us the gratitude of the dark god? Wei Guyu asked suspiciously. Yes. Chiamoan nodded, but internally he was complaining. If it could really summon the dark god, forget about coming to the rescue. Guyu could just exhaust him to death. It would be better to die in the dungeon. Wei Guyu and the other two exchanged glances before saying, "All right, we won't take a single Qiong coin, and we'll give you 30,000 Qiong coins. This is the highest price we can offer." 30,000 Qiong coins? Chiamoan's eyes curved with a smile, and he became amiable. "Deal. No backing out. Absolutely no backing out." Wei Guyu quickly replied. Chiamoan nodded, glanced at the clock, and noted that there were 18 minutes left. According to the current numerical pattern, the third room consistently displayed the number 2, and the fifth room consistently displayed the number 3. We now needed the numbers 3 and 0. I will go to the fifth room with Sui Yi to get the fixed number 3. He then looked around and coldly said, "Wei Guyu, take Xiong Lu with you. He seems somewhat clever. Take him to room 1 and use the truth rope directly. Also, pay attention to whether the table shows anywhere." He pointed at Han Bao and Zhang Yu, saying, "Room 2 and room 4. Remember the buff that the evil god has given you. All right, there are 2 minutes left until the next room refreshes, so make it quick." After saying this, Chiamoan took Sui Yi to room 5. Chiamoan pointed to the spot on the ceiling where stones had fallen and asked, "If I let you use the table, can you hit that spot?" Sui Yi roughly gestured and replied, "This room isn't very high, only about 2 meters. I can probably do it, but I need to warm up a bit." Chiamoan nodded, took the clue card, and said, "Okay, wait for the right moment. Once it opens, just smash it." Question: in a baseball game, these 4 individuals, Malvin, Harvey, Bruce, and Rollo, are to share 233 yuan. After the game, Malvin received 20 yuan more than Harvey, 53 yuan more than Bruce, and 71 yuan more than Rollo. How much money did each of the 4 players get that morning? This is not a very difficult problem. You just need to set Malvin's amount as the unknown X and set up the equations to get the answer. Soon, in half a minute, Chiamoan got the answer and looked at Sui Yi. "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." Sui Yi had already lifted the table, aiming at that point. Chiamoan nodded and stated the answer. Malvern has 94. 25 yuan. Harvey has 74. 25 yuan. Bruce has 41. 25 yuan. And Rollo has 23. 25 yuan. Almost at the moment the stone fell, Sui Yi rushed forward. With a loud bang, the table was smashed to pieces, and the lid seemed to be damaged as well, no longer closing as it used to, revealing a small hole the size of an arm. Through that small hole, it seemed possible to see a movable platform. Sui picked up the stone and said, "What should we do, Don? This isn't 3. This is 9. Where can we put this stone? It won't fit in any empty space. Let's go outside first." Chiamoan sighed. Things had reached the worst point. Perhaps the high-ranking evil god had discovered this matter, and, even at the risk of violating the evil god's rules, wanted to give them a dead end. Chiamoan placed the stone on the stone slab and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the game requirements on the slab had not changed. At this moment, Wei Guyu also came out, and the number in their hands was 1. It was still a number that was useless no matter which stone slot it was placed in. This was going to put us in a dire situation. Chapter 42, The Behind-the-Scenes Person. With 1 minute left until the end of the 4th room, Han Bao and Zhang Yu also came out, and the number they received was still 1. Qi Hian frowned slightly and left a sentence here waiting, pulling Sui Yi into the 3rd room. "Sui, get ready to smash." Sui Yi ran over, took a deep breath, and lifted the table, just waiting for Qi Hian's command. Seeing this, Chiamoan quickly read and solved the problem in less than half a minute and announced the answer. Just as the ceiling opened with a loud crash, a large hole was smashed into the ceiling, revealing a small hole the size of an arm, identical to the one in the 5th room. Reminder, there are 10 seconds left until the room changes. Please pay attention, players. Run. Chiamoan shouted to Sui Yi as he grabbed the stone. In the end, the 2 of them rushed out of the room, just as the last second of the room change ticked away. "How is it? Is it the 2 we wanted?" Wei Guyu hurriedly asked as he approached. Chiamoan opened his palm, revealing the number 5 to everyone's eyes. "Didn't they say there was a pattern?" Han Bao's face instantly turned pale. There were only 15 minutes left in the game. "We won't get anything. We're about to die." "Calm down." Wei Guyu let out a low snort. Although he said that, the trembling in his voice revealed his nervousness. He analyzed. "We are missing 0, 2, and 3. The second 2 from the 3rd round can be used. We still have 0 and 3 left. There are 3 rounds remaining and 15 chances left. There's no way we can't get a single number. Wei Guyu forced a laugh, but the sound only made everyone present more silent. Qi Imoen said in a low voice, "Give me the numbers." A few people handed him the numbers, and he walked towards the stone slab with them. Hint, please input the numbers from the first room. Qi Imoen had already deduced the numbers for the first room according to the pattern. 8, 0, 2, 1, 3. Originally, according to the output pattern of the room, they only needed to get 0, but now, under the manipulation of that behind-the-scenes figure 2, let alone 0, they couldn't even obtain 3. Even if someone was manipulating the numbers from behind, a game that attracted the attention of thousands, a game concerning life and death, would never allow itself to reach a deadlock. Unreasonable, very unreasonable. His fingers traced over the characters on the stone slab, the cold touch making his weak body tremble. Was there something he had overlooked? Wait. He recalled the evil god announcing the rules. The team that first completed the numerical puzzle would achieve victory. Completing the numerical puzzle. What was the true puzzle? It could only be the pattern among the numbers. As for the stone slab, Qi Imoen remembered someone smiling with squinted eyes, clearly a cat, but insisting on smiling like a fox. The stone slab was the same principle. It was just a hint, not the final pattern. Everyone, Qi Imoen said. I have a rather risky method. What method? I suspect someone is manipulating these numbers. If we want to get out, we need to find another way. Qi Imoen said. The third and fifth rooms. These 2 rooms have been smashed, so the probability of the numbers being swapped is relatively low. So we split into 2 groups. Go in to get the numbers, and then use the same method to get the other numbers. Only in this way do we have a chance to obtain useful ones. Before he could finish, a cold laugh interrupted. A bunch of fools. You actually believe his nonsense. At this point, it will be better to think about your last words. Xiong Lu lay on the ground, leisurely speaking, regardless of whether this behind-the-scenes figure really exists. One thing is for sure. Whether the numbers can fall normally after smashing the ceiling is a question. Moreover, can you guarantee that they can all smoothly come out of the rooms? This game has reached this point. Do you think those people still care about their lives? 15 chances are simply a joke. Xiong Lu crossed his legs, provocatively scanning the room, snorting coldly. To put it bluntly, Qi Imoen, aren't you just trying to have them pave the way for you? Don't talk nonsense. Sui snapped. Den is not that kind of person. Xiong Lu rolled his eyes, deliberately elongating his voice. You've only known him for a few days, and you trust him this much? Don't wait until he sells you out. And you're still counting money for him. Qi Mon sighed, pulling Sui, who still needed to output, into his embrace, his face showing a look of good intentions being betrayed. First, I'm not familiar with Guyu, but if I were to die, he would definitely applaud. Second, regarding that person, I'm just guessing. Whether or not to do this depends on you all. Sui, let's go. After saying this, he took the lead and walked into the third room with Sui. As soon as they entered the room, Qi Mon felt his body go weak, his throat tightened, and a metallic taste spread from his lips and teeth, with strands of crimson spilling from the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with you? Sui supported Qi Mon as he sat on the ground. Didn't the temple eliminate the side effects of the instance on you? Qi Imoen shook his head. The accumulated injuries from 3 deaths burst forth at this moment, making his whole body feel as if it had been crushed and then glued back together, even breathing hurt. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I'm fine. It will be over soon. You should rest for a bit too. And think about what delicious food you want to buy when you have money. No need to solve the problem? Sui asked. Qi Mon took out 5 stones from his bosom and placed them on the ground. 8, 2, 5, 1, 1. That's enough. You. Sui stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from Qi Mon, and said in disbelief, You came to the third room on purpose? Qi Imoen nodded. Well, there won't be any numbers that follow the pattern on the field. You didn't leave them a way out? Sui asked. Sui asked uncertainly, Are you saying to catch that person on the ceiling? Qi Imoen nodded, hoping they could succeed. If they didn't, it wouldn't matter. After all, they wouldn't die. Dan, why are you doing this? To repay your kindness, Qi Imoen said. Not only did you help me escape, but you also gave me money. It's only right that I help you resolve your grievances. Is it the only reason? Sui asked. What else could it be? Qi Montakan replied. Somewhat confused as to why Sui was asking. Aren't you curious about what happened back then? About who was right and who was wrong about? Why should I ask? It has nothing to do with me. Chiamoan said nonchalantly. The only one it concerns is you. If you think I'm too ruthless, you could take your Xiong coins and leave. We're even. As soon as he said this, the two people in the small room fell silent. Although they were only 2 steps apart, it felt as if they were worlds away. At that moment, the past was that Gu and personally dug out your heart and hid it in some S-level dungeon. If it weren't for the main system discovering it in time, you wouldn't have even been able to preserve your soul. Han Mo took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Guyu. Guyu, how does it feel to have found your enemy after so many years? The card was exquisitely made, with a dark red background and bright golden patterns floating on it, forming a stunning flower, and in the center of that flower was a still beating heart. An S-level item, the Fate card, Gu's exclusive item. Guyu did not take the card, but instead raised a silver handgun, coldly stating, "Where is Guin?" Chapter 43 Report 1-7. Another useless number. Guyu clenched the stone in his hand. Is it really possible that someone is tampering with the numbers? Han Bao asked. I think so. Number games are all about finding patterns, and there is no pattern to the current numbers, Zhang Yu said. Let's go. We need to check other rooms. Guyu led the 3 out of the room, but did not see Chiamoan and Sui Yi. Where are they? Their problem-solving speed shouldn't be slower than ours. Maybe they're faster than us, Han Bao said. They must have already entered a room. Guyu shook his head. No way. The whole point is to find a pattern. They definitely need to discuss numbers and room entries with us. Xiong Lu mocked. You guys really are foolish. I told you not to listen to his nonsense. And now look, as long as he doesn't come out of the room, you have no way to deal with him. What good does it do him to drag us down like this? Han Bao asked. What if? Xiong Lu raised his eyes. What if he already knows how to break this game? He has such a good relationship with Sui Yi. He might just be helping him take revenge. Take my advice, Red Will. Shut up. Guyu growled, dragging Xiong Lu back into the room. Xiong Lu, I don't know if he has solved it. But if we can't solve it, we will die. No, I have a way to survive, Xiong Lu suddenly said. Sir, are you okay? Xiao Cheng, who had followed Guyu for many years, sensed that his master was not in a good mood, even through the mask. I'm Fine. What's the situation on the field now? Guyu asked. Chiamoan has betrayed the others and is hiding with the answers, Xiao Cheng summarized. But it seems he's had a fight with his partner. Guyu nodded. I need to step out for a moment. You keep an eye on things here. But the game will end in 8 minutes. Xiao Cheng hesitated. Sir, if you leave, I can't hold them off. Sir, how can I live without you? Xiao Cheng looked at the 3-star evil god, the 4-star evil god, and the 5-star evil god sitting in the audience, then glanced down at his own 2-star rating. Please don't make things difficult for a 2-star evil god. So, Lu Yi's death was because he acknowledged Guin's method? Chiamoan asked. Sui Yi shook his head. How can we blame Guin? He doesn't even know this person. But if Guin hadn't defected, Chiamoan continued. Sui Yi interrupted him, saying, This matter has nothing to do with Guin. It just so happened that he encountered the X group during Guin's defection, and those people reported it with embellishments, which led to Lu Yi being executed by the Listening Wind Bureau. Moreover, Lu Yi himself said he died for his own cause. He had no regrets. Dear players, there are 30 seconds left until the game ends. Please get ready. Have you thought about what hot pot to eat? Chiamoan asked. Of course. Add numbing and spicy. The spicier the better. Sui Yi said enthusiastically. Game over. With the mechanical voice fading, 2 beams of light descended. And when they opened their eyes again, they were already at the round table in the game pool. Chiamo glanced instinctively at the high platform, but the person was no longer there. What a scoundrel. The game they designed almost messed everyone up, and just when the game finally ended, they ran away. Chi Hian leaned back in his chair, casually scanning everyone at the table. When he noticed the provocation in Xiong Li's eyes, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. What a rare good teammate. Those who think they're clever are the best to utilize. A little stimulation is all it takes to achieve a great effect. Just like now, a self-righteous victory. Chi-Gu, have you found a final answer? Xiong Li leaned over and asked in a low voice. What? Listening Wind has prepared a gift for you. Xiong Li continued, hoping you would like it. As soon as he finished speaking, Guyu suddenly stood up and shouted, I report that someone is interfering with the normal progress of the game. Upon hearing this, An uproar erupted in the venue. A game with a 5-star evil god present could actually be reported? Isn't that slapping them in the face? Has he gone mad? Does he really believe someone is hiding in the ceiling, swapping their numbers? How ridiculous. TSK. This is still the person from the top of Eden's 3 major organizations. Listening wind, so mediocre. At this moment, the game screen on the round table also began to change gradually. Detected a player reporting the fairness of the game. Please handle it promptly, evil god Yushi. Yushi clicked confirm and asked seriously, what do you want to report? Wei Guyu pointed at Qi Hian and coldly stated, I report player Qi Hian for intentionally swapping room numbers, causing the game to be unable to proceed normally. Where's the evidence? Wei Guyu sincerely replied, based on the patterns of the first 3 room changes, the numbers generated by the 3rd and 5th rooms are fixed at 2 and 3. But due to Qi Hian's deliberate sabotage of the ceiling, the numbers changed to 1 and 9, preventing us from progressing normally in the game. Therefore, there is no winner in this game, and it is invalid. Yushi looked at Qi Hian. Do you have anything to say? But I got the correct answer. Qi Hian took out 5 stones from his pocket and placed them in order on the table. Excuse me, evil god, please make a judgment. Yushi walked over, glanced at them, and nodded correct answer. Correct answer? Qi Hian, how can you even bring out the correct answer? Zhang Yu scoffed. It's because you and Sui smashed the ceiling and fabricated that someone swapped the numbers that we couldn't complete the game normally. You dare to present the correct answer obtained through such disruption of game balance? Hanbao also stood up, pointing at Qi Hian coldly. I want to report Qi Hian for destroying the game environment, fabricating game unfairness, and intentionally disrupting game balance. Yes, he smashed the ceiling without even seeing a shadow. Yet he still insists someone is swapping the numbers. Isn't that intentional? Haha, he's done for. The last person who disrupted the game balance has grasped 2 meters high on their grave. Saying in front of the 5-star evil god that the game is being manipulated, I wanted to spit on him. Isn't that slapping their face? Look, the 5-star evil god is here. It's Lord Han Mo. Han Mo stood in front of Qi Hian. Do you have anything else to say? Chapter 44. Report 2, Qi Hian. Don't talk nonsense. The game screen can be released. Wei Guyu shouted urgently. So what? Qi Hian sneered, but didn't focus on Wei Guyu. Instead, he turned to Xiong Lu, my dear teammate. When did I definitively say that this game was being intentionally manipulated? Xiong Lu seemed taken aback by Qi Hian's sudden question, still in a spectator state. But he quickly adjusted, teammate? So you and Sui, you still consider me a teammate? One ties me up while the other hands me over to the opponent. Such a good teammate is truly hard to come by. Indeed, encountering me is such an honor you couldn't have sought. Qi Hian smiled, standing up and walking to Wei Guyu's side, asking again, when did I firmly tell you that this game was manipulated? Zhang Yu walked over to Qi Hian and pushed him aside. Qi Hian, if you don't believe someone is behind this, then why did you let Sui smash the ceiling and reason with us? If no one is behind this, how could the numbers of the 3rd and 5th rooms change so recklessly? Furthermore, you were able to bring out the final riddle's answer, which further proves you're intentionally trying to confuse us. Otherwise, how could you have obtained the numbers from us to solve the riddle? Chiamoan let out a sneer and leisurely sat down in the chair. You actually have to ask me such a question. It's really foolish. Could you trouble the evil god to tell him what our relationship is? Yushi whispered, rivals. Upon hearing this, Xiong Li's face immediately darkened by half. Throughout the encounter, Chiamoan had maintained an air of being well in control, even when being manipulated by Wei Guyu. He merely used words to provoke him, even bartering for a number through answering questions. In the end, the 6 of them were tied to a boat, all striving for survival, completely ignoring the possibility that he could be lying. No, Xiong Lu recalled that Chiamoan had said those words with absolute certainty, calm and composed, completely unlike someone who was lying. He wasn't even worried about the possibility that if the ceiling were really damaged, the number would not be retrievable. Then there was only one possibility. At that time, he truly believed that this game was being manipulated by someone, that someone wanted to put everyone in danger, forcing him to silently resist in this reckless manner. He would rather be trapped here than die at his hands. Who could that be? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his face turned pale. There was only one person who had the right to do this to Ting Feng. The true leader of Ting Feng, Gu, and his teammate, Wei ran. If it really was him, then Qi Imoen must die. He raised his eyes and said, Qi Imoen, I have one more question. Do you think there's a mastermind behind this game? Qi Imoen suddenly smiled and gave an answer that surprised everyone. Of course there is. Just 3 short words instantly sparked laughter throughout the room. Right in front of the 5-star evil god, slapping the face of the evil god. It's hard to say whether he was brave or incredibly foolish. No, he can't possibly not know how to argue his way out of this, right? He might as well admit that he colluded with that person to win. Wait, isn't that person part of Qi Imoen's group? How'd he turn against them? It doesn't look like a betrayal to me. Let me boldly guess. A double agent, huh? Hey, are F-level players this fierce now? They're looking for death from every angle. Quiet. Han Mo scolded, looking at Qi Imoen and coldly asked, So do you have evidence? Of course I do. Qi Imoen smiled at Zhang Yu and Han Bao, saying, Gentlemen, if I present these 2 riddles to you again now, can you provide the correct answers? At that moment, the game screen froze on the instant Zhang Yu and Han Bao answered, with the riddles clearly magnified on the screen, drawing everyone's attention to the 2 of them. Han Bao swallowed hard. What do you want to say? Qi Imoen shook his head, saying, I don't want to say anything. I'm just raising my doubts. After all, just because you can't produce it now doesn't mean it wasn't created back then. Wei Guyu coldly replied, Qi Imoen, stop playing tricks. I see that you are colluding with that mastermind. Right now, you're overly agitated and tense. Your eyes have turned red. You ordered Sui Yi to attack the ceiling because you felt your life was threatened. Out of anger, you made that decision. Also, Xiong Lu is your team member. Yet he was randomly abused by Sui Yi, which must be because he knew something. Lastly, Qi Imoen, all your speculations about the game are based on the existence of the mastermind. One person can't act that convincingly unless that person truly exists and told you the final answer. As for the unspeakable secrets you've reached among yourselves, it will be up to Lord Evil God to investigate. Qi Imoen nodded and said, What you said makes a lot of sense. Before he could finish, Xiong Lu eagerly interrupted him. Lord Evil God, I accidentally discovered that someone was passing messages to Sui Yi, which is why Sui Yi was so eager to kill me. And he has already admitted it. Hurry and capture him. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Qi Imoen's mouth as he walked over to Xiong Lu and leaned slightly closer. Xiong Lu, what exactly is your relationship with the current Lord Evil God? Xiong Li's expression instantly became strange. The truth rope was still on him, and he just happened to have one more chance to ask a question. Ever since he came out of the game, he had been sitting in his seat, and when he tried to untie the rope, he was pulled back onto the stage, with no time to think about anything else. Oh, it seems I've missed a lot. The person on the ground seemed to sense something, groggily raised his head, and upon seeing Qi Imoen, he shouted loudly, trying to retreat. But his limbs seemed to have been broken, and after struggling for a long time, he only bled profusely without moving an inch. Chapter 45. Captured again, Qi Imoen cursed softly. Guin, again it's Guin. Why is Guin everywhere? What? Guin owes him money again? And wants him to pay it back? What did you say? Han Mo quickly took a few steps forward and pulled the person up, only to realize it was his subordinate Zhou. Zhou? How did you? Zhou forced a smile. Brother Han, I'm sorry I got caught. Guyu. Han Mu gled at Guyu. It's just handling things fairly. He violated the evil god code, conspired with players, and sold game items, affecting the fairness of the game. Not taking his life is already me being lenient. Guyu helplessly spread his hands, but even so, he still refuses to spill anything about you. Really loyal. So, is he really Guin or not? At this moment, Hanamo didn't want to pay attention to Guyu, but looked at Qi Imoen. Guin must die. Guyu coldly said, You and I don't have the authority to deal with Guin's matters. We should resolve this game first, Lord Han. Hanamo looked at the people surrounding them, and had to shift his gaze to Wei Guyu, but at this moment, he no longer wanted to listen to their baseless speculations. He just wanted them to provide solid evidence. Qi Imoen, do you have anything else to say? At this moment, Qi Imoen had no other thoughts, only wanting to quickly resolve this troublesome matter and then give Guyu a good beating. This person always showed up just when he was about to succeed in showing off, throwing a handful of sand at him and ruining his aura. It was simply infuriating. Truly, he was the embodiment of the evil god, both wicked and unfortunate. The three of them, or rather, the four of them, were colluding with the evil god of this game. Evidence? Han Mo asked. Evidence? Qi Moen also inquired, slapping Xiong Lu on the back of the head. Resistance was pointless. Kid. Xiong Lu was caught off guard by the slap, and his efforts to stay silent were instantly nullified, even though his lips were bitten through with 2 bloody holes. It didn't stop him from speaking the truth. It was Wei Ran who told me that there's a newcomer who looks a lot like Guan, and that I should team up with Yushi to kill him. I'm responsible for making you die, and Yushi is in charge of controlling the game. As for those 3, they are just cannon fodder. Whether they can win or not, they're all dead. Qi Moen nodded in satisfaction and looked at Wei Guyu. Captain Wei, is there anything else you want to say? Wei Guyu lay back in the chair with a bitter smile. What else could he say? He thought that through this game, he could obtain everything. He had fame and status, and could live well here without having to dive into dungeons anymore. But now he had lost everything, even his life, and it was at the hands of his own people. He said in a hoarse voice, "There's nothing to say. A loss is a loss." He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the system to erase him, but at that moment, Qi Moen then said, "The customs clearance information you have should have been given to you by Yushi." Of course, this is not surprising. As the referee of this game, it is normal for Yushi to know the game rules. However, the strange point is that he told you part of the core of the game, which is the method for filling in the numbers on the stone tablet. I am very curious why he didn't tell you everything. After all, only in that way could you win easily. Wei Guyu knew that there was no need to argue at this point and said, "I don't know, but the information we received is only that much. As for the rest, I really have no idea." Qi Moen lightly tapped the table, perhaps because he himself did not know all the rules, as this game was not designed by him at all. He looked at Guyu and asked, "You designed it, right?" Seeing Guyu nod, he continued, "As far as I know, Guyu's authority is very high, which means she has no way of touching the core of this game, so?" Qi Moen raised his eyes and slowly scanned everyone present, saying faintly, "Where did his core information come from? Who gave it to him? It should be someone with higher authority. I suspect it is." He fixed his gaze in one direction and uttered 2 words, "Guyu." Those simple 2 words made the entire room fall silent. All eyes focused on Guyu, waiting for his next move. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause rang out. But seeing Guyu clapping for himself, an ominous premonition suddenly arose. Something unusual must be afoot. Just when he was about to pull Su Yi in, planning to flee as the best strategy, Guyu spoke up, "You're quite right. But I'm only a 4-star. ISNT, there's still a 5-star in this match. Why only suspect me?" He stood up, walked to Zhou Li's side, patted him on the back, and said, "Go on, how did you steal it?" "Guyu." Zhou Li gritted his teeth and said, "I did not steal your game data. Then why did you sneak into my room in the middle of the night? What, do you have a crush on me?" Guyu raised an eyebrow. Zhou Li spat. "You are harboring information about Gu and without permission, which violates the evil god code. What's wrong with me investigating you?" Hearing this, Qi Moen also got angry. It was like gods were fighting while innocent people suffered. A group of idle and mentally unstable people gathered together to find someone who had been dead for a long time, and he, the innocent one, was suffering. Really? Are you out of your mind? You say, "I am Guan. Do you have evidence?" You all carry the aura of Gu and its exclusive item, the fate card. ISNT that enough to prove your collusion with Guan? Zhou Li said. Qi Moen rolled her eyes dramatically, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Being used and using others are 2 different things." On her fair arm were etched several glaring words. 41. Countdown to death. Zhou Li said in a daze, "You. No need for sympathy. Just kneel and apologize to me." Qi Moen said irritably, "You. Are you really not Guan? Then why did Guyu?" Zhou Li said in confusion. "Because he is mentally ill." Qi Moen interjected. Guyu shot a glare at Qi Moen before leisurely saying, "Speak. Who made you do this?" Guyu stared at Han Mo with a half-smile. No wonder this person handed over the props after being scared off so easily. He was waiting for him here. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Xiao Chung, throw the evidence in Han Darren's face. Let him see clearly what good things he has done. Xiao Chung ran over with a pile of materials, panting. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin," Guyu said. Xiao Chung, throw the evidence of Han Mo's private meeting with Xi in his face. Xiao Cheng hurried over and seriously placed the evidence in front of Zhou Li, carefully explaining the source of the images, the evidence provided by the core area. It couldn't be wrong. Han Mo's face was darker than his name. Core area. Guyu, you can get information from the core area for Guan. Haha, should I say you're paranoid or should I say you're crazy? Your body died at Gu An's hand back then. Your soul will surely die at Qi Emoen's hands. I've seen it, your predetermined death. Guyu laughed in anger again. Just then, the game screen in the center of the table began to flicker. Warning, evil god, Guyu has not completed the task of erasing dangerous players. Downgraded to 3-star evil god. Limited to 5 hours to escort to the core area and hand over to the main system. I knew it. Guyu laughed in anger again. 2 days dropped 2 levels hot. Chapter 46. The incomplete transaction. Guyu instructed Xiao Cheng to find someone to take them down, then pressed Qi Emoen to walk. Poor thing. You've fallen into my hands again. Qi Emoen rolled his eyes, swatted Guyu's hand away, and walked towards Wei Guyu and the others. Yonk-bi. Hurry up and transfer the money. You. Wei Guyu looked at Qi Emoen's self-assured demeanor and for a moment didn't know what to say. I'm about to go. I don't care where you're going. I promised to take you out to eat, and I did it, right? I have cash here, and transfers are fine. Qi Emoen stretched out his hand. The corners of Wei Guyu's mouth twitched a couple of times. Indeed, although they had failed at the game and were facing the risk of erasure, they now had a heavier charge than interfering with the game, colluding with an evil god. Until this matter was cleared up, they wouldn't die. They wouldn't die, but they also wouldn't be able to live. Had they suffered this much? And still had to pay the money. Can you? Qi Emoen didn't pay him any more attention. Turned to Sui Yi and said, remember to collect the money, then eat something good. Let's go. Qi Emoen was taken aback. He had never had many friends and had always been a lone wolf in real life. Apart from his deep yearning for death, he had no basic interests or hobbies. He was well aware that this kind of hobby was quite abnormal, so for the safety of everyone, he voluntarily distanced himself from the crowd. As a result, aside from work, there were even fewer people he interacted with. Qi Emoen was caught off guard and received a hit, his body trembling slightly. He had intended to part ways with Sui Yi after distributing the money, as Sui Yi had helped him out of a predicament, and he had helped Sui Yi eliminate an enemy. He thought he had repaid the favor. However, now, looking into those eyes filled with worry, he couldn't bring himself to say the words of refusal. If the people listening to the wind come looking for you, just tell them that there is something they're looking for deep in the auction. All right, make sure to wear more clothes inside. Don't freeze yourself. Sui Yi nodded in agreement, tugging at Qi Emoen's sleeve, repeatedly instructing him, resembling a mother reluctant to let her child go out. Sui's mother felt no sense of incongruity in her actions. With a scarred face, tears were brimming in her eyes. Those who didn't know might think he was sending someone off to a funeral. Guyu rubbed his forehead, wondering if there was a possibility that he was just going on a trip with me, rather than facing death. Hearing this, Sui finally released his grip on Qi Emoen's clothes, saying, then be careful. Qi Emoen nodded and followed Guyu. Unexpectedly, someone like you would have friends. Guyu walked to an open area, snapped his fingers, and a pitch-black door appeared out of thin air. He pushed the door open and gestured for Qi Emoen to enter. Please, you have a lot of opinions about me, don't you? Guyu shrugged. First, you tried all sorts of ways to kill me in the instance, and now you bring me to your home. Qi Emoen followed Guyu, leisurely counting his crimes. Suddenly, Guyu stopped. Do you want to make a deal with me? I can help you pay off your debts and lift the curse of the fate card on you. Qi Emoen's expression gradually became serious. So what do you want me to do? In other words, what do you want to do? I want to know all the information about Guan, Guyu said coldly. What is your relationship with Guan? Why are you so eager to find him? Qi Emoen stared intently into Guyu's eyes. At that moment he spoke, Guyu's eyes flickered for a moment. It was a kind of confusion. A confusion about his goal. Perhaps it was his inner self, or perhaps it was his instinct that urgently wanted to find Guan, but he had no idea why he needed to find Guan. It couldn't really be for 888 Xiong coins, could it? That would be foolish, right? Qi Emoen was silent for a moment. He could pay off the 7-digit debt. Why was he still short of this little money? And my heart was hidden away by him. Guyu said with some pain, I remember I made a deal with him. But the deal should not have been completed. What kind of deal did you make? Qi Emoen asked. Guyu shook his head, and surprisingly, there was a hint of desolation in his expression. I don't remember. I only remember it was raining heavily that day, and I couldn't hear what he said. Qi moaned out. I'm sorry, I can't make this deal with you because I don't know where Guan is, but I did receive a call from Guan. What did he say? Guyu asked. Qi Moan sighed, and then slowly said, he said that if I want to live, I must find the thing hidden deep in the auction. Why were you on that bus? Guyu asked again. Qi Moan's expression gradually became serious. It was this bus that brought me from the real world to Eden. Impossible. Guyu denied, saying that this bus had never left Eden. Qi Moan nodded slightly. I suspect I have actually always been in the Eden, never leaving this place. However, there is no information about me in the system, and I'm not quite sure how I ended up here. I have no memories about this place at all. Guyu stepped forward, looking at Qi Moan seriously. You can't be a bug fabricated by the system, can you? Qi Moan glared at Guyu with irritation. You are the real fake. Guyu took a step back. I understand. I will look into this matter. As for the core area this time, I can only tell you one thing. The main system might really want to erase you. What? Qi Moan stepped forward and pinned Guyu against the wall. Are you messing with me? Guyu didn't struggle, allowing Qi Moan to hold him down, using an inappropriate metaphor. The Evil God Affairs office is just a knife in the core area. Any problem that can't be solved by a knife can only be dealt with by the one holding the knife. Have you ever seen a pig that has come this far and still managed to escape? Qi Moan shot a glance at Guyu, let him go, and said, Who is the pig? Guyu scoffed, that's just my guess, but the main system has always taken Gu and matters very seriously. I can only say you should take care of yourself. Qi Moan's lips twitched twice. He knew this person wouldn't be so kind. It was all just a setup to get him to talk. Seeing that Qi Moan had caught on, Guyu reigned in his despondency, the corners of his eyes slightly lifting. Friend, I can only say you've had too little experience dealing with people. Guyu stood at the end of the pure black road, opened the door, and said, Welcome to the real Eden. Chapter 47. Core area. As the corridor and doors vanished, darkness, endless darkness, rushed in, suffocating. Suddenly, a few blue lights flickered on, resembling fireflies. It was eerily quiet. A dead silence. What are these? Qi Moan asked, pointing at the blue lights. Guyu walked through those blue lights and said, When a person dies, their soul will leave the body. In Eden, there are generally two ways to handle a soul. Souls that undergo the fragmentation ceremony will become evil gods. Those that cannot endure it will be turned into light points. Qi Moan ignored Guyu and asked, So were the previous evil gods also players? Guyu nodded, but after undergoing the soul-shattering ceremony, most of the memories and emotions will be lost. I see. How much longer until we arrive? Qi Moan asked. We just need to cross this bridge, Guyu replied. The moment they stepped onto the bridge, the surroundings changed instantly. Skyscrapers and highways appeared, and if there were a few living people added, it would truly be indistinguishable from the real world. As more scenery unfolded, Qi Moan's expression grew increasingly strange. He was very familiar with this road. There would be a fruit shop ahead, where the owner spoke loudly but was very loyal. Further on, there was a kindergarten, where he sometimes caught glimpses of children being picked up from school. Continuing on, they would encounter a bank. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of him. Hey, young man, fresh apples. I see you come here often. I'll give you a 10% discount. Sweetie, mommy is here. Mom, finally off work. Want to grab a bite? Let's go. In a daze, he seemed to see those people passing by one in front of him. Qi Moan's body swayed, as if a nail had been driven into his brain, and even a slight movement caused intense pain. What's wrong with you? Guyu noticed something was off with Qi Moan and supported him, asking, I'm Yufine. Qi Moan steadied himself with Guyu's help, shook his head this. If we go further, it will be my home. Your home? Guyu was also quite surprised, but he quickly realized, could that bus have always been hiding here? Where did you get on the bus? Qi Moan said, walk south from here for 3 traffic lights. It's on that road. Which bus line was it again? I can't remember. Guyu asked. If you can't remember, forget it. Qi Moan raised his eyes. I shouldn't forget. I take that big bus almost every day. How could I not remember? My head hurts. Then where is your home? Guyu asked. Qi Moan pointed to the community ahead and said, It's right there. I don't remember exactly where I live. How could I forget my own home? My head. It hurt so much. A black dot appeared in Qi Mo's vision, slowly enlarging, gradually occupying his sight and his mind. Gu Yu's voice also became increasingly distant, and his strength was slowly slipping away from him. He seemed to turn into a puddle of water, vaguely falling downward. He didn't know how long it had been. Whose phone is it? Can someone please answer it quickly? What ringtone? What will my child do if they get scared? The woman beside, Qi Moen, said irritably while soothing the child in her arms. He instinctively moved away from her, but she looked at him as if he were a madman, rolling her eyes and shouting, "Answer your phone. What are you staring at? Hello, Qi Moen. Are you sick? You're supposed to be the male lead in a sweet romance drama, not her creditor." The female lead said she wanted to go to hell with you. And your expression looks like you don't want to die in front of me. What do you want? The actress is crying because you scared her. Is your brain malfunctioning? Do you even want to continue working? Su Qiao's furious voice burst out from the phone, reaching Qi Moen's eardrums. Usually, he would hang up on Su Qiao directly or say he could play a corpse. But now, he couldn't care less. Su Yao, have you ever heard of the Garden of Eden? Oh, you're not trying to say you're getting taken away by the Garden of Eden, are you? Su Qiao's mocking voice came through. Let me tell you, it won't work. Get to the company right now and apologize to the actress. With that, Su Qiao hung up the phone with a loud click. Qi Moen looked at the hung-up phone, wondering, what is true? Qi Moen turned his gaze to his older sister beside him, smiling apologetically. I'm sorry, sister. I just dozed off, and I'm really embarrassed. Seeing this, his sister didn't hold it against him, just waved her hand and didn't say anything more. Qi Moen took a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and handed it to the older sister, feeling quite embarrassed. I want to ask you about someone. The older sister looked at Qi Moen suspiciously, but still accepted the money. Who are you talking about? Do you know a Guin? Qi Moen asked. Guin? Who is that? I don't know him. If you want to find someone, just post about it online. The internet is so fast these days. The older sister seemed to feel that accepting the 100 yuan was awkward, so she actively offered suggestions to Qi Moen. Qi Moen nodded, thanked his sister, and just as the bus stopped, he picked up his bag and got off. Looking at the familiar scene, he watched people rush past him. It was very cold, an abnormal chill spreading from his feet to his entire body. This feeling was like being surrounded by that group of blue electric lights. Suddenly, he raised his hand, his fingertips clean and empty. Nothing there, the ghost doll. The ghost doll was gone. No, is there a ghost doll here? Qi Moen shook his head, unable to make sense of anything. So he decided to stop thinking altogether and put on his headphones as he walked home. At that moment, on that bus, a person wrapped in black cloth was sitting in Qi Moen's seat, holding a television. This strange outfit did not attract anyone's attention. Do you think he will notice? Chapter 48 Reality. Gu Yu was standing on the rooftop of the 30th floor, overlooking the city. The wind lifted his blue hair, sweeping through his clothes. To be honest, he really wanted to jump off with Qi Moen and putting an end to everything. He sighed and looked at the line where the sky met the ground. It was another prop of Gu Yan's for morning. It seemed like some kind of consciousness, but when attached to anything, theoretically, as long as the emotional power of that thing was strong enough, it could form an absolute domain. Only by finding the thing that morning is attached to could this domain be broken. But, looking at this small world that resembled the normal world, where everyone seemed to truly exist, he lamented, how powerful must that attached thing be to maintain this world? Suddenly, a familiar figure entered his line of sight, and he recognized who it was at a glance. That person walked in, seemingly unaffected by Eden, carrying groceries in a bag. He chuckled softly and turned to walk down. If anyone knew where morning was hidden, it could only be him. It still felt fresh, not at all like it had been released for a long time. He rolled up his sleeve, and the life countdown was gone. He opened his computer and searched online for news about Eden. To his surprise, there was nothing at all. Even the website dedicated to recording missing persons had disappeared. Everything was gone. When he tried to post some messages about the copies online, all he got were comments like, "You must have read too many novels. Why don't you write one?" Everything felt like a long, long nightmare. Could it be just a nightmare? Regardless of whether everything was real or not, it was over. Qi Moen thought about this as he carried the groceries he had bought and walked into the kitchen, skillfully preparing the fish and meat. The dull sound of the knife echoed in the dim room, again and again. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound. Qi Montag an was momentarily distracted, and the sharp blade grazed his finger, causing bright red blood to flow out instantly, quickly staining his fair finger. He seemed surprised that he had hurt himself, paused for a moment, then washed his finger, found a band-aid, and wrapped the wound. After this incident, Qi lost his desire to cook and simply took out his phone, dialing a familiar number. Dr. Sure, hello, this is Qi. Yes, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? I think I need some psychological counseling. Okay, I'll be there at 3. Qi walked into the bathroom, letting the warm water glide over his skin. What does it matter if this world isn't real? What does it matter if the humans he encounters aren't real? What does it matter if he himself isn't real? Anyway, no one cares about this question, not even he himself. He only needs to follow the original plan, to live out this life quietly and alone, and then choose a way of dying that he likes the most and die happily. For the first time, he felt a sense of loneliness. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, thud, thud, thud. Qi looked at the door with some confusion. He had no friends. So who would come looking for him? He had even fewer neighbors, as the next door had long been vacated due to an extremely heinous murder case. After hesitating for a while, he still walked over and opened the door. A familiar face appeared outside the door. Oh, seeing me, aren't you happy? Qi twitched his lips and tried to close the door with a backhand. However, he was stopped by the quick-witted Guyu, who squeezed in through the small gap of the door. What drama are you watching? Oh, it's an idol drama. You like watching this? Who would have thought? Guyu stood in the living room, surveying the room. Qi opened the door and coldly said, I don't care if you're a person or a ghost. Hurry up and get out. It's only been a few minutes, and your temper is already this bad? Guyu arrogantly sat on the meticulously chosen sofa of Qi, looking around left and right, but not paying any attention to Qi coal black face. What exactly do you want to do? Qi looked at his rogue demeanor and simply sat down in front of him, confronting him. Of course, I want to get out of here. Guyu finally glanced at Qi, but his tone was extremely innocent. A fake world? Can you stand it? Qi took a deep breath and said, I don't care whether this is a real world or a fake one, as long as it doesn't affect me. I'm not concerned. Guyu scoffed, showing a bit of seriousness as he grabbed Qi wrist and lifted it up. Then how did you end up hurting yourself? Qi pulled his hand away and retorted, Is the world outside really the real world? Just because we leave here? The outside world may not be the real world either, but at least people are real. Guyu said, Unlike here, where there's not a single real thing. You can't even find someone to talk to. What does that have to do with you? Aren't you capable? Just find a way to get out of here. Qi replied angrily. Seeing this, Guyu realized he had gone too far and softened his tone, saying, I'm just not capable. So I can only ask Lord Qi to take in this poor creature for a while. Go stay next door. There's no one there anyway. Qi dismissed him, sitting on the sofa without even giving Guyu a glance. I work very hard. Please, Lord Qi, have a little compassion and help me out. Guyu half squatted beside Qi, speaking softly, looking just like he was coaxing a sulking child. After a long time, Qi sighed. I don't know what you really want, but I just want to live an ordinary life. But you know it's impossible. You've seen more of this world than I have, Guyu said softly. He couldn't understand the sadness reflected in Qi eyes, but he chose to tell him. Choosing to live here is just a reminder to yourself, isn't it? A reminder that this is not real. 12 years ago, a serial murder case occurred in this city, where the murderer killed 5 people in an extremely brutal manner, writing numbers on their faces. The first and second victims were his parents. The third victim was his desk mate. The fourth victim was a teacher who had praised him. The fifth victim was his neighbor. In fact, he had seen the murderer before each victim died, sometimes through his eyes, sometimes through a note. It seemed the murderer treated him like a toy. Even when he reported these clues to the police, they failed to catch the murderer. Thus, he saw the details in the room clearly. He saw a continuous stream of water flowing from his parents' bodies, which were like punctured inflatable balloons, gradually deflating as the red ink flowed out. After that, he knew nothing. When he regained his senses, he had already been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Are you okay? I'm Fina. If you want to leave here, I will help you. But I don't want to leave here. Chapter 49. Murder Case Why? Guyu asked, puzzled. This cursed place doesn't even have normal people. Why would you want to stay here? At least here, I don't have to worry about my life and Qi Montag an hesitated. What? I've gotten used to it here, Qi said flatly. What were you just about to say? Guyu pressed. It's nothing. Qi turned his gaze away, awkwardly changing the subject. If you want to stay here, you can only use the sofa or the study. Guyu looked into his eyes, where sadness and a plea were written for the first time in those usually calm eyes. So, he pretended to be relaxed and said, then I'll sleep in the study. Let's go to the supermarket now, buy me some things and use your card. No way. I'm very good at working. What do you like to eat? I'll make it for you so you can try my cooking, Guyu said. Qi glanced suspiciously at Guyu before walking into the room. I'll change my clothes. Wait, I'll change too. I look so strange dressed like this, Guyu said, looking at his black robe with disdain. Qi nodded, indeed. Walking with someone like you is really embarrassing. Guyu suddenly stepped forward 2 steps, bringing his face close to Qi his warm breath hitting Qi face. Qi instinctively wanted to back away, but there was a door behind him, and he had nowhere to retreat. Look at my face and say it again, Guyu said arrogantly. Even if I go out wearing a rag, I can still charm thousands of girls and boys. Perhaps because of this world's influence. Guyu's eyes turned dark again, and his blue hair contrasted with the dark color, creating a surprisingly harmonious effect with 2 colors that felt very different. As he moved, his black robe slightly drooped, revealing a snow-white chest. From Qi perspective, he could just see the man's strong abdominal muscles, and below that, oh, nothing could be seen. Wow, what are you looking at? Guyu noticed Qi gaze, hugged his chest, and jumped to the side. I'm a proper young man. How can I be compared to them? We have a life-and-death friendship. How can it be the same? Guyu proudly tossed his head back, opened the door, walked in, and pulled open Qi wardrobe, revealing a row of white tops and black pants. Qi also walked over, opened a drawer, and found that it was full of new clothes. Just wear something for now. Then, he casually picked out 2 pieces of clothing and walked to the side to change naturally. No, I'm still here. Guyu covered his eyes, but his gaze still peeked through the gaps between his fingers to look at Qi. I have to say, Qi figure is also quite good. Although he doesn't have well-developed muscles, his muscle lines are very smooth, and there is not an ounce of excess fat on his body. The sunlight slanted onto him, making his skin look as if it was glowing white. In the next second, a white t-shirt covered his skin, and nothing could be seen. Qi imitated Guyu's tone and said, Wow, what are you looking at? Guyu cleared his throat, thought he was being natural as he turned away, and said, I'm observing my teammate's combat ability, just in case I need to come save you later. He heard a light laugh, and the next second, the door closed with a thud. Really? Impressive. He changed his clothes and walked over. Let's go. Qi stood up and walked out with Guyu. However, as soon as they exited the elevator, they heard the sound of police sirens. The police were approaching the building they were in. TSK, you still don't know? That woman on the 5th floor is dead. An older lady leaned in beside Qi and whispered, I heard it was because she was killed for being a mistress. What? At that moment, another aunt came over and whispered, I heard it's very similar to that serial murder case from 12 years ago. Didn't you see? The words 6 and wait for me were written on her face. Who was she waiting for? Could it be that child from 12 years ago? I remember all the victims were. Thank you, Aunt. Guyu noticed that Qi expression was off and quickly stepped forward to pull her behind him. While he went to chat with the older ladies, he was sweet-talking them and soon had them laughing. After thanking the ladies, he left with Qi and casually found a milk tea shop to sit down. Guyu said the deceased's name was Luo Xiaoyan. According to the aunt, she was stabbed in the heart. The property management noticed something was wrong and called the police. Do you know Luo Xiaoyan? Qi shook his head, not familiar. Do you think it was done by someone from Eden? Guyu, unlikely. You are currently in Gu and S-level item memorial. The function of memorial is very powerful. Outsiders shouldn't be able to enter. It must have been done by someone who was already here. Are you saying he is a real person? Guyu nodded. The world created by memorial is based on the item it is attached to. If it were attached to something from a murderer, this place would turn into a city of crime. But it hasn't. Over the years, the order and the people here have been relatively good, which means the item it is attached to is at least not evil. I thought about it again, and this was the only possibility, and it was very likely directed at us. Qi raised his eyes and said, To be precise, it's aimed at you, Guyu. Aimed at me? Guyu was a bit puzzled. Aren't we in this together? Qi lowered his eyes, and informed Guyu about the connection to the murder case. Guyu's expression changed as well. Haven't you tried to catch him? Chiamoan sighed. Right now, I'm just a child. At that moment, your milk tea was ready. The staff brought over 2 cups of milk tea and placed them on the table. Just as Chiamoan picked up the milk tea, a small piece of paper fell out. Chiamoan slowly opened the small piece of paper, which had a sentence made up of cut-out words from a newspaper. Is the gift I gave you still to your liking? Chapter 50. A night that isn't too cold. Without waiting for Chiamoan to read it again, Guyu snatched the small piece of paper away and asked, Do you know what the duty of a wicked god is? Chiamoan raised his head in confusion. The original duty of the evil god was to prevent bugs in the game and protect the player's safety at critical moments, Guyu said. So, what does that have to do with me? Chiamoan asked. How does it not relate to you? Guyu raised the corners of his eyes, casually putting the small note in his pocket, and leaned slightly closer to Chiamoan, saying, Isn't the evil god right beside you? I remember someone initially wanted to kill me. Chiamoan finally came around and tilted his head to respond. Remembering you're good is one thing. You also have to remember me. Chiamoan glanced at Guyu and then lowered his gaze, slowly saying, It's good that you have this confidence. Just don't let me wake up tomorrow to find you turned into a corpse. That won't happen. I spent only 5 years to become a 5-star evil god. Guyu bragged. Just a reminder, the person sitting in front of you is the one who turned you into a 3-star evil god in just a week. Chiamoan lightly tapped the table. I guess I've fallen into your hands too. Guyu said helplessly. By the way, why do you have to find Guin? Chiamoan's eyes flickered slightly, and his fingers unconsciously tightened. Is he very important to you? Guyu sighed and looked out the window. The sun in the fake world hung in the sky like the real sun, and the people here hurried by just like those in the real world. Suddenly, an old man's oranges fell to the ground, and even a passerby on the phone casually picked up an orange and handed it to the old man. The corners of Guyu's mouth curled into a pleasant smile. Actually, I don't remember much. I just remember he owes me a lot of money and took my heart. Initially, I thought that without a heart, it wouldn't matter much, but one day, I realized that it seemed not to work. The blood without a heart turned cold. Moreover, I always felt like I had forgotten many important things, so I started searching. At least it wouldn't make my evil god career so desolate. Now it's not desolate at all. Having someone around every day is driving me crazy. Chiamoan chuckled softly and said earnestly, I hope your wishes come true. He sat there quietly, his ink-black eyes revealing a hint of sadness, as if even the sunlight could not warm him. He looked like a cold sculpture, waiting for time to erode him and then die alone. You've asked me so much. Can I ask you something? He continued. I've already told you everything about Guin. Chiamoan said, As for this place, I don't know how to leave either. Perhaps we can go to that bus. What I want to ask is unrelated to any of this. Guyu suddenly interrupted Chiamoan. Chiamoan's voice abruptly stopped as he looked into Guyu's eyes. The other person was staring at him intently, with something flickering in their gaze that he couldn't comprehend. It felt as if that gaze was burning him, making him shrink back like a clam. He pretended to be nonchalant as he averted his gaze and said lightly, So what do you want to ask? Do you think I can kill that murderer? Chiamoan was somewhat surprised. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Guyu speak again. I'll give you 2 options. The first is yes. The second is Lord Evil God is so amazing. Of course, I believe you can do it. Realizing he had been played, Chiamoan scoffed and turned his head away. You should take care of yourself first. I don't want to wake up the next day to find a corpse. Guyu looked at Chiamoan, who was both angry and helpless, and burst out laughing. Hearing the commotion, the people in the store turned to look this way. Chiamoan shot a glare at Guyu, dropped the next time, you come out yourself, and walked towards the ordering counter. Guyu was still laughing heartily behind him. It's rare to see you in a tough spot. Am I not allowed to laugh at you a few times? Chiamoan ignored him, pretending not to recognize the person. But the speed at which he paid was astonishing. He inquired with the staff about the note, and then quickly walked out. Guyu also hurriedly chased after him, saying, Don't go. I don't have any money in this world. I still need Lord Qi to support me. Chiamoan glanced at Guyu and quickened his pace. How did he not realize how cute he was before? Guyu looked at Chiamoan's back, which was radiating a sense of disdain, and muttered. Indeed, with more things bought, the originally cold home had gained a bit more warmth. Chiamoan lay on the sofa, somewhat exhausted, commanding Guyu to tidy up his things as if it were a matter of course. In his own words, am I supposed to eat my food, live in my place, use my stuff, and also serve you? Have you lost your mind? Guyu, however, was not annoyed at all. He moved the newly bought portable bed into Qi Imoen's bedroom. Hey, not going to tell you. Sleeping in the study? Qi Imoen asked in confusion. As an evil god, I am very responsible for my players, especially someone as outstanding as me, Guyu said shamelessly, as if he hadn't just said he wanted to kill Qi Imoen not long ago. I'll say it again. You can only sleep in the study, Qi Imoen insisted. Unfortunately, this was ultimately just impotent rage, as he couldn't overpower Guyu. In the end, Guyu still lay in Qi Imoen's bedroom, and, as punishment, Qi Imoen didn't give him a pillow. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, habitually casting cool moonlight into the small room. However, tonight, there were 2 breaths in this room. The moon pondered for a moment, thinking this was a good start, plucking the sunlight left by the sun from the clouds and slowly casting it into the room before quietly leaving. Lying on the bed, Qi Imoen had already fallen into a deep sleep, completely unaware of everything. He only felt that it wasn't too cold tonight. At this moment, on the rooftop, a figure wrapped in a black robe was sitting at the edge of the floor, holding a television. The cool wind lifted his robe, revealing terrifying scars. Nightmare, I said Guyu has come too. Stop alarming the snake. You even left him a note, the man scolded. What if he gets scared to death? Tell me, where on earth did Guyu hide the memorial? The man rubbed his chin. We can't be trapped here forever. Don't worry. These 2 will definitely give us a satisfactory answer. The Nightmare King said confidently. Chapter 51, Bus Number 24. The next day, at 10 a.m., Qi Imoen groggily opened his eyes and immediately smelled a burnt odor, which instantly woke him up. Without bothering to brush his teeth or wash his face, he slipped on his slippers and pushed the door open with a loud bang. Cough, cough. Thick black smoke wafted through the living room and kitchen. In the midst of the smoke, he saw a figure doing something. What are you doing? Qi Imoen walked over and saw what was in the pot, instantly feeling like he was about to get angry. He couldn't tell what the stuff in the pot was, but he could see some eggs, while the other things were a dark, mushy mass that emitted a burnt smell. You should go out, I'll handle it. No way. Guyu firmly refused. What I make might just be unappetizing, but yours is not only inedible, it could be deadly. Qi Imoen pinched his nose sharply and pointed out that if they ate this, both of them would definitely be done for. In the end, under Qi Imoen's coercion, Guyu reluctantly disposed of the food and was forced to swear that without Qi Imoen's permission, he absolutely would not step into the kitchen. Guyu scratched his head and looked at Qi Imoen pleadingly. If you say another word, I'll take your meal and kick you out to sleep on the street, Qi Imoen said coldly. Guyu had no choice but to take the trash downstairs. Apples stir-fried with meat, sweet potato rice porridge, and a plate of bananas mixed with cucumbers. Truly, a feast for the eyes and the palate. Guyu hesitated with his chopsticks. Can this really be eaten? Qi Imoen looked at the food seriously, taking small bites. He had been wanting to eat it for a long time, and the taste was okay. Qi Imoen's movements were very graceful, each gesture carrying a unique beauty. Although she appeared half dead, there was a stubbornness and seriousness in her eyes. What are you looking at? Eating, of course. Do you want to eat the food you made yourself? Noticing Guyu's gaze, Qi Imoen frowned and retorted. Guyu coughed lightly a couple of times, hurriedly fumbled around, and finally got the food into his mouth. He swallowed it too quickly, barely tasting anything, but thought it looked good. After finishing the meal, Qi Imoen wiped her mouth and said, Let's first take the note to the police station, then go to the bus. Seeing Guyu nodding vigorously, she thought, Are you dazed from the food? She left the house with Guyu. As the elevator descended to the 5th floor, Qi Imoen's mood suddenly became heavy. Although she knew that the people here were not real and this world was fake, the feeling of having died because of herself was still too terrible. She would definitely catch the murderer and then kill him. Don't worry, we will definitely find him, Guyu said. Yes, we will, Qi Imoen replied. The 2 first arrived at the police station, where Officer Chen Xiaoping met with Qi Imoen. He didn't look at the note much, but turned to Qi Imoen and said, I didn't expect you to come, Xiaoan. I'm fine. Officer Chen, no need to worry about me. Qi Imoen reassured him. Hey, you're comforting me? All right, leave the case to us police. You don't need to worry, he said. Oh, you made a new friend? Chen Xiaoping looked at Guyu. Guyu snorted lightly, silently starting to straighten his clothes, unconsciously puffing out his chest, just about to proudly accept the title of friend. Then he heard Chi say lightly, "No, he is my bodyguard." "All right then, bodyguard it is. At least he is not a stranger," Chen Xiaoping said, showing an expression of understanding. After chatting with Chi for a few more moments, he let them leave. After they left, another young police officer came out and asked, "Master, aren't you going to ask more questions?" "Ask? What to ask? Let the victim relive the pain," Chen Xiaoping said coldly. "Solving the case is what we police should do. If we can't find the real murderer, it's our incompetence." At this moment, Chi and Guyu were back on the 24 bus. "You mean the woman sitting next to you that day stabbed you to death?" Guyu frowned. "Yes. She also said Guin. Damn it," Chi said flatly, as if recounting someone else's story. "After I died, I entered a television space where that thing called itself Nightmare King. In there, I also heard your conversation with the system. Now that I think about it, it seemed like it was intentionally shown to me. The Nightmare King is the villain of the S-level instance Night of Terror," Guyu said. "This instance is not under my management. I only know that many years ago, after Guin destroyed its core, it has not reopened. Do you think Guin locked the Nightmare King here?" "Ki Montag an spekulatet." "It's very possible. Writing numbers on his face is his style," Guyu said. Do you feel something is off about this bus?" Chi looked around, but did not notice anything unusual. "Where?" Guyu lightly pointed ahead and said the road. "This road doesn't seem like it belongs to this false world. The edges of the space surrounded by the memorial should have a light purple hue. But what lies ahead on this road is a mass of darkness." Chi sighed. "I can't tell. It's normal, just follow me. I guarantee you won't fall into a pit." Guyu rubbed Chi head. With no place to put his hands, he just chopped with that knife. Chi turned his head, looked out the window, and said coldly, "I was wrong, don't be angry." Guyu obediently apologized, but in his heart, he thought, so fragrant, so soft. He put his hand under his nose and sniffed. He indeed smelled a faint fragrance. He smiled contentedly and stuffed his hands into his pockets. "Look quickly," Chi suddenly said. "Just now, a man in a sinister work uniform greeted me." Guyu leaned forward to look, but saw nothing. "The car is speeding up," Chi said. Chi seemed to know what Guyu was about to do, standing up and moving far away. Guyu picked up the emergency hammer on the bus and smashed it against the glass. Suddenly, it was as if the curtain on a stage had been broken, and the surrounding scenery began to fall away, revealing a dark, shadowy path. This path was exactly the same as the one they had taken when entering the core area. No matter how much Guyu and Chi moved, the speed of the bus continued to increase. Yet the other passengers on the bus seemed oblivious, sitting in their seats like sculptures. Chi glanced ahead and said nothing. He didn't shake Guyu's hand, but instead propped himself against the car window and jumped out. He left behind a remark, "What are you afraid of?" Guyu smiled and jumped out after him. After they jumped out of the car, the bus exploded. The shockwaves scattered the bus debris everywhere, and Guyu used his coat to shield Chi behind him, striking a pose he thought was cool, and asked, "Am I handsome?" "You're somewhat insulting my profession," Chi replied. "I've shot plenty of dramas like this." He pushed Guyu aside and walked inside, revealing an aging residential area ahead, with 4 large characters written on it. "Onfu Community." "Where is this?" Guyu asked. Chi took a deep breath, and the image of his parents lying in a pool of blood resurfaced before him. "This is my home." Chapter 52. Onfu Community. It was clearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun shining perfectly. But this piece of sky seemed forgotten by the sun, shrouded in a grayish-white shadow above the community, with walls scorched by flames like scars sticking to the surface. The desolate wind stirred up withered leaves, slithering like snakes, while the wall plaster crumbled down. The sound was even more pronounced in this deathly, silent environment. The dark stairwell resembled the eyes of a giant beast, recklessly surveying the two like lambs. A hint of red slowly emerged from the giant beast's gaze. She leaned on a cane, wrapped in a red cotton coat. No, that wasn't a red cotton coat. It was a red funeral garment. Chi body suddenly trembled. This piece of clothing was put on her by him himself. She wasn't. At this moment, the old lady had already walked in front of Chi. She raised her eyes, revealing a terrifying face with skin unnaturally squeezed together, barely showing her eyes. Grandma Jiang? Qi Moen hesitated to call out the old lady's name. Oh, you brought a friend? Without waiting for a response, Grandma Jiang pulled at Qi Moen's arm, insisting that he come with her into the neighborhood. All right, Qi Moen replied gently. I'll talk to my friend for a bit and come up soon. Grandma Jiang peeled back her skin and smiled happily, reminding him to definitely come before leaving. She did not breathe. She was not alive. Guyu said, and the aura here, he paused for a moment before continuing, is very bad. I've only seen this in S-rank dungeons. Qi Moen gently exhaled, seemingly mocking himself, saying, I didn't expect that my home could be compared to an S-class. 12 years ago, just a month after my parents died, a major fire broke out here, killing 6 people. And after that, this place was completely abandoned. The old lady we just saw was one of the victims. What was the cause of the fire? Guyu asked. The official explanation was an explosion due to aging electrical circuits. Qi Moen replied. We'll find out once we go in and take a look. Guyu placed his hand on Qi Moen's shoulder, saying, I didn't expect there would be a day for the two of us to practice together. Teammate, don't hold me back. Qi Mo glanced at Guyu with a sideways look. Isn't it counted as the death train? Guyu cleared his throat, his gaze flickering slightly. Actually, I thought about directly killing you in there. Qi Moen snorted lightly, brushed off Guyu's hand, and strode inside, saying, You better be careful. I hold grudges. Guyu followed. All right, if I die at your hands, I can die without regrets. Under Qi Moen's lead, the two quickly arrived at the entrance of Grandma Zhang's house on the 3rd floor. Qi Hian seemed to sit calmly on one side, justifying himself. Grandma, I didn't eat that much when I was a kid, right? But upon closer inspection, his earlobes, white as jade, were already red to the point of bleeding. Of course you did. You got punished by your parents and then ran up to the rooftop, saying you were upset. Grandma Jiang cheerfully added, and then said in a serious tone, Daddy and Mommy, I just love eating candy, but I don't have cavities, so you can't. He was still throwing a tantrum? Guyu sat next to Grandma Jiang, excitedly agreeing with her. TSK. Even Lord Qi has had such experiences. Guyu teased Qi Hian with a smile. Qi Moen was scanning the room, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. However, Grandma Jiang suddenly changed her tone and said seriously, My time has come. Seeing that you're doing well before I die makes me very happy. Don't be bound by the past. Looking forward is your future. Grandma, do you know something? Grandma Jiang showed a bitter smile, and flames began to flicker around her, her expression shifting between clarity and obscurity, making it hard to see her clearly. But her words were clear. Child, I can feel your pain, but you must believe in yourself. Everything will get better. The thing you want to find is in your home. As the flames grew stronger, Grandma Jiang's voice became younger, like a 20-year-old girl. I hope you can still see your heart amidst the pain. I also hope that when we meet again, it will be under a true blue sky. Goodbye, Captain. The last flicker of flame extinguished in the dim night, and the candy in their hands turned to charcoal, dissipating along with the flames. Boom! An explosion sounded outside, and in an instant, a heat wave wrapped in black smoke swept over them. The fire that had been extinguished 12 years ago was ignited once more. Run upstairs. My home is on the 5th floor. Qi Moen shouted. Guyu nodded, and the two rushed upstairs together. The flames were still raging, and thick black smoke wafted in through the windows. In an instant, countless cries echoed in the empty corridor. Is that sound from 12 years ago? Guyu gasped. It's all that disaster's fault. First, it attracted the murderer, and now that he's just out of the hospital, it brings a fire disaster. Why didn't that killer take him out too? Look at him. Look at how he looks at us. What are you staring at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. What road are you blocking? Get out of the way. A reprimanding voice rang out, and suddenly an unnamed force swept through the air. Qi Moen was caught off guard and stumbled. Although he steadied himself and didn't fall, he still twisted his ankle and winced in pain. Guyu quickly took a few steps to support Qi Moen. Are you okay? Qi Hian's face turned a few shades paler, but he still calmed himself and said, It's fine. We shouldn't be able to get through here for a while. Let's go to the 4th floor. 1 to 6 dead is from the 4th floor. But as soon as he moved, a sharp pain shot through his ankle, and his face immediately turned even paler. His body swayed a few times, nearly causing him to fall to the ground again. "I'll carry you." Guyu unceremoniously lifted Qi Hian onto his back and rushed downstairs. The fire spread quickly. As soon as they reached the fourth floor, the rolling thick smoke coiled around their noses like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Qi Emoan coughed a few times, the one on the left. Guyu ran over, kicked the door open, and walked in. 12 years had passed, and this room was already covered in dust, with things thrown all over the floor. He placed Qi Emoan on a stool, closed the door, and then ran to the bathroom. Fortunately, there was still water. He wet his coat and stuffed it in the door. Qi Emo glanced at Guyu and stretched out his foot. "Can you do it?" Guyu replied, "Of course I can." Perhaps due to the recent intense activity, his fingers were warm. "Does it hurt here?" Qi Emoan hummed in response. "The bone is dislocated. Bear with it," Guyu said seriously, but before he could finish, he exerted force with his hand. In an instant, Qi Emoan felt much better in his ankle. "Just a few days of rest, and it'll be fine. I'll carry you later." "Thank you is too bland. You can repay me with your body. After all, I trained so hard just to save beautiful people." Although Guyu said this shamelessly, he let go of Qi Emoan, and before Qi Emoan could say anything, he consciously walked to the door, making a shushing gesture to indicate that Qi Emoan should not speak. After a while, Guyu said, "It's quiet outside now, let's go." Chapter 53. Red ink. Guyu carried Qi Emoan again and opened the door. Sure enough, the stairs were empty, with only the sound of flames consuming everything. The two of them smoothly reached the 5th floor, just as Qi Emoan was about to grasp the doorknob again. In an instant, all sounds disappeared. Even the sound of the flames burning went silent. If it weren't for the lingering smell of burnt air, one would surely think it was an illusion. The next second, a loud bang echoed as 5 doors swung open. The door in front of them opened, as did another door in a different room on the 5th floor, while the doors of 2 households upstairs and 1 downstairs also opened simultaneously. Anfu Community was an old neighborhood with the staircase positioned between the 2 doors. From his angle, he could be seen by all 5 households. 6 pairs of pitch-black eyes peeked out from behind the doors. Qi Emoan's breath suddenly became rapid. He glanced around, and a chill ran down his spine, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In front of him were his parents. Behind him was the murdered male neighbor, and upstairs were his slain desk mate and teacher. Downstairs was the murdered Luo Xiaoyan. They all simultaneously cracked a strange smile, and 6 different voices simultaneously pierced into his ears. Qi Fu and Qi Mu cleared a path, but the clean, warm floor was covered in red ink. "Xiaoyan, Xiao, you come in. The food is ready. I don't want to stay here. I want to leave." Qi Emoan's sharp voice rang out, his body trembling uncontrollably as he pounded on Guyu's back, harshly demanding, "Put me down. I want to leave." "Qi Emoan," Guyu also hissed, turning his head to look into Qi Emoan's eyes, where he saw helplessness and panic he had never witnessed before. "Please, let me leave. Let me leave." Qi Emoan pleaded in a low voice, repeatedly saying, "I can't stay here. I can't stay here." "Calm down." Guyu slammed the door shut and then set Qi Emoan down, gripping his wrist tightly as he whispered, "It's all fake." Qi Hian's spirit was on the brink of collapse. All the calmness and lightness vanished in an instant, leaving only self-blame, regret, and an absolute pursuit of death. "Their deaths have nothing to do with you," Guyu whispered in his ear. "Let me die." Qi Hian said despairingly, "I can't escape. Just go, don't mind me." At that moment, a piercing cry suddenly rang out, and Qi Hian, as if grasping the last straw of hope, held the phone tightly. "Dr. Sure. I saw those people. They came to find me. I saw that puddle of red ink again." A warm voice came from the other end of the line. "Hian, are you okay? Did you see blood again?" "I'm not very well, I think." "You don't need to feel too much pressure, they." Before the voice on the other end could finish, Guyu snatched the phone away and hung up decisively. "What are you doing? Give me back my phone." Qi Hian tried to grab it, but he was no match for Guyu. "Do you think you're sick?" Guyu forcibly turned his face to ask. "Isn't it?" Qi Hian leaned against the wall, despairingly closing his eyes, as if waiting for his judgment, waiting for his death. "Everyone says I'm sick." Guyu opened the door again, ignoring Qi's parents, and pointed at the puddle of red ink on the floor, saying, "What is this?" "Blood," Qi Hian replied. "Good." Guyu then pulled him into the kitchen unhesitatingly cut his finger with a knife and held the bleeding finger in front of Qi Hian. What is this? What is this? Qi Hian stared blankly. Ketchup? What does ketchup taste like? Gu Yu asked again. Sweet, but this is salty. Gu Yu gently smeared the bright red blood on his lips. Is it salty? Gu Yu released Qi Hian and roughly pulled Qi's father in, cutting his finger, and the red ink immediately seeped out. What is this? He again placed Qi's father's finger in front of Qi Hian. Is it blood or red ink? Qi Hian hesitated, took the knife, and cut his own finger. Blood dripped out. This is blood. Gu Yu did not stop his actions. He had been trapped in this false world for too long, and his cognition had already been impaired, compounded by the psychological torment day and night. Luo Xiaoyun's death completely shattered his last psychological defense. He was really going crazy. We're not the same as them, Qi Hian said. Gu Yu placed Qi Hian's hand on his own wrist, letting him feel his pulse. Yes, they are fake. We are real. But Qi Hian raised his head, wanting to refute, but couldn't find the words. There is no but. Gu Yu looked into Qi Hian's eyes, his voice slow yet firm. We're the same kind of people. You and I are one kind. Qi Hian repeated, I'm so tired. If you're tired, rest. Gu Yu pushed Qi's father aside, picked up Qi Hian, and walked toward the bedroom, laying him on the bed, softly saying, sleep, everything will be better. Okay, Qi Hian replied, curling up in his childhood bed, closing his eyes, and falling into a deep sleep. Gu Yu covered him with a blanket and walked out. Just as he stepped outside, he saw Qi's parents each holding a knife, silently watching him with cold eyes. As expected, these 5 rooms are a separate rule room connected by a storyline. Once the rules are violated, NPCs will attack. To calm the NPC's anger, appropriate codes must be paid. After all, this is an S-level dungeon. Gu Yu moved his wrist, casually picked up a chair, and walked toward them. The cold dagger pressed against his neck, and he couldn't say a word, only nervously staring into those eyes. Don't be nervous, Guin, you must remember me, because I am the one who will kill you. Chapter 54, A Warm Home. It was unclear how long had passed. Qi Moen sat up as if he had been resurrected from the dead, his pale face covered in cold sweat. He touched his neck, and the cold sensation still felt so real. Guin. This name again. Guin, difficult to remember and difficult to be at peace. What a fitting name it is. Chiemo said something unlucky. Really can't escape this name anywhere. Every bad thing has him. Bang. A sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from outside. Chiamoen seemed to think of something, and secretly said to himself that it was bad. He suddenly turned over, sat up, grabbed the dagger, and walked outside. As he opened the door, the mess on the ground made his heart drop to half. Xiaoen, it's okay. Mom and Dad will take care of it soon, and we can have dinner. Qi Fu and Qi Mu walked out of the kitchen, holding kitchen knives, their movements terrifyingly synchronized. A strange curve twisted at the corners of their mouths. Drip, drip, the red ink on their bodies fell to the ground, standing out starkly in the dead silence of the environment. Gu Yu, Qi Hian shouted loudly, his body trembling again, not daring to think. He pushed aside the overturned sofa in the living room and saw Gu Yu, covered in blood, frozen for a moment. The bitter, metallic smell of blood rushed into his mind, stirring his consciousness like a stick. Oh, you're awake? Gu Yu forced a smile, asking if he felt better after a nap. How'd you get yourself into this state? Qi Hian complained, but still reached out to pull him up. I didn't want to disturb your sleep, you know? Gu Yu smiled, saying that now he owed him a life. Does that count as repaying him? Qi Moen rolled his eyes in silence. Is this what you're worried about? What else? Gu Yu leaned half of his body against Qi Moen, his body covered in bruises, but still smiling cheerfully. In the end, I still gain from this. After all, I can't die. Hurry up, they're coming. Qi Moen glanced at the wounds on Gu Yu's body, suppressing the urge to push him away, and turned to say, Mom and Dad, what are we having for dinner tonight? Just then, a mechanical voice sounded. This mechanical voice was not as clear as number 44's. Instead, it carried a few electric currents, sounding like an old winding toy that had been set up long ago, producing a frail sound over time. Welcome, 2 players, to the S-level A Warm Home. In this home, there is a reliable father, a beautiful mother, a kind neighbor, friendly classmates, hardworking teachers, and a kind female neighbor. However, one day, A boy born under a curse arrived, bringing not only misfortune but also the gaze of a killer. Please catch the murderer before everyone is killed and save this family. Clap. The dagger in the hands of Qi Fu and Qi Mu fell to the ground, and they trembled like electrified robots. Qi Mon's figure quickly shrank, turning into a 12-year-old child. The system thoughtfully resized his clothes as well, preventing any embarrassing moments after his transformation. Xiao, and who is this? Qi's mother asked warmly, holding Qi Mon's hand and looking at Guyu with suspicion. A tall, unfamiliar man covered in wounds and blood suddenly appeared in their home, and Qi's father stood unkindly between them. This is... Qi Mon glanced at his smaller body and, for a moment, couldn't come up with a proper identity. Qi's father frowned slightly and asked quietly, Xiaoan, is there something wrong with his mind? Are you okay? Qi Mon said, I'm fine, just let him stay for now. All right, what's his name? Qi's mother asked. His name is No Brain, Qi Mon interjected. Okay. Due to the setting of the scenario, Qi's father and mother didn't raise any suspicions and allowed Guyu to stay. Qi Moen walked over with a medical kit, lifted Guyu's shirt, and began to treat his wounds. The small bedroom was filled with a heavy silence. For some reason, Guyu always felt that Qi Moen seemed a bit unhappy, with a small face all wrinkled up, which was kind of cute. After thinking for a moment, he decided to come up with a clumsy opening line. What? Didn't you like to talk when you were a kid? Shut up. Ha! The weather is really nice tonight. Qi Moen looked out the window, the darkness so thick that not even light could penetrate it. What was good about this? This person only knew how to talk nonsense. However, Qi Moen's mood was indeed far from good, even very bad. Being mistaken for Guan and Eden was due to the aura of props he carried. But why was he mistaken for Gu at the very beginning of the story? Could it be that he carried something related to Guan? After all, this place was created by Guan, and he was the only living person here. There must be some kind of bond between him and Gu, and yet there was nothing to prove their relationship. Suddenly, a pained cry escaped Guyu's lips, and he complained, Don't murder me. I didn't die in the instance, and now I might die at your hands. Qi Moen focused his gaze on Guyu. Is Guan really dead? Guyu casually replied, Not dead. 15 years ago, there was the strongest rebellion in the history of Eden, led by the X group headed by Guan. What happened next? They failed, of course. They actually managed to penetrate the core area in a very tragic manner. I heard from elders that the commotion in the core area seemed to affect the entire Eden. But just when everyone thought Eden was destroyed, the wind listening, established by Guan, announced that the entire X group had defected, with everyone except Guan dead. Even a famous Gu and was locked up in Death Day Town. It was after that the main system established the Evil God Office, specifically responsible for dungeons and players, to prevent such incidents from happening again. Death Day Town. According to Guyu, Guan still holds the identity of a player, but his name is not on the player list of Death Day Town. Could he have escaped from Death Day Town? But he caused such a huge commotion. The main system couldn't possibly not monitor him. Qi Moen asked again, What about the people from Team X? Are they dead? I can't remember clearly. Guyu continued, I haven't been a part of the evil god for long, and after experiencing the soul-shattering ritual, I've forgotten most of the past. These are things I've heard from the old-timers. Is that so? Qi Moen replied, and then fell silent. If his companions were all dead, how would he alone evade the double scrutiny of the players and the main system? Qi Moen looked at his wrist. Guan had only one method, which was parasitism. This could perfectly explain why he had to go to such great lengths to prepare a false world, and within that false world, to prepare a living person. The essential reason was to hide within him, to conceal his identity. So when did he hide in his body? Qi Moen raised his eyes to look out the window. There was only one chance. The bus. Chapter 55, Heart, what are you thinking? Guyu carefully observed Qi Moen's expression through the window, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, the injury was still in his hands. Moreover, seeing Qi Moen's expression grow increasingly serious and his face darken, he felt that Qi Moen was angry, and quite a bit at that, with a stern face ready to kill him at any moment. Shut up, Qi Moen said with a low voice. Are you angry? Guyu asked. Shut up, Qi Moen repeated. If you're not angry, just say shut up. Guyu said. All right. Qi Moen finished applying the medicine and bandaging, patted his hands, stood aside, and looked at Guyu coldly. Why are you angry? Guyu persistently asked. I'm not angry. Chimon pulled over a stool. The legs scraping against the ground with a screech, he sat down and continued to look at Guyu with a cold face. Guyu slowly put on the clothes brought by Chi's father. The clothes were a bit small, and when Guyu wore them, they were tight. The buttons of the shirt couldn't be fastened, and the pants were a few inches short, making him look like a puffed-up, ugly duckling. A stark contrast to his elegant movements. All right, just smile. Guyu sat next to Chimon, pinched Chimon's face, and said softly, Kids should smile more. What is the point of always having a stern face? I'm already dead. This little injury 1T hurt me. I'll be fine soon. I 1T die from your forced care. Chimon pushed Guyu's hand away and said, I'm not worried about you. I'll definitely be careful in the future, okay? Guyu lay down on the bed and shamelessly said, Tonight, I want to sleep in the bed. After all, I'm injured. Chi Hien snorted with his nose, just about to walk out and sleep on the sofa, when Guyu picked him up and placed him back on the bed. Luckily, you're still small enough. Otherwise, this bed wouldn't be big enough for both of us. You, let go of me. Chi Hien tried to break free, but his strength was no match for Guyu's. After turning into a child, he was even smaller and completely outmatched. Children need to rest well. Why sleep on the sofa? Guyu firmly wrapped Chi Hien in a blanket and covered his eyes with his hand. Sleep. I'm not a child. I don't need to be coaxed, Chi Hien said. But to me, you are a child, and I'm not coaxing the current you. Guyu replied seriously. What? All right. Little Chi Hien should go to sleep. Tomorrow will definitely be a wonderful day. The warm breath brushed against Chi Hien's ear, inexplicably making his earlobes turn a little red. Someone who seemed so unserious appeared so earnest while coaxing. Although he had no heartbeat, his body felt warm. Guyu softly sang a lullaby in Chi Hien's ear, his voice sweet and not as playful as usual, instead carrying a warmth that seemed to weave through countless cold, lonely, and unspoken nights. Little Chi Hien seemed to feel a bit of warmth at that moment in the future. His hands and feet were no longer cold. His nights were no longer frigid. It was laughable to think that across the distant river of time, a heartless person comforted someone who couldn't express themselves. At this moment, their breaths intertwined, and strands of hair tangled together. Guyu seemed truly tired, his voice growing softer until it eventually fell into silence. Chimon opened his eyes, gently moved Guyu's arm aside, lifted the blanket, and stood up from the bed. He rummaged through the clothes Guyu had changed out of and pulled out a card from the pocket. The card was exquisitely crafted, with a dark red background and bright golden patterns swirling on it, forming a stunning flower, and at the center of that flower was a still beating heart. Perhaps because he had previously used Guan's props, he had long sensed the presence of the props on Guyu. Is this your heart? Chimon said softly. He took out paper and pen, quickly wrote down a few words, placed it by the pillow, and stealthily left with the card. Just after he left, Guyu opened his eyes, picked up the note Chimon had left behind, chuckled softly for a long time, crumpled it up, and threw it into the trash can. He turned over and sat up, following after Chimon. Chimon did not walk far. He stood under the bus stop sign for Route 24 with his backpack. It was now 2 in the morning, and there were still 4 hours until the buses started running. He roughly understood what Chimon wanted to do, and he still did not want to live. He couldn't face the deaths of those 5 people, nor did he have the courage to confront the murderer. The only relief was death, a valuable death. Every instance would have a CK, and the CK made this game possible. The center of this game was him. As long as the CK died, the instance would collapse. The collapse caused by an S-level instance had enough power to destroy S-level items. By then, this world would no longer exist, and everyone would die. He wanted to use his death to exchange for a new life. Time passed slowly. The sun broke through the clouds, and bits of light sprinkled on the ground. Even this fake sky seemed to have a bit of brightness, creating a false illusion of hope. The bus for Route 24 arrived. Chimon got on the bus with his backpack. However, this time he did not choose to sit in his usual seat. Instead, he sat in the seat closest to the driver. Guyu avoided Chimon's gaze, entered through the back door, and sat in his original seat. The bus was traveling along the main road of the city, and there were particularly many passengers getting on. Chimon seemed indifferent to everything, only lowering his head, lost in thought. Just then, A woman in her 40s holding a child sat down next to Guyu. She leaned closer and whispered, "Do you know Guin?" Guyu frowned slightly and looked at the woman. Her face was particularly familiar, and her voice resonated deeply with him, as if etched in his bones. However, he couldn't recall her name. "Who are you? Don't you recognize me?" The woman brushed her hair back and relaxed on the chair. "I didn't expect you two to end up together after so many years." Hanmo's prophecy was indeed accurate. "Who exactly are you?" Guyu's hand rested on the gun in his pocket, ready to strike. "It doesn't matter who I am." The woman picked up the child again, looking at Guyu seriously. "Don't take on the mission in the instance. Don't make that choice. It will kill you." The next moment, the child in her arms smiled and crawled towards Guyu. Bang! An explosion sounded. "I'm sorry, but I have to help you this way. Goodbye, Captain." Chapter 56. Start all right. The system has been perfected. A person dressed in a blue casual outfit, wearing a tea-green cap, stood beside a nearly 2-meter-tall machine. All players' information has been recorded, and we are just waiting for a few more. Little Qi, will this thing work? A middle-aged man with a beard scratched his chin, puzzled. "It will work. It's fully automatic and can assess players' levels and instance levels, distributing resources reasonably. Once a player clears an instance, energy will be generated and stored here. Once enough energy accumulates, it will shake the entire Eden, and we will be able to leave from here," the person called Little Qi explained. "I named it number 44. Phew. The bearded man walked around the machine, relieved. "Finally, we can get out of this hellhole." It's expected to take 3 years, Little Qi said. "This is already its maximum output. If we push it further, it might become unstable. 3 more years, and we can get out of this place." The bearded man smiled. But as he continued to smile, tears began to flow from his eyes. "By then, my daughter will be 10 years old. She will definitely call me Dad." When he mentioned his daughter, his eyes were filled with tenderness, and his demeanor softened. "She definitely will, Uncle Hu," Little Qi said. "Don't rush it. Later you call Xiao, he, and the others. We've worked hard for so long. We need to throw a registration party, right at the top floor of the auction house. You all come. I'll go prepare the stuff," Uncle Hu said. Okay, Uncle Hu. "And when the temple and the casino are officially in use, we'll have a banquet too." A man in a silver suit with blue long hair walked in, holding a can of drink and striking a pose at the door. "One or two of you think that that's not important? If we don't record these happy times, will we just look back with scars and reminisce about the past when we get out?" Uncle Hu slapped the man on the shoulder without hesitation. The man smiled but didn't resist. "Xiao Qi," Uncle Hu shouted into the room. "Keep an eye on Guyu. I see that this guy only listens to you." The person called Guyu stuffed the drink bottle into Little Qi's hand. "Have you thought about the name for the registration?" "I don't plan to register," Little Qi replied. "I don't like either of my 2 names. Registering them is worse than not registering at all." "That makes sense." Guyu suddenly leaned closer to Little Qi. "How about I come up with one?" "You? With your naming skills, I might as well make something up myself," Little Qi mocked. Just wait. I'll definitely come up with a good one. Tonight, I prepared a big gift for you." Guyu said mysteriously. "You should look forward to it." "What surprise do you have for me now?" Little Qi asked. "Just start looking forward to it from now on," Guyu said as he took the drink bottle and drank from where Little Qi had just sipped. "Let us go. The wind has already built the prototype of the temple. Let us take a look." Little Qi chuckled and shut down the machine, following him out. But just as they walked out, a red light lit up on the dark screen. A line of text slowly appeared. "Low-level human beings. How dare you try to control us advanced beings this way? How pathetic a self-righteous victory can make you so happy. But thank you for giving me this new body. Since that's the case, I'll give you an explosion you'll love." At this moment, while Little Qi was visiting the temple, Guyu pulled a short figure aside. "He really hasn't dated anyone?" "Su Qiao, don't lie to me." "Really not?" Su Qiao whispered. "No boys, no girls?" Guyu asked again. "None. Are you sure he will like this kind of outfit?" Guyu inquired. "Definitely. Look at Chigo. He is so unassuming yet loves to cook. He'll definitely like this type." Su Qiao asserted. "He likes that kind of dramatic personality that gives him some excitement. When the atmosphere rises, Chigo will surely remember tonight for a long time." But Guyu looked at the big red checkered shirt in his hands, hesitating for a moment. His face might not even be able to pull off this outfit, but thinking of that light gaze, he gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll wear it. Let us go for it." "Okay, let us go for it. Chigo is coming. I'll go prepare." Seeing Little Qi walking over, Su Qiao quickly ran off with the clothes. What are you talking about? Little Qi asked. Nothing much. Guyu stood up and walked towards him. How is the temple I designed? Based on the soul storage device, plus Uncle Hu's props for energy conversion. It can not only preserve the souls of the deceased in the instance, but also generate energy storage. Impressive, Little Qi praised. Just then, a piercing scream rang out. What do you want to do? What is wrong with joining us in the instance? We can protect you. See great props. See that? 3 men with rainbow-colored hair blocked a woman, cornering her. Yeah, little sister, don't you only have one F-grade prop? If you don't follow our Wangge, how will you survive? Relying on your so-called female power? What power do you have? The red-haired one sneered. Get lost. I'd rather die in the instance than follow you. The girl clutched a pen tightly to protect herself. You. The yellow-haired one grinned wickedly, stepping closer to the girl. Just as his hand was about to reach her, a red figure blocked her in front, kicking the yellow-haired man, sending him flying 5 meters away, right in front of Guyu and Little Qi. Trash should die. The yellow-haired man opened his eyes to see a smiling face. Just as he wanted to grab this ally, the next moment, Guyu kicked him again like kicking a soccer ball, right between the 2 men. Who are you? Why are you helping them? The yellow-haired man shouted. The girl was startled, nearly dropping the pen in her hand. The woman in the red dress held the girl's hand. Can't even steady your own weapon? In this place, strength can be gradually improved. But the only thing you need to remember is to be ruthless to yourself and to your opponents. Only then can you survive. I can hold it steady. The girl calmed herself, pulling her hand free and slowly crouching in front of the blonde guy. After taking a few deep breaths, she slowly but firmly stabbed the dagger into the blonde guy's eye. Amidst his screams, the girl said, Trash deserves to die. You all deserve to die. Chapter 57, Explosion Ah. The other 2 red-haired people were so scared they collapsed to the ground. Are you going to let them go? The woman in the red dress asked. I won't let them go. The girl picked up the bloodied pen and walked towards the 2. I can live with guilt for a lifetime, but I can't live in fear forever. Besides, if I let them go, the next one might not be as lucky as I am. The girl snorted softly, encouraging herself, and stabbed the bloodied pen into the eye sockets of the other 2. As the girl calmed down, she looked at the 3 people in front of her, writhing on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. The woman in the red dress took a calm glance and then left with Guyu. Sister Xiaochun. Uncle Hu wants us to go to the casino for a name entry dinner. Uncle Hu, another dinner? Lin Xiaochun frowned, just in time. I have something to discuss with you. What a coincidence. I have something too, Guyu said. Okay, then let's talk tonight. Lin Xiaochun nodded and left thoughtfully. The game area and the accommodation area were not far apart. Just a slight lift of the eyes, and one could see the tall buildings that had already been constructed. Yeah, using props really speeds things up. Guyu sighed. When we first arrived, it was still a mess. Now everything is in order. Time really flies. It disappears in the blink of an eye. Shao-Qi also lamented. 100 years ago, a disaster named Eden descended upon the world, with people continuously captured and brought to this cursed place to participate in the so-called human selection, until a secret organization sent people to form a team, actively heading to Eden, and they lived up to expectations, clearing all the instances in 6 years, cracking the core of Eden, and spending another 2 years researching a way to leave. Looking at the orderly Eden, the 2 couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. What are your plans after leaving here? Guyu asked. Maybe I'll stay at home. Or maybe I'll go out for a walk, Shao-Qi replied. Do you need a partner? Guyu looked at Shao-Qi expectantly, his fingers unconsciously tightening, his body slightly trembling from nervousness. Shao-Qi chuckled softly, replying naturally, When have we not been partners? I also prepared a gift for you. Oh, what is it? Where? Hurry up and show me. Guyu acted like a puppy waiting for its owner to pet it, sniffing around Shao-Qi. I'll tell you tonight, Shao-Qi said. Can't you learn something good from me? Guyu pretended to be dissatisfied. When have you taught me anything good? Shao-Qi countered. Guyu thought for a moment and realized that it seemed he really hadn't. The first meeting was about how to crash into someone, and the second was about demonstrating what it means to act shamelessly. Itchy, Shao-Qi said, but he didn't pull his hand away, allowing Guyu to play with it. When we get out, I'll get you a big house and then lock you up. Guyu envisioned a beautiful future life, grinning. Illegal detention. That's against the law, Shao-Qi reminded. Then you can lock me up, Guyu readily agreed. Okay, fine. Xiaoqi slightly lowered his gaze, looking at where their fingers intertwined, savoring this rare, quiet moment. The two continued chatting about their future, waiting until it got dark before heading towards the auction house together. By the time they arrived, almost everyone was already there. You two, sneaking behind our backs. A girl in a pink dress complained. Can't we be seen? If you want to see face to face, I'm afraid you can't handle it, Guyu boasted. Xiao Tang, you still need to find your own boyfriend, he added. Xiao Tang rolled her eyes dramatically and jumped into Lin Xiaochun's arms. Sister Xiaochun, look at them. I can't control that, Xiao Tang. Lin Xiaochun shrugged helplessly. Xiao Tang, look at me, look at me, look at me. Shen Xingyun rushed up to Xiao Tang, repeating like a parrot. What do you want to see? To check if you have pimples on your face? Xiao Tang asked, puzzled. Sigh. Some people just aren't meant to be in a relationship, Xiao Chungu said helplessly. All right. Uncle Hu picked up several bottles of wine and placed them on the table, waving his hand casually. Come on, everyone, help yourselves. Wait. Xiao Tang suddenly shouted. What? Isn't it the food that Xiaoqi made? Xiao Tang asked. No, he doesn't have the time. It's a good thing he doesn't shout. Changgu patted his chest. You guys are too much. I'm right here. Xiaoqi protested. But it was no use. 5 against 1. Xiaoqi had no chance. Yes, Guyu also stood opposite. Sorry, dear, but I still have to make you happy in the future. To express his anger, Xiaoqi sat alone on the side, sipping wine, vowing to become a machine that only drinks. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Guyu, dressed in a red checkered coat and holding a bouquet of roses, walked out from behind the crowd. Everyone looked at him, and Xiaoqi expectantly. Under everyone's gaze, Guyu, usually so shameless, became nervous. His face flushed red as if it would bleed. He handed the roses to Xiaoqi, knowing full well that he wouldn't refuse, yet he was still so anxious. He just wanted to hear that one sentence. He wanted to hear it from Xiaoqi's own lips. Will you be my heir? Xiaoqi blinked. With his hands in his pockets, 2 round objects clenched in his fist. He was just as nervous, even though he had guessed that tonight would be like this. He couldn't stop the anxiety. He wasn't someone who liked crowds or talked much, but now his friends were all around him, surrounding him as he approached the person he wanted to spend his life with. Xiaoqi slowly opened his mouth, just as those 3 words were about to come out. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Everyone froze, looking towards the direction of the machine. Flames and smoke shot up into the sky, filling the air with suffocating smoke. The mechanical sound echoed in the sky of Eden, as if boasting of its victory and mocking its opponent's foolishness. Boom! The blast shockwave was so strong that the constructed high buildings collapsed again. Countless players scattered in all directions, but where was there a safe place? Chapter 58. Destruction. The tall buildings shook, but even more than the buildings, their hearts trembled. Years of hard work were ruined in an instant. The dawn was extinguished once more. In the instance, survival was a tough battle. Players who have experienced the strengthening of the Eden dungeon can easily protect themselves in this explosion. However, in this explosion, they have also lost everything. The room with the storage machines has long been blown away, and the machines created with great effort and heart have been shattered. All right, everyone, let's pull ourselves together. Xiao Tang's face was dark, and his pink clothes had already turned black. We will definitely get out of this hellhole. Yes, we can definitely get out of here. We are not the kind to just wait. Uncle Hu also said with a smile. Even a usually indifferent Lin Xiaochun nodded. We seem to be running out of time. Guyu suddenly said, half squatting on the ground, holding the core item of the machine, the poem of death. This explosion has accumulated enough energy and will soon explode again. Xiaoqi added, but the current Eden cannot withstand a second impact. If Eden collapses completely, we will die too. After a few words, the group fell silent again. After a long time, Uncle Hu finally spoke. So what can we do now? We need to maintain Eden until it can withstand a second explosion, Xiaoqi said, and we also need to ensure that it won't explode again during this time. Morning, Lin Xiaochun said as he took out a chain made of glass orbs from his pocket. Even in the night, its brilliance was hard to conceal. As long as it absorbs something, it can generate an absolute domain. Lin Xiaochun continued, we can use this to surround this place, and when the time is right, we can completely leave here. Not really. Xiaoqi shook his head. For Eden to recover, it will take a long time. I can't think of anything it can attach to that can sustain for so long. Indeed, there's nothing in this world that is immortal. Xiao Qing said, everyone shouldn't be too pessimistic. Guyu said, at least we are still here, and one day we will get out. Just then, Shen Qingyun rushed over, propping himself up on his legs, and after a while, he finally spoke. The S-level item of the temple, Qianguang, has been destroyed. What? It was destroyed by players. By the time I got there, it was too late. Shen Qingyun said, why did they destroy Qianguang? Uncle Hu anxiously asked Shen Qingyun. They said, Shen Qingyun's gaze flickered, and it was only when Xiao Tang urged him that he said, they said it was us who triggered this explosion. They said we want to destroy this place and kill everyone to rule here. You little brats. They don't want to get out. I want to go out and see my daughter. Uncle Hu's eyes reddened with anxiety, rolling up his sleeves and wanting to rush over. But fortunately, Lin Xiaoqian stopped him in time. Qianguang is a healing item that not only reduces the impact of the dungeon on players, but can also collaborate with energy transformation to store players' energy, ultimately twisting it into a force that tears through space. That was an item they obtained after running through more than a dozen dungeons. But now, all destroyed. The night in Eden is far dimmer than that in the real world. It feels like 1,000-pound stone pressing down on everyone's chest. Clearly, they could leave soon. They just needed to wait a little longer, just a bit more time. After a long time, Uncle Hu wiped away the 2 tears that overflowed from his eyes and said hoarsely, Xiaoqian, let me go at this time. Someone needs to be in charge. I won't be impulsive. Everyone, go busy yourself. I will also go busy myself. Lin Xiaoqian looked at him with concern, but still let go of Uncle Hu. Uncle Hu silently waved his hand and turned to leave. The others also left in silence, each going to their respective areas. In the ruins, only Shao Qi and Guyu remained. Shao Qi silently searched for the scattered pieces, trying to piece them together, even if the sharp stones cut into his palms. He didn't care. Guyu caught his hand. Actually, the situation is worse, right? Shao Qi's body stiffened. Indeed, Guyu could see the abnormalities in the chip. And for someone who had been in close contact with him day and night, he would understand even better. The damage level of the chip is very high. Shao Qi said, it is very likely that it cannot bear so much energy anymore. It needs a vessel that can still bear so much energy. But I can't think of one. Guyu half squatted beside him, his blue hair falling over him like moonlight. It's okay. There are still so many dungeons in Eden. We will definitely find a way. Guyu comforted. We will definitely find a way. Shao Qi said, pausing before continuing, I still promise to buy a dress for Uncle Hu's daughter. You might as well give up. Your taste is terrible. Guyu said with disdain. Shao Qi glanced at Guyu with a smile that was not quite a smile and softly huffed. Guyu then realized that in a casual remark, he had also insulted himself and quickly added, your taste is only used on me. He held Shao Qi's palm in his hand and softly said, I gave you a name. His Shao Qi seemed to have never had it easy in his life. He didn't have loving parents as a child, and in school, he struggled due to financial issues. Just when everything seemed to be getting better, he was dragged to this hellhole. So he thought of a character for him, and hoping for his life to be safe. At this moment, he also made a certain determination. It doesn't necessarily have to be everyone out, as long as the ones he cares about can leave and be safe. That would be enough. I also gave myself a name. Shao Qi said, oh, what did you pick? Guyu asked. I don't like this surname. I plan to change it. Shao Qi said, they have never treated me well, so I don't want to use their surname. After all, once we leave here, our names will definitely be known by everyone. What do you plan to take as your surname? Guyu asked as if he had a premonition. I will take the surname Gu. Shao Qi simply said. He looked into the eyes before him and added in his heart, a surname that can bring happiness to himself. At this moment, he also made a certain determination. As long as the people he cares about can leave this hellhole, that would be enough. Anyway, his life has never been smooth, so he might as well embrace the roughness and leave happiness and peace for those he cares about. He slowly retracted the hand hidden behind his back, concealing the chip in his palm. The items in Eden are composed of energy. The damage of lower levels can be compensated with other items. If the damage is at a higher level, it requires even stronger energy to compensate. For example, an indomitable soul. Guyu smiled. That smile was so bright. In that instant, Shao Qi felt like his world lit up. He picked up a pen and wrote in the palm of Shao Qi's hand. And Guin Guin, Guji Shunin, wishing you smoothness and health. Chapter 59 wishes. This explosion resulted in 294 deaths and 183 injuries. Among them, the S-level item Qianguang of the temple was damaged to 80, and there is currently no possibility of repair. The accommodation area's S-level item has a damage level of 40, and it can be repaired. The damage level of the S-class item chip in the core area has reached 90, and there is currently no possibility of repair. The auction hammer for the S-class item at the auction has a damage level of 30 and can be repaired. Fortunately, we still have a place to stay for now. Lin Xiaochun said, as for medical supplies, we still have some low-level items that can substitute for the time being. Qin Yun and the others are already repairing the items, and our lives will soon get better, Xiao Tang said with a smile, her face beaming as if no difficulty could defeat her. Xiao Tang, I have one more thing I want to discuss with you, Lin Xiaochun said softly. Seeing Lin Xiaochun's serious expression, Xiao Tang became serious as well. What's wrong, Sister Xiaochun? I'm planning to establish an organization, Lin Xiaochun said, based on my S-class item, the Rose, to create an organization that only accepts women called Rose Garden, so that even if they temporarily lack items, they can use the item Rose in critical times. What do you mean by based on? Xiao Tang seemed to realize something, covering her mouth with her hand and pulling her aside, anxiously saying, Are you crazy? Does your Rose have that much power? I don't plan to leave here, Lin Xiaochun sighed, looking into the distance, a hint of compassion showing in her usually indifferent eyes. Without items, they have no way out. I just want to provide them shelter before they become stronger. I'm not hoping you can join me, but rather to help me a bit. Sister Xiaochun, how do you need me to help you? After leaving here, remember to help me buy 2 little skirts for Uncle Hu's daughter. I trust your taste. Lin Xiaochun said with a smile. Let's go. Don't tell anyone else. At this time, Shun Qingyun and Xiao Qingge were also busy repairing items, sweating profusely. Phew, Brother Cheng. Take a look, how is it? Shun Qingyun showed the repaired 5 of the Qianguang. Great, but I've already repaired 10. Xiao Qingge adjusted his glasses. What do you think? Once we finish repairing the items, should I confess? Watching those 2 last night made me so jealous. I want to kiss my girlfriend too. Shun Qingyun said. You should think first about whether Xiao Tang can get your feelings, Xiao Qingge said helplessly. If you buy her a flower, she might say it's on discount. A girl like that is hard to pursue. My friend, you have a long way to go. Shun Qingyun sighed heavily, separating the medical supplies and putting them aside and focused on repairing. Suddenly, there was an explosion from the direction of the accommodation area. Shun Qingyun and Xiao Qingge were stunned. A second explosion. Oh no, Xiao Tang and Sister Xiaochun are still over there. The 2 quickly put the items in their pockets and rushed toward the accommodation area. They saw the space built with small items shattered once again. Blood, gray smoke, broken walls, and wails dominated the area. Xiao Qingge began to clear the rubble to rescue people. In such a situation, there were almost no items to help them. Only their hands remained. Soon, the rest of the group arrived at the scene and joined the search. Accommodation area. Why did another explosion happen? Why? Shun Qingyun's eyes turned red as people were continually rescued. Yet the person he wanted to see was still missing. Some players must have collapsed and want to take everyone down with them. Lin Xiaochun was rescued. Lying to the side, weakly explaining, Xiao Tang ran in to protect the child. I don't know where she is. I am sorry. Her condition was also poor. Her legs were nearly ruined, pierced by rebar, yet she kept apologizing. Tears and blood fell to the ground, making it hard to tell if it was blood or tears, or both. Xiao Tang, Tang. Shun Qingyun continued to clear the rubble, tears streaming down his face, extreme emotional fluctuations almost exhausting all his strength. I haven't confessed to you yet, Xiao Tang, Tang. Please, your wish hasn't been fulfilled yet. You still want to eat a lot of delicious food. You still want to go to many places to play. Xiao Tang. Suddenly, he called out in surprise as a pink figure appeared. However, her body was trapped under a thick stone slab. Hearing her name, she slowly opened her eyes. Qingyun. It's me. I'm coming to rescue you. Okay, Xiao Tang's my weekly. The others came over, and together they lifted the stone, only to find that beneath her was a small child. Though the child was also injured, the condition was okay. But when they moved the child away, they discovered that Xiao Tang's body had been pierced through. A sharp stone was embedded in her body, as if it had become a part of her. Shun Qingyun suddenly fell to the ground. She must be in so much pain. How much pain must she be in? She is so afraid of pain. He trembled as he took out a D-class item, just about to use it when. It's okay, it doesn't hurt, Xiao Tang smiled, holding Shun Qingyun's hand. Lift me up, I want to see the blue sky. Take me there. I'll apply medicine to you first, Shun Qingyun said softly, as if speaking any louder would blow her away. No, I want to see first, Xiao Tang insisted. All right. Shun Qingyun gently lifted her up and walked toward a relatively intact area. Why are you crying? Your tears are falling on me, Xiao Tang said. My story isn't over yet, so my life won't end. You. Shun Qingyun seemed to realize something, looking at Xiao Tang in panic. Don't stop me, okay? Xiao Tang took the Qianguang from Shun Qingyun's pocket, her eyes once again filled with a smile, though there was a hint of sadness in it. My story isn't over. Your story isn't over. Our stories intersect. We will meet again. As she finished speaking, Xiao Tang's blood stained the Qianguang, which began to repair at lightning speed, while her life force accelerated its flow. Good night, Shun Qingyun. Under the light of the Qianguang, Xiao Tang's body gradually healed, but she never moved again. Everyone's wounds healed in this light. All wishes were preserved in this light. Xiao Tang, I love you, good night. Chapter 60. This is not our end. 1. Tang Tang's skin was very fair, and she loved to wear pink clothes, always sporting a carefree smile. Like a sweet little cake, she irresistibly attracted people. Under the baptism of Qianguang, her body returned to its most perfect form. Her small face was rosy, as if she had just fallen into a deep sleep and would wake up any second. Shun Qingyun gently kissed her forehead, took out a beautifully crafted ring, and slipped it onto her fingertip. Xiao Shun, you don't. Uncle Hu stepped forward, wanted to help him up. I'm fine, Uncle. Shun Qingyun wanted to show a smile, but that smile looked worse than crying. This is actually fine. Once the Eden is destroyed, her soul will be released. So this is not our end. We will meet again, Lin Xiaochun said. After saying goodbye to Xiao Tang, Shun Qingyun took her leave, and everyone rushed back to their responsibilities. Guan fiddled with the chip, trying to reconnect it with props. After a night of repairs, the screen lit up. It should still be able to store names. Well, you write yours first, Guyu urged. Later, I'll give the chip to Uncle Hu and let them write theirs too. Guan nodded, slid his finger across the screen, and wrote his name. Watching those two characters slowly disappear from the screen. This was his last proof of existence in the world. Aren't you writing? Guan looked at Guyu in confusion. Guyu smiled faintly, pulling the screen into his palm. I'm not in a hurry. I suddenly remembered. I seem to have a prop that might be worth trying to fix. This was quite a questionable matter. However, Guan was too exhausted at this moment. Since the explosion last night, he had hardly closed his eyes, constantly trying to find ways to fix the chip. Guan was already thin, and after these 2 days, he had grown even thinner, his face devoid of any color. Guyu felt a sharp pain in his chest. The flesh he had painstakingly nurtured was now gone. You should go rest for a while. Uncle Hu set up 2 tents in the accommodation area. I'm not tired, Guan replied. It's not your fault, Guyu said, dear. How could he not know what Guan was thinking? Guyu was responsible for finding suitable props, and Guan was responsible for connecting the props and the chip, as well as building the storage. But now the storage had exploded and the chip was damaged. How could he not blame himself? If I had just... Guan's eyes were red, dark circles under his eyes, fingers unconsciously clenched, feeling as if he couldn't breathe. If I had checked more carefully, it wouldn't have happened. Xiao Tang wouldn't have died. This has nothing to do with you. Guyu looked into his eyes, speaking slowly. The data is something we all confirmed. This has nothing to do with you. It's Eden's instability. Think about it. Even if it hadn't exploded today, that explosion would have been buried. Just as we were about to leave, it would have exploded, then it would have been for naught irreparable. Moreover, Xiao Tang's death was due to the player's extremism. Guyu pulled Guan into his arms with such force that one could almost hear Guan's bones cracking. His lips brushed against Guan's ear. Guan, I named you this because I hope you're safe and sound. What are you doing? Guan sensed something was wrong and tried to break free from Guyu, but his strength was no match for Guyu's. Don't do this, don't do this. Please. I don't want to be alone, I don't want. After whispering 3 words into Guan's ear, Guyu struck at Guan's neck with one hand, lifting him horizontally and walking towards the accommodation area tents. Brother Qi, what's going on? Xiaoqingge came out of the tent, puzzled. He's too tired. He just needs to rest, Guan said. Please take care of him. It's fine. You should rest too. Brother Gu, you look. Xiaoqingge said worriedly. I'm fine. I found something that can attach to the memorial. I need to go out for a bit. Gu said. You really found it? Xiaoqingge exclaimed. I'll go tell Uncle Hu and them. Let's go together. All right, but be careful. Although Xiaoqingge was still worried, he trusted Gu Yu's abilities. He took out food that everyone had brought from the instance and handed it to Gu Yu. Eat something before you go. You must be careful. Okay, then I'll go fix the props first, Xiaoqingge said. Gu Yu nodded, and Xiaoqingge left. Gu Yu, however, did not hurry to leave. He wanted to touch Gu In's face with his index finger, but found himself too dirty. Hesitating and ultimately only lightly brushing his fingertip against Gu In's face. Gu In was very beautiful, stunning enough to take one's breath away at first glance. The first time he saw this person, he thought this person must look good when smiling. But Gu In didn't like to smile. There seemed to be an unbreakable ice in his eyes, and he didn't like to talk, preferring to be alone, refusing to communicate with anyone. Looking as if he was putting on an act. Was he done acting? Then what should he act like? This was Gu Yu's second thought upon seeing Gu In. Thinking of this, he suddenly chuckled, lying down beside Gu In, closing his eyes and enjoying this moment of tranquility and beauty. If only they hadn't met here, then they would surely have a perfect ending. He took out the prepared ring from his pocket and carefully slid it onto Gu In's finger, kissing the ring softly. Good night, Gu In. After saying that, he didn't dare to look at the person again and quickly walked out. He found the instance where he first met Gu In, Doomsday Town, and walked in. This was a place Gu In could surely find. He ignored the delirious residents and randomly chose an empty house to walk into. If there was something in this world that could last forever, it would definitely be love. Love could transcend the river of time. Love could make one invulnerable. Without any hesitation, he plunged the dagger into his chest. At this moment, he was no different from the residents of Doomsday Town. No, there was still some difference. The residents offered organs as sacrifices, nourished by hatred, hoping for a possible tomorrow. Gu Yu offered his heart as a sacrifice, with love as his offering. In exchange for a possible tomorrow, the room fell into an extreme silence, with only the sound of blood dripping onto the floor. The room grew dim, with only the memorial emitting a faint glow. Gu Yu trembled as he placed the heart on the chain. The blood loss rendered his already weak body unable to support itself. His eyelids grew heavier, his body lighter, to the point where he couldn't even feel pain. In the moment before closing his eyes, he thought, Gu In, did you hear that? Every day after this, I will say I love you. Chapter 61. This is not our end, too. At this moment, Gu In suddenly sat up, but the person beside him was gone. He rushed out to find Uncle Hu. Where's Gu Yu? Have you seen Gu Yu? Uncle Hu was puzzled. Didn't he go to find the props for the memorial? Didn't he tell you? I saw him go into an instance. Lin Xiaochun also came over. Don't worry. Gu Yu is always steady when he works. He definitely won't run into trouble. Which instance did he go into? Gu In asked anxiously. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something and ran towards the instance. He knew where Gu Yu was. I didn't see clearly. Lin Xiaochun, noticing Gu In's unusual behavior, also sensed something was wrong and followed him into the instance. The remaining few also ran in after them. Gu Yu, where are you? Gu In shouted, don't disappear. The small town of Dead Day was not big, and they quickly found the lifeless Gu Yu. Gu In's knees buckled, and he knelt beside Gu Yu, trembling as he held Gu Yu's hand, only to find a ring. He stared blankly at the ring on his finger, and tears immediately streamed down his face. Gu Yu. He called out those two words. How childish. But Gu Yu still persistently teased him like this. His life had been lonely. No family, no friends, until he came to Eden, and everything slowly got better. He had gained many things he had never even thought about before. He always thought his life would just be like that. He held the ring, slipped it onto Gu Yu's fingertip, and then slowly curled up beside Gu Yu, closing his eyes. Lin Xiaochun and the others saw this and retreated. The conditions for mourning had been met. Lin Xiaochun said, now we just need to fix the chip and hide the mourning. Xiaoqingge and Uncle Hu nodded, and the three did not rush to leave or urge Gu In. Overnight, Uncle Hu seemed to have aged 20 years. He said softly, you all go ahead. I'll stay here and watch. Nothing will happen. We still need you outside. Qingyun can't manage alone. Some sacrifices have already been made. We cannot fall behind. We cannot let them down. You too, don't be foolish. Living is the greatest hope. There will always be a way. Lin Xiaochun and Xiao Qingge silently nodded and left the instance. At this moment, this was the rooftop of Qi Huayan's house. He ran down the stairs like crazy, pounding on the door of Qi Huayan's house. But this time, no one opened the door for him. Guyu took a deep breath, stepped back a few paces, and kicked the door open. He looked up and saw Qi Huayan quietly lying on the sofa. He instantly held his breath and walked over slowly, step by step, looking almost no different from his memories. Still that handsome. He used to smile quite a lot. And it was such a beautiful smile. Damn Eden. It turned him into a lonely person again. He placed his head on Qi Huayan's hand. He dared not think about what Qi Huayan had gone through to become like this. But it's okay. I'm still here. You're still here. We're all still here. There's still a long time ahead. We can take our time to heal. Guan opened his eyes. He seemed to feel someone stroking his hand. That person seemed to cherish him particularly, their touch very gentle. He turned to look at Guyu's pale face. Leaning in close to his features. Is it you? Guyu, are you comforting me? He curled up his body a bit more. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm still alive. The chip in his arms was stained with Guyu's blood, emitting a strange glow. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded. Warning, 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 warning. System rebooting, countdown, 15 minutes. Guin's face turned ashen. What happened? Uncle Hu rushed in upon hearing the commotion, asking anxiously. Eden has absorbed Guyu's soul. It has awakened. Guin said, there's no time left. Guin picked up Guyu's body and headed outside. Uncle Hu grabbed the morning. We need to hurry. Once it awakens, it will destroy everything we have. Okay. Uncle Hu grabbed the items and ran out with Guin. Upon seeing everyone, Guin quickly said, we have no time to hesitate. The only safe way now is for you to mourn outside, using our original plan. I will find a way for the storage device and the chip. Lin Xiaochun pondered for a moment and said, all right, we can fix the storage device. How do we contact you? Guin replied, I will use my soul to repair the storage device. You don't need to worry. We don't need to communicate, but you need to be ready at all times. Once the energy is sufficient, I will destroy the morning and come out from it. Qi, this may take many years. Xiaoqing said, I know, Guin replied, but it's okay. I'm not alone, and I believe in you. Countdown, 5 minutes. Uncle Hu suddenly hugged Guin. You must be safe. We will leave here together. Yes, Guin said softly, we will all be safe. After saying this, Guin carried Guyu's body and walked further away, step by step. 3 minutes later. Warning, main system damage level, 90, repairing. An indescribable pain exploded within Guin's body. Countless needles pierced into him, and he cried out in pain, his legs giving way, falling to the ground. Qi, Qi, Xiaoqi, don't go over. Lin Xiaochun blocked Uncle Hu and Xiaoqing. Don't go over. You'll be trapped in the morning too. What do we do now? Uncle Hu asked. Eden should be affected by the program in the chip, causing some changes, Lin Xiaochun said. Pulling the two in the opposite direction, we don't have enough distance. If we stay here, we'll be trapped inside. Go, go. If we don't leave now, we'll lose everything. Though she said this, her trembling voice had already betrayed her. They walked in the opposite direction. Guin lay on the ground, his head about to split open. Countless unfamiliar messages rushed into his mind, each one a vicious curse against him. You want to leave here? Ha ha ha. You foolish insects. But I must thank you for waking me up again. Guin forced a bleak smile. You can't leave here either. You. The mechanical voice became uncertain. The chains flickered with purple light, and then a purple beam shot up into the sky, completely isolating this place from the outside. Foolish. 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 Fortunately, it's not as good as you. Guin's voice grew weaker, his mind increasingly unclear. You think you can use the tools I created against me? I truly thank you. What? Why can't I open it? What did you do? Why can't you crush the heart? What exactly did you do? Guin curled his lips and said, You're useless. After saying this, he completely lost his sanity and fell into a deep sleep. The mechanical voice gradually became sinister. Since I have to break this thing, then you'll just have to come here. Guin, after all, Eden is still my territory. How long can you hold on to my hands? I'm very much looking forward to it. Guin? That is a nice name. Tell me, when you meet him again, will you still recognize him? If you kill him with your own hands, then this heart should never be the same again, right? Guin, I'm looking forward to that day. Chapter 62. Suspect, I don't understand, nightmare. The man in the black robe stood on the rooftop holding a television. He had clearly altered their memories, and even made Guyu kill him. So why were they still together? They shouldn't be fighting each other, right? Nightmare, over the years, how have you taught Chiemo? You've turned him into a love-struck fool. How can we carry out our grand plan like this? The Nightmare King snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, haven't I taught him well enough? Haven't I killed everyone around him who treated him well? At this point, his voice abruptly stopped. Does he still have a friend outside? What was his name? Sui? It seems we can send a gift for our mutual child. What do you think? Should Guyu get it to him? The tone of the man in the black robe became playful. This way, the energy within Guyu would become uncontrollable. And by that time, in the next moment, Nightmare released an electric current, frying the man in the black robe crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Can't you learn something good from those players? Ting Feng. Achoo. Sui, he let out a big sneeze, a bad premonition rising in his chest. His sixth sense told him it was time to add more clothes. Sui Jie, are you okay? The people behind him quickly surrounded him, asking if he was cold and concerned, almost picking him up. Sui, he touched his nose and said solemnly, I have a feeling that this next game, it definitely won't be that easy. Everyone must be careful. Ever since he told Ting Feng, the boss, this news, Ting Feng directly gave him a ton of benefits and let him take full responsibility for the matter, even boasting that as long as he could get it, he would be Ting Feng's second in command. So, he started leading the team, participating in various games, preparing for the final auction. Chiamoan felt like his head was about to explode. Countless strange yet familiar memories surged into his mind. Suddenly, he sensed the warmth in his hand, and as he felt that heat's source, he slowly opened his eyes. A streak of blue entered his vision. Perhaps he had been asleep for too long. He didn't see the blue clearly at first, but he immediately recognized that it was Guyu. Guyu. Long time no see. Guyu looked up at Chiamoan upon hearing the voice. Guin, long time no see, Guyu said softly. The two voices were so close enough that only by being this near could they hear each other's words clearly. Yet the voices felt so far enough to be separated by a vast 12 years. At this moment, they looked at each other's faces across the shimmering span of time. Guyu lowered his head. His throat felt dry, and his shoulders trembled continuously. When he saw the small figure curled up next to his corpse, drawing warmth from his cold body, he felt as though he couldn't breathe. Even though he had no heart, his chest ached painfully. He wanted Guin to leave this hell, even if it meant stepping on his bones and blood. But he never asked Guin if he was willing to leave. He didn't dare to think about what Guin was feeling when he saw his corpse. He couldn't accept the thought of Guin dying in front of him after putting himself in Guin's shoes. Guin, I'm sorry, Before he could finish his sentence, a warm body suddenly appeared in his arms, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. They were so close that he could even feel Guin's heartbeat. It's okay. Actually, I've thought about this too, Chiamoan said. I just wasn't as quick to act as you were. I won't die, and you won't either. Our story isn't over, Chiamoan said. Yes, we'll both leave here, Guyu replied. The two chatted for a few more moments before picking up their things and walking out the door. Why did that bus suddenly explode? Chiamoan asked. I saw a woman holding a child. She said we were on the wrong path, Guyu said. I think she meant that we shouldn't have gotten on that bus. Is that so? Chiamoan frowned. But if we want to go to my house, we will have to take the number 24 bus. Guyu nodded. For now, we still have to take the number 24 bus. No, we could go somewhere else, Chiamoan suddenly said. Where? The psychological therapy appointment I made. Chiamoan said. Every time I go there, he reinforces my fear of this place. It seems like he's very afraid of me. Afraid of you? Guyu couldn't understand either. Let's go take a look. Chiamoan nodded, just about to walk out when his phone rang. He swiped the screen and saw an unexpected call. Officer Chun Xiaoping. Hello, Officer Chun. Xiao Qi, we've caught the suspect. We need you to come to the police station. The suspect has been caught. He Montag Unva Heist. Is it the murderer from the serial killing case? Yes, it's him. He specifically requested to see you, Chun Xiaoping said. Qi Moen and Gu Yu exchanged a glance and got into the car, heading towards the police station. The two drove quickly and arrived at the station in 10 minutes. Officer Chun, as Qi Moen parked the car, he saw Chun Xiaoping. Where did you catch him? Qi Moen asked. Chun Xiaoping looked deeply at Qi Moen before answering. At your home, on Fu community. My home? Yes, Chun Xiaoping said. When we found him, he was starting a fire. Starting a fire? Qi Moen recalled the strange fire they had encountered in Anfu community. Could it be the same fire from 12 years ago? Chun Xiaoping nodded. You know this person. As they spoke, they arrived at the interrogation room, and Qi Moen immediately recognized the person. It was his psychologist, Shirley, the one who knew him best. In fact, this psychologist was introduced to him by Chun Xiaoping. Now, this psychologist had become a suspect in this unsolved case. Xiao Qi, how have you been lately? Shirley asked, his tone always gentle, speaking calmly as if he were the most soothing spring breeze. I'm fine, Qi Moen replied, sitting across from Shirley without hesitation. That's good. Shirley smiled. After all, I've watched you grow up. I'm very happy to see you doing well. Chapter 63. The Psychologist at this moment. Chun Xiaoping called Qi Moen out. How is it? Officer Chun, I'm sorry. I've only seen those eyes, Qi Moen said. I couldn't see anything in his eyes. In fact, I found him very calm, which is quite similar to that person. Can I talk to him again? Sure, Chun Xiaoping replied. Can I bring my friend in? Qi Moen asked, the one with blue hair. He just accompanied me to my house not long ago and knows a lot of things. Isn't he your bodyguard? Chun Xiaoping asked, puzzled. He knew what Qi Moen did for a living, so he wasn't surprised when Qi Moen mentioned having a bodyguard. But now, his suspicious gaze swept between Qi Moen and the blue-haired man. TSK, after so many years, he has long regarded Qi Moen as his own son. As for Qi Moen, aside from being scared, what else could be wrong? He can handle both the living room and the kitchen. This, let it be. Speaking of acting, he plays the villain very well. He looks like an excellent young man. As for that blue-haired one, he doesn't look like a good person at all. He seems carefree. Can he take good care of our Xiaoan? What does he do? Chun Xiaoping asked. Qi Moen thought for a moment before answering. He's a bodyguard. Just him? Chun Xiaoping couldn't hold back. Looking at that guy, his face is fine, he's quite tall. But he looks like he doesn't have 2 pounds of meat on him. How can he protect him? It's more like they need to protect Xiaoan. Xiaoan. Chun Xiaoping hesitated before speaking. Your circle shouldn't be short of money, right? If you need money, just tell your uncle. Huh? Qi Moen clearly didn't follow Chun Xiaoping's train of thought. At this moment, Gu Yu walked over, smiling gently and harmlessly, but his hand was resting on Qi Moen's shoulder. Don't worry, Officer Chun. I promise to take good care of him. Chun Xiaoping's face immediately fell. After many years as a criminal police captain, Chun Xiaoping's stern expression carried an inherent authority. What's your name? My name is Gu Yu replied. As long as I'm here, I won't let him get hurt. If anyone wants to harm him, they must step over my dead body. Although he was still smiling, his words carried an undeniable conviction. Uncle Chun, Gu Yu, Qi Moen was momentarily confused by what the two were up to and helplessly called out to them. All right, go in, Chun Xiaoping waved his hand. But don't take too long. Qi Mo said a greeting and then led Gu Yu inside. Gu Yu? Shirley looked the same as ever. Not even a hair out of place, and he didn't even show signs of fatigue on his face. He seemed like he was just here to have tea. Do you know me? Gu Yu asked in response. How could I not know you? The famous Lord Evil God, the prominent figure in Eden now. How can I not recognize you? Shirley replied. Qui montac anfaunet. The realm formed by morning was an absolute domain. Once established, outsiders could not enter, and those inside could not exit. However, it was clear that Grandma Jiang, the woman with the child, and the person before him did not seem to belong inside. Could it be that something had happened after he fell unconscious? But upon closer thought, even if the morning ability was powerful, it was still a tool of Eden. With the awakening of Eden, it wouldn't be too surprising if there were methods to counter morning. It wasn't that complicated. Shirley spread his hands, as if he knew what Qi Moen was thinking. I'm not an outsider. I am a resident here. Self-awareness. Gu Yu asked, did you awaken your self-awareness, or did Eden help you awaken your self-awareness? If my hands hadn't been trapped, I would definitely applaud you, Shirley said. Congratulations. You got half of it right, Qi Moen. Do you still remember me? Chi was about to nod. Shirley continued. It seems you don't recognize me anymore. Chi, my self-awareness was awakened by you. Shirley said, everything you revealed to me made me question this world as well. But after all, I'm a psychologist. At that time, I would rather doubt that I was going crazy. Then why did you still recognize all of this? Chi asked. And why tell me everything? Shirley smirked, relaxing on the chair, though it was quite uncomfortable, so he just bent his legs slightly. It turns out, I have been living in a false world. He laughed self-deprecatingly. I spent so many years, read so many books, to come out of small county and reach my current position, having everything I have now. Even if all of this is fake. So what? At least these things really exist. Suddenly, he became agitated, the chair creaking as he rocked it. So I did so much to maintain this world. Why do you still want to break it? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in so much pain. Chi, you will pay the price for everything you've done. Even if this world is to be destroyed, it must be destroyed by me, because neither of you deserve it. What are you going to do? Chen Xiaoping pushed the door open and walked in. Shilei, I think it's necessary to get you a psychologist. No need. Shirley showed a strange smile. Everyone, let us celebrate the new year in advance with a fireworks show. Bang! A wave of heat spread, and the ground trembled. Master, not good. The number 24 bus exploded outside our police station. Casualties are currently unknown. Chen Xiaoping's disciple. Yanli, Rashid in anxious. Shilei. Chen Xiaoping exploded with anger, wanting to rush in and punch Shirley in the face. Yanlu held on to Chen Xiaoping. Master, don't be impulsive. He can't run away from here. We need to save people first. Chen Xiaoping's chest heaved violently, his eyes tinged with red from excessive excitement. And he dropped a "you just wait" before running out. Shirley still wore that incredibly annoying smile on his face. Okay, I'll be right here. Chi stared intently at Shirley's smiling eyes, always feeling that the bus explosion was just the beginning. What do you want to do? Guyu asked. Of course, I want you to accompany me in death, Shirley replied. Chapter 64. The Man in the Black Robe. You have no chance left, Shirley said. Anfu community has been burned down, and the number 24 bus has also been blown up. You can never leave here. Guyu suddenly laughed. Well, thank you then. You've done me a big favor. I was just worried about finding what I wanted. What are you trying to say? Shirley's fists were clenched tightly, staring hard at Guyu. Did that man in the black robe only tell you these 2 points? Chi countered. I'm a bit confused about what you really want to do. What I want to do? Don't you understand yet? Shirley said. I just want to survive. What is wrong with that? The ones who should die are you. It's your irresponsibility that created this world, and now you want to destroy it. So, Guyu suddenly interrupted Shirley, a blue and green light surging from his eyes, cutting through the dark. Being stared at by such eyes made Shirley feel a bit uneasy, but he quickly steadied himself. Just a little longer, just a little while, and there will be enough time for the man in the black robe to find the memorial. So what? Guyu chuckled lightly. So, watching a fool who doesn't realize he is a fool is really more exciting than watching a TV show. I'm curious. Why do you think the memorial must be hidden in our home? Which man in the black robe told you this? Shirley was taken aback and instinctively said, "Isn't it? Wait a minute. What do you mean? If neither of these places has it, then the memorial can only be hidden in his house." Officer Chun, did you hear that? Chi said. Yes, we've arrived at your home, Chen Xiaoping replied. You guys. Shirley's eyes widened. Are you going to blow me up? That number 24 bus was still fine. Guyu answered it was just fine. How did you know? Shirley asked. Guyu said, do you know who created this world? It was me. In other words, I'm your father. I know everything. The core of this world is Guyu's emotions. If any danger approaches Chi Moen, he can feel it. If the Anfu community being burned down was not an accident, then the next target could only be the number 24 bus. So, who is that man in the black robe? Chi Moen asked. Shirley looked like a deflated balloon. The confident smile on his face gone. You can go, but I can't tell you. I think you need to know, Chi Moen said. You can't become a player. Once this place is destroyed, you will perish with it. Shirley showed a bitter smile and sighed. The heavens are unfair. Chi Moen said, I still don't understand. Why do you want to help him? What do you get out of it? I certainly know I won't gain anything. The tone of Shirley was filled with deep exhaustion. I just don't want to die without any clarity. Well, That's a decent answer. Chi-Moen nodded. Let's go. Guyu also stood up and followed Chi-Moen outside. In a bad mood? Guyu asked. Not really. Chi-Moen adjusted his coat and replied lightly. At that moment, Chi-Moen's phone vibrated again. He answered the call. Uncle Chun, what's going on? We caught him, but he insists on seeing you. Chun Xiaoping said anxiously. You guys hurry up. Jumping off the building? Even if he jumps, he wouldn't die, right? Guyu said. The two drove towards home. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the community. At this time, the entire community had been sealed off, and the two didn't waste any time and ran towards the rooftop. Oh, long time no see. The figure in the black robe stood at the edge of the rooftop holding a television, looking at them with a half-smile. Wow, Chi-Moen. It's been a long time for us, too. The Nightmare King's uniquely electronic voice also rang out. The figure in the black robe raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With the sound of the snap, time froze at that moment. Only the three of them and a television could move. Haven't you found the memorial yet? Chi-Moen said, based on our observations, it's not an Anfu community. Not on bus 24, and of course, not in my house. Think quickly. Where is the memorial? The longer we stay here, the more danger we face. You wouldn't want to fall into a deep sleep again, right? The figure in the black robe was taken aback, really bringing up this sore spot, knowing he'd spent so much effort without finding it. Yet he had to stab him in the chest. Where's the memorial exactly? The figure in the black robe asked. How would I know? Chi-Moen retorted as a matter of course. Didn't you hide it? The figure in the black robe said. Thanks to you, I don't even remember where I hid it. Chi-Moen shrugged, looking indifferent, even pulling Guyu to sit opposite him, resting his chin on his hand, watching him. The energy is filling up fast. The figure in the black robe said angrily, once it's full, it will explode, and if it explodes. He sneered, I just slept for a few years, and you will definitely be blown to bits. Oh, what are we having for dinner? Guyu said, I want to eat iron pot stewed goose. Chi-Moen said. The figure in the black robe. Do you really want it that much? He suddenly realized that the reason they reached today's deadlock was that these two were seeking death. They were not afraid of dying, but he was afraid of falling into a deep sleep. Because if humans could create the first prop bomb, they could create a second one. By that time, he would have no choice but to let the players leave. He was also sad. It took him so long to create a game venue for his own amusement. As a result, he first got beaten up, then blown up, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Now it's even better. He finally had a chance to go out and ran into two reckless people who weren't afraid of death. Am I stupid? Guyu said. Should be. Chi-Moen nodded thoughtfully. How about we go buy groceries first? There will be more people later. Good idea. The two said and were about to leave. Hey, the figure in the black robe shouted. Don't you hate me for killing your parents? Is it possible that I don't care about them at all? Chi-Moen gently rolled up his sleeves, the scars on his arms clearly visible. Sorry. Your role-playing is truly terrible. Chi-Moen and Guyu walked towards the stairs, coldly leaving behind a remark. To be honest, even if you don't kill them, I can't help but want to kill them. The man in the black robe sneered. So you really killed them? Chapter 65, The Lost Heart in the Elevator. The two were silent. Chi-Moen stared at the numbers in the elevator, his eyes unblinking. Guyu, on the other hand, was watching Chi-Moen in silence. How could he not notice the moment Chi-Moen's body trembled? After a long while, Guyu spoke up, Guan. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chi-Moen. He said almost pleadingly, don't. Suddenly, he froze. Don't what? Don't ask or don't speak. Guyu raised his hand to press the button for the 12th floor, where Chi-Moen's room was located. There should still be some at home. No need to buy more, Chi-Moen said. You seem very nervous. Guyu gently pinched Chi-Moen's face, making him look directly at him. Guan, what else are you hiding from me? Chi-Moen lowered his eyes. Don't. Then why don't you dare to look at me? Guyu asked. Chi-Moen didn't pull away from Guyu's hand. I might need to calm down a bit. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Chi-Moen silently followed Guyu inside and sat on the sofa like a child who had done something wrong. Guyu didn't say anything but opened the fridge, took out a bottle of yogurt, and stuffed it into Chi-Moen's hands. Are we eating out or at home? All right, I'll go get takeout. You wait for me at home, Guyu said. After saying that, he spread his palm and reached out in front of Chi-Moen. What? Money, darling. I'm still relying on you to support me, Guyu said helplessly. I'll transfer it to you. Chi-Moen's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. Okay, You behave and wait for me at home. Guyu ruffled Chiamoan's hair and then walked out. Bang, the door closed. Chiamoan felt as if he had just woken up. He stiffly lifted his head and glanced around. The house was empty, with nothing inside, even so clean that it didn't seem like anyone lived there. He took a blanket from the room and wrapped it around himself. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Chiamoan's hand stiffened as he drank his yogurt. He went to open the door. It was Chen Xiaoping. Xiao, can I come in and sit for a while? Sure. Chiamoan stepped aside to let Chen Xiaoping in. Chen Xiaoping, like Guyu, said nothing and just sat silently on the sofa, looking at Chiamoan. Although there were two people in the room, it felt even colder. In the end, it was Chiamoan who broke the silence and asked Uncle Chen, if you want to ask something, just ask. Why do you keep living here? Even after someone died next door, you still don't want to leave? Chen Xiaoping said. Well, isn't it good? Chiamoan shrugged. It makes it convenient for you to find evidence to arrest me. Chen Xiaoping was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, what was the cause of death of the person who died next door? Heart failure. His heart was literally cut out of him. Chiamoan replied calmly. But his heart is missing, Chen Xiaoping said. Do you know that? Chiamoan looked into Chen Xiaoping's eyes. How would I know? You were at the scene when the incident occurred, Chen Xiaoping said. Do you remember? I was the one who reported the crime, Chiamoan replied. All right. Chen Xiaoping nodded and asked again, are you familiar with each other? Qi Hian said, we were merely acquaintances. After all, we are neighbors. Why were you at his house when he died? Chen Xiaoping asked. He invited me, Qi Hian replied. You checked my phone as well. I helped him once before. So he sent me a message inviting me to dinner. So did you kill him? Chen Xiaoping asked directly. He had watched Qi Hian grow up, treating him like his own child, and Qi Hian regarded him as family, so he believed he wouldn't lie. Uncle Chen, do you also think I killed him? Qi Hian asked. Chen Xiaoping fell silent, just staring at Qi Hian, his eyes dull and lifeless like stagnant water. At that moment, he admitted that he hadn't seen Qi Hian clearly. He had watched him grow up and thought he understood him well, believing he had long since emerged from that shadow. But now he realized that Qi Hian had never truly come out. Chiamoan sighed, put down the yogurt, and said, let me take you inside to have a look. Do you have the key? Chen Xiaoping frowned and asked. You didn't know? I bought that house, Chiamoan replied, skillfully inserting the key into the door and easily opening it. Chen Xiaoping had seen the crime scene here with his own eyes. The victim was lying on the ground in a spread eagle position, blood everywhere. The whole room resembled hell. But now, there was nothing in this house, not even dust. Did you clean it up? Chen Xiaoping asked. Yeah, Chiamoan replied. Why? Chen Xiaoping questioned, puzzled. Why would I want to kill him? Chiamoan said. Well, Xiaoan. Chen Xiaoping said. The victim was named in Xin, aged 20, and the cause of death was hemorrhagic shock due to the heart being cut out. Chiamoan gazed at the emptiness of the living room, where he had died, lying in a big shape. He was in great pain when he died. If it was suicide, why didn't you stop him? Chen Xiaoping said. Chiamoan suddenly showed a smile. Although I hate him very much, I really want him to die. Chiamoan. Chen Xiaoping burst out, grabbing Chiamoan by the collar. Do you know what you're saying? Captain Chen, I understand very well, Chiamoan said calmly. Why? Why have I become like this? Chiamoan interjected, laughing self-deprecatingly. Why have I become? I've always been like this. Do you understand what you're saying? Chen Xiaoping's eyes turned red. Chiamoan gently patted Chen Xiaoping's hand. Uncle Chen, I didn't kill him. I just didn't save him. Is that a crime? Why do you insist that I am the one who killed him? Do I look like a criminal? Chapter 66, where the heart is our little and looks like a good child, even gets shy talking to strangers. How could he do such a thing? Guyu walked in carrying ingredients. Officer Chen, what about that man in the black robe? Chen Xiaoping scanned the room, swallowed the words he didn't say, and replied lightly. He jumped off a building and died on the spot. Even the television was smashed to pieces. Guyu sighed and said softly, in that case, you can interrogate Shirley properly. He might know something. Chen Xiaoping did not respond to Guyu's words, but looked at Chiamoan, Xiaoan. Confess, and you will be treated leniently. He silently added in his heart. Resist, and you will face severe consequences. Bang! The door closed again. The small room was left with only Chiamoan and Guyu. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Chiamoan stood in the shadows, his hair covering his eyes, making it hard to see. Of course I do. Almost imperceptibly, Chi-Moen's body trembled, his voice a bit hoarse. Go ahead and ask. Inside, he was frantically shouting, as long as you ask, I will tell you everything. At that time, whether to stay or leave, I will agree to you. Spicy or not spicy? Guyu walked to Chi-Moen's side, his voice very soft. Chi-Mo suddenly raised his eyes, only to bump into a pair of smiling eyes. What is Tian thinking about? Guyu held his hand, leading him away from there, chattering. I'm just not working hard enough. I can't believe I haven't filled your heart with me. His little mouth keeps babbling, not even knowing what he is babbling about. Instead of that, you might as well kiss me a couple of times. Go wash your hands, I'll cook for you. You can cook? Of course. This isn't hard at all. I've already watched the tutorial. Guyu smiled proudly, saying, I'm eating your food, living in your place, I have to take good care of you. What if Lord Qi gets unhappy and kicks me out? Chi-Moen pressed his lips together and said nothing more, instead walking into the bathroom. His cold hands glided over his skin as he carefully cleaned his fingers. At a certain moment, he was lost in thought. His hands were stained with bright red again. That day, in this false world, someone just like him appeared. Chi-Moen? I think we could be friends. Being too close to me could get you killed. Haha, killed? Like those 4 people who died before. You watched them die and then called the police? How is that different from killing them? I don't know what you're talking about. At that moment, in the kitchen, Guyu held a kitchen knife in front of the mirror. His body illuminated by a few rays of light, and fluffy ears sprouted from his head. He had no heart, nor soul. To survive, he had to constantly nourish himself with souls. He had been here long enough that he was about to reach his limit. He glanced toward the bathroom, having only heard a third of the conversation between Chi-Moen and Chen Xiaoping. Yet he could piece together the story. Anshin should be the embodiment of the Nightmare King. He approached Chi-Moen with an agenda, provoking him, ultimately ending up in a pool of blood by some means. But what could anger him in this place? Inside the bathroom, Chi-Moen turned off the faucet, picked up a towel, and slowly wiped his fingers. Unintentionally, he made eye contact with his reflection in the mirror. He heard his reflection say, Gu-en, how much longer are you going to deceive yourself? Chi-Moen said coldly, I didn't kill the person. All right. Let's assume you didn't kill him. Tell that person outside what you just said, and see if he believes you. See if he will leave you again. Chi-Mo's hand gesture suddenly froze while drying his hands. He quickly regained composure and hung the towel back up. I won't interfere with his choice. If he wants to leave, I won't stop him. The mirror sneered, saying it's easier to talk than to sing. Do you dare to tell him? Is his heart inside your body? Chi-Moen's hands were beyond his control as he unbuttoned his shirt. His skin was as delicate as mutton fat jade. But a horrifying scar ran across this piece of jade, right at his heart. Would you dare tell him? The figure in the mirror seduced him like a ghost. Gu-en, only the dead will not leave you. Strands of hair obscured Chi-Moen's eyes, making it hard to see what he was thinking. Nightmare, the chip you want is still in my hands. I advise you not to provoke me. Oh dear, I've been discovered, the Nightmare King exclaimed. Yet there was no trace of panic on his face. He turned and vanished into the mirror, leaving behind the words, when you die in your hands. You must say that dying in your hands is his honor. Chi-Moen leaned against the sink and closed his eyes. He could feel his heart pounding. He pressed his hand against his chest, begging, don't leave me, never leave me. After a long time, until Guyu called him, he slowly buttoned up and walked out. At this moment, Guyu had already cooked. After washing for so long, it must be very clean. Come on, let me touch it. Guyu casually rinsed his hands and directly held Chi-Moen's hand. It was clean. All right, let's eat. Chi-Moen chuckled and let Guyu hold his hand. Come on, sit down. Now you are my benefactor. I must serve you well. I feel like you have ulterior motives. Chi-Moen tilted his head and said, how could that be? Guyu leaned in a little closer, meeting Chi-Moen's eyes, and pointed at his own eyes. Look how sincere my eyes are. That's good. Chi-Moen reached out and pinched Guyu's face. Where's the food you made? I guarantee it will satisfy you. Guyu replied. He ran to the kitchen and came out holding a pot. He lifted the lid, and a delightful aroma immediately filled the entire room. The golden orange pancakes were on top, making one's appetite soar. A casual flip revealed tender duck meat cooked with green beans and fine noodles, but digging further down, a piece of something black was exposed. Guyu picked the most tender piece and placed it in Chi-Moen's bowl, "Hurry and eat, you're so thin," he said, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Chi-Mon's waist. Perhaps it was because the water had splashed too much earlier. Chi-Mon's waist was wet in a patch. Guyu's Adam's apple bobbed, quickly shifting his gaze away, and coughed lightly, as if nothing had happened. "Hurry and eat. Did you make this? And this doesn't seem to be my family's pot." Chi-Mon looked at Guyu suspiciously, not quite believing that someone who could blow up the kitchen could make such good food so quickly. "Is this not enough for you to eat?" Guyu's gaze flickered uncertainly. Chi-Mon stood up and walked towards the kitchen. As he opened the kitchen door, a burnt smell wafted out. He opened the cabinet and found a burnt pot stuck inside. What was even more surprising was that even though the pot was tilted, nothing had fallen out. Are you trying to get back at me?" Chapter 67 Greed. Guyu hugged Chi-Mon from behind and covered his eyes with his hand, forbidding him from looking. "I seriously suspect that you want to get back at me," Chi-Mon said. "No way. I'm trying really hard to make you happy. Just take a bite, please, just a taste." Guyu buried his head in Chi-Mon's neck, half acting spoiled. "All right." Chi-Mon nodded and walked out with Guyu. Looking at Guyu's expectant eyes, Chi-Mon gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and took a bite. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. The meat melted in his mouth. The fresh and tender meat flavor blended perfectly with just the right amount of seasoning, slowly spreading in his mouth. Delicious. If Guyu were to show his tail, it would definitely wag nonstop. He raised an eyebrow proudly. "It seems that I'm quite talented. Eat more." At this point, his gaze couldn't help but drop, looking at Chi-Mon's waist. The water stains had yet to dry, and the skin like sheep fat jade was hidden beneath the clothes. Even though he couldn't see clearly, it felt as if he saw everything. Guyu stretched out his hand, quietly comparing a palm's width. No more than that. He felt that with one hand, he could grip that ankle. "What are you looking at?" Guyu's gaze was too hot, like a glowing light bulb, which Chi-Mon simply couldn't ignore. "Nothing." Guyu's face showed no signs, but his earlobes turned red. His eyes darted around, refusing to settle on Chi-Mon, as if Chi-Mon were some kind of fierce beast. "Oh, as long as it's nothing." Chi-Mon took in Guyu's expression, a faint smile spreading across his face. He subtly rolled up his sleeve, unbuttoned one button, crossed his legs, and elegantly picked up the yogurt Guyu had prepared for him, sipping it delicately. Guyu had just adjusted himself and was about to get serious, but upon seeing this, he momentarily lost his composure. Aye. Chi-Mon looked at Guyu innocently, his clear black and white eyes revealing nothing but concern for him. "Put your clothes on properly." Guyu said. "Am I not dressed properly?" Chi-Mon looked down at himself, wondering what was wrong with his outfit. Besides, he wasn't revealing anything. "Your sleeves and your collar," Guyu replied, blushing. Wasn't I like this morning?" Chi-Mon propped his chin on his hand, leaning slightly forward, causing his collar to tilt and reveal a patch of pale skin. His eyes held a hint of laughter, despite his serious demeanor and attire. His every move and smile made it hard for anyone to look away. Guyu swallowed hard, wanting to close his eyes, but his gaze seemed to have a mind of its own, slipping into the open collar. "We like this morning." Nothing was visible anymore, and Guyu's eyes were forced out, only to be reclaimed by his brain. He blinked, seemingly reluctant, stealing a few glances at Chi-Mon's chest before looking away. "Well, I'm a gentleman," he said stubbornly. "Really?" Chi-Mon's tone turned cold and indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him, and blood trickled from his nose. "Huh?" Guyu exclaimed, but when he raised his hand to wipe it, he realized nothing was there, only then realizing he had been tricked. "Ki-Mon-takan, I'm here," Chi-Mon replied, suppressing a laugh. "If you make me angry, who will take care of you?" Guyu huffed. "But right now, I'm the one earning money, so I can spend it to hire someone else," Chi-Mon said. Guyu stood up and effortlessly picked Chi-Mon up by the waist. Wow. So slim, so soft, so fragrant. Guyu barely steadied himself, placing Chi-Mon on his lap, gripping his chin with a serious face, and asked, "Who else do you want to find? I have looks, I have a figure, I have charm. What else are you not satisfied with?" Okay, aside from you, no one can take care of me," Chi-Mon said, going along with Guyu. But he hadn't voiced this thought, and only then did Guyu realize something was off. What did it mean that aside from him, no one could take care of him? "Oh!" Guyu screamed inwardly. What did it mean to be taken care of? It made him seem like a bed warmer. He wasn't. No, wait. Qi and Moen seems to have never acknowledged their relationship. Even 12 years ago, he hadn't accepted his ring and flowers. Damn it then. It's all its fault. Otherwise, he would definitely have embraced his beloved by now. Or perhaps, he has a dog outside. Thinking carefully, the entertainment industry is chaotic, and he trusts Guan, but he doesn't trust others. After all, it's really hard to navigate this damn world for over 20 years. Looking at those lips so close, Guyu didn't even know what Qi and Moen was saying. The only thought left in his mind was, I want a kiss. But right now, he was just a servant warming the bed and cooking, unqualified to kiss. Watching Guyu's changing expressions, like a palette, Qi and Moen burst out laughing. Let's eat first. Guan. Guyu's tone turned mournful, looking like a forsaken little wife gazing at her unfaithful husband. What? Qi and Moen asked. Why don't you make me public? Guyu replied. What? Qi and Moen couldn't keep up with Guyu's line of thought for a moment. Aren't celebrities supposed to go public when they're dating? Guyu continued to lament. If given a little branch, he would definitely go to a corner and draw circles. I'm not famous. I have no fans, and Qi and Moen was earnestly explaining. But before he could say much, Guyu interrupted him again. Not having many fans doesn't mean you can't make me public. Guyu's eyes clearly wrote a sentence. You have a dog outside. That's not true. Qi and Moen chuckled, looking at the adorable Guyu, reaching out to pinch his face. Do you think I could still look at someone else? Guyu swatted Qi and Moen's hand away. You not only smiled at me these past few days, but also at Yin Lu and Shirley and that uncle who sells fruit. Stop. Don't be ridiculous. Qi and Moen extended his index finger to press against Guyu's mouth. I'll post on Weibo later. Make it public, okay? Guyu's mind was already muddled by that finger, only able to hear the word public. He smiled contentedly, stuck out his tongue, and lightly licked Qi and Moen's finger. But right now, Guyu's mind couldn't turn at all. He set Qi and Moen down and happily said, Let us eat. Chapter 68, Peace of Mind, 1, After Dinner. Qi and Moen took the phone and sent a Weibo post, and that was the end of it. Why do you have so few fans? Guyu pointed at the screen. It's fine. Qi and Moen shook the screen again. I've posted it. Is that okay? Guyu nodded. Okay. We've leveled up. I'm not just a bed warmer anymore. You still warm the bed? Qi and Moen shot Guyu a sideways glance. You're so cold. How can you warm a bed? No matter. It's already posted. No backing out now. Guyu said like a rogue. I didn't say I wanted to back out. Qi and Moen laughed. After all, it's free. I'll just take a little loss. If this face of mine went to mix in your entertainment industry, it definitely wouldn't be like you with just a few zombie fans. Guyu huffed. At that time, who supports him is hard to say. Suddenly, Guyu's eyes shifted, and he pulled out the remote control, turned on the TV, and said, by the way, Qi and Moen suddenly had a bad premonition and hesitated, saying I haven't seen the TV series you've acted in yet. Guyu hid the remote control in his clothes and sat down beside Qi and Moen. Seeing Qi and Moen's nervous appearance, he comforted him. I'm still looking forward to it. A clap of thunder exploded in Qi and Moen's mind. This felt like checking his phone, giving him a sense of being exposed. Don't watch it. Qi and Moen thought about turning off the TV. However, he couldn't overpower Guyu, who easily restrained Qi and Moen, holding him by the back of his neck like a child, and whispered in his ear, just watch. That nightmare space is pretty good. Must we watch it? Qi and Moen wanted to find a crack in the ground to bury himself in. Still not watching? Guyu raised the volume. Then you watch it. I'm going to sleep. Qi and Moen thought about getting up to leave. At that moment, his voice came from the TV, icy and with a hint of a faint, deathly aura. The lamb walking into the wolf's mouth was still proudly strutting. He sat in the control room, his long fingers tapping on the table and chair, while the other hand played with a clown mask. His legs were crossed in a casual position, yet he wore a serious white suit, even the tie meticulously arranged. He stood up, put on the mask, and walked outside. Behind the door was the figure in a black robe, resembling a mass of black mist. Qi and Moen passed through it, stirring up wisps of black mist. When the mist dissipated, the clown mask on Qi and Moen's face vanished, replaced by another familiar yet unfamiliar face, 12-year-old Qi and Moen. At that time, his face still had a hint of youthfulness, but the malice in his eyes was not something a student should possess. In the blink of an eye, his expression and clothes changed. The scene before him transformed into small rooms. With a blank expression, he pushed open the first room, which turned out to be Anfu Community, his home. Before he could step inside, a bottle flew out and struck little Chi-Moen on the forehead, instantly causing bright red blood to flow. Chi-Fu lay on the sofa, his cheeks flushed, holding another bottle of alcohol in his hand. Chi-Mu sat beside him, unlike the Chi-Mu seen last time at Anfu Community. At this moment, her small eyes sparkled with cold light, and she turned her face away in disgust, as if she had seen something dirty. The teacher had extended the class. Xiao Qi-Hian set down his backpack and walked into the kitchen, his gaze lowered, with strands of hair falling down, yet still unable to hide the fierceness in his eyes. "Do you need me to help you solve the problem?" A voice like a ghostly whisper echoed in his ear. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of chopping meat rang out in the small room, heavy like it was striking his chest. It felt as if it wasn't pork being chopped. But human flesh? No, get out of my body. At that moment, two muffled groans sounded. Xiao Qi-Hian's body stiffened. He rushed out the door and saw his parents lying on the ground, a sharp knife stabbed into their chests. "What are you doing?" Xiao Qi-Hian shouted sharply. The man in the black robe chuckled twice, pushed the door open, and swaggered away. "Hian, help me. Please help me. Call an ambulance." Chi's father crawled over like a withered Chi raccoon, the red ink still flowing. His body quickly became deflated, like a punctured balloon. Little Chi raccoon instinctively took a step back, keeping his distance from Chi's father and mother. He stiffly picked up the phone and dialed 120 and 110. He didn't dare to look anymore. He just shouldered his backpack and left. The only word left in his mind was run. The farther the better. But he didn't dare to look back. He shouldered his backpack. In the stairwell, he saw the figure in the black robe again. However, their expressions were completely different, as if the identities of the murderer and the victim had been reversed. Little Chi raccoon didn't hesitate. He opened the door and walked in. This time, the sight before him was his desk mate, Shui Xiaopeng. "I heard your parents died?" Shui Xiaopeng's layers of fat made it a bit difficult to find his eyes. But at this moment, the malicious light in his eyes was particularly obvious. Little Chi raccoon ignored him, silently packing his backpack. "Hey, I see your grades have dropped. How about I help you catch up after school? After all, we're still desk mates," Shui Xiaopeng suddenly said loudly. That teacher really thanks Chi raccoon for that. The homeroom teacher, Shui Xiaoyan, smiled and said, "Otherwise, it would be a headache for the teacher. Aunt, look at that look in his eyes, ha ha ha. Is he scared silly by that murder?" Shui Xiaopeng said, "I also heard that he insisted on saying the blood was red ink. Don't say that about your classmate," Shui Xiaoyan reprimanded. But little Chi raccoon clearly saw the malice in her eyes. The two were enjoying themselves, completely ignoring the focus of their conversation, Chi raccoon. Little Chi raccoon glanced at them indifferently, and time seemed to stand still there. "Do you want to kill them?" The figure in the black robe appeared again. "Not really," Little Chi raccoon said. "Then why did you call me out?" The black-robed figure said, "I am your inner self. You can't hide from me. With that time, you might as well cut out your own tongue," Little Chi raccoon said. "After all, even if I give it to you, you wouldn't use it. I've helped you so much. Why do you hate me so much?" The black-robed figure said. Bang! The classroom door was slammed shut, and Shui Xiaopeng and Shui Xiaoyan seemed to wake up from a dream. "What just happened to us?" Shui Xiaopeng asked in confusion, as if he thought of something. His face suddenly turned ugly. Could the rumors be true? "What rumors?" Shui Xiaoyan asked. "It's just that someone said his parents were killed by the ghostly things he summoned," Shui Xiaopeng said mysteriously. Shui Xiaoyan shivered, saying she didn't believe it, but her gaze kept looking towards the direction Little Chi raccoon had left. Then he really should die. Chapter 69. Peace of Mind. 2. Chi-Moen's expression couldn't change, but the hand hidden behind his back was trembling incessantly. The only thought left in his mind was 3 words. It's over. After a lifetime of struggles, he finally met someone he liked. But why could they never be together properly? Every time he saw a glimmer of hope, it would be ruthlessly extinguished. Guyu's expression remained unchanged, as calm as ever. However, when he wasn't smiling, the corners of his eyes drooped slightly, carrying a hint of coldness. His tightly pressed lips made it hard for anyone to approach. He appeared to be seriously watching the movie, but the corner of his eye was actually focused on Chi-Moen. Chi-Hian is not an official member of the X group, but rather entered the group through his own strength in the Eden. To be frank, Qi Hian is not suited to be in the X group. He is rational yet insane, indifferent yet paranoid, disregarding life and despising everything. He believes that this world is utterly rotten and deserves to be destroyed and to disappear. Women should die, and men should die even more. He does not understand the meaning of existence in this world. Compared to humans, he is more like the embodiment of Eden, coldly and interestingly watching players struggle to survive. Guyu sighed inwardly. He had spent 4 years trying to turn Qi Hian into a normal person. He thought, if he couldn't be taught properly, then so be it, as long as he was still here. If worst comes to worst, he could just lock him up and not let him out. But now, there is no time left. He is about to collapse, and only 8 hours remain. Forget it. They have done enough for Eden. If worst comes to worst, they could blow up Eden once to buy some time for those who come after. As for him and Qi Hian, in the end, they could be considered together, rounding it all up. In an instant, his expression became sorrowful. Chiamoan Ly sensed Guyu's emotions and suddenly became restless. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how, because all of it was true. He opened his mouth and then closed it again, only managing to utter 3 words, Guyu. What about you? Guyu looked at him. Chiamoan lowered his head and said softly, I didn't kill him, I didn't. But such words hold no persuasive power. After all, it makes no difference. He cautiously observed Guyu's expression and added, if you think I'm guilty, I can die. What did you say? Guyu suddenly leaned closer to Chiamoan and said, I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Hearing the threat in Guyu's tone, Chiamoan was left speechless and couldn't say anything. What should I do with you? Guyu rested his chin on Chiamoan's shoulder, crossed his legs, and asked, Can you accept being locked up? Chiamoan nodded, accepting it. Accepting what nonsense? You could do whatever you want, Chiamoan said again. What is your relationship with that man in the black robe? Guyu asked. I don't know, but as soon as I think about it, he will appear, Chiamoan said. So, he is here now, because you wanted to. Guyu's words abruptly halted. They all knew what was left unsaid in their hearts. Guyu took a deep breath and slowly said, You want to kill me? This was not a question, but a statement of certainty. I'm sorry. Guyu's deep voice echoed in Chiamoan's ear. Chiamoan suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Guyu. After a while, he stammered, Why is it that I didn't do well enough? I shouldn't be like this. Guyu continued, I shouldn't have left you here. Chiamoan's face instantly turned red. He had thought about Guyu's reaction. He might scold him, hit him, or question why he did such a thing. But he never expected this kind of reaction. I can't control him, and I have no way to do so, Chiamoan said. I called the police, and I also called an ambulance, but it's still no use. All right, let's move forward. Guyu lifted Chiamoan's face, looking at him, thinking about that person wrapped in bandages. Oh no, maybe not a person, that dog thing. What is he thinking about, that dog thing? Chiamoan tilted his head and thought for a moment. Indeed. The afternoon sun lazily cast a glow on Guyu, giving him a layer of light that softened his originally dazzling blue hair. But for some reason, Chiamoan always felt that Guyu seemed to become transparent. Even the grip he had on Guyu's wrist felt unreal. Should we go to the amusement park? Guyu was pondering things that young couples would do. And with little time left, he cherished every moment now. Now? Chiamoan asked in confusion. Yes, don't want to go? Guyu countered. Now, should Chiamoan start to unbutton his clothes? But Guyu grabbed Chiamoan's hand and smiled, saying, There are many things we could do instead. We should cherish our time. Then you don't want to? Chiamoan asked. Guyu, changing from the drooling expression he had during dinner, replied seriously, Am I that kind of person? Chiamoan paused, his eyes filled with doubt, but he still said, Let's go. Guyu turned off the television and walked out with Chiamoan. However, just after they left, the screen of the television lit up again, revealing the man in the black robe. He slowly shed his black robe, layer by layer, unraveling the bandages wrapped around him. As the bandages fell away, a familiar face appeared in the air. It was unmistakably Chiamoan's face. Their features were identical, the only difference being their eyes. Chiamoan's eyes were like a Dead Sea well, devoid of life. The black-robed man's eyes, on the other hand, resembled the ocean, ready to swallow anyone who dared to intrude. Guin, you can't escape. The fact that I haven't disappeared means you still want to kill him. At this moment, the King of Nightmares also emerged, Would Qi really kill Guyu? What difference would it make whether he killed him or not? The black-robed man stroked his face casually and said, "Not killing is better. That way, it doesn't ruin my face." "Fisk, you've done all the bad deeds." The King of Nightmares complained. The black-robed man seemed annoyed, rolling his eyes elegantly before disappearing into the television. "Still complaining about me?" The King of Nightmares said with an electric sound, "I'm definitely going to pull off something big." "Just you?" The black-robed man's voice came faintly. If it weren't for the King of Nightmares lacking eyes, it would have rolled its eyes too. It stared at the direction of the door, gritting its teeth, and said, "How can a death without BGM be considered a perfect death?" Chapter 70, Su Qiao, the autumn afternoon sun, was not as intense as in summer, but carried a unique gentleness of autumn. The wind blew gently, lifting the fallen leaves off the ground, tossing them high before they slowly settled in the bustling human world below. Such a scene gave this false world a hint of unusual reality. "Do we really have to walk?" Qi hesitated, staring at his phone. "Isn't this good?" "But it's 7 kilometers to the amusement park," Qi said. "Guyu." He felt a bit of pain in his legs. "With just 2 legs, it's a bit of a stretch," Qi added. "Then I'll take a taxi." Qi fiddled with his phone for a while, and then stood beside Guyu waiting. Suddenly, Guyu's eyes brightened. "I remember you love chestnuts, right? Let's go. Let's buy some. It's on me. Eat as much as you want." "Oh, you're treating me, and I'm paying the bill, right?" Qi Montak Chakut raised his hand to buy 30 yuan worth, and then stuffed it into Guyu's arms. "Eat up. It's for you." Guyu pretended to decline, but his eyes were fixed on the bag of chestnuts. "It's for you. How can I eat it?" However, Guyu pressed down on Qi hand and said seriously, "As a businessman, I have always been fair to both young and old. I bought these chestnuts, so what's wrong with you treating me to some?" "Qi, where did this nonsense come from?" "So he wants to pay while demanding others to eat? It's really enough for someone to act like this." Since he can't out-talk Gu Darren, Qi simply peeled a chestnut and stuffed it into Guyu's mouth, silencing the incessant chatter. Guyu didn't mind, swallowing the chestnut along Qi fingers, thinking that next time he wants to silence me, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. "You already have something ready, right?" But his face secretly turned red. "Qi Montakan," a sharp male voice rang out. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Qi looked up and saw Su Qiao running over in a bright red suit, his fat shaking as he moved, holding a phone in his chubby hand. "You tell me, what are you going to do? You even blacklisted me." "Qi Montakan, who is this?" Guyu scrutinized Su Qiao with suspicion, his hand in his pocket already gripping the silver pistol. "My agent," Qi whispered. "How am I supposed to get you roles like this? My agent career finally has a potential breakout actor, but this one is either playing a corpse or a villain." "Wait a minute." Su Qiao looked at the person next to Qi This one seems okay. "Hello, do you have a dream?" Su Qiao smiled like he had found a fool in a pyramid scheme, pulling out a business card to hand to Guyu, asking, "I can help you achieve your dream. Aren't you going to ask what my dream is?" Guyu raised an eyebrow, hugging himself. "You don't look like a serious person. You seem like you want to dig out my heart and kidneys." Su Qiao's mouth twitched. "You're the one who doesn't look normal, not me." He defended. "I'm a good person." Guyu said seriously, "No one would call themselves a bad person, whether you're a bad person or not. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Is your friend not very bright?" Su Qiao looked at Qi Qi sighed and said, "I'm sorry." "Su Qiao, he is ill and can't perform." "All right then." Su Qiao nodded and was about to leave. Qi called out to Su Qiao, "Wait a minute. What is it? Are you having second thoughts?" Su Qiao asked. "No, it's just that we will probably meet again in the future." Qi hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. "I don't want to see you," Su Qiao said irritably. Qi smiled indifferently, saying, "Anyway, thank you for what you did before and afterwards." He paused for 2 seconds, the scene of Su Qiao dying in front of him flashing through his mind. "Thank you very much. I hope you and your wife can be safe. There is 500,000 in this card, a voluntary gift." Before Qi finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Qiao. "Do I need your money? Take care of yourself." After saying that, Su Qiao turned around and left. Something felt off. Qi quietly said while staring at his back. "What's wrong?" Guyu asked. By common sense, Su Qiao wouldn't refuse, Chi Imoen frowned and said. Just as he was about to put the bank card into his pocket, something suddenly felt wrong. A cold sensation traveled from his fingertips straight to his heart. He took out the object and looked down, and to his shock, it was a dagger. The dagger was stained with a few drops of crimson and rust, looking like it hadn't been used for a long time. Chi Imoen's first thought was of his D-grade item. Can D-grade items be brought in? How is that possible? The domain formed by mourning absolutely suppresses items of lower grade. Only S-grade items can be used here. Guyu took the dagger, closed his eyes, felt the rhythm within it, and slowly said, "This is just an ordinary dagger." But he gazed at the crimson on the dagger, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. At the police station, Chen Xiaoping looked at the surveillance footage on the computer screen, his eyes cold and his face dark as a pot bottom. The veins in the hand gripping the pen bulged, resembling a lion on the brink of eruption. "Master, the murder weapon from back then was this kind of dagger," Yin Lu whispered, "and that man in the black robe is already dead." Chen Xiaoping suddenly erupted, throwing the pen down on the table with a bang. "Go, check other surveillance. Investigate this dagger." "But master," Yin Lu supported Chen Xiaoping and said, "Isn't this dagger the one that fell out of his clothes?" Chen Xiaoping sat on the stool, gulping down several big mouthfuls of water before barely calming down. "Don't alert the enemy yet. Send someone to follow and see what they are up to." Yin Lu received the order and quickly ran to the side, picking up the phone to call. Chen Xiaoping lay tiredly on the chair, rubbing his temples. In a corner unnoticed, a crackling sound of electricity echoed, like a mocking laugh. He stood up and walked toward the interrogation room. "Looks like Captain Chun has found evidence," Shirley said. At this moment, he returned to that annoying smile, looking truly detestable. "How do you know?" Chen Xiaoping asked. "What is your relationship with that man in a black robe?" Chen Xiaoping's gaze was sharp as an eagle, closely watching Shirley, unwilling to miss any expression. "As you have heard, he is the savior of this world," Shirley smirked, and in an instant, he tore off that layer of disguise, transforming into a snake spitting venom. Yet his eyes held extreme admiration and fanaticism. Chapter 71. The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. When Chi Imoen saw this thing, he felt it brought bad luck and wanted to stuff it into the black-robed person's stomach. Then punched the TV to shatter it, set it ablaze, and finally scatter their ashes to release his hatred. Good days kept bringing him misfortune. Why couldn't he have a proper date? Guyu pinched Chi Imoen's pouting face and casually shoved the dagger into his own pocket, saying, "Don't worry, baby. There's still plenty of time today, and there are many people we need to meet. Most importantly, what? I'm still by your side." Guyu sighed. "You're actually noticing other people while I'm here. Am I not charming enough? As for this thing, if you don't go to the police station, they'll come looking for you. Let's go." Just then, the car they called arrived. Guyu pulled Chi Imoen into the car, and under Guyu's guidance, Chi Imoen's mood improved. Looking at Guyu's smiling face, Chi Imoen silently thought, "Today will be a wonderful day." Soon, the two arrived at the amusement park. Guyu even bought a red bow clip for Chi Imoen to wear on his head, claiming, "This way I can find you faster." Chi Imoen nodded, turned around, and bought him a hair tie with 2 red pom-poms. While tying his hair, she said, "This way it's more convenient to play." The combination of blue with a touch of red, 2 colors that neither of them could master, surprisingly looked harmonious on Guyu. "No, I have to record this." Guyu took Chi Imoen's hand, pressed on his shoulder, and posed in front of the camera, saying yay. With a click, this moment was captured. Chi Imoen also wore a somewhat sincere smile on his face. "Oh, a haunted house, want to come?" Guyu was like a wild horse that had broken free. At this moment, he couldn't find the demeanor a 5-star evil god should have. In his own words, "The essence of showing off lies in the satisfaction of slapping many faces, but right now, there are only the 2 of us. Who am I showing off for? Isn't there still that person in the black robe and the TV?" Guyu waved his hand dismissively, sneering, "2 fools. Showing off to them. I even want to charge a fee. Then I want to watch." Chi Imoen raised an eyebrow and asked. Guyu's gaze gradually turned resentful. "Baby, I've never succeeded in showing off in front of you." As he said this, Chi Imoen remembered that he was the one who single-handedly reduced the 5-star evil god to a 3-star evil god. Chi Imoen and Guyu entered the haunted house, and Guyu even bought a giant balloon hammer for Chi Imoen, claiming it was for self-defense. In fact, Guyu had a bit of a selfish motive for coming to the haunted house. With the darkness, the sparse crowd, and the background music, these three elements combined created a perfect setting for mischief. Taking advantage of the darkness, he could hold her hand and steal some moments of intimacy. This was no haunted house. It was his paradise. The staff of the haunted house said, "If you find a fairy's feather robe within 30 minutes, you can receive a special reward." "What kind of reward?" Qi asked with interest. The young lady smiled and said, "I see you two are a couple, right? Perfect. Our final prize is 2 tickets for the fireworks show." Qi nodded and walked in with Guyu. The background story of this haunted house is based on the legend of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Qi and Guyu are the surviving villagers, and their task is to escape alive from this place. However, as they entered, the magnetic field around them began to change. The unique voice of the Nightmare King echoed. "Welcome to the S-level instance of the cowherd and the weaver girl. So annoying. If only I could find your physical form," Qi said lazily. But the hostility in his words was hard to ignore. "I will smash you to pieces. You should focus on surviving first." The nightmare laughed sharply. Its laughter was so annoying. Guyu flexed his wrists. "We shouldn't be too far from it." "That's just perfect," Qi said indifferently, just in time to send it on its way. With that, the two entered the haunted house. A woman's crying sounded, but soon the cries were drowned out by the sound of fire burning, followed by the wails of countless people. "Weaver girl, you won't die a good death. You won't die a good death. You won't die a good death. You're already my wife. Return my feather coat to me. Don't leave me. I will treat you well. Return my feather coat to me." Accompanied by music, they walked down a small path and arrived at the first scene. Boom! A candle suddenly lit up, allowing them to see the decorations in the room. A shabby table and a bed wrapped in festive red cloth. But at that moment, it seemed particularly ironic. "You came to drink our wedding wine, right? Ha 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 ha." A rough, somewhat lewd male voice sounded. Behind the curtain, a burly man appeared, waving a long stick in his hand. Wait, the bride is not very obedient. Soon, the sound of a woman's crying began again. But no matter how high her voice was, it couldn't cover up the sound of the stick hitting flesh. The sounds gradually stopped, and a man holding a long stick came out, restraining a woman covered by a red veil. The man was the cowherd, and the woman was the weaver girl. The cowherd said, "Brother Qi, Brother Gu, don't be polite. Sit down. The wedding ceremony will start soon." Suddenly, the cowherd's smile disappeared. "Where is your wedding gift?" "Oh, just a moment," Qi said lazily. He casually picked up the candle from the table and threw it onto the red cloth, which immediately caught fire. "How about the gift? Do you like it?" The cowherd's expression instantly darkened as he rushed over to try to extinguish the fire. Perhaps the red cloth was too cheap. It was like plastic, dripping with a black, unknown liquid, and the fire quickly spread to other items. Guyu said briefly, "I'll start the fire. You take the weaver girl away." "I'll start the fire. I'm not very good at comforting girls," Qi confessed. "Aye, fine." Guyu looked at Qi expressionless face and decided to do it himself, in case he scared the weaver girl into crying again. The two clearly divided their tasks, with Qi kicking the cowherd. However, the cowherd, being an NPC of the S-level instance, was strong, but that was only limited to strength. Qi took out his iron pot and wielded it as a weapon. On either side was an S-level, so it definitely wouldn't break so easily. The cowherd might not have seen this kind of weapon before and was momentarily confused. "Qi brother, we're from the same village. If she regains her powers, she definitely won't let you off. Why help her? Not help her. Help you, you fool." Chapter 72. Hushy at this moment, a myriad of footsteps sounded outside the house. "Quick, put out the fire. Quick, put out the fire. Coward." Countless shadowy figures were reflected in the window, like monsters with gaping mouths. As water was splashed onto the house, the flames gradually diminished. Seeing this, Qi slammed a pot on Yolong's head, then kicked him into the fire, followed by swinging a stool and smashing it onto Yolong's body. Watching Yolong collapse to the ground like a pile of mud, Qi smirked. Using the flames to conceal his figure, broke open a window and escaped from the village. It was then that he noticed the entire village was shrouded in an unnatural blackness. The sky was black, the leaves were black, and the houses were black. However, perhaps due to someone else's wedding, large swathes of red silk were draped, either tied by the roadside or hung on high platforms. The wind howled mournfully, passing through the red ribbons, creating a sound like weeping. Looking up, he saw endless mountains that seemed to have no end. These towering mountains loomed like a massive bell, enveloping everything. That fairy! Hurry, chase after her! Damn it! I kindly gave her face, and she dared to run off with those two wild brats. Unappreciative. In the distance, Niolong's curses with his fellow villagers could be heard. A chilling aura seeped into every inch of his skin. Qi Hian gently exhaled, adjusted his coat, and quickly walked forward following the marks left by Guyu. Not long after, Qi Hian found Guyu in a cave. The location of this cave was excellent. It was not only convenient for a getaway, but also provided a clear view of Hushi village. At this moment, Jinu had already fallen asleep. Bright red blood stained the large red wedding dress, and from a distance, it looked like a lifeless butterfly, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. How is she? Qi Hian asked. She's still alive, but... Guyu paused for a moment, pointing to her head. Her mental state isn't good. I see it's going to rain. We need to find something to keep warm, Qi Hian said. Let's go, Guyu replied. Qi Moen took off his coat and draped it over Jinu before walking out with Guyu. Perhaps it was due to the impending rain. The mountains were all damp. My fire's still isn't working, Qi Moen said. The S-level instant story is really powerful. Guyu replied. There's nothing we can do. If players could easily break it, so many instances would have collapsed long ago. Wouldn't it be bad if they collapsed? Qi Moen said nonchalantly. Anyway, it's not my concern. A gentle reminder, Guyu smiled and said softly. The instant story follows a single line. There aren't countless ways to die. If the story collapses, you wouldn't even know how you died. Qi Moen clicked his tongue, but a strange light sparked in his eyes. In the plot, it was the weaving maiden who set the fire that killed everyone, and it was up to her to ignite it. Guyu instantly grasped the meaning behind Qi Moen's words. If I were the evil god right now, I would stop you, but I am also a player. Moreover, they probably don't want us to die so easily. Qi Moen scanned the area subtly, feeling that there was a chance to force them out. He flexed his wrist, really wanting to hit them. They were just too despicable. Same feeling, Guyu replied. Guyu choked for a moment, having forgotten about this matter. If he didn't explain it well, Qi Moen would definitely guess something based on his thoughts. He maintained a calm expression, looking straight ahead. This was a rare opportunity. However, Qi Moen's gaze was still glued to Guyu, as if it were X-ray vision, wanting to scan him inside and out. Guyu's hair stood on end, and alarm bells rang in his mind. His instinct told him he had to say something to ease the awkwardness, but he couldn't utter a single word. After a long while, Qi Moen finally shifted his gaze and slowly said, You're a bit strange. What's strange? Guyu responded. Qi Moen said, Based on my understanding of you, you definitely won't agree to my proposal because you always think the risks are too high and could cause incalculable harm. Guyu's eyes slowly rolled in their sockets, like a little cat whose worries had been exposed, but he was not like an ordinary person. His voice rose. Aren't there just the two of us here now? What are you so nervous about? Qi Moen tilted his head to look at Guyu. Guyu was completely at a loss now. He initially wanted a joke to brush the matter aside, but now it hadn't gone away, and he had gotten himself caught, unable to escape. However, he still stubbornly said, I'm not nervous. What would I be nervous about in front of you? He knew that Guyu must be hiding something from him, but since he didn't want to say anything, that was fine. Guyu quickly followed up on the question, running down from the platform. She didn't know where she was, only that she had been hidden away by the old yellow cow. He montak found it, but I didn't see that cow in Yolong's house. I don't know. We'll find out when Jinu sets a fire. Qi Moen said, in the end, the one that won't be burned to death is the old yellow cow. That's fine, Guyu said. A simple and straightforward solution hits the heart the hardest. The two found some edible fruits, and Guyu was particularly lucky to catch a rabbit that had bumped into a tree. Look, that's what we call luck. Qi Moen couldn't help but laugh. Lord Gu, think about your identity. You're a wicked god after all. Guyu chuckled indifferently, pinching the rabbit's ears and laughing recklessly. So what? Even a wicked god needs to eat. I haven't had roasted rabbit meat in a long time. At that moment, the weaving maid also woke up, clutching her clothes tightly and anxiously asking, What do you want to do? Please, let me go. Chi slightly raised his chin, coming to collect a life debt. Unlike Chi, Guyu wore a harmless smile, automatically picking up his old profession. Want to make a fair trade? What? I'll help you find Yu, and you give me your soul. Chapter 73, unyielding. The sound of rain pattered outside the cave, like marbles hitting the ground. The cold air layered upon layered wrapped around the mountain, making it feel extremely chilly. But inside the cave, thanks to the S-Class cooking pot, they not only easily started a fire, but also enjoyed a delicious meal of roasted rabbit meat, complemented by the pot's built-in seasonings. The weaving girl's eyes were filled with tears, yet she didn't waste a moment, holding a rabbit leg in one hand and a fruit in the other, alternating between bites of meat and fruit in a very regular manner. Even more surprisingly, she could talk while doing so. Chi said, "I have a question. Why did you come down to the mortal world?" The weaving girl replied, "I have a problem. I have a mental issue. I only thought of this because I've been living too well. I didn't expect there would be such shameless people in a mortal realm." Woo-woo. As soon as this was mentioned, the weaving girl cried even harder. "All right, stop crying," Chi said. "Crying won't solve the problem. It's still the heavenly court that taught you too well." Chi said somewhat disdainfully, "Your sense of morality is really strong." "What?" The weaving girl lifted her misty eyes to look at Chi, not understanding him. Chi watched the crackling firewood burning. Although the cave was warm, his voice was as cold as winter. "Once you find a feather garment, crushing them will be as easy as squashing ants, right? At that time, you could just find any excuse and kill them all. If you feel that merely killing them isn't enough, you can even grind their bones to ashes. How great would that be? But the heavenly court has its own regulations. We can't kill at will." Before the weaving girl could say anything, she was interrupted by Chi. "Can't kill at will?" Chi asked coldly. You've been given a knife, yet you don't even know how to use it. Does the crime of murder have to be yours alone? There's so many reasons for death. Burned by fire, drowned by water. Just give them a little reason and it's enough. Some things must be fought for. If we hadn't appeared today, you would already be the cowherd's wife, and you would never escape this great mountain in your lifetime. Using power in others' hands isn't shameful. You shouldn't feel guilty about it. If you can use it, then it's your skill. Don't be scared into tears by the knife handed to you. The Queen Mother should teach you well. The knife in your hand is meant to kill anything that poses a threat to you. Fighting and seizing with the knife is what you should be thinking about and doing now." The weaving girl blinked in confusion. "So now?" Chi raised his eyes seriously to look at the weaver girl. "We're just like the knife in your hand. How do you want to use us?" The weaver girl looked up, her pitch-black eyes staring at Chi like an abandoned kitten. But even a kitten has its own claws. "I want them to pay the price." Her fists tightened more and more. "I want them dead." "Eat up. You're so thin. If you hit someone a couple of times, they might think you're flirting," Guyu said lazily. "Eat more." Guyu handed the rabbit leg he hadn't eaten to the weaver girl. "You are such a good person." The weaver girl's eyes suddenly brightened as she took it and started gnawing. "You have a strong mentality," Guyu said while munching on a fruit. "The Queen Mother taught me this." The weaver girl smiled, saying that no matter what, one must never give up on oneself. Moreover, only when you're full can you have the strength to fight back. "I must take revenge myself." Eat more," Guyu said. "I have to feed you." Chi handed his rabbit meat to Guyu. "You eat it. You seem happier eating than I do," Guyu said, "and I'm not that hungry anyway." There were only 6 hours left until the end of his life. Even if he was hungry, it wouldn't be for long. Chi split the rabbit meat in half and handed it to Guyu, saying, "If you don't eat, I won't eat either." Guyu smiled and replied, "You've learned this too? It's just like in the TV shows where they say, if you don't leave, I won't leave." Chi said helplessly at that time. "Su Qiao thought I was suitable and asked me to give it a try." Guyu teased, "And then you scared the actress to tears?" "How did you know?" Chi asked. "I know a lot more," Guyu bragged. "I've watched all the plays you've acted in." "You've seen them all?" Chi asked. "As a 5-star evil god, retrieving memories is quite simple for me," Guyu said. Chi "So this guy knows exactly what that movie is about." Guyu, as if knowing what he was thinking, affectionately rubbed his face and whispered, "Baby, you don't have to be afraid of me seeing. I have no doubts about you. I'm still here." The weaving maiden quietly complained, "I just escaped from the cage of sin." Hearing her words, Chi face turned even redder, and he awkwardly turned his head away. Go sleep. Okay. The weaving maiden obediently closed her mouth and squatted in the depths of the cave. Ah! She suddenly screamed, bouncing up like a spring. What's wrong? Guyu asked anxiously. There's a ghost. The weaving maiden hid behind Chi and Guyu. You're a goddess, and you're afraid of ghosts? Chi asked in confusion. I'm not a goddess right now, the weaving maiden muttered. Guyu stepped closer and discovered that it was a woman. Her neck was chained, curled up in a corner like a dog, tightly hugging herself. Don't come over, don't come over. Sister, Sister Kaiyun, the weaving maiden shouted, kneeling in front of the woman. Do you still remember me? How come? Kaiyun finally reacted, her eyes no longer numb, calling out the weaving maiden's name. Mingyue, run, run, run. Where's your feathered robe? Kaiyun asked. My feathered robe was stolen. Mingyue said, but it's okay, now someone is helping us. We will definitely get the feathered robe back and leave here. Sister, Mingyue cupped Sayun's face and said seriously, we still have ourselves. Even if I die, I will drag them down to hell with me, no matter what it costs, even if it means mutual destruction. Chapter 74. Re-entering Hushi, Kaiyun smiled bitterly. This chain was cursed by the yellow ox spirit. It can't be opened by brute force, and because of this curse, I remain awake day and night. Sister, we have already figured out how to find the yellow ox spirit. Mingyue said, I will set fire to burn down the entire village. The firewood in the cave crackled. A brilliant little flower exploded on the dry wood, and sparks scattered like fireworks before dissipating into the muddy ground. It doesn't matter. Mingyue's eyes drooped. Sister Kaiyun, do you know how many weaving maidens are left in the sky? There were 43 when I left, Kaiyun replied. Now there are 32, Mingyue said. I came down this time to seek justice. Even if I die here, it doesn't matter. 32, Kaiyun exclaimed, her body trembling continuously. Why do they still come down? Why? What is so good about the mortal realm? Mingyue raised her head, the flickering firelight casting shadows on her face, making it hard to see her features. Sister, there's something strange about this place. Even if the feathered robe is taken away, it wouldn't leave no trace. There must be some unspeakable secret here. Once this secret is uncovered, the heavenly court will have to intervene. At this point, her expression turned sorrowful, her voice choked with emotion. So, I came down to seek justice for us. They will not be humiliated here for nothing. I, and we, are here to collect debts. So even if I die here, it is worth it. Kaiyun cupped that pale little face, her eyes gradually moistening, tears falling. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have recklessly come down to the mortal realm. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have. Mingyue hugged Kaiyun tightly. Sister Kaiyun, it's not your fault. The wrongdoers are them. We can't pay for others' harm with our own suffering. I will find a way to rescue you. Mingyue supported Kaiyun, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, softly saying, If I also die here, the second weaving maiden will arrive soon. You must tell her what I found out. Okay. Kaiyun nodded heavily. You all shouldn't come here at night. The people of Hushi village will come here. Mingyue stood up. Sister, then we will leave first. You must protect yourself. For the sake of our sisters, live well. Kaiyun also slowly stood up, no longer looking timid. She raised a smiling face. Don't worry, I won't die. I want to live and go out to see the sea of clouds. Mingyue and Guyu, along with Chi walked out together. The heavy rain was still falling. No one would have thought that they would return to Hushi village at this time. They chose a house farthest from the cowherd's home, carefully concealing their tracks as they entered. Huh, what heavenly fairy. You still have to honestly be my wife. A rough male voice sounded. Through the window, one could vaguely see a woman without proper clothing being carelessly thrown to the ground. It's still that cowherd who has the skill, another male voice chimed in. You got a good cow. So what? His wife still ran off with those two wild kids. The first voice continued. Run? Where can they run to? 100,000 mountains. Haha. I don't know what they're anxious about. Anyway, there will still be fairies coming down, and then we can catch them. Mingyue's hands trembled with anger. She closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, barely calming her emotions. She opened her eyes and saw a pot being handed to her. Whoever hits you, just use this to hit them. It's very hard, won't break, and can also be used for fire, Chiamon instructed. Mingyue took the pot in disbelief, hesitating for 3 seconds before saying, That's good. That's good. Chiemoan then casually handed Guyu a bundle of rope, saying, "Just do it," and cautiously crawled through the window. "Stay close." Guyu patted Mingyue's shoulder and followed after. Chiemoan and Guyu coordinated very well. One covered their mouth while the other struck. Before the two of them could even call out, they fainted on the ground. Chiemoan grabbed one of their legs and, together with Guyu, headed towards the barn. They handed the remaining woman in the house over to Mingyue. In the barn, the two men were kneeling on the ground, their hands tied behind their backs. Guyu then removed their pants and socks, stuffing them into their mouths to prevent them from making any noise. After doing all this, Guyu walked behind them, lifted their hands, and kicked them. After hearing two cracking sounds, the two men suddenly opened their eyes as if resurrected, their arms hanging limply, presumably broken. When they tried to cry out, Chiemoan slapped one of them. Holding a shiny sickle, he squatted over them with a friendly smile on his face, saying, "I ask you answer. If you understand, blink." "Got it." The two quickly nodded. TSK. Chiemoan kicked one of them in the face, saying, "I said, blink if you understand." The two scrambled to their feet and began to blink frantically. Chiemoan nodded in satisfaction and asked directly, "Where's the weaving girl's feather robe?" The two hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances, but neither blinked. Chiemoan curled his lips slightly and said softly, "Only one of you two can survive, so make sure to seize the opportunity." One of the old men in a blue robe, who was around 40 years old, began to blink wildly and kept mumbling. Seeing this, Guyu took the sock out of his mouth and spoke. At the Yellow Temple, the 40-year-old man said, "I swear, I'm not lying to you. As for this, I don't know. Anyway," the 40-year-old man hesitated. Chiemoan clicked his tongue and slapped again. He had never given so many slaps in his life, and his hand had turned red. "Forget it. If you're unwilling to speak, let your little buddy talk." The old black man hurriedly said, "It was the yellow ox immortal who instructed us to set up this formation. As long as a fairy comes, she will fall into the trap." Chiemoan looked at the old man in his 40s, raised the sickle in his hand, and coldly asked, "Is what he said true?" The old man quickly blinked, but after thinking for a moment, he started shaking his head again. Guyu frowned and took out a sock. The old man said, "He will also make us pour that talisman water into the weaver girl, and as long as she drinks it, she will be obedient." "Is there more?" Chiemoan asked. The two of them chattered and shared everything they knew like popping beans. "Is that all?" The two nodded. "We've told you everything. If you want a fairy, go find the cowherd. 10 taels of silver for one fairy." No, you can take my fairy away. Just don't kill me. Just don't kill." In the next moment, their throats were slit. Large amounts of blood gushed out, staining the cow shed red. Chiemoan said lightly, "We must give the old yellow ox a little gift." Chapter 75, Yellow Temple. At this moment, Mingyue also stepped out, seeing the two bloody corpses. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still startled. She barely steadied her mind and said, "That sister, I couldn't get anything out of her. It seems her consciousness has been sealed by something." The yellow ox spirit cast a spell on her. Guyu said, "We need to go to the Yellow Temple. Do you want to come with us?" The Yellow Temple? Mingyue was confused. "Just a guess, the yellow ox spirit built it for himself," Chiemoan said. "With him? Does he deserve it?" Mingyue sneered. "Yeah, let's go dismantle it now," Chiemoan said. "I'll go with you," Mingyue said. So, the three of them swaggered while dragging the corpses towards the Yellow Temple. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Mingyue whispered. "It really is," Guyu said, "but it feels like slapping the yellow ox spirit. What if we get caught? There are so many of them." Mingyue said, "You too, your foreheads are dark, your fingers are blue, and your lips are purple." Guyu pointed to the lifeless pair and explained, "It's either poisoning or being cursed." "Are you saying the yellow ox spirit also cursed them? Aren't they on the same side?" Mingyue was surprised. "So what if they are?" "Human hearts are the hardest things to grasp in this world," Guyu said. "Even the best of friends can stab each other in the back." "I don't understand." Mingyue said. "You don't need to understand this," Guyu said. "You can descend to suffer this calamity for your sisters, so you probably don't need to worry about it." Mingyue nodded, suddenly asked, "Guyu, will you really take my soul away?" "Why not?" Guyu countered. "Aren't we friends now?" Mingyue asked again. Guyu chuckled lightly. "Little girl, you're quite naive in some ways. But you should know, there's no free lunch in this world. I help you not just because I'm kind, but because you can bring me benefits. Otherwise, why would I help you?" Mingyue nodded, seemingly understanding. In the midst of their conversation, the three had already arrived at the Yellow Temple. Unlike the dilapidated little village, this Yellow Temple could be described as resplendent, with golden plaques and red pillars. What's wrong? Qi Miaoan asked. There are evil things inside. Mingyue said, it's this thing that blocked our aura. But I can't go in. Then you and Guyu wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look, Qi Miaoan said. Be careful, Guyu said. Okay. After saying that, Qi Miaoan walked in. Qi Hian took 2 steps forward and pushed open the large door of the Yellow Temple. A strong stench assaulted him, making it hard for him to open his eyes. He waved his hand a couple of times and squinted to survey the temple. Suddenly, at that moment, an invisible force struck his waist hard, and Qi Hian thought to himself, not good, as his body lurched forward. Bang! The crimson door slammed shut, turning red to black, blocking out all light. Qi Miaoan rubbed his sore waist from the collision, frowned, and stood up. After adapting for a moment, he could barely see the things in the room. In the center of the house, there was a large yellow cow. On the table were offerings placed for it. Guyu's voice came. Qi Miaoan immediately ran to the door and shouted, I'm fine. It should be that yellow ox that's angry, trying to teach me a lesson. You all go ahead, don't worry about me. He squinted his eyes and looked at the yellow ox statue. He should be worried about himself. As for the feathered clothes, I'll look for them. As long as you're okay, I'll go with Mingyue to find Yolong. Guyu said, okay. Qi Miaoan agreed and casually took out his pot. He sighed, an S-grade item, a top-tier replication tool, and now it had fallen to the level of a brick. He picked up a fruit, wiped it, and stuffed it into his mouth. With a long stride, he flipped over and sat on the yellow ox. Clang! He slammed the iron pot down hard. Nothing happened. TSK. He slammed again. Still, nothing happened. Qi Miaoan rubbed his still aching lower back and slammed down again. After he had struck it over 1,000 times, he finally heard that wonderful crack sound. The yellow bull statue began to crack, and yellow-black water flowed out from the broken part. Scared to death? Qi Miaoan instinctively thought, but the dark room still gave him no response. At that moment, the yellow bull statue beneath him began to shake violently. His head felt like it had been struck by a hammer, and his vision grew increasingly blurry. He wanted to prop himself up, but his arms had no strength at all. Just then, the crimson door opened. A figure walked in. It's you. At this point, Guyu and Mingyue had arrived at the cowherd's home. The commotion caused by the 3 of them was considerable, and, through the window, countless eyes were fixated on the 2, almost eager to carve a piece of flesh from them. Mingyue, holding a kitchen knife, kicked open the cowherd's front door and shouted, Get out! Mingyue frowned as she walked in. The shabby wedding room was empty. Where's everyone? Have they run away? But where could they run to? Mingyue wondered. Not far. Guyu said, the water on the table is still warm. First, let's find your feathered garment. Mingyue nodded and started searching. But the room was so small that she could see the end at a glance. There was nothing. Could he have lost it? Mingyue's face paled. It shouldn't be. Old Yellow Bull knows his stuff. Guyu frowned. Can your feathered garment be used by mortals? No. Mingyue shook her head. But it does carry the aura of the heavenly court, so it's generally harmless to mortals. Guyu nodded. Will it catch fire? No. Mingyue replied. That's good. Guyu lit a candle on the table and handed it to Mingyue, saying lightly, Then let South burn this place down. A fierce glint flashed in Mingyue's eyes as she took the candle and threw it onto the bed. Let us go. Seeing the fire ignite as expected, Guyu and Mingyue walked outside. Suddenly, Mingyue halted. I know where he will take my feathered garment. Where? The gambling house, Mingyue said. He even hit me before because he lost a bet. Do you know the way? Guyu asked. Not very clearly. I've never left here, Mingyue replied. It's fine. Not knowing is okay. Guyu smirked and randomly picked a gambling house to walk into. He took the kitchen knife from Mingyue's hand. Hello. I'd like to ask how to get to the gambling house. The 2 people in the room looked terrified, but upon seeing that there were 2 of them, their courage grew, and they picked up weapons to approach Guyu and Mingyue. Guyu smiled, took out a handgun from his pocket, and shot one of them in the head. Instantly, red and white brain matter splattered onto the other person. Sorry, can I ask again, where's the gambling house? Chapter 76, Goodbye Cowherd. 1. In an instant, silence filled the room. Guyu's figure seemed to become a bit transparent as he stepped forward, pointing the gun at the man's forehead, saying, Times have changed, my friend. As soon as he finished speaking, Mingyue and the man reacted. The man slumped to the ground, unexpectedly sitting on the body of the dead man before him. He didn't dare to shout, trembling as he crawled to the side, saying, "I know where the gambling house is. I'll take you there. I'll take you there." Guyu smiled in satisfaction, his long fingers stroking the gun. "First tell me, where is the weaving maiden?" "In that room over there," the man replied. "Where is her feathered garment?" Guyu asked again. "What is a feathered garment?" "I really don't know," the man said. Guyu's gaze gradually turned cold, and his expression became impatient. The man hurriedly added, "I really don't know. When I bought her, she was in that half-dead state." Guyu frowned. This man's words were consistent with those of the two old yellow-black men, which meant that the villagers had no idea what the feathered garment was. But according to the cowherd's nature, if he knew the use of the feathered garment, he would definitely sell it at a high price, making a fortune. If he didn't do this, then there was only one possibility. The cowherd himself didn't know the function of the feathered garment. Could it be that old yellow bull deceived him? Did he ever take out anything strange at the gambling house? What pattern? Mingyue asked anxiously. Just flowers, clouds, and such. I've never seen this kind of fabric before. The man frowned and said, "The cowherd said it was told to him by a goddess, but the goddess I bought wouldn't tell me." "That must be the feathered garment. That must be the feathered garment," Mingyue repeated. Guyu turned to Mingyue and said, "You go check on the weaving maiden. As for you," he paused, then smiled and said, "Take all the money you have." The man trembled all over, very reluctant. But he didn't dare to resist, cautiously inching step by step. "I advise you to hurry." Guyu still wore that half-dead smile, his tone rising with an unknown danger. "When I go crazy, even I'm afraid, just look at that one on the ground." The man's gaze swept across the body of the exploded head, and he moved like lightning, scrambling to gather all his belongings. Then with a thud, he knelt on the ground. "Just go straight down this road to the gambling house. We are after all fellow townspeople." He and T finished speaking when Guyu casually grabbed a wooden stick nearby and struck the man's head cleanly and decisively, without a trace of hesitation. With a bang, the stick broke in half. The blackened end of the stick was once again stained with blood. Blood splattered, and fresh blood slid down his head, blooming into a dazzling flower. The man unwillingly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, still clinging to a breath of life. However, Guyu had no intention of killing him completely. After all, someone needed to pass on the lethal weapon to prevent anyone from harboring thoughts of rebellion. He waved his hand, telling the man to scram. At that moment, Mingyue helped a woman walk out. Her hair was disheveled, her body was covered in bruises, and only her face remained relatively clean. When she saw the stick, she became agitated, mumbling incoherently, "Don't hit me. I was wrong, I was wrong." At this time, the two noticed that the woman had only 2 teeth left. Mingyue hugged the woman, softly comforting her. "Let us go. First to the houses of those 2 old men. This place is too shabby." Guyu said. "Okay," Mingyue replied, carefully wrapping the woman in a blanket before leading her outside. As for Guyu, he dragged the bodies of the 2 men and tossed them in front of the Yellow Bull Temple. "Guin, are you okay?" he shouted. "Guin." He knocked on the door and shouted for a while before a response came from inside. "I'm here." The door opened, and Chiemoen stepped out before the door closed again. Chiemo leaned wearily against Guyu, looking extremely exhausted, as if she were acting cute. "After I went in, I smashed that yellow cow statue, and then a yellow-black liquid flowed out. After I smelled it, I felt drowsy. Luckily, Chiemo looked at Guyu steadily and said, 'It's good that you are here.' Guyu replied, 'Yes, I'm here.' He touched Chiemo's face and said with concern, 'Now that I'm here, everything will be fine.' Chiemo anchored Guyu's hand, and the two walked outside. Guyu softly said, 'We plan to go to the casino to find the male escort, which might be dangerous. You stay here with the goddess and protect them for a while, okay?' Chiemoen didn't say anything, just obediently nodded, then leaned his head against Guyu's shoulder. 'What's wrong all of a sudden?' Guyu asked. 'Nothing, I just really want to be with you.' Chiemoen answered naturally and casually, as if he were stating something completely ordinary. Guyu chuckled softly, allowing Chiemoen to lean on him. Unintentionally, Guyu's gaze turned subtle in its unintentionality. Chiemoen would never say these words in front of outsiders. He had always been tough on the outside, keeping such thoughts hidden deep within. Now, with tears in his eyes, he leaned against him like a little cat seeking comfort. Guyu looked down along his collar, but saw nothing. He knew that Qi Moen had a scar on his chest. That was where Guyu's heart was hidden. To conceal it from him, Qi Moen's shirt was always only buttoned at the top, never easily unbuttoned elsewhere. Aren't we going to rescue the other fairies? Mingwe asked. Not for now, Guyu replied. If we go house to house, it will surely provoke the entire village's resistance. As for now, they won't feel the pain until the knife falls on them. After a short while, the two of them heard a loud noise. As they approached the gambling house, Guyu stopped and turned to Mingwe, asking, Do you gamble? Mingwe shook her head, I don't. Guyu sighed, Neither do I. Mingwe. What do we do then? Guyu looked up at the sky. At this moment, the rain had completely stopped, but the air remained humid. He took out Qi Moen's S-grade item, a pot, and solemnly handed it to Mingwe, saying, My idea is to gamble first. If we can't win, then we fight. Why not just fight directly? Guyu said sincerely, because we have money now. Chaptabai, mubai, gutbi, go, hi, bang. Guyu kicked the door open, spinning the silver-white pistol around his index finger before firmly grasping it in his hand. He elongated his tone, raising his pitch, sounding lazy yet dangerous. Which one is the coward? Guyu. Isn't he the one who stole the cowherd's wife and even burned him? Is cheating now so blatant? Dancing right in front of them. The cowherd really can endure. Is it necessary? What does he want to do? How could she let him be so reckless? In an instant, the gambling house felt like it was filled with 1,000 crows, chattering incessantly. Guyu's dark eyes swept the room, knowing these people probably hadn't left since they didn't know about the deaths in Hushi. He curled his lips into an innocent smile, closed the door of the gambling house again, and casually pulled a chair over to sit at the gambling table with Mingwe. He asked again, Which one is the coward? I'm a boss here. Gu Shaoling. What do you want to do? A tall man in purple approached, followed by 5 or 6 burly men holding long sticks. Seeing someone acknowledge him, Guyu was extremely happy. He took out the money he had stolen and tossed it onto the table, of course. I came to gamble and also to have some fun with the coward, who was looking for me. Before he finished speaking, his pitch rose by an octave, almost tearing the roof off. The cowherd's anger flared up as he quickly took a few steps, spotting Mingwe. In an instant, one could even hear the sound of the cowherd grinding his teeth. Oh, this pretty boy didn't take you away? Guyu stood up, blocking the cowherd's view. Not yet. No need for you to worry. Coward, Guyu provocatively said, I burned your house, stole your woman, and you dare say that? After saying this, without waiting for the cowherd to react, he kicked him. He stepped forward and forcefully twisted the cowherd's hand. Where is her feathered robe? I don't know. The cowherd replied. Stop. The casino owner shouted, waving his hand to signal his men. However, Gu didn't even look and shot in one go. With a bang, the man attempting to ambush fell into a pool of blood before he could even scream. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, not daring to breathe. Do I need to ask again? Where's the feathered robe? Guyu wore a polite smile. Even his tone carried a hint of mirth, but that smile didn't reach his eyes, exuding an unsettling chill. Guyu smiled as he pulled the man up, but the cowherd swatted Guyu's hand away, a wet patch forming beneath him, making a nauseating sound. Are you that scared? Never mind. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a chance to live. Guyu stared tightly into the cowherd's eyes, not allowing him to retreat. At this moment, Qi Moen was sitting in the small dark room, staring intently at the images presented to him by the Nightmare King. He couldn't even recognize if it was you. The Nightmare King sneered. Oh, Qi Moen said. He will abandon you once, and he will abandon you a second time. The Nightmare King continued. 12 years ago, he left you in the Garden of Eden, and now, he's going to take that fake Guin out again. Oh, Qi Moen replied. You and we are kindred spirits. The Nightmare King tempted. We will never abandon you. We can join forces and watch those people struggle for survival and death in the copies we design. Oh, Qi Moen said. The Nightmare King continued, moreover, you should feel that the chip has become one with you. Even I and that figure in the black robe are created by you. Oh, Qi Moen said. In other words, the Garden of Eden is you, and you're the Garden of Eden. The curse they want to escape is you. Oh, Qi Moen said. You stand beside Guyu, and you will inevitably help him achieve his goal of leaving here. The Nightmare King paused for a few seconds. You see, he still wants to escape from you. He can never accept a lover like that. Moreover, once the Garden of Eden is destroyed, your soul will be crushed, and there will be no chance of survival. Oh, Qi, Imoen said. Finally, the nightmare broke down. Can you speak human language or not? Oh, damn you. Oh, Qi, Imoen said. The nightmare's patience had run out, and it exploded in anger. Qi Imoen, if he knew that his heart was hidden within you, and that you intentionally didn't want to let you both leave here, what would he think? Most importantly, you also know that his duty for coming here is to destroy the Garden of Eden. Once he discovers that you are dead, the Garden of Eden will be destroyed. Would he let you go? Thinking about it this way, we really are born allies. At this point, Qi Imoen finally gave it some different reaction. It was as if he was comforting himself or persuading the nightmare, and he shouted, he won't, and I won't. If you really believe he won't do that, the black robe wouldn't exist, the nightmare sneered. Isn't it that your heart's demon towards Guyu created him? So, you can only stand with us. Qi Mo on Dao. I will not stand with you. Why? Nightmare does not understand. Don't you despise those humans? Qi Montak. I can see your heart. You cannot deceive me. Qi Imoen sneers, so what? I hate every kind of creature on this earth. But as long as Guyu is still here, I will never harm them. You won't harm them? Won't they harm you? Nightmare asked. How about this? I have thought of a win-win solution. What? Qi Imoen asked. I and the black robe can help you imprison Guyu here forever, Nightmare said. Qi Imoen fell silent. He raised his hand to his heart, feeling its beating. After a long while, he finally spoke softly. Go ahead, tell me. Do you really have a heart? The cowherd asked, trembling. This couldn't be blamed on him. After all, Guyu's gun was pressed against his forehead. But at this moment, Guyu had no time to pay attention to him. With one hand holding the gun and the other shaking the dice, he clicked his tongue, still small. Wait a moment, I'll shake it out soon. Chapter 78. Sin, count it as your win. Count it as your win. The cowherd stammered, wanted to move the gun away, but Guyu didn't give him that chance. This doesn't count as a fair win. You won't speak the truth, Guyu said. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I just ask you not to kill me, the cowherd added. Really? Guyu finally put down the dice and looked at the cowherd. Really? The cowherd hurriedly replied. Where's the old yellow cow? Guyu asked. Where's the fairy's feathered robe? He asked again. I tore it up to make handkerchiefs and sold them. The cowherd said. Is there any left? Guyu inquired. The cowherd shook his head. No, I tore it all up. Did the old yellow cow tell you anything about the feathered robe? Guyu asked. Did anyone from this village ever buy a fairy from you? He asked again. What buy? They came here on their own. The cowherd argued. We even helped her find a home. Isn't that good? If you want, there will be fairies coming down again, and I'll give you the first one. You're talking nonsense. Mingwei could no longer listen. You clearly kidnapped us. The cowherd cautiously observed Guyu's expression, and seeing that Guyu had no reaction and was still focused on the dice, his courage gradually grew. He thought to himself, Guyu is from the same village as him. After all, doing this is just to find a wife. You have no say in this. The cowherd's voice rose as he slammed the table, his pea-sized eyes gleaming with a lewd light. A damn woman who can't even stay at home and give me sons. Damn it, running around with an outsider. What a piece of work. As he spoke, the originally cold and elegant glances of the others nearby turned subtle, their lips curling into mocking smiles as they looked at Mingwei as if she were a madwoman. Mingwei suddenly found herself speechless. Their gazes felt like knives piercing her, carrying an invisible sense of oppression. At this moment, the rain finally stopped and the sun came out. The sunlight, like holy light, seeped through the cracks, splattering like blood on those men. Perhaps it was because Mingwei was too close to the door, the cold and damp still enveloped her. The cowherd scoffed, looking at Mingwei as if she were trash, but when he looked at Guyu, his gaze instantly became fawning. If you like her, I'll give her to you after all. We're from the same hometown. Just then, Mingwei shouted, picked up the long stick that was placed behind the door, and in 2 steps, swung it at the cowherd. This swing knocked the table and quietly caused the dice under Guyu's hand to roll over. In an instant, the gambling den fell silent again, leaving only Mingwei's heavy breathing. The cowherd, furious, disregarded the gun pointed at him, raised his hand, and was about to slap Mingwei in the face. At that moment, the sound of the bullet being chambered fell into his ears. He remembered that sound. The harbinger of death. My dice are bigger than yours. You lost. Guyu's face remained unchanged, wearing that official smile as if he were a robot programmed to do so. But upon closer inspection, his eyes clearly held a coldness. The cowherd's body trembled uncontrollably. Losing meant death. I rolled the dice 193 times. There are 193 people in Hushy Village, Guyu said lightly. Lost 192 times, won once. The cowherd stared blankly at Guyu, unsure of what he was going to say. What I mean is, Guyu raised his eyes, the ink in his gaze spreading, revealing a pair of eyes of different colors. I bet with each of you, and the final result is our victory. So, I wish you all a good journey, but I won't lift a finger. A glimmer of hope ignited in the cowherd's dazed eyes. But when he heard Mingyue's words, it was extinguished. Because the one who will kill you will be me, Mingyue said coldly. My name is Mingyue. Remember this name, because I will carve it on your grave. Good ambition. Guyu handed the gun to Mingyue shoot. But Mingyue did not take the gun this way. He dies too easily. Hearing this, Guyu said, then, as a little brother, I'll collect some interest first. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and a certain unspeakable part of the cowherd was shot through. The two locked the door of the gambling den and set it on fire. The heat lifted Mingyue's dress as she walked towards the sunlight. At this moment, Chen Xiaoping and Yin Lu also arrived at the secret room's entrance. How long has it been? Chen Xiaoping asked. 2 hours, Yin Lu replied. With Chiamoan, it shouldn't take that long. Chen Xiaoping shook his head. Let's go in and take a look. After paying the fee, Chen Xiaoping and Yin Lu entered, passing through a patch of darkness. They arrived in front of a thatched hut. Is the secret room this realistic now? Yin Lu frowned. Chen Xiaoping's expression gradually became serious. What Shirley said might be true. Master, you too. Yin Lu instinctively said, crazy. Chen Xiaoping shook his head, pushing open the thatched hut's door, saying, the urgent matter is to find Chiamoan and Guyu. But as he opened the door, a heavy stench of blood instantly changed their expressions. The police instinct told them that this room was not simple. Rushing into the inner room, they saw 2 women curled up in the corner. Master, why is there so much red ink? Hello. Yin Lu wanted to walk over and ask what was happening now. But the 2 women seemed frightened and shrank deeper into the room. Seeing them so scared, Yin Lu had a suspicion in her heart. They are the goddesses from the heavens. At this moment, Chiamoan walked in, still holding a basin of clean water. Have you heard of the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl? They are the weaver girl. Isn't this a myth? Yin Lu asked. Myth? Ki montak an sniat. Peeping on girls while they bathe, taking their clothes, forcing them to stay in your home, to toil away, giving birth to children. What kind of beautiful myth is that? Lewd trafficking and imprisonment is the true story. He placed the clean water on the ground, his gaze sweeping over the still, sobbing women. A flash of heartache crossed his eyes. He sighed and said softly, let's go outside and talk. Chen Xiaoping and Yin Lu glanced at the 2 women who were still shrinking back and followed Chiamoan outside. What Shirley said is true. Chiamoan stated directly, this is a replica of Eden called the cowherd and the weaver girl. Don't bother trying. You can only leave after meeting the completion conditions. Is our world fake? Chen Xiaoping refused to believe it. Yes, the most essential difference is that what flows in our bodies is blood, while what flows in yours is red ink. Shi Hian said, you can choose not to believe it, but you just need to know your current situation. Then how can we leave here? Chen Xiaoping asked. Our current identity is that of a villager from Hushy Village, and we can only leave if we survive that great fire. Shi Hian said, fire? Chen Xiaoping glanced at Shi Hian suspiciously. Yes. Shi Hian said seriously, we are currently setting this fire. Oh. He looked into the distance. Curling the corner of his lips, it has already started. Chapter 79. The choice. After introducing each other, there was an indescribable look in Mingyue's eyes, but in the end, she said nothing. It was still Guyu who spoke up. The casino is on fire. Are there any casualties? Shi Hian asked. I don't know. Guyu said. They left after the show, but locked the door. Who knows how many died? What about the feathered coat? Shi Hian asked again. What? Guyu replied. Yes. The cowherd said it stays at the Yellow Temple, and it only appears when the fairy descends. Chiamoan frowned and said, I didn't see it in the Yellow Temple. That's even better. Just burn down its Yellow Temple, and I don't believe it won't come out, Guyu said. Good idea. Let's go. Qi Imoen replied. Officer Chun and Miss Mingwe, you go to rescue the imprisoned weaving girl. As for Officer Yan, can you take care of them here? We will go to the Yellow Temple. Yan Lu and Mingwe nodded, but only Chen Xiaoping's gaze remained fixed on Qi Imoen. Qi Imoen smiled helplessly and said, Officer Chun, I really didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill Anshin, and besides, I'm right here. I can't run away, so you don't need to rush to catch me. The priority is to leave here first. Chen Xiaoping gave Qi Imoen a deep look, said nothing, and followed Mingwe into Hushi village. Qi Imoen and Guyu set off for Huangmiao. Guan said, Guyu, are you feeling better? Is your head still dizzy? Qi Imoen shook his head. No longer dizzy. It's good that you're not dizzy anymore. Guyu suddenly smiled, took out a handgun, and without hesitation, shot at the back of Qi Imoen's neck. Qi Imoen's body uncontrollably went limp, and the scenery in front of him became increasingly blurry. Guyu supported Qi Imoen's body and whispered in his ear, Guan, come out. At that moment, Qi Imoen, trapped in the nightmare space, suddenly stood up. You lost. He recognized me. Let me out now. The Nightmare King said, TSK, he could recognize you? I really don't understand you humans. However, don't you seriously consider my proposal? We can keep Guyu by your side forever. Qi Imoen waved the air beside his ear as if shooing away flies and said, he will be unhappy. Let me out quickly. Are you going to return his heart to him? Nightmare King asked again. You don't even want to tell him about the scar. Now you pretend to care by saying he will be unhappy. Qi Imoen, you are really ridiculous. Think about it, if you agree. I in the black cloak can help you anytime. After saying that, without waiting for Qi Imoen to respond, a dizzying swirl took place. And when Qi Imoen opened his eyes, he saw Guyu's mismatched eyes. Guyu, I'm here. Guyu held Qi Imoen tightly. I have always been here. Guyu, I can't leave you. Qi Imoen looked into Guyu's eyes and asked, Don't leave me either, okay? I don't want to be alone. A wave of dense pain surged in Guyu's heart. He didn't want to leave either, but he only had 6 hours left to live. Guan, I will never leave you. Even if I die, even if I no longer exist, I will always be with you. My heart is with you. As long as you exist, I will live forever. Qi Imoen smiled, thinking such a good person should have a better life, whether or not he is in it. He asked, Guyu, do you want to leave Eden? Guyu smiled too, holding Qi Imoen. Of course I want to leave this damn place. Qi Mondao said, okay, if he wants to leave, then let him leave. Why suddenly say this? Guyu laughed and said, did the nightmare tell you something again? Come on, tell me about it. Qi Imoen said, he didn't tell me anything. I didn't see you for a while and missed you so much. How old are you this year? Guyu teased Qi Imoen, but his arm tightened. Humph. Qi Imoen snorted lightly, leaning close to Guyu's ear, the warm breath brushing against Guyu's ear, as if a little hook had snagged his heart. This made him unable to hear clearly what Qi Imoen murmured. Let's go. Guyu pulled Qi Imoen up, and the two headed towards the Huang Temple. Actually, setting a fire is very simple. You just need fire and flammable materials. The two first went into 2 nearby houses to borrow some straw from their roofs and a trailer, then grandly drag a load of straw to the Huang Temple. After arranging the straw neatly, they set it on fire. What a pity. Qi Imoen lamented. What's wrong? Guyu asked. That plaque is made of gold. If we take it out, we could definitely sell it for a good amount of money. Qi Imoen replied. Are you still short on money? You just asked for 500,000 from them, Guyu said. Qi Imoen's gaze rested on Guyu's face. For some reason, Guyu always gave him a translucent feeling, as if he might disappear at any moment. And what? Guyu reached out to wrap his arms around Qi Imoen's waist. Leaning in closer and dangerously said, You can't say that a man's waist is not good, especially when it comes to your own man. Do you understand? But, Qi Montak anfaun it. I'm just tired. While helping Mingwe set the fire, I also have to guard against the nightmare in the black robe. If I don't lose weight, who will? Guyu raised an eyebrow in response, but internally he was roaring, Kid, it's not a good habit to dig deeper into things. Be good. And then, let's not ask anymore. Under Guyu's expectant gaze, Qi Imoen nodded and didn't continue to ask. The fire was growing larger, and the pungent smell was becoming more intense. Don't smell it. Qi Imoen reacted quickly, covering his own mouth and nose with one hand and Guyu's mouth and nose with the other. What is this? Guyu also found it amusing. leaning against Qi. Honestly, with Qi around, he didn't want to think. This is the controlling talisman water for the weaving girl, Qi explained. Just then, an old yellow cow burst out of the temple, its body engulfed in flames, and there was even a large hole in its head, with blood streaming out continuously. Qi and Guyu reacted quickly. In fact, Qi grabbed the yoke and leaped onto the back of the yellow cow, effortlessly pulling out an iron pot to block its line of sight. Guyu, get out of the way! Qi shouted. The old yellow cow moved as swiftly as if it were on a mountaintop. Even though Qi blocked its view, it did not affect its speed. It seemed as if it could see, carrying them away towards the distance. Guin. Chapter 80. Farewell until they reached a lake. The old yellow cow squatted down and let Qi off. Qi scanned the area, where the shrubs were lush and the trees were dense. This should be the place where the weaving maiden came down to bathe. Upon closer inspection, there were several bushes around the lake that had been flattened, which should be the hiding place of the coward. There was a way to leave this instance at the bottom of the water. The old yellow cow said, "Leave here." Qi was taken aback for a moment, but then immediately understood the identity of the old yellow cow. The only one who could leave a way out here was the one who created the replica. Nightmare. What if I don't leave? If you don't leave, death is not far away. Nightmare said, the fire has already started, and soon it will burn on you. Qi nodded slightly, said nothing, and just found a stone to sit cross-legged with his chin resting on his hand. Don't forget what you promised me. The nightmare urged, hurry up and leave. If you don't go now, you won't be able to escape. Aren't you hoping that I won't leave? Qi retorted. The nightmare said again, what good would killing you do for me? Why won't you believe me? We are one. Why don't you even believe in yourself? This is very unreasonable. Qi stood up, half squatting in front of the nightmare, his pitch-black eyes reflecting the old television set. What did I differentiate you? The black robe represents my love and hatred for Guyu. But what do you represent? He raised his hand and patted the nightmare's head. My consciousness has been trapped here twice. The first time was in Dead Day Town, where I was killed by the water lady, and when I woke up, I found myself in the nightmare space. It was also then that the black robe took control of my body and brought Guyu before me. The second time was not long ago, when I was tricked into a state of confusion, and you trapped my consciousness in the nightmare space. It was also then that the black robe replaced my body. It seems that you're offering me an option that I cannot refuse. Not only to imprison Guyu and never be separated from him, but also to control Eden. In reality, let's think together. Is there someone missing? The black robe. Where is he? What is he doing? You should have killed the yellow bull spirit to completely eliminate our way out of here, forcing Guyu's life to compel me to stand with you. Clearly, he has acted more ruthlessly. Officer Chun and Officer Yin have also come here, and they will soon discover the evidence of my killing in Xian. By then, I will have no way to argue. And Guyu will also find out that I took his heart and stubbornly refused to return it, which will make him detest me. His tone was clearly rising. His teeth clenched, making it extremely comfortable for the listener. However, the nightmare detected a strong, killing intent in these few words. With a crack, the screen of the television flickered for a moment. Qi, you have no way to retreat. Run. Qi shook his finger, the smile at the corners of his lips growing wider. Why should I run? I've only made one mistake, and that is to differentiate you from me. Human emotions are truly powerful. Nightmare, I know what you have differentiated into. The nightmare asked, what? My fear. Qi covered his face with his hand. His voice choked with emotion. I'm afraid Guyu will see me like this. I'm afraid he will distance himself from me again. I'm really scared. Qi shook his head. At this moment, he had calmed his emotions. I won't do that. I will never do that, and you will never succeed. The voice of the nightmare became sharper. Qi, look at yourself. It's really ridiculous. It's just the two of us now. Who are you trying to deceive? I can clearly feel every change in your emotions. Your deception is useless. You can never let go of Guyu, and you can never accept Guyu leaving you again. Moreover, everything has already been decided. You can't change it. Your only choice now is us. We are one. Qi, we will never leave you. Qi raised his head and said, you have overlooked one thing. Why don't you think about where my heart is? I have been mourning for over a decade. Did I really do nothing at all? Let me help you think seriously about this. When did that bus from the Station of Death appear? When did the members of Group X start appearing in the morning? And where's my heart? Again, there was a crackling sound, and the nightmare's television screen flickered once more, black and white dots occupying the screen again, with only a line of blue text on it. When? It's okay. You have enough time to think. Qi lifted a large rock and smashed it heavily onto the television. I'm still very grateful to you for bringing Officer Chen Xiaoping. Oh no, Xiaoqinga here. The unsolved case from 12 years ago should be resolved. The disjointed voices of the nightmare emerged. You can never completely kill me. You can never completely kill me. I am your split. As long as you do not die, I will not die. The rock fell again and again, and the nightmare's voice became increasingly chaotic and faint. At that moment, a string of mocking laughter echoed in his mind. Qi, you still miscalculated a bit. I left you one last gift. Stay tuned. As that voice faded, the nightmare completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. Mon also spat out a mouthful of blood, and with that blood, he wrote on the stone riverbed, then used that pile of scrap metal to once again slice open his chest, retrieving the heart that was still beating. He turned to look towards Hashi village. A great fire had broken out, the azure sky was dyed rose red, and black smoke roared like a dragon soaring into the sky, only to dissipate at the horizon. Suddenly, it was as if he had been struck by something. His whole body trembled, his eyes widened, and he lay down straight. Gu Yu and the others succeeded. They killed the man in black. How wonderful. They left this place. But this place will not be destroyed because the power stored in the storage device has long been handed over to Gu Yu. Gu Yu, take my soul and leave this damn place completely. In a daze, he seemed to see Gu Yu again. Guin, Guin. That voice was so close yet so far away. Gu Yu, please do not forget me. In a place they did not notice, a bit of red flickered in the scrap metal, stained with Qi blood. Qi, thank you for everything you have done for Eden. The last gift. I hope you will like it. Chapter 81. Return to Eden. Qi opened his eyes again to find himself in an endless pure black corridor. Little Qi, with a stern face every day, doesn't he know how to smile more? What's wrong? Afraid of getting wrinkles? Uncle Hu's voice rang out. Wasn't he like this when we first met? This is called staying true to one's original intention. Tang Tang's laughter swept past his ears. Little Tang is right. Shun Qingyun said. Little Qi, Lin Xiaochun said. Brother Qi, look at my red t-shirt. Doesn't it look great? When I wear this, my wife will definitely see me first when I go out. Su Qiao laughed with hands on her hips. Brother Qi, are we going to the dungeon? Xiaoqinga said. Qi stopped, his head increasingly painful, and those voices grew fainter. He raised his eyes, his heart aching as if something important was drifting away from him. But he couldn't remember who these people were. He couldn't recall. Dan, Dan. Suddenly, several urgent calls sounded in Qi ears, and the scene before him began to distort. When he opened his eyes again, it was Sui Yi's face. You're awake. I knew the young master still has charisma. Sui exclaimed excitedly. Qi just wanted to move, but his head suddenly throbbed with a piercing pain, as if someone had hit him with a stick. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What happened to me? Sui said, how would I know what's wrong with you? I was just about to go to the game pool to participate in the game when you fell from the sky and almost hit me. What were you and Gu Yu doing in the core area? It's been so many days without news, and when you finally appear, you're covered in injuries and falling from the sky. You almost scare me to death. Qi sighed lightly. Gu Yu and I were hit by a bus. You guys are really unlucky, Sui said. Don't worry about your debts. I'm figuring out a way for you. When Sui mentioned this, Qi felt a chill in his heart. He rolled up his sleeve to take a look, and to his surprise, there were only 15 days left. Just in time for the auction, but he didn't have any Qiong coins. That's just. Whatever will be, will be. Has the auction started? Qi asked. Sui replied, it officially opens tonight, but you can't go. Why? Qi asked. Is it because you don't have enough Qiong coins? I can find a way. It's because your level is not high enough. This can't take anyone along, Sui explained. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Sui went over to open it. Lord Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng said, Sui, I'm looking for Qi. Is he awake? You're quite fast with the news. He just woke up. Come in, Sui said. What do you need me for? Qi asked. Xiao Cheng took out a golden invitation from his sleeve and handed it to Qi. This is the invitation to the auction. If possible, I hope you can attend the masquerade at 5 o'clock this evening. As for the auction, it officially starts at 9. He took it for Qi, thinking, why does he have an invitation? Isn't this only for A-level players? Damn, A-level player. Qi, what have you done behind my back? Huh? Qi was also confused. Maybe it's compensation for being hit by the bus in the core area? Xiao Cheng said excitedly. Maybe. This invitation was just sent over. Along with it was our Lord Gu's promotion letter. Now, our Lord Gu is a 6-star evil god, controlling the entire evil god affairs office. Really? He also felt excited. Can you help me talk to Lord Gu? I also want to be hit by that bus. Don't say you want it. I want it too, Xiao Cheng said helplessly. I've delivered the message, and I still have to help our master set up the venue. I have to go now, Qi said. Thank you. Sui sent the person out and then ran back to Qi bedside, saying, you brat are really lucky. Qi montak ansmiedet. Looks like we can go together tonight. Wait, are you really going? Sui looked at Qi with concern with your injury. What do you want? Just tell me. I can help you. I have money now. Huh? Qi sized up Sui. What good thing have you done behind my back? Sui leaned closer to Qi and whispered mysteriously, thanks to the information you gave me, I'm now the second in command of Listening Wind. You really are impressive. Qi said. Also, the boss of Listening Wind said that as long as you wake up and can talk to him, he will pay off your debt. Sui added. Who is the leader of Listening Wind? Qi asked. Sui replied. His name is Shun Qingyun, but he gives me a bad feeling. If you don't want to meet him, then don't. As for the debt, like I said, I'll think of a way for you. Qi montak nodded, feeling that the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall why. It was fine. He would chat with him. All right, if you think it's not okay, just tell me. Sui said, let's not talk about that for now. What do you want to do? Qi looked at Sui's eyes glowing green and couldn't help but swallow. I really want to know what happened between you and Guyu, Sui said. You fell together, both of you were injured, but he didn't faint. He didn't even look at you. He just walked away. I thought you two were quite close on the death train. Sui continued, in these past few days. When you were unconscious, he didn't come by even once. Really? Sui said, the atmosphere between you two is very strange, really strange. How should I describe it? I can't quite remember at the moment. Qi said, if you can't remember, then don't think about it. Anyway, there's the opening ceremony tonight, so we'll definitely see each other. Sui thought about it and added, what are you planning to wear to the masquerade ball tonight? There's also a game where if someone guesses your true identity, you have to agree to dance with them. Haha, just thinking about it is fun. I remember last year, there was a big guy dressed in Lolita and he got recognized. Then he danced with another big guy in a tank top. It was hilarious. I almost died laughing at that moment. As he spoke, Sui opened the costume selection in the system. There were all kinds of accessories available, including facial accessories, headpieces, and even leg rings. Sui scrolled through sailor suits, tank tops, Lolita outfits, armor, and even a frog costume. There was nothing he couldn't think of. What are you planning to wear? I think this Lolita outfit looks great. Should we give it a try, Dylan? Don't be shy. I'll invite you to dance later. As Sui spoke, his hands began to gesture around Qi as if he had already put it on. Chapter 82 Shan Qinyan Qi looked at Sui in horror. Let's just forget it. Why forget it? Sui said, actually, I chose a set for myself too. What did you choose? Qi asked. You'll find out tonight. Sui deliberately kept him in suspense. However, Qi always had a bad premonition, so he quickly changed the subject. He could never dress as a woman during the days I wasn't here. Did Shin Qinyan say anything to you? Qi asked. Well, Sui thought for a moment. He didn't say much, just that he wanted to see you. And then he said he wanted to repay a debt to you. But I really don't think he seems like a good person. I'll meet him first. Qi said. All right, I'll go call him. If there's anything, tell me. If it doesn't work out, we can run. Sui said. Okay. Qi nodded. Shin Qinyan. That name felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember anything. Soon, a white-haired man in a gray suit with black sunglasses pushed the door and walked in. But what caught the most attention was the horrific scar that crossed over his right eye. However, aside from that, it seemed that time had left no marks on him, only a hint of sadness. I've long admired your name. I'm Shin Qingyun. Shin Qingyun pulled a chair and sat next to Qi Moen. Qi Moen squinted his eyes slightly, and he waved his hand in front of Shin Qingyun's eyes a couple of times. But Shin Qingyun showed no reaction, sitting straight in his chair. Hello, Qi Montakan, he said. Qi Moen asked, is your eye injured? Shin Qingyun smiled. It's just an external injury, nothing to mention. Mr. Shun is very open-minded, Qi Moen said, but it's best not to act alone to avoid getting hurt. Shin Qingyun replied, it's fine. I'm very familiar with this place. I won't get hurt. Thank you for your concern. Let's talk about Guan instead. I can exchange your information for 7 digits. That's quite a bargain, isn't it? When Qi Moen talks to others, he subconsciously looks into their eyes, which is not only a sign of respect, but also a great opportunity to observe the other person's state. Nowadays, Shin Qingyun's eyes are injured, so Qi Moen lowers his gaze and focuses on his hands. Moreover, his enunciation is very casual, as if he is just playing around with 7-digit numbers. I don't know who Guan is, Qi Moen said, but on my first day here, I receive a call from Guan. He left me a countdown of 45 days on a fake card, telling me that I could only unravel it by finding something deep within the auction. I currently suspect that the item is his prop fake card. Is that so? Shin Qingyun said, I'll help you get that item, but what? Qi Moen asked. You need to help me with something. Shin Qingyun's demeanor remained relaxed, but there was an undeniable air of authority about him. He had heard from Sui Yi that Listening Wind is the largest player guild in Eden, with almost half of the players belonging to it. However, Listening Wind does provide excellent treatment, assigning players to dungeons and offering a certain level of livelihood guarantee. Secondly, there is the organization that Yu Xiaohe is part of, called Rose Garden. It is said that every player entering Eden can receive an A-grade item. Moreover, this organization is extremely protective if anyone is harmed in a dungeon. No matter where they are, once discovered, the entire guild will pursue the offender to the death. However, this organization only recruits female players. Qi Moen raised his eyes to examine the young president who looked to be only in his 30s. What do you need? Shin Qingyun said. I need you to enter an S rank, the death station. Again, the death station. In the core area, it was this train that came rushing in, smashing him and Guyu to pieces. It was also this train that brought him to Eden. Now, that Shin Qingyun was about to enter was still related to the death train. Things seemed to be heading in an uncontrollable direction. What exactly was his relationship with Guan? And what was my relationship with Guan? What do they want to do? Qi Moen looked at Shin Qingyun and asked, I have a question, President Shun. What is your relationship with Guan? When mentioning this name, Qi Moen noticed that Shin Qingyun's hand trembled noticeably. Shin Qingyun replied, we are partners who have gone through dungeons together. He is a very special existence to me. So, are you trying to find Guan? Qi Moen asked. If we need your help to leave here, would you refuse? Shin Qingyun asked again. Qi Moen frowned and thought. To be honest, he didn't feel much aversion to this place. The only thing he disliked was Guan. Every time he appeared, something bad happened. However, if it meant he had to work hard to leave, he thought it wasn't necessary. Staying here wasn't so bad. I was just asking casually, Shin Qingyun said. You should rest well. If you want to go listen to the wind and see the sights, you could go anywhere. All right, we'll meet tonight. After saying that, Shin Qingyun walked out, his calm and composed demeanor completely unlike that of a blind person. At that moment, the voice of number 44 echoed in Qi Moen's mind. Congratulations. Player, you have received a special mission. What? Qi Moen raised an eyebrow and asked. Destroy the item fake card to become an S-level player. As an S-level player, the main system will be responsible for everything for you. You will not need to spend any Qiong coins or enter the next dungeon. Qi Montak unfound it. There are only 2 possibilities for a pie falling from the sky for no reason. One is bird droppings. The other is a pie that tastes like bird droppings. But then he thought, it seems that this kind of thing can only be found by him. In the Garden of Eden, everything requires Qiong coins. And as players level up, the amount of Qiong coins needed to sustain life also increases. This was originally fine, but since players can only enter dungeons of their corresponding level, entering a lower-level dungeon would greatly discount their earnings. This led to a higher death rate among advanced players. Thus, a saying circulated among players, climbing up is just to die faster. So they dream of leaving this cursed place. It is now clear that Shen Qinyan may have figured out a way to leave here, and at this moment, the system approached him, asking him to destroy the fate card. Could it be that the system knows something? With this thought, Chiamoan made up his mind not to accept this task, nor to refuse it outright. He wanted to see what Guan was really up to. So he uttered 3 words: increase the pay. After becoming an S-level player, Joan coins are no longer needed. But if I agree, it means I stand against all players, and at that time, a single spit from everyone could drown me. Imoen said. What do you need? Chimon said, I need all the information on Guan, and give me 50 million Xion coins. There is no information on Gu and in the player database. And what do you want 50 million for? Are you out of your mind? Chimon said, I need to pay for that thing I recorded, right? Hiss, now that you mention it, I feel like it's not enough. How about 100 million? I am a system, not an ATM. Then this system is really useless, Chimon said without hesitation. Can it be paid in installments? Chapter 83. Execution Order. 100 million Xion coins. 5 million a day, is that okay? Why does it feel like I'm in debt? Fine, you can go, I want to rest now, Chimon said. Remember to complete the task. For some reason, this mechanical voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. Did I promise you? Chimon said. I will start working when the Xion coins are fully credited. Chimon expressed his dissatisfaction. Stop asking questions, kid. You're a person after all. If you don't start talking like one, you'll seem even more like. He paused appropriately, leaving number 44 a wonderful space for imagination. I can also find someone else. Go ahead, Chimon said. Of course, you can find someone else. Just see if they agree to it. The higher level players are less likely to agree to the system. After that, number 44 seemed to be angry and didn't speak again. Chiamoan did not pay attention to number 44, but closed his eyes to think. The main system and the players had already noticed this item, and, for whatever reason, they were determined to obtain it. Chiamoan clenched his fist. He had to get this item in his hands. On one hand, it was to lift that damned life countdown. On the other hand, obtaining this item would give him the qualification to negotiate with players and even the main system. At that time, he would see whose chances were greater before deciding whom to join. However, he needed to obtain this item without letting others know who had taken it. After all, this thing was too tricky. Chiamoan thought left and right, and he had only one path to take. After agreeing to be cautious, he didn't idle, dragging Sui to the storage room of Listening Wind. People always need to prepare something for themselves. At this moment, in the evil god office in the dungeon, Guyu sat cross-legged in the upper position, a golden mask obscuring his face, a black robe shrouding his body, with only a hint of blue showing at his chest. Hanemo, do you know anything about Guan? Hanemo, who had been imprisoned for a long time, had his hair disheveled, no visible scars on his body. But his hair was messy, and cold sweat was streaming down. I've told you everything I know. Guyu threw a letter in front of Han Mo. This contains evidence that you have been to the death station. Han Mo cracked an ugly smile. There is a death station in the copy I manage. I occasionally patrol it. Is that a problem? I advise you to take a look before you speak, Guyu said. Han Mo frowned, quickly picked up the letter, tore it open, and began to read seriously. After a while, Han Mo shouted, This is impossible. That bus number 4444 has nothing to do with me. This copy was sealed because the scourge went missing. And, what is this cowherd and weaver girl copy? Guyu nodded. I haven't heard of it either. Then where did you get this letter? Han Mo asked. After I woke up, the core area placed it along with my promotion letter on my desk, Guyu replied. And, Hamu press it. Guyu hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, It's about Chiamoan. Is he really Guan? Han Mo asked. Guyu shook his head. It has nothing to do with that. It's about his execution notice. The crime is theft of auction items. But the auction hasn't even been held yet, right? Han Mo was puzzled. What does the core area want to do? I don't know either, Guyu said. But Chiamoan cannot die, nor can he be caught. Then you go stop Chiamoan from stealing. Han Mo's voice abruptly stopped. The main system clearly intended for Chiamoan to die, regardless of any charges. And, one more thing, Chiamoan came to Eden on that bus number 4444. Guyu said, Bus number 4444 is from the S-Class copy, Death Station. Han Mo, I brought something today, Guyu said, taking out another letter. It's about the execution notice for the 5-star evil god, Han Mo. The core area's execution for you is death, to be carried out in 3 days. My crime isn't that serious. You're lying. Han Mo snatched the letter from Guyu's hand and examined it carefully, but after reading it quickly, he could only utter the word absurd. The letter stated that he colluded with the scourge of the death train, cooperating with player Qi Moen, and intentionally sabotaged Eden. Han Mo's hands trembled continuously. This is impossible. I don't even know that damn scourge. And Qi Moen. The game pool was the first time I met him. This is the decision of the core area, and we cannot stop it, Guyu said calmly. Han Mo's knees weakened, collapsing onto the ground. This is slander. This is slander. Guyu's mismatched eyes flickered with a terrifying light. He half squatted down. Remove his mask. I have a way to help you, Han Mo. What way? Han Mo grasped Guyu's robe like he was clutching at the last straw. Become the scourge of the death station, Guyu said. Find evidence to prove your innocence before Qi Moen dies. Only then do you have a chance to survive. Become the scourge? Han Mo asked. If we ranked Eden by level, then the scourge is at the lowest end. Those who become scourges either have deep obsessions or deep sins. Every time a copy opens, the scourge will relive the pain of that time. Han Mo's body shook continuously. He seemed to have lost all his strength, unable to even lift that light piece of paper. You don't have to worry too much. I am now a 6-star evil god, responsible for all copies, Guyu said. Within my scope of duty, I will help you. There are still 3 hours until the gala starts. Think carefully about what to do. Having said that, Guyu ignored Han Mo and left the dungeon. My lord, I prepared the opening speech for the ball. You just need to read it then, Xiao Cheng said. All right, but Guyu smiled slightly at Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng suddenly had a bad premonition, wanting to run, but his legs wouldn't listen. He weakly shouted, my lord. You'll read the opening speech with my mask, Guyu said. With Guyu's promotion, Xiao Cheng also rose in status, becoming a 3-star evil god. But the gala was full of high-ranking individuals who were all powerful in Eden. In such an occasion, forget it, my lord. What are you afraid of? Just read it, Guyu said. This isn't just reading. What if I'm found out? Xiao Cheng said, looking sorrowful. It's fine. I'll take the blame if something happens, and I don't think anyone would dare to question my identity now. Guyu patted Xiao Cheng's shoulder, smiling warmly like spring. Let's go. Help me prepare an outfit for the masquerade ball, Guyu said. Chapter 84 Masquerade Ball 1. Wait a moment, my lord. Seeing Guyu about to leave, Xiao Cheng hurriedly caught up and asked, my lord, are you really going to capture Qi Moen? Guyu said. But, Xiao Cheng said, weren't you very? Very what? Am I very familiar with him? Guyu frowned. Xiao Cheng was taken aback, realizing that he indeed wasn't that familiar. But every time he saw them, he felt they were familiar, a feeling he couldn't quite explain. Guyu placed the execution notice for Qi Moen in Xiao Cheng's hand. Since the core area had determined that Qi Moen would go steal, they should loosen the supervision of the auction a bit, no matter what. They shouldn't let this execution notice go to waste. Xiao Cheng took the execution notice. All right, then what kind of clothes do you need, my lord? Guyu replied. Any clothes will do, as long as I won't be recognized. Xiao Cheng nodded, said okay, and ran off in the distance. Guyu watched Xiao Cheng's departing figure, sighed lightly, instinctively rubbing his fingers, feeling the absence of that familiar cold touch. He was momentarily lost in thought, feeling panicked, as if he had lost something very important. He hurriedly looked down, his fingers empty, with nothing there, but there was a mark left by wearing a ring for a long time. When he woke up in the morning, Guyu felt particularly unfamiliar with that ring, as if it were a shackle on his finger, making him inexplicably annoyed. So he took the ring off and set it aside. Feelings may deceive due to brain chaos, but subconscious habits do not. Could it be he really liked that ring before? But how could he be someone who liked wearing jewelry? He only found it troublesome. Guyu shook his head, but headed toward the office, as this execution notice for Qi Moen was indeed too troublesome. For so many years, it was his first time seeing the core area so chaotic, as if their brains had been smashed. In the study, Guyu picked up the appointment notice from the core area again, focusing his gaze on the last line. Please execute the dangerous player Qi Moen within 15 days to maintain peace in Eden. Guyu's eyes gradually turned cold as he crumpled the appointment notice and tossed it into the trash can. However, his mind was blank, unable to recall anything. And the more he thought about it, the deeper his disgust grew. After much hesitation, Guyu finally stuffed the ring into his pocket. Just then, Xiao Cheng rushed over. "Holding clothes, sir. I found the clothes. They absolutely match my taste." The corner of Guyu's mouth twitched as he took the clothes, which were a set of black military uniform embroidered with gold thread and dark patterns. At that moment, in the temple, Sui sneered, "Dagon, you should try it on. Why don't you try?" Qi Montakan shouted. "If you want to swap with me, that's fine too." Sui laughed. "Ah, where are your clothes?" Qi Moen asked. "Are you sure you want to see?" Sui replied. "Can't I?" Qi Moen asked. "Sure." Sui laughed, conjuring a humanoid cockroach suit out of thin air. "Qi Montakan, are you really going to wear this?" Qi Moen felt that his expression was somewhat unstable. He couldn't imagine that in the splendid auction hall, there were two big frogs sitting there. "Look at those whiskers. It's so realistic. Do you want to swap with me?" Sui laughed heartily, saying that at that time, no one would recognize me except you. Qi Moen forced a smile. Indeed, it wouldn't be recognizable. After all, who would be so abstract? "Don't you really want to be frog brothers with me?" Sui squeaked, softly calling Qi Moen's name. "Done. I can choose my own clothes." Qi Montakan politely declined it. Sui pouted, accusing Qi Moen as if he were a girl abandoned by a scumbag. "There's no love between us anymore." Whoa. Qi Moen was going to steal something, and it was impossible for him to wear something so conspicuous. If one of the two big frogs at the venue disappeared, it would definitely raise suspicion. He needed to choose an outfit that was both eye-catching and inconspicuous. "Maybe we still have a chance?" Qi Moen reassured. "It's okay. No matter what I change into, I will dance with you. Don't worry, I won't abandon you." "That's more like it." Sui nodded. "But since you are going out as the Frog Brothers with me, I need to change too. If you don't recognize me later, you're in big trouble." Qi Moen nodded seriously on the surface, but in his heart, he was mumbling. Based on his observations of Sui, he had his own thoughts about what clothes he would wear. Sui patted Qi Moen with satisfaction and ran out. Qi Moen breathed a sigh of relief as he opened the exclusive costume system for the masquerade ball. This time, the costume system not only offered a variety of clothing options, but also provided a design platform for players to create their own outfits. Players could even change their height, eye color, hair color, and voice. The only thing that couldn't be changed was gender. Everything else was customizable. After browsing through the options, the only thought left in Qi Moen's mind was, technology changes lives. Qi Moen did not choose to design himself, but directly opted for a finished product. Half an hour later, Qi Moen had completely prepared himself and clicked to teleport. The next second, he found himself at the ball. At this moment, there was still half an hour until the official start of the ball, and most of the invited guests had already arrived. At a glance, it was truly distinctive. Athena was arm wrestling with Kamen Rider. Gojo Satoru and Hei Shiazi were chatting happily. Two different versions of Sun Tzu were exchanging insights. And even Assassin Wu Liuqi was comparing swords with Jiru Shue. This isn't a masquerade ball. This is a damn comic convention. Wait a minute. What just passed in front of him? A humanoid cockroach? And a master? Hiss. Why does that person's demeanor and movements look so familiar? Could it be? A name slowly surfaced in his mind. But just then, another large cockroach emerged. Thus, the two cockroaches began to circle around him, mumbling in a language that Qi Moen couldn't understand. Let's just call it cockroach language. As for the two cockroaches, Qi Moen was no longer sure. He adjusted the veil covering his face, politely nodded slightly to the two cockroaches, and then walked aside to observe the situation in the venue. Number 44 was not stingy. When adding the Chion coin to his account, he also sent him the auction map, camera, and the locations detected by the Evil God Society. "This beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you for a drink?" It was a man dressed in a black military uniform, tailored to perfection, making him appear imposing. Upon closer inspection, golden thread was embroidered in patterns on the black fabric, and he wore a silver mask, adding a touch of nobility to his appearance. Qi Moen took 2 steps back, slightly furrowing his brows. He had only been in the Eden for a few days, and the number of people he knew was very limited. Therefore, the most likely reason for this person's interest was his beauty. It was indeed a good alibi. With this in mind, Qi Moen revealed an appropriate smile, adjusted his wide skirt, and said with a smile, "Of course, May I ask how you would like to be addressed? My surname is In, the person replied. Qi Moen subconsciously replied, my surname is Gu. Chapter 85. Masquerade Ball 2. Mr. In skillfully prepared a drink for Qi Moen, pouring light blue orange liqueur over ice, followed by 35 milliliters of white rum, a squeeze of lemon juice, and finally filling it with Sprite, garnished with a slice of lemon. Bubbles churned from the bottom of the glass, eventually dissipating as they escaped the surface, just like the name of this drink, and just like Qi Moen's attire today, a light blue long dress that covered his feet, without any excessive accessories, only adorned with a few floral decorations on the dress. As he moved, the water blue veil also swayed, revealing his beautiful features, adding a hint of mystery. Mermaid's Tears, Qi Moen named the drink. Mr. nodded, beautiful wine paired with a beautiful person. Thank you, it tastes quite good. Qi Moen took the drink, sipped through the veil, and then held it in his hand. I wonder what you plan to acquire here tonight. I heard the last item up for sale is the Fate card, an item once belonging to S-rank player Guin. Just a rumor, of course. Qi Moen's voice showed no signs of fluctuation, but his heart was already stirred by overwhelming waves. The Dead Day town, which once imprisoned Guin, had people from the Rose Garden and Listening Wind enter the instance the moment it opened. If they didn't have news from the Evil God office, Qi Moen would definitely not believe it. Not long ago, in the game pool, a game related to S-rank items and 5-star evil gods once again brought his name to the entire Eden. More importantly, amidst all this, there was another crucial piece of news. Guin's item card reappeared, and it was in the hands of an F-rank player. This inevitably raised suspicions about Qi Moen's identity. Qi Moen was very aware of the significance of an S-rank player to the Eden players. They would spare no effort in searching for Guin's whereabouts. Therefore, the most important person was Sui. When he was heading to the core area, he informed Sui of the message left by Guin logically. This information should have already spread among the upper echelons of Eden. Could it be that Ting Feng had blocked the news? However, according to Sui, he had to lead a team to the game pool to play every day. Suddenly, Qi Moen understood that Shun Qingyun was indeed not an ordinary person. He let Sui go out to attract others' attention. Moreover, he sent someone from Ting Feng to follow Sui, leaving him with no chance to disclose this information to others. Yet, Qi Moen still couldn't understand why Ting Feng wanted to block this news. Qi Moen looked over the list of invitees for the auction, noting that members of the Listening Wind and Rose Garden made up 3/4 of the attendees, while the remaining 1/4 were free agents. What's going on? Mr. An asked. Who? Moreover, it is said that this Qi Moen has some connection with Gu, and Mr. nodded. He was cursed by Guin's card. Guess what? At this auction, will he be able to obtain Guin's item and break the curse? Qi Moen squinted his eyes slightly, making a statement of certainty. He tentatively said, maybe not. Both Listening Wind and the Rose Garden are eager to obtain the props from Guin. How could he possibly get them alone? Who knows? Maybe Listening Wind is willing to help him? You may not be aware, but the owner of the Rose Garden has a good relationship with the president of Listening Wind, Mr. N said with a smile, as if discussing something very ordinary. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Qi Moen and whispered in his ear, actually, it doesn't matter. He has his ways to get them. What ways? Steal, Mr. N said with a smile. Qi Moen's body stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered and chuckled. Does he really have such abilities? Of course he does. Mr. N extended his hands to restrain Qi Moen on both sides. The distance between them was already short, and he took a step closer, squeezing out the little air that was left between them. Qi Moen instinctively took a step back. His lower back pressed against the dining table. He met those and felt as if he was being seen through. A new name was on the tip of his tongue. But at that moment, the masquerade ball officially began. A man in a black robe, wearing a golden mask, stepped onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, long time no see. I'm Gu Yu. It's nothing. Qi Moen swallowed that name again. In such an occasion, he shouldn't be bold enough to let someone replace him, right? No, it was precisely because it was such a grand occasion that someone would replace him, because no one would question him. With that thought, Qi Moen stretched out his arm, wrapped it around Mr. N's neck, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, tell me, is the person on stage the real Gu Yu or a fake? Mr. N chuckled softly, in such a grand occasion, would they really send a fake to fool us? That doesn't make sense at all. Upon hearing this, Chiamoan also chuckled lightly, pushed Mr. N away, and lifted his skirt to walk towards the Guyu on stage. Just then, Mr. N swept him up in his arms. To be honest, he had wanted to do that from the very beginning. Don't go. After drinking my wine, shouldn't you pay me back with something? At that moment, his back brushed against something hard. It was a gun. Chiamoan's struggling movement stopped. In Eden, the six-star evil god had the reason to execute players on the spot. He couldn't help but tremble, and he couldn't help but feel excited. This kind of survival under the knife gave him a different kind of pleasure. Guyu, are you going to kill me here? Mr. N, seeing that his identity was exposed, stopped pretending and hugged Chiamoan, walking towards the corner. Of course not. I'm here to help you. Help me? Chiamoan laughed. How are you going to help me? Help me steal something? Guyu nodded. Yeah, I'm helping you, so you won't end up empty-handed. I can't think of a reason for you to help me like this. Chiamoan shook his head. Just say it directly. What do you want to do? Nothing. Just looking for a reason to kill you directly, Guyu said. As you said, listening wind will help me get the item. Chiamoan said, I don't have a strong reason to steal that thing. Is that so? I could tell you a piece of information for free, Guyu said. But just as Guyu was about to speak, a beam of light shone on the two of them. Guyu's voice rang out. Let these two do an opening dance. Chiamoan's face suddenly turned as dark as a pot bottom. It seems there is no way out. We're quite fated. Guyu set Chiamoan down, took his hand, and gracefully made a gesture of invitation. Come on, my beautiful prince. Chapter 86. Selling sorrow, Guyu held Chiamoan's hand and led him to the center of the dance floor. The melodious music began to play, and the two hidden behind masks caught a glimpse of each other's true selves. The blue dress and black cloak intertwined like butterflies soaring in the sky. What are you thinking about? Guyu asked in a voice only the two of them could hear. I'm not thinking about anything. Chiamoan turned his face away, feeling annoyed by the persistent ghosts haunting him. It's okay, you'll be free soon, Guyu smiled. At that moment, the atmosphere of the music reached a climax. Guyu wrapped his arms around Chiamoan's waist, allowing him to lean slightly back with his strength. As they moved, the thin veil brushed against Chiamoan's face. In that instant, they were very close enough for Guyu to see the tears welling in Chiamoan's eyes. Close enough for him to hear the almost imperceptible sigh. In that moment, Guyu's mind was filled with one thought. The tears of a mermaid are truly deadly. As the dance concluded, Chiamoan was pulled by Guyu into a small corner. You're overthinking it. Chiamoan's cold voice came through, but there was a barely noticeable tremor in that ice-cold tone. Having acted for many years, he understood how much people would pity a fragile, suffering, helpless yet strong little white rabbit. There was no more touching character than this. What do I have to cry about? Well, you don't like to cry. It's just that same God in your eyes, Guyu said. I want to ask you a question, Chiamoan said. Speak freely, Guyu replied. His hand reached under the veil, gently wiping away the tears beneath Chiamoan's eyes. Chiamoan shrank back slightly, but did not brush Guyu's hand away. Instead, he gave a self-deprecating smile and asked, Why do you have to get rid of me? After wiping away his tears, Guyu did not remove his hand but placed it on Chiamoan's left cheek, gently stroking it. Time passed little by little, and Chiamoan gradually became anxious. The masquerade ball only lasted 3 hours, and he could not afford to waste too much time here. Regardless of whether what Guyu said was true or not, he had to get the fate card in his hands. Just when Chiamoan could not wait any longer, Guyu spoke up. I never thought about getting rid of you, but along with my appointment letter, there also came your execution order. Execution order? He Montag an was so peist. Hadn't he been quietly staying in the temple all along? What opportunity did he have to commit a crime? The charge is theft of items from the auction house. Guyu continued. Is he sick? Chiamoan instinctively replied. Not pretending anymore? Guyu said with a smile. Are you lying to me? Chiamoan was at a loss for words. Yes, Guyu shrugged. Chiamoan frowned and casually pulled over a nearby chair to sit down. If what Guyu said is true, then everything was orchestrated by number 44. But that doesn't make sense. The changes in between are too drastic. After all, he could always switch sides to Ting Feng and stand with the players. He wants to obtain the fate card, partly because he's really curious about what kind of person Guin is. On the other hand, he also wants the power to negotiate with Ting Feng and the system. He has always thought he has been too passive. But what if Guyu isn't being truthful? Is he deliberately deceiving him? Thinking of this possibility, Chi Imoen's face darkened significantly. Can this person ever say a single true word? Chi Imoen squinted his eyes slightly, standing next to Guyu, poured him a glass of wine, and then brushed his palm over the surface of the cup, quietly dropping something in. Please, is it you who paid for this? Guyu teased Chi Imoen with a smile, but his hand was honest as he took the wine. The smile in Chi Imoen's eyes deepened. That iron pot of his was indeed a good thing. Just looking at it a few times and throwing in some garbage could produce something. I really have to thank Shinxinyan. After all, I personally served it to you. All right, you look good. I'll listen to you. Guyu didn't even glance at the cup of wine and drank it all in one go. At that moment, I also wanted a drink. Beautiful lady, could you please give me one too? I'll pay. Troubles really come one after another. Miss, is this your first time attending a masquerade ball? That person thought he was being polite as he walked over, took Chi Imoen's hand, and was about to plant a kiss on it. Chi Imoen's eyes widened instantly, and then he couldn't hold back. With a loud ah, the man covered his eye and looked at him angrily. He shouldn't have been so impulsive, Chi Imoen thought regretfully. I'm sorry, my hand slipped. His voice still carried a hint of a sob, as if it really was an accident. I'm just a girl. I didn't expect my strength to be so great. It's fine. The man raised his hand to stop Chi Imoen from coming to help him and said firmly, I like it even more that your strength is great. Ki montakan. I didn't hit hard enough. The person was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see if his face was swollen or not. He leaned closer, noticing the faint smell of alcohol on Chi Imoen, and smiled even more happily, asking if he could buy me a drink as an apology. Taking advantage of the blind spot, his hand started to move restlessly, reaching up to put it on Chi Imoen's shoulder. But in the next second, his wrist was seized, and looking back, I saw that the man who had originally been sitting on the sofa had somehow walked over. What's wrong with feeding your brother after you're done eating? Chi Imoen's eyelid twitched, and he placed his hand on the nearby bottle of wine, beginning to ponder whether to smash 2 or 3, or perhaps use his head to smash the table instead. Sorry, Guyu said with a smile, you're too weak. Do you know who I am? I do. Guyu replied. That's good. I advised that person to fix his clothes, he said seriously. The dog tied at the door, Guyu said. The man immediately became furious and humiliated. I am the one who listens to the wind. As he was speaking, his voice abruptly stopped, because Guyu had picked up 2 bottles of wine, gently shaking them as he continued. The man couldn't help but tremble, and Guyu looked at him as if he were looking at a corpse. At that moment, he understood that this person in front of him was truly capable of killing him. Aren't you here to drink? I'll treat you. Guyu smiled and swiftly smashed the 2 bottles over the man's head. Bang bang. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. All eyes were focused on the 3 of them. What are you looking at? Chi Imoen's eyes were full of coldness, but his voice carried a hint of amusement as he swirled his wine glass. Shall I treat everyone present to a drink? Evil God, you dare to smash the territory of 6-star Evil God Guyu. The man yelled while clutching his head. Just wait to die. I am Sun Daocheng, the deputy captain of the first squad of Listening to the Wind, Sun Daocheng said. They attacked me for no reason. Chi Imoen said, this gentleman wants us to buy him a drink. Bitch, Sun Daocheng said disdainfully. The next second, another bottle of wine exploded on Sun Daocheng's head, the glass shattering alongside the blue liquid, resembling a briefly blooming flower. Sorry, my hand slipped, Xiao Chang said, subtly nodding at Guyu before turning to leave. Mr. Sun, do you still need me to buy you a drink? Chi Imoen asked. Why bother saying so much to him? Just keep your eyes on me. Am I not better looking than him? Guyu affectionately took Chi Imoen's hand and led him upstairs. The scorching body temperature burned Chi Imoen's hand, and Guyu's breathing gradually became heavier. What did you give me? Chi Imoen's right eyelid twitched, and he quickly flipped through his props. That's right, it's the dizziness pill. Wait, there's some small text below. It awakens the greatest desires within humanity. Chapter 87, Waiting and Longing. Let go of me first, we can talk. Chi Imoen appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was extremely anxious. After estimating the situation, he felt even colder. The probability of him being able to knock Guyu out was approaching 0. How could someone make such a huge mistake? Bang! The door to Guyu's lounge was slammed shut. Chi-Moen was pinned against the door by Guyu, his hands, which felt abnormal, covering Chi-Moen's face, caressing it. Clearly, Guyu did nothing and said nothing, but Chi-Moen was extremely flustered. Yet, when it came down to it, he couldn't even clarify whether this was panic. Guyu slowly lifted the veil that covered Chi-Moen's face, his movements gentle, as if he were lifting a bride's veil. "Aren't you afraid when you drug someone?" Chi-Moen's Adam's apple rolled a couple of times, and at that moment, he really didn't expect it. Guyu chuckled twice. "I really died in your hands." He let go of Chi-Moen and staggered toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Chi-Moen muttered to himself, finally finding the last bit of his conscience, so he poured a glass of water for Guyu, placed it by the bedside, and shouted loudly, "The water is by the bedside." Chi-Moen tidied up his clothes, ready to take the opportunity to steal something. But just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he paused, turning to look towards the bathroom. It seemed that having an additional person involved wouldn't be bad. Moreover, he didn't dislike this person. He glanced at the time. There were still 2.5 hours left until the masquerade ball ended, which was enough time. With this thought, he walked towards the bathroom. Guyu had not locked the door, and Chi-Moen easily pushed it open. The cold water splashed onto Chi-Moen, but he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt restless. He licked his lips, Guyu, locking eyes with him. Chi-Moen felt as if he had taken a dizzying pill, his mind becoming hazy. However, there was no time for him to think further, as a larger vortex was about to engulf him. The light blue dress and the black uniform intertwined once again in this temperatureless water. The only warmth came from the person in front of him, whose hot hands left sparks on his body like a swimming snake. Bit by bit, they burned away his consciousness completely. Bang! The bathroom door closed again, leaving only the sound of water filling the room. Pain made Chi-Moen struggle uncontrollably, but Guyu pressed his hands against his head, even covering his eyes, while that black cattail wrapped around Chi-Moen's flailing little legs. He couldn't see anything, not even a single point of support for his body. All he could do was hold tightly onto the person in front of him. Yet, this person was anything but gentle, and soon the pain faded away. Chi-Moen was trembling and couldn't say a word. But when he didn't speak, the person beside him was not satisfied and called out, "Baby, get lost." Chi-Moen shouted intermittently, "Bastard. Bastard." Soon, Chi-Moen no longer felt that the water was cold. Instead, he thought it wasn't cold enough and should be colder. The sound of water grew louder, drowning out their voices, leaving only the two of them, so close to each other, able to hear each other's calls. Guyu whispered in Chi-Moen's ear. Suddenly, the water turned icy. Chi-Moen reached out to pinch Guyu's face, narrowing his eyes. "What did you say?" "Damn, after all that effort, it was for nothing." Chi-Moen's mind was devoid of desire. He kicked Guyu aside, used a pot to check the fabric of Guyu's clothes and his own, made 2 sets of clothes, hastily washed himself, and after cleaning up, changed into an outfit identical to Guyu's. He then dressed Guyu in his own clothes, tucked him under the blanket, and left the room, heading down to the basement. At this point, there were still 40 minutes before the auction began. Normally, the people from the Evil God Agency would be able to start inspecting the auction items by now. However, Chi-Moen had not seen a single person along the way. Soon, he arrived in the basement, where an array of props was displayed before him. Chi-Moen's brows furrowed again. What Guyu said to him at the masquerade ball was all true. That execution order of his was also true. What exactly happened in the core area that day? Why did number 44 insist on having that thing destroyed, even at the cost of money, and even sacrificing the auction-esque guarantee to get it into his hands? Was it just to execute him? Was it really necessary to create such a big upheaval for a newcomer like him, who had no foundation and had just arrived here? It should have been as easy as squashing an ant for the core area to eliminate him. Chi-Hien stood in front of the last door, yet he hesitated to reach out and push it open. What does the core area really want? What does number 44 really want? Is he not going to open it? Is he worried that others will harm him? Haha, indeed, it is something to be concerned about. A weathered voice came from within the door. Who are you? Chi-Hien asked. Oh, just call me Uncle Hu, the person inside said. The crime of stealing and selling goods is quite serious, Chi-Hien remarked. But that's for the living. Uncle Hu laughed heartily. I no longer count as a person. I'm now just a wandering soul. Chi-Moen said, Soul body. Are you the officer of a certain dungeon? After a moment of silence from the door, Uncle Hu's voice finally came through. Well, I suppose you could say that. Why is an officer here? Chi asked again. You're not trying to trick me, are you? No, no, no. How could I deceive you, little Chi? Uncle Hu laughed. Oh wait, I should call you Guin. You must be mistaken. Chi coldly snorted. Don't lump me together with him. What? Did you have a fight with Guyu? Uncle Hu asked. When have I ever gotten along with him? Qui montac en retartet. Uncle Hu spoke earnestly. I understand. Arguing is normal. All right, Uncle Hu doesn't have much time left, so you must remember what I'm about to say. First, you must go to the death station. There's a way to leave here. Second, the evil god office is a place that preserves souls, containing the most genuine emotions of this false world. At critical moments, they will become the strongest shield for everyone leaving here. Third, after a long while, just when Chi could no longer wait and urged him, Uncle Hu's voice finally came through. Guin, we all love you very much. Uncle Hu's time is almost up. If you go out and see my daughter, you must tell her, I really miss her. At this moment, Chi could no longer hold back and suddenly pushed open the last door. But there was no one inside who claimed to be Uncle Hu. Only a playing card floated in midair. Chi reached out his hand, and the card floated directly into his grasp. It was a card without any aura. It only had 5 words written on it: waiting and longing. Chapter 88, Destiny Card 1. This was an extremely dilapidated small house with mottled walls, broken tables and chairs, cobwebs in the corners, and cards scattered on the floor. Every aspect was in stark contrast to the luxurious place below. The only thing that could be related to the S-grade item was the 5 floating cards in front of him. Qui montac anstepet closa. And the floating cards in the air seemed to recognize him, affectionately drifting around him. He picked up one card and looked at it intently. On this card, an elderly man with white hair lay in a coffin, softly covered by the light from the temple. However, he seemed oblivious to it, tightly curling his body. The verdict given by the fate card was longing intertwined with white hair, hope accompanied by despair. Shen Qinyan. After Chi softly whispered these 3 words, he released the card and picked up the second one. This card depicted a woman in a red dress lying among roses, the branches entwining around her body, the thorns piercing her skin and drawing her blood. Yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, still wearing a gentle smile on her face. The fate card's judgment for her read, in the whispers of roses, 1,000 sounds echo, nourished by blood, waiting for spring. Lin Xiaochun. Next was the third card, which was extremely simple yet terrifying. It showed a person committing suicide at a station, blood staining every inch of his body, obscuring his features. The fate card's judgment for him read, this is the end of the train, not yours. Xiaochinga. Chi breathed in unison and recited the license plate number of the bus behind him. Ghost 4. 4444. This was the vehicle that brought him here. He wanted to see it again, but the card flew away. Next came the 4th card, and Chi trembled as if electrocuted. This was Guyu. To be precise, it was Guyu who lay silent at the bottom of the river in Dead Day Town, the Guyu trapped in a jar. There was no sun here, only stench and coldness. The fate card's verdict for him was, you cannot kill me. I will eventually escape from here. Finally, there was the 5th card, which floated in the air like the other cards, but unlike them, it did not emit a faint light. Instead, it resembled the cards on the ground. Chi had a strong impulse in his heart. Even before seeing the card, he already knew its contents. He had always hated this name. Since arriving in this damn place, it had wrapped around him like a curse. Guin. When Chi picked up the card, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Guin, Guji and Kong, I wish you smoothness and health. It was Guyu's voice. Yet it wasn't just Guyu's voice. It was the voices of several people layered together. They were blessing the person who bore this name. Chi finger traced over the surface of the card. There was no image on this card, only a judgment. Chi read out these 2 characters. Guin. The judgment on this card is Guin. At that moment, time slowed down, and only the card was swaying, with a vortex appearing on its surface, sucking Chi in. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a void, with only the blank card floating in midair. Chi long time no see. A greeting identical to the one from that phone call. But this time, Chi wouldn't ask who are you, because he already had the answer in his heart. Guin. The space twisted again, and a figure slowly emerged from the card. It was me. Chiemoan subconsciously took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance from Guin. But when he saw Guin's face clearly, he instantly held his breath. You and I. Guin smiled and took 2 steps closer to Chiemoan. Surprised? I thought I'd laid the groundwork pretty well, but I still scared you. What? What exactly is our relationship? Chiemoan took another 2 steps back, remaining alert. I am you from 12 years ago, Guin said. I had no choice but to do this. Chiemoan was silent for a while before speaking. What do you really want to do? Leave this place. Guin repeated. We want to leave here. So what role do I play in your plan? Chiemoan asked directly. Death. Guin said in mourning. I have completely bound your soul to Eden. When you die, Eden will be destroyed, and everyone can leave here. A hint of sadness rarely appeared in Guin's eyes as he added. It requires a voluntary death on your part. I want to die myself? Chiemoan said. That's unrealistic. I want to live desperately right now. This seems temporarily unrealistic. Is there no other way? Guin narrowed his eyes, sizing up Chiemoan. According to his plan, Chiemoan should have remembered everyone by now, and he would choose death for the sake of others. But now his eyes only showed indifference and irritation, along with an impulse to tear him apart. What exactly happened in between? But no matter what happened, he had no way out now. He only had this one chance. There is no other way. Guin shook his head. Chiemoan fell silent as well. I couldn't quite control my thoughts. What exactly happened between you and Guyu in the core area? Guin asked. Guin squinted, carefully examining Chiemoan from top to bottom. Could it be that someone altered your memory? Chiemoan Dao. Not sure. Have you seen Guyu? Guin asked. Chiemoan rolled his eyes, having seen enough. How do you feel? Guin pressed. I want to kill him, Chiemoan replied. Is that all you think about? Guin asked stubbornly. The desire to kill him is particularly strong, Chiemoan said, spreading his hands in resignation. Guin fell completely silent. Memories were gone. Emotions were gone. Everything was gone. All he thought about was you, Chiemoan said. We are one person, Chiemoan, Guin said. I don't think we are one person, Chiemoan said, staring intently at Guin. You are a bit more gentle than me. He looked into Guin's eyes, paused for a moment, and continued. There is love in your eyes, but not in mine. I simply want everyone in this world to die. Guin felt that things were getting harder for him. He had indeed been like that at first. Raised by Guyu and Uncle Hu for 4 or 5 years, transitioning from a young man wanting to destroy the world to a sunny and positive person. He suddenly understood why Guyu wanted to hit him the first time they met. His hands were itching too. While he was silent, Chiemoan said again, I've always thought the name Guin was ominous, but today I realize that yours is blessed. Only I am born of a curse. Guin raised his eyes, looking at this former self, and said firmly and slowly, No, I love you. I know your past well. I will never betray you. I will always love you. Chapter 89, Destiny Card 2. Chiemoan squatted down, facing Guin, staring at him without blinking, making Guin feel uneasy. Just when Guin was about to say something to ease the awkwardness, Chiemoan spoke up. How do you need me to cooperate with you? To be killed by Guyu, Guin replied. His gun can impact the soul. At the moment of your death, the death train, listening to the wind, Rose Garden, and Evil God Affairs office will act together to open the way out of here. That's just right, Chiemoan said. The core area has issued a judgment against me for stealing merchandise. I estimate they're waiting for me outside right now. Guin handed the fate card to Chiemoan. You should write down your fate now. Chiemoan took the card, and they all had their own verdicts. I should have one too. What kind of verdict do you want? Guin asked. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore, since we're all going to die. Chiemoan bit his finger and wrote down the 2 characters Guin on the card. Huh? Guin was puzzled. Didn't you say this is a blessing? I bless you, and I also bless myself, Chiemoan smiled. As the blood spread, the image gradually began to appear. In the resplendent palace, amidst everyone's laughter, he lay alone in a pool of blood. The Guin he wrote with blood turned golden became the name on this card, and became the verdict of his life. This is not a curse, but the blessing of all the people who love him. It's quite beautiful, Chiemoan said. Guin wanted to touch Chiemoan's head, just like Guyu did to him, but now he was just a fleeting shadow, unable to do anything, only able to quietly watch him. Ki Montakan. Guyu called out Chiemoan's name. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Chiemoan was stunned for a moment. Is it a last word? Guyu shook his head. What we are is a new life. I have nothing to say, Chiamoan said. So, are you leaving? Guin asked dryly. You see, you are becoming more and more transparent. This space is about to dissipate, right? Chiamoan asked. I should take my bow as well. At this moment, Guin noticed his own dissipating body, smiled helplessly. I should say goodbye to Chiamoan. Goodbye. Chiamoan stood up. Goodbye. He painfully hugged his head, silently reciting that name in his heart. Guin. 12 years ago, the beloved Guin crossed time and space to bring love to the forgotten Guin. They were one. At this moment, Chiamoan fully understood Guin's arrangement. Being loved, he was willing to pay the price of his life for their departure. Like a child who accidentally received a candy reward, once again having expectations for this world. As he waited for the pain to dissipate, his vision gradually cleared. What came into view was the dark muzzle of a gun, stolen auction items, a death sentence. Yes, a death sentence. Chiamoan reached out and placed the gun against his heart. Having played the role of a corpse so many times, he had some experience trying to die gracefully. Aren't you going to defend yourself? Guy squinted his eyes slightly. What is there to defend? Chiamoan smiled and said, Evil God, I have nothing to say. Go ahead and shoot. It's a bit of a regret that he didn't get to properly say goodbye to Uncle Hu and the others. Nor could he say goodbye to Guyu. Guyu was very puzzled, put away the gun, and coldly ordered, Take him away first. Chiamoan, however, did not want to give him a chance. He took a swift step forward, grabbed Guyu's hand, and without hesitation, shot himself. Bang! Chiamoan looked at the blood flowing from his body and smiled, feeling somewhat lucky that he hadn't missed and had hit his heart. Guyu was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, wanting to grab Chiamoan, but it was as if he had lost all his strength and couldn't hold onto anything. He fell to the ground alongside Chiamoan. A bullet to the heart would likely cause consciousness to fade in about half a minute, and the body would die in 2 to 3 minutes. Chiamoan thought he was even luckier. He could still say goodbye to Guyu. Goodbye, Chiamoan. Guyu called his name. Chiamoan wanted to correct him, saying he could call him Guin, as he preferred that blessed name. But he had no strength left. His vision was growing darker, and he no longer felt pain, only a lightness. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to see his old companion. Guin, come to us. All right, Guin replied, moving closer to them. The little broken house behind him emitted a golden light, transforming into countless tiny specks of light that scattered away. At that moment, in the hall of the sanctuary, Shun Qingyun caressed every part of the sanctuary with his fingers, as if touching a lover. It's almost over. Tang Tang, we will meet soon. He activated the mechanism beneath the sanctuary platform, and a coffin slowly emerged. Shun Qingyun walked over, tidied himself up, and lay down calmly inside. This was the coffin he had prepared for himself since the day Tang Tang died. He began to emit glimmers of golden light, illuminating the darkness around him. The sky was about to brighten. Yes, the sky was about to brighten. The people in the rose garden sat where Lin Xiaochun once did, surrounded by lush rose bushes. Within each rose bush was a soul. They had signed a contract with the rose garden, allowing them to freely use the props of roses while alive, but upon death, they would also turn into roses for the next person to use. Sister Xiaochun, so far, a total of 104 women have signed contracts with the rose garden, and 617 have died. One woman raised a glass of red wine and said to the moon above, Thank you for your help in our time of need. We are all strong now. Goodbye, Sister Xiaochun. Countless roses swayed gracefully, emitting glimmers of golden light as they flew into the distance. The place where these golden lights gathered was at the death station. Xiaochun checked the bus's configuration one last time, also waiting for the final fuel. I knew I shouldn't have come. Han Mo followed behind Xiaochun with a pale face. One more person is one more helper. Xiaochun comforted him. If the bus runs out of fuel, you can be the fuel. Then I definitely one come. Han Mo said angrily. He originally thought he was the key part of the plan, but now, being a hindrance as the evil god, he was even more of a problem. At this moment, Guyu put the ring back on and carried Guin toward the little wooden house. This was the location of the chip explosion. This time it was really going to end. He stood under the golden light, and the ring on his hand emitted a dazzling red light. A surge of immense power bursting forth. Guyu pressed his face against Qi Emoen's pale face and softly said, like a love confession, "We will see each other tomorrow." Guin. The two bodies could not withstand such immense power. As the power surged out, their forms gradually began to dissipate. "Oh, the power is here," Xiao Qingge exclaimed excitedly, starting the bus and stepping on the gas, rushing out amidst Han Mo's cries. Bang! With one collision after another, everyone was waiting for a result that was 12 years overdue. With a crack, Eden was being shattered, but with a loud boom, the bus came to a stop. It had exhausted its last fuel. A look of despair appeared on Xiao Qingge's face. It was over. It seemed we have failed again. But before he could finish his sentence, a light shone from the spot where Qi Emoen had once sat on the bus. Han Mo hurriedly ran over and found that beam of light. This was the last fate card. The image on it was simple, just a few glimmers of gold. And the verdict was, "We will see each other tomorrow." At the same time, a mechanical voice resonated throughout Eden. "Dear players, welcome to the ultimate dungeon of life on the 14th level." Countless lights and electricity surged from the card. These are the wounds of everyone healed by the sanctuary, now becoming the power that would carry them away. This should be enough, Xiao Qingge said happily, stepping on the gas again and rushing forward. Boom! The outer layer of Eden was completely shattered. I smell a scent without blood. Han Mo danced with joy. Xiao Qingge was also excited, driving the car away at high speed. The end.